Traversing through a realm ravaged by monstrous chaos, Lin Qi transforms into an armor summoner, while wielding the summoner. He can invoke powerful and enigmatic armors to vanquish the beasts, thus enabling his continual evolution. With arms raised high above his head, the young boy proclaims, "Armor, unite." Chapter 1, beginning with a ray of light. Beneath a dimly lit sky, above the pristine white clouds, a nearly imperceptible golden beam of light seems to possess a life of its own, gently floating that body. Lin Qi's consciousness awakens. Am I transformed into light? Indeed, Lin Qi has become a ray of luminescence. Take heed, for this man is known as Xiao Shui. He has become a mere glimmer of light. But wait, no, how could such a phenomenon occur in this world? No matter how difficult it is to accept, time marches on, and soon. I'm so hungry. I feel as if I am on the brink of starvation. How can I be so famished? Satiating his hunger is Lin Qi's most pressing concern. He surveys his surroundings, quickly honing in on the countless points of light encircling him. With fervent determination, he writhes, like a little serpent fallen into water, darting towards those luminous points. I shall feast. Upon making contact with the first point of light, it dissolves into his being like liquid, and Lin Qi's slender form, as delicate as a hair, slightly expands, though barely noticeable. Yet in an instant, Lin Qi's body begins to weaken. The sun is setting. Lin Qi gazes towards the opposite side of the clouds, where the fiery sun sinks towards the horizon. As a mere ray of light, he possesses no autonomous existence. Compared to the surrounding points of light, his status as a glimmer might be deemed special. However, once the sun descends, that uniqueness will afford him no means of survival. In other words, he will simply fade away, which equates to death. Such a fate must be avoided at all costs. Even as he transforms into light, Lin Qi harbors no thoughts of accepting death. With billions of souls on Earth, he has inexplicably become a ray of light. This is not a punishment. It is a reward, an extraordinary opportunity. How could he possibly consider dying? Lin Qi wriggles, rapidly consuming the surrounding points of light, which grow dimmer as the sun sets. Simultaneously, he endeavors to propel himself, becoming a streak of brilliance, racing towards the sun's descent. Light, my light. In this moment, Lin Qi's form is devoid of mass, allowing him to fly at remarkable speed. Yet, even at this velocity, he can only watch as the sun draws nearer to the horizon. No, I cannot catch up. As the sun nears its inevitable descent, Lin Qi must concede defeat. He cannot eternally pursue the sun. It will inevitably set. He turns his gaze toward the surrounding points of light, then glances at his own form. He resolves to consume as much light as possible, to endure the night and await dawn. With determination solidified, Lin Qi flies towards the sun while voraciously devouring the luminous points. Compared to before, his primary objective has shifted from chasing the sun to consuming light. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. Lin Qi resembles a gluttonous serpent, striving with all his might to feast upon the surrounding light. His form grows longer and thicker, and with the increasing light comprising his body, he senses his strength amplifying, his speed accelerating. This is it. He devours relentlessly, while the sun continues its descent toward the horizon. As the sun finally dips below the horizon, Lin Qi's form undergoes yet another transformation. His elongated shape collapses towards the center, becoming increasingly spherical. The light within him spins like a vortex, akin to a black hole with gravitational pull, firmly gathering the light that constitutes his being, preventing its dissipation. At this moment, from the location where the sun has fallen, a subtle, invisible ray of light darts towards Lin Qi like a meteor, melding into his spherical form. The world has transmitted data to you. Assistance mode activated. Assistance mode aids the individual in comprehending their status more clearly. Name Lin Qi. Status: Light Sphere. Rank Level 1. Skills 1. Amplification Frank. Enhances basic physical capabilities of the host. Personal skills: 1. Fusion Frank. Consumes light energy to fuse materials, equip, and forge items or new armors with various magical effects. 2. Devour Frank. consumes monster cores to gain their powers. 3. Light needle shot Frank condenses light into needle-like projectiles and fires them. The world data assistance panel. This is my golden finger. Moreover, from the various contents displayed on the assistance panel, including the information revealed by my skills, it seems I may no longer be within that familiar world. Longing, solitude, unease, and a tinge of excitement. A myriad of emotions swell within Lin Qi, creating a complex tapestry of feelings. Since I am here, I shall find peace. At this moment, the sky has succumbed entirely to darkness, while Lin Qi's heart settles all emotions, gazing down upon this strange yet exhilarating new world. In a world cloaked in darkness, Lin Qi's form does not dissipate. Previously, his existence relied entirely on the sun's radiance. Now, however, the light that comprises him has been tightly gathered, no longer susceptible to casual dispersal. Yet, I'm still not full. Before the thought lingers too long, new light emerges. The cities on the ground illuminate with brilliant lights amidst the darkness, enticing Lin Qi's appetite. Artificial light is still light. Lin Qi directs his gaze towards the city below, absorbing its luminescence from the air. Light energy 0.1. Light energy 0.1. His form gradually fills once more. It appears that he can also consume artificial light sources, such as streetlights. Though, in terms of flavor and the energy they contain, they pale in comparison to the natural sunlight that at this moment. There is no need for such concerns. Any light he can consume is good light. Lin Qi floats leisurely in the air, absorbing light while observing the city below. Skyscrapers tower above, cars weave through the streets. People bustle along the neon-lit avenues, and the scene bears a striking resemblance to his former world. Were it not for the information provided by the assistance panel, Lin Qi would almost believe this is his original realm. Monster News reports the emergence of a dark beast in Area B of Seiko City, officially named Greer. Greer typically prowls during the night. Citizens are advised not to venture out alone after dark. If you encounter a monster, please adhere to the monster prevention regulations and refrain from. On the streets, a massive screen broadcasts a program titled Monster News. Indeed, it is a parallel world. Lin Qi lands atop a grand streetlight, consuming the light it emits while reflecting on his thoughts. Chapter 2. Becoming the armor summoner. Thus, floating above the city, Lin Nagi continued to feast until the late hours of the night. The energy of light had successfully accumulated to 9.8. Soon, he would be able to evolve once more. Just as Lin Nagi was contemplating this evolution, a chilling darkness began to gather ominously closer, as if it were his natural adversary. It was coming for him. Suspended above a street lamp, casting a faint glow, Lin Nagi focused his gaze on the source of the dark presence. The deserted, obscure street was utterly void of life. At the end of the road, the true form of that ominous energy revealed itself. A humanoid figure cloaked in a glossy black exoskeleton, its grotesque head resembling that of some vile insect. Its claw-like hands glinted sharply in the darkness, surrounded by wisps of inescapable black mist. He was no match for it. Recognizing the futility of confrontation, Lin Nagi did not hesitate to turn and flee. The dark presence was on an entirely different level compared to the light he bore within. He had only recently transformed from a flicker of light on the verge of extinction into a radiant sphere of illumination. His offensive capabilities were limited to a single grade skill, light needle shot. How could he possibly contend with this monster? As Lin Nagi swiftly retreated, the creature locked onto its target and pursued him with equal speed. Its velocity rivaled that of a high-speed train. Truly, he was a monster. Lin Nagi had no choice but to ascend into the skies, hoping to utilize his aerial advantage to evade the beast. This is the advantage of altitude. You'll regret this when my evolution is complete. Rather than heading toward the densely populated residential area, he chose to fly towards the outskirts. In a crowded area, escape would be more difficult. However, should this menacing creature be drawn to a populous location, the potential calamity was unfathomable. Crack. What was that sound? Turning back, Lin Nagi was horrified to see the creature had leapt into the air, propelled by its formidable jumping ability. Simultaneously, its exoskeleton split open, revealing a pair of jet black, translucent wings that flapped vigorously, propelling it toward Lin Qi. "It's flying after me." Lin Qi gasped in shock. He transformed from a golden orb of light to a pale white one. Quite literally, he was struck with fear. Under the duress of panic, he dared not cease his flight. As he soared at high speed, he absorbed the city's light energy, gathering what remained for his final evolution. However, as he ventured further into the outskirts, away from the residential zone, the light grew fainter and the absorption efficiency diminished. He was forced to lower his altitude, drawing energy from the glow of street lamps along the road to fulfill his final requirements. Light energy 0.1. Only 0.1 points remaining. Whoosh. The sound of the pursuing monster drew ever closer. Just as Lin Qi contemplated whether to turn back and unleash a skill, a figure abruptly appeared at the side of the street. "Damn it! Who could be in this desolate suburb?" "Monster!" The figure shrieked upon spotting the swiftly flying beast. The creature, drawn by the voice, lunged toward the figure, extending its claws as if to claim the unfortunate soul's life. In that critical moment, as the monster's claws neared to crush the figure's head, Lin Qi called out, "Light needle shot." He halted his rapid flight, and the light surrounding him surged as a barrage of luminous needles coalesced before him, shooting forth with a whoosh towards the monster. As the luminous projectiles approached, the creature hastily raised its claws to intercept them. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp sounds of impact rang out, sparks flying as the monster staggered back, its claws marred with indentations. It was effective, but that was the extent of it. Lin Qi's power was still too feeble. This strike had nearly drained half of his light energy. Roar. The monster bellowed in furious retaliation, abandoning the figure to charge once more at Lin Qi. Light points 0.1. Light points full, evolution initiating. At last, his light points were fully charged. Lin Qi's form radiated a dazzling brilliance on the deserted street that night. Under this illumination, even the advancing monster was compelled to retreat. In the heart of the light stood Lin Qi. His body, now constructed of pure light, seemed to have gained a substantial form, flowing like molten gold. The golden liquid, akin to scalding molten iron, coalesced around his core, forging a new shape. A rectangular, palm-sized metallic belt buckle emerged, adorned with intricate metallic engravings and centered around a golden orb. Above the buckle, a vacant card slot awaited. Name Lin Qi. Status Armor Summoner. Rank Level 1 can summon Level 1 armor. Skill 1. Light Radiation. A rank. Enhances the basic abilities of a user while gradually improving the physical qualities of those nearby. Armor Card 1. Light Armor. Level 1 armor. Containing the card for summoning light armor, the summoner can insert the card into the summoner to call forth the light armor. Skill Card 1. Light Shadow Spike Frank. The summoner can insert the card into the summoner to use the skill Light Shadow Spike. Weapon Card 1. Light Shadow Sword Frank. The summoner can insert the card into the summoner to summon the weapon Light Shadow Sword. Personal Skills 1. Melting Frank 2. Devouring Frank 3. Light Needle Shot Frank. Special Skill Database SS Frank. Summoning Condition Level 1. Light Energy 0-100. Description: a powerful summoner forged from concentrated light energy, harboring the mysterious power of light armor. The summoner can call forth the light armor through the summoner, gaining strength comparable to that of a monster. Evolution complete. Yet, he was still unable to defeat the monster alone. Wait, wasn't there someone nearby? Where did they go? Did they just run off? Ouch, that hurts. Wait, something's off. It seems not painful at all. Despite enduring the creature's assault, Lin Qi remained unscathed, devoid of any sensation of pain. Transformed into a summoner, it appeared that his defense was maxed out. Roar. The monster howled in rage, continuing its pursuit of Lin Qi, delivering a powerful kick. At that moment, another figure materialized in Lin Qi's line of sight. Someone else has arrived, but why are there so many people in this suburb? No time to ponder. Flung into the air by the kick, Lin Qi adjusted his position and soared toward the figure. Instinctively, the figure extended a hand, catching Lin Qi and glancing towards the monster. Upon contact, information regarding the armor and summoner surged into the figure's mind. Chapter 3. The Summoner's Armor. Can it truly be? Cheng Yang gazed at the summoner in his hand, his expression one of disbelief. How could a summoner, associated with the armor of light used in combat against monsters, possess such an extraordinary trait? And yet, this very summoner had found its way into his possession. Roar! The monster lunged ferociously at Cheng Yang. With no time to ponder, he placed his hopes entirely upon the summoner he clutched tightly, clenching the summoner in his right hand. He raised it high, feeling a metallic belt encircle his waist. To the right of the belt was a metallic knob, and to the left, a card holder. Inside the card holder resided the cards for the Armor of Light, the Shadow Sword, and the Shadow Stab skill. Everything around him seemed to slow down as a surge of immense power coursed through his body. He realized that this must be the amplification effect of the summoner. In a fleeting moment of clarity, he swiftly affixed the summoner to his belt. Indeed, this was the way. Summon the Armor of Light. Lin Na, brimming with excitement, called out, yet as the summoner, he appeared unable to communicate with Cheng Yang. Armor of Light. Cheng Yang reached for the left side of his belt, drawing forth the Armor of Light card. The card depicted a magnificent set of golden armor. Inserting the card swiftly into the summoner at his waist, he gave it a gentle pat, raising both hands above his head in a striking pose. How can he strike such a pose with such familiarity? Is this part of the transformation? Lin Na couldn't help but comment, though Cheng Yang was oblivious to his words. Fusion. With a resounding declaration, a golden beam of light erupted from the center of the summoner, merging the inserted card into the device like shimmering motes. A dazzling platinum light burst forth from Cheng Yang's body. Following this, an arc of golden radiance illuminated the ground beneath him, an ethereal glow rising continuously from his feet, coalescing into a golden dragon that traced the contours of his form. One by one, glimmering pieces of armor enveloped Cheng Yang's entire body. As the golden light gradually faded, he found himself clad in a resplendent suit of white armor. The chest plate extended outward, gracefully reaching around to his back. The arm plates connected to hand armor, while the shoulder guards were simple and circular. The faceplate enveloped his entire visage, with the eye openings resembling the arcs of headlights, glowing with a crimson light, their ends extending to the sides of the helmet. Cheng Yang extended his hands, clenched his fists, and marveled at his armored form. The formidable power of the Armor of Light surged through him. This is the power of the Armor of Light. Roar! The monster was almost upon him, its claws capable of shredding steel, descending towards his body with alarming speed. Yet, in that moment, time seemed to slow to a crawl in his eyes. With a swift pivot and lateral movement, he effortlessly evaded the monster's attack, clenching his fist tightly. The metallic glow emanated from his gauntlet as he struck towards the monster's flank. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the monster stumbled sideways. Cheng Yang seized the opportunity, closing the distance rapidly and delivering another punch, followed by a flurry of strikes. However, he had underestimated the burden the armor imposed. As the realization dawned upon him, he found himself gasping for breath from the relentless onslaught. The summoning condition for the Armor of Light required a level 1 physique, akin to that of an athlete, to wield it effectively. Cheng Yang, being an ordinary individual of decent health, could only summon the armor due to Lin Na suppressing a portion of its power. This fleeting moment of vulnerability allowed the monster to capitalize, its sharp claws slashing upward with a piercing screech. Sparks flew as the armor's chest plate was grazed, causing Cheng Yang to stagger backward. The monster, seizing the moment, raised its claws high and unleashed a swirling sphere of purple flames. Cheng Yang, now unsteady, dared not take any chances. He rolled to the ground to evade the fireball. Rising swiftly, he reached for a white card at his waist. The card depicted an unassuming golden longsword, the upper right corner denoting its rank. Shadow Sword. Cheng Yang pinched the card between his fingers and thrust it into the summoner. In an instant, golden light coalesced before him, which he grasped and held in front of him. Boom! Another purple fireball erupted from the monster's maw, hurtling towards Cheng Yang. This time, he did not flinch. He raised the Shadow Sword and swiftly slashed at the fireball. The purple flames split in two, detonating behind him. The monster staggered back, seemingly flustered. Cheng Yang seized this chance, disregarding his waning stamina, and unleashed the full might of the armor, dashing toward the beast. The Shadow Sword was raised high, crashing down onto the monster's armored chest. The collision of gold and ebony sparked a dazzling display. The monster staggered back, dropping to one knee. A long crack now etched into its shell. With one hand gripping the sword, Cheng Yang again reached for his waist, drawing forth another white card. This card featured ornate golden needles in its upper right corner. He inserted it into the summoner once more, and golden light enveloped the Shadow Sword, covering the blade entirely. Shadow Stab. He directed the Shadow Sword towards the monster and thrust it with great force. Countless golden needles erupted from the blade like a rain of arrows, bombarding the creature. The monster, in a frantic attempt to shield itself, found the shadow stab piercing effortlessly through its defenses, transforming its body into a honeycomb of wounds. After a final futile struggle, the monster succumbed, exploding into a cloud of dark smoke. Within the shadows, a black rhomboid crystal floated gracefully. Chang Yang released his grip, and the shadow sword dissipated into motes of light. He stepped forward, approaching the crystal, and extended his hands toward the summoner. The monster's crystal began to levitate gradually towards the summoner, consumed by the golden sphere at its center, vanishing from sight. This is the monster's crystal. Lin Na gazed at the floating crystal exuding an aura of dark energy, feeling a surge of desire. For Lin Na, the monster's crystal could be forged into weapon cards or armor cards, and could even be directly consumed as energy. The crystal before him was classified as level 1, while the previously vanquished monster was also of level 1. Thus, even though Chang Yang, as a summoner, could not fully utilize the power of the armor of light, he had still managed to defeat the monster. Let us first convert it into a skill. Lin Na surmised that this monster's crystal would likely grant him an attack-type skill. Although he possessed several skills, only one, the light spike, was an offensive one. Subsequently, Lin Na enveloped the monster's crystal with the core light of the summoner, commencing the process of digesting and refining its energy into a skill card. During the refining process, the crystal gradually melted, taking the form of a card like molten iron. Chapter 4. The Summoner's Interface. Huff. Chang Yang, having exhausted his skills to absorb the monster's crystal with the summoner, had reached his limit. Yet, he clung to his armor, turning to glance at a figure in the distance. It was the passerby who had previously fled in fear, now returned. The individual held a phone aloft, capturing the scene of Chang Yang before him with an incredulous expression. Noticing Chang Yang's gaze, the passerby quickly displayed a look of panic and fear. After all, who could determine whether this mysterious armor that had vanquished a formidable monster was a force for good or ill? Would it turn against him next? However, Chang Yang merely cast a fleeting glance before swiftly departing the scene, retreating to a desolate corner. At that moment, the armor of light could no longer be sustained, and with a resurgence of platinum light, it began to fade. The entire suit of armor dissipated like an illusion from Chang Yang's body. The summoner, which stored 3 cards, also fell from Chang Yang's waist, landing softly on the ground. Was this all truly not a mere figment of his imagination? As Chang Yang picked up the summoner, he gazed at the faintly glowing surface, realizing that it was indeed reality. Lin Nagi contemplated allocating 1% of the monster energy to enhance Chang Yang's physical abilities, thereby boosting his enthusiasm for battling monsters. However, as soon as this thought arose, he felt a sudden clarity, as if he had achieved a harmonious union of mind and spirit. To elevate the holder's motivation for combat, there were more options than this singular choice. He could certainly draw inspiration from the auxiliary panel to create a summoner panel tailored for the summoner, thereby enhancing their zeal for battle. Am I a genius? Undoubtedly. I am. Summoner. Chang Yang race. Human summoning level. Approximately level 1 strength. 5. The upper limit of the summoner's strength, determining their attack and defense. Spirit. 6. The upper limit of the summoner's spirit, determining their reaction speed, skill effectiveness, and mystical resistance. Constitution. 5. The upper limit of the summoner's physical quality, determining their lifespan, resilience, and self-healing ability. Skills. Non-armor affinity. 70 light energy points. 20. Consuming 10 light points can increase strength, spirit, and constitution by 1, limited to attributes below 10 points. Light points can also be used to purchase items in the shop. Click to view details. On the dark surface of the armor summoner's interior, the newly designed summoner panel appeared. The parameters of strength, spirit, and constitution were roughly devised by Lin Nagi based on Chang Yang's physical condition. After all, various indicators of the human body cannot be merely represented by simple numbers. However, he could control a portion of energy to enhance Chang Yang's physical qualities. The transformation of the summoner instantly captured Chang Yang's attention. He scanned the contents displayed on the summoner, harboring no doubts about their authenticity. Defeating monsters would yield light energy points. Chang Yang's excitement was nearly uncontainable. Who wouldn't yearn for immense power? The strength provided by this summoner was formidable enough to rival that of powerful monsters. Without a doubt, it was a divine artifact, and he was the fortunate one chosen by this artifact. From this day forward, his destiny would be rewritten by this divine power, the power of the armor. Suppressing his inner excitement and joy, Qingyang meticulously examined the various indicators of his physical condition displayed on the summoner. Meanwhile, Lin Qi had finally completed the refining of the monster crystal. Upon successful refining, he obtained 50 light energy points and a new skill, Light Bullet. Light Bullet level compresses light energy to form a projectile, inflicting damage on enemies. In contrast to the Light Bullet, there was also a level skill card, Shadow Fist level. Exhausted, Lin Qi found that refining the Shadow Fist had pushed him to his limits. The process of refining the skill was not as straightforward as described. It was not simply a matter of tossing the monster crystal into a synthesizer and pressing a button to create the armor, weapons, or skills he needed. The simplest to refine were skills, followed by weapons, with armor being the most complex. To create a different piece of armor from the light armor using the monster crystal, Lin Qi had to invest time to design and allocate the energy based on the characteristics of the crystal, while simultaneously infusing the power of the summoner. This process required not only more time, but also a high level of knowledge. Lin Qi's sole source of knowledge was the unique level skill database. The database contained a vast wealth of information transmitted to Lin Qi by this world, encompassing fundamental knowledge as well as arcane mysteries beyond human comprehension, mysteries that Lin Qi himself could not yet grasp. These represented the principles and basic laws governing the world's functioning. Only by learning to utilize this knowledge could Lin Qi create new armor imbued with mystical powers. Simultaneously, he might need to evolve once or twice to elevate his life level, gaining the capability to comprehend the knowledge that currently eluded him. As a summoner, there was little he could do. He decided to place the new skill card in the shop. After all, he had designed this exchange shop. Yet it contained nothing available for trade. What could he offer? The knowledge within the database could be organized and sold in the shop. The knowledge in the database was comprehensive, covering everything from monsters to combat techniques and mystical arts, even martial arts and swordsmanship. These were not mere embellishments. They were genuine insights. Coupled with the power of the armor, these skills would yield extraordinary results. Qingyang held the summoner and gently clicked on the shop tab. The content on the summoner swiftly transitioned to the shop interface. Light Fist level skill card. Insert into the summoner to utilize the level skill Light Fist. Exchange price: 50 light energy points. Special price: 10 light energy points. Basic swordsmanship level. After learning, you can master the skill of basic swordsmanship, enhancing the effects of sword-type weapon cards and skill cards. Exchange price: 10 light energy points. Basic fist techniques level. After learning, you can master the skill of basic fist techniques, enhancing the effects of fist-type weapon cards and skill cards. Exchange price: 10 light energy points. Basic agility level. After learning, you can master the skill of basic agility, enhancing speed and agility. Exchange price: 20 light energy points. A myriad of goods adorned the shop, fair and honest. Qingyang gazed at the offerings with yearning, yet upon glancing at his meager 20 light energy points, he was compelled to suppress his aspirations. Chapter 5. The Summoner and the Diligent Summoner. Qingyang tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. Despite his body being weary, his mind buzzed with activity. Thoughts of the summoner, the light armor, and the monsters banished his fatigue. He glanced at the summoner resting on his bedside and vigorously shook his head, reaching for his phone on the other side of the bed. Initially intending to distract himself with his phone, he was drawn to a trending topic instead. It was already past midnight, yet this trending topic surged through the news, overshadowing various celebrity gossip and claiming the headlines. The headline read, "A mysterious humanoid armor in Seiko City defeats newly emerged monster, Grill." The content included a video. Although blurry, in slow motion, one could still see a figure clad in golden mysterious armor grappling with the monster Grill. At the video's conclusion, the figure summoned a long sword in an unscientific manner, executing a skill. It was the very scene of Qingyang summoning the light armor to battle the monster. In an instant, comments flooded in, with some expressing skepticism about the video's authenticity. The video is fake. The quality is too easily manipulated. It's real. I am the one inside the armor. I'll give you a set for 50. It's true. I am the monster, just emerging from being devoured, and this guy stole my thunder. It's real. I am the one who was robbed. Although the video had surged to the trending list, the vast majority seemed to believe it was fabricated. Qingyang continued to peruse the comments, his excitement gradually subsiding. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the comments, the interface suddenly turned gray, transforming into a broken link. The video had been taken down. Are you sure this video is real? Indeed, although the visuals are blurred and coarse. A meticulous frame-by-frame examination confirms the absence of fabrication. Despite my own skepticism, the reality remains indisputable. The armor capable of vanquishing monsters raises questions about its nature, whether it serves as a foe or ally to humanity. After an entire night of contemplation, even as all related videos across the internet face censorship and removal, those with determination continue to disseminate information regarding the armor and the monsters through various channels. Online discussions surrounding the armor have not only persisted, but seem to be intensifying. Some individuals have downloaded the video, conducting frame-by-frame analyses and sharing their findings across multiple forums, including experts in photography and videography who have provided their insights. The video bears no signs of deceit. Among the initiators of this phenomenon is Yang, the current summoner of the light armor, who rose early, freshened up, and laced up his running shoes. He has perused the myriad discussions online and feels an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He embraces this gratification honestly, devoid of shame, for it is human nature to desire recognition and need from others. However, one must not become ensnared in vanity, lest they become arrogant and complacent. He is no more extraordinary than anyone else. Fortune has merely favored him slightly more. Last night, he encountered this mysterious and powerful artifact. Some may stumble upon opportunities yet fail to seize them, fading into the crowd. He is determined not to become one of those individuals. A fortunate encounter has the potential to alter the course of his life. Chosen by the summoning device and the light armor, he must grasp this opportunity, diligently refine himself, and enhance his physical prowess to unleash the armor's formidable powers. Subsequently, he aims to defeat monsters, assist others, and become someone acknowledged and needed by society. He understands the summoning conditions of the armor. Only through superior physical conditioning can one harness greater power from the armor and sustain transformations for longer durations. Previously, his lack of stamina led to his dismal performance during a summoning. He is indeed a commendable individual. Perhaps the passerby who was inadvertently chosen yesterday is also a hidden golden card? Lin Qi is quite pleased with such earnest summoners and is generous in offering assistance to transform their lives. As Yang begins his run in the park, Lin Qi bestows the effects of light radiation upon him. During this exercise, Yang's physique undergoes transformation, enhancing his physical attributes. Innate deficiencies and ailments gradually mend during his run, thanks to Lin Qi's subtle interventions. Yang feels a warm surge throughout his body, a sensation of increasing comfort that seems to accelerate his adaptation and evolution with each stride. This feeling is unlike anything he has experienced during previous training sessions. He quickly realizes this must be the effect of the summoning device. Thus, he quickens his pace, pushing his limits until lactic acid builds up, reaching the brink of exhaustion. Yet he does not cease. After some time, he finally rests on a bench in the park, where the summoning device reveals that his stamina has increased from 5 to 6. Under the influence of the light radiation, the results of his training are akin to what others might achieve after weeks of strenuous effort. The stamina boost is also Lin Qi's deliberate encouragement for Yang. Following the morning's physical training, he browses the shop within the summoning device in the afternoon, exchanging 10 light energy points for the skill card of Light Fist. The remaining 10 points are traded for basic swordsmanship. The white card rests in his palm, depicting a clenched golden fist, while the acquired basic swordsmanship transforms into a wealth of information that floods his mind. A golden figure wielding a golden sword imparts fundamental sword techniques to him. With each move executed by this figure, corresponding skills and insights are directly transmitted into his consciousness. Yang promptly retrieves the card for the Light Shadow sword and inserts it into the summoning device. A flash of golden light heralds the emergence of the sword, which he grasps and begins to refine under the guidance of the golden figure in his mind. Even without transformation, the summoning device allows him to conjure the appropriate weapons, providing a sense of reassurance. Lin Qi, having stepped back from his studies, is thoroughly satisfied with Yang's performance. Notably, the golden figure teaching Yang swordsmanship is none other than Lin Qi himself. Transformed into light, Lin Qi has perhaps evolved at the very essence of life, far surpassing humans in learning and memory capabilities. Mastering such foundational swordsmanship is not an arduous task. To facilitate the summoner's learning, he first practices before imparting the knowledge in a more comprehensible manner. After observing the diligent summoner for a while, Lin Qi buries himself in study once more. Chapter 6. The Summoning Device and the Flame Monster. In the morning, he dedicates his time to physical training, followed by sword practice in the afternoon. By evening, Cheng Yang purchases some dumbbells to enhance his strength. Regardless of any discomfort, he has not taken a single day off. While Lin Qi assists Cheng Yang with light radiation during his workouts, he devotes the remaining time to intense study, aiming to master all the items on the shop's shelves. Alongside the esoteric knowledge of mysticism that remains obscure to him. 7 days later, the discourse surrounding the armor has evolved into an urban legend, having percolated through the internet. After all, the notion of armored warriors battling monsters is a substantial challenge to conventional understanding. The majority find it difficult to accept as reality. Though a portion believes in its authenticity, considering this world accommodates the existence of monsters, making a suit capable of combat against them seem less implausible. Cheng Yang's physical condition has transformed significantly compared to 7 days prior. For an ordinary person, such evident change would be unattainable even with relentless effort over the same period. However, under Lin Qi's light radiation effects, Cheng Yang's progress defies normal expectations. Lin Qi estimates that Cheng Yang's results after 7 days of training are comparable to the outcomes of an ordinary person who exhaustively trains for 3 months without regard for their well-being. Notably, Cheng Yang's body bears no residual fatigue. The light radiation has rendered him robust and revitalized. Having concluded his run, Cheng Yang rests on a park bench, examining the information within the summoning device. Summoner, Cheng Yang's summoning level: 1 strength, 7 spirit, 7 constitution, 8 skills. 1. Basic swordsmanship, level, swordsmanship class weapons. Skill card effect enhancement, armor affinity, 75 light energy points. 0. The fruits of his labor manifest through data, demonstrating exceptional motivational effects and a sense of pleasure. While these figures, aside from armor affinity, are largely estimations derived from Lin Qi's light scanning, he has dedicated time to studying the human body and mysticism, rendering the displayed values increasingly accurate. The current metrics, compared to the initial unfounded claims, now possess a semblance of credibility, reflecting the ambition of both the summoner and the summoning device. However, a disturbance arises. Could it be the presence of a monster? After 7 days, has a monster re-emerged? Evolved into a summoning device, Lin Qi's efficiency in absorbing light energy from sunlight has diminished significantly, far inferior to the energy obtained from defeating monsters. Additionally, the monster's crystals can be refined into new weapons and skills. Lin Qi suddenly became serious, activating the summoner and marking the monster's direction on the device. A new monster reaction appeared, and the screen was instantly overwhelmed by the monster's response. Cheng Yang, who had been lounging on the bench, sat upright. Had a monster emerged? According to the icon displayed on the summoner, the creature was not far from his location, merely 2 blocks away, seemingly at a small shopping mall. At this hour, the mall would be bustling with people. He had to rush there promptly. The amplification effect of the summoner activated fully, instantly enhancing Cheng Yang's physical attributes. Coupled with his recent training, he surged forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, racing towards the mall. As he left the park and entered the streets, he could see thick smoke rising from the direction of the mall. People were fleeing chaotically from the mall's emergency exits. The surrounding roads were congested with vehicles and crowds, creating a state of disarray. Listening to the conversations around him, it seemed they only believed it to be a fire, unaware of the monster lurking within. Lin Qi squeezed through the gaps between cars and people to glimpse the mall. The fire was located on the 3rd floor, where thick, dark smoke mingled with crackling flames, spreading outward. Just as Cheng Yang prepared to push through the crowd and enter, a violent explosion erupted. A powerful shockwave mixed with scalding glass and panicked screams of the crowd caused people to crouch down, covering their heads. A burning, massive advertising board was swept up by the shockwave and crashed into a car beside Lin Qi, where a man, a woman, and a little girl, a family of 3, were inside. This was bad. Cheng Yang, under the influence of the amplification, reacted with incredible agility. He swiftly grabbed the door handle, yanked open the car door, and pulled the family out. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as the advertising board slammed onto the car, crushing its roof. Thank you. Thank you. The young father and mother expressed their gratitude, but Cheng Yang hurriedly turned his attention back to the remnants. Roar. The monster's roar emerged from the flames, and within the raging inferno, its silhouette flickered ominously. The crowd finally realized this was no ordinary fire. It was a catastrophe triggered by a monster. A monster. It's a monster. Instantly, panic surged through the crowd as they sought to escape. Some individuals still trapped inside the mall, in sheer terror, even considered jumping from the windows. Cheng Yang sprang to his feet and, against the tide of fleeing people, dashed towards the mall, gripping the summoner tightly at his waist. The metallic belt instantly wrapped around him, and he held the card for the light armor between his fingers, forcefully inserting it into the belt slot. Light armor merge. A dazzling platinum light burst forth from beneath his feet, enveloping his form and outlining the contours of the armor. By the time Qingyang reached the ground floor, he had transformed completely into a warrior clad in light armor. He cast a glance at the monster, then stomped heavily on the ground and leaped into the air. Amidst the astonished gasps of onlookers, he caught those attempting to jump from the building, safely transferring them to the ground. After several back-and-forth exchanges, just as he was about to rescue the last few remaining souls from the mall, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. Roar. Accompanied by the monster's roar from within the flames, several fireballs coalesced and surged toward Qingyang. He kicked one fireball away, deftly evading the others as he maneuvered. However, the roaring monster redirected its attack, forming a massive fireball aimed at the windows, targeting those who had yet to escape. Damn it! Qingyang dashed towards the fireball, bringing his hands together to absorb its impact. The scorching flames exploded against the surface of his armor, and the force of the blast embedded him into the wall. The crowd gasped in horror. Though he felt a sharp pain in his back, the light armor had yet to dissipate, indicating he was still in good condition. Qingyang was confident that had he been the version of himself summoned just moments ago, he would have been unable to maintain his armored form after such a strike. He pried himself from the wall, using the cracks to propel himself towards the remaining individuals by the window. Grabbing them, he leapt towards the ground. They screamed in terror, shutting their eyes tightly. When they opened them again, they found themselves safely on the ground, thanks to Qingyang. As he placed the last group of evacuees down, another massive fireball coalesced on the third floor, targeting Qingyang. Humph, he scoffed, drawing another white card, the golden sword card, and inserting it into the summoner. Light shadow sword. A stream of golden light rapidly formed a magnificent sword before him. Qingyang grasped the light shadow sword firmly, aiming it at the incoming fireball, and slashed downward. The exploding fireball split evenly in two under the golden sword's arc, detonating on either side of him. Amidst the billowing smoke and deafening noise, Qingyang dashed towards the monster concealed within the flames. The scorching heat and acrid smoke did not harm him. After all, these ordinary flames and smoke could not penetrate his armor. However, they did obscure his vision and hearing. The monster lurked within the fire and smoke, making its exact location indiscernible. Qingyang gripped the long sword tightly, remaining vigilant. Suddenly, a dark figure darted from his side, sharp horns thrusting toward him. He quickly defended himself, but was still knocked to the ground by the monster's immense power, rolling several times to dissipate the impact. He raised his head to see the monster letting out a triumphant roar before retreating back into the flames and smoke, disappearing from view. Damn it! Qingyang quickly pressed himself against a wall, drawing another white card. The golden blade of the sword began to gather light, shimmering brilliantly. Light shadow stab. With a fierce thrust of the light shadow sword, countless light needles densely formed a barrage, shooting forth. The flames and smoke were pierced by the light needles. Roar. The monster, hidden within, was struck and let out a pained cry. Without hesitation, Qingyang charged towards the source of the scream, cutting through the fire with his sword. The golden sword light erupted, heavily striking the monster, which staggered backward, crashing to the ground. Qingyang, not daring to be complacent, drew yet another white card, his newly acquired skill card, Light Shadow Fist. Just as he was about to insert the card and finish off the monster, a sudden applause echoed from nearby. Clenching the light shadow sword towards the source of the sound, Qingyang turned swiftly. With his enhanced senses from the transformation into the light armor, he had failed to detect the approaching presence. Moreover, the flames around this mysterious individual extinguished, preventing any advance. Remarkable battle. But do you truly intend to deal with it as you did the previous monsters? Just 10 minutes ago, it was merely an ordinary human. The mysterious figure halted about 10 meters away, obscured by smoke and flames. Who are you? Qingyang demanded, alert. Before I answer, I have a question for you. Beneath that armor, who are you? The mysterious figure replied, tossing back a question nonchalantly. There is no point in further discussion. Qingyang raised the light shadow sword and charged towards the enigmatic figure. After all, the enigmatic figure before him was clearly no ordinary person. It was possible that they possessed knowledge regarding the monsters, or perhaps they were merely a creature in disguise, masquerading as a human. When faced with the slicing light and shadow sword, the mysterious individual effortlessly evaded the attack, leaving not a single tear in their garments. Qingyang quickly steadied himself. leveraging the formidable power of his armor, and struck a powerful punch towards the evading figure. This time, the mysterious person extended a broad and smooth palm, effortlessly catching Qingyang's fist. On the middle finger of their hand, there gleamed a silver ring adorned with green patterns. How could it be? They had caught my attack with a human hand. In Qingyang's gaze, the hand appeared to warp, as if struggling to maintain its human guise. On the brink of transforming into some monstrous form, the mysterious figure swiftly exerted force, easily deflecting Qingyang's punch and retreating several steps. The power of the armor was not as formidable as it seemed. However, I am quite curious to see how you will deal with a monster that has assumed human form. Qingyang dashed forward. Yet, the mysterious figure had already vanished without a trace. At that moment, Qingyang was utterly convinced that he was not facing a mere human, but rather a humanoid beast cloaked in a human facade. As the mysterious figure disappeared, the flames around them roared back to life. The fiery creature, engulfed in flames, charged towards Qingyang with a deafening roar. Qingyang had intended to swing his sword directly, but recalling the mysterious individual's words, he hesitated for a fleeting moment. It was during this moment of indecision that the fiery beast seized the opportunity, breaking through Qingyang's defenses, crashing through the mall's windows, and landing in the plaza outside. Now was not the time for compassion. Moreover, how could one trust the words of such a creature? Qingyang clenched the light and shadow sword, resolutely reaffirming his determination, and leapt down after the beast into the plaza. The card for the light and shadow fist was also gripped tightly in his palm, inserted into the summoner. Golden radiance continuously coalesced around his right hand, enveloping his entire fist. Do not harm my mother. A 6- or 7-year-old girl suddenly dashed out from the crowd of onlookers, blocking the creature's path amidst gasps of astonishment. The irrational, flame-enshrouded monster lunged towards the girl. Not on my watch. Light and shadow fist. Qingyang swung his fist with great force, his body transforming into a golden phantom as he rushed forward, intercepting the attack. As the light and shadow fist struck down heavily, golden light erupted, and the immense impact sent the creature flying. However, at the last moment, Qingyang tempered his strength. The creature, now thrown back, struggled on the ground, devoid of any power to retaliate. Qingyang approached step by step until he stood beside the beast. He then drew a blank card, the very one created by Lin Qi through expending light energy. This card could extract the crystallized power of the monster without causing harm. As the monster card was inserted into the summoner, it emitted a brilliant glow. Dark energy was gradually drawn from the creature's body, stored within the blank card. The form of the fiery beast appeared on the card, while the creature on the ground reverted to its human shape. Chapter 8. The Summoner and the Renowned Armor. The battle concluded. Ambulances and fire trucks arrived in succession, tending to the injured and extinguishing the flames. Qingyang, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, sought to leave. Wait, Armor Warrior, who exactly are you? Would you be willing to join the Monster Countermeasure Division? The Monster Countermeasure Division was a long-established civilian organization dedicated to researching and combating monsters, possessing official recognition as well. However, Qingyang merely shook his head. He had no intention of revealing his identity, especially after encountering the mysterious figure who seemed to be a monster in disguise. Qingyang was even less inclined to expose himself now. With the enhancement provided by the summoner, even without transforming, his physical attributes had already surpassed those of an ordinary human. Yet, in comparison to the monsters, he remained exceedingly fragile. If his identity were to be discovered by the beasts, the consequences would be dire. Please take this business card. If you have any questions or seek information, do not hesitate to contact us. The man from the Monster Countermeasure Division seemed to have considered Qingyang's concerns and did not press further, simply handing him a business card. After a moment of contemplation, Qingyang accepted the card and swiftly departed the scene, finding a secluded corner to ensure that the summoner did not emit any alerts before he reverted to his original form. He then quietly exited the explosion site. Meanwhile, after Qingyang had left, a robed figure atop a high building twirled the ring on their finger, gazing down upon them all. The ability to extract energy from monsters without harming living beings was indeed intriguing. After a moment of reflection, the mysterious figure transformed into a green apparition, vanishing into the air. Monster card. The core of the summoner, still maintaining its orb-like form, Lin Qi observed the card floating before him. The front of the card depicted the fiery beast. The cards he created could encapsulate armor, weapons, and skills. The summoner could also re-invoke the monster by inserting its card into the summoner. However, the summoned creature would not be under the control of the armor's summoner. This card, designed to contain monsters, was a temporary creation by Lin Qi. After all, he had not wasted a single moment during his week of study. What should be done with this monster? The monster card could be used as a material for refining into a monster crystal. Yet, special monster cards could be refined into attribute crystals. For instance, the fiery monster card before him could be refined into a fire crystal. The fire crystal could serve as the core for creating new armor. The power of the new armor would depend to some extent on Lin Qi's design skills and the summoner's attribute compatibility. If created with a fire crystal as the core, it would yield fire attribute armor. The core of the light armor would be Lin Qi's light power, which would evolve and strengthen alongside him. However, as it grew stronger, the requirements for summoning would also increase. If the summoner could not meet the transformation requirements or lacked the necessary compatibility, they could only summon the most basic light armor. The most basic light armor possessed no particular strengths, with attributes being average. Armor created from fire crystals would likely perform significantly better against certain specialized adversaries than light armor. Therefore, this was a rare opportunity. It was uncertain when another opportunity to encounter such an attribute monster would arise. Thus, refining this monster into a fire crystal for future armor creation seemed prudent. Having made his decision, Lin Qi no longer hesitated. Golden light, akin to flames, enveloped the entire monster card, initiating the refining process. Simultaneously, the malevolent and violent aspects of the monster within the card were gradually purified by Lin Qi's light. In the end, the monster was continuously purified and condensed into a red crystal. Refined level monster. Light energy 50 acquired item. Fire crystal X1 light energy full. Evolution commencing. The light energy gained from refining the monster allowed Lin Qi's remaining 50 light energy to accumulate fully, initiating his evolution. However, prior to evolving, Lin Qi did not forget to siphon off a portion of energy to enhance Qing Yang's physical attributes. Name: Lin Qi. Status: Intermediate Armor Summoner Tier. Level 2, capable of summoning Level 2 armor. Skill 1, Light Radiation. Level: Skill 2, Light Perception. Grade: a powerful perception ability. Simultaneously enhances the holder's perception. 3, Card Fusion. Grade: card slots upgraded to 2, allowing for the insertion of different cards into the slots to fuse them in battle. Unleashing greater power. Armor card. Light Armor. Level 1, Skill cards. 1, Shadow Pierce. Grade: 2. Light Fist. Grade: Weapon card. Shadow Sword. Grade: Personal skills. 1, Smelting. Grade: 2. Devour. Grade: 3. Light Needle Shot. Grade: 4. Light Bomb. Grade: Special Skill Database. Grade: Summoning Conditions. 1 Level Light Energy 01000. Description: a powerful summoner forged from concentrated light energy, harboring the mysterious power of the light armor. The summoner is able to invoke the light armor, gaining strength comparable to that of a monster. This evolution did not significantly alter Lin Qi's primary appearance. The upper card slot transformed into 2, and the material became slightly more refined. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Learning was paramount. Lin Qi once again immersed himself in the database, absorbing knowledge, and began attempting to design new armor with the properties of the fire crystal. This morning, at 8:39 a.m., a new monster attack occurred in the district of Xiguang, igniting a fire that injured 34 individuals, though fortunately, there were no fatalities. During this monster incident, a mysterious armored warrior appeared at the fire scene, rescuing 12 trapped civilians and vanquishing the monster. Below, we connect with our frontline reporter. It is now 9:08 a.m., and as you can see, the fire has been brought under control. Just over half an hour ago, the armored warrior saved those endangered by the fire and eliminated the flame monster responsible. As the news broadcast aired, the legend of the armored warrior, clad in light armor, quickly swept across the internet. Previously removed videos showcasing the armor were re-uploaded across various video platforms, including footage of the armored warrior rescuing individuals and battling monsters at the fire scene. The urban myth of the armored warrior transformed into stark reality, with clear snapshots of the warrior becoming the promotional covers for major video platforms. Some astute individuals even sensed a business opportunity, beginning to design various merchandise inspired by the armored warrior. Chapter 9. The Fundamental Breathing Technique from the Summoner's Device. Light Energy Points 50. After defeating the flame monster, Qing Yang received a reward of 50 light energy points. An astonishing 50 light energy points. Qing Yang eagerly opened the shop, strategizing on how to maximize the conversion of these points into combat prowess. Clearly, using them all to enhance his attributes was not feasible. Since determining that training could elevate his foundational stats, Cheng Yang had ceased to consider expending precious light energy points on physical enhancement. Instead, he aimed to utilize them in the shop to acquire valuable cards and learn skills, thus making the most of his light energy points. However, this time, the shop did not display any precious skill or weapon cards following the monster defeat, as Lin now had transformed the monster into an attribute crystal. Nonetheless, the shop did feature some new items compared to the last visit. Did new products appear in the shop with each monster defeat? This would mean that the summoner absorbs the monster's power before transmuting or deriving items. Cheng Yang pondered the operational principles of the summoner. With this thought, his eagerness to eliminate monsters intensified, which was precisely Lin Nao's intention. He designed the summoner panel for this very reason. Kid, slay more monsters. As long as you defeat them, you can exchange their power for strength here. It felt like the devil tempting a virtuous soul. Although Lin Nao bore some resemblance to the tempter, everything exchanged in the shop was genuine and trustworthy. After a week of training and having learned basic swordsmanship from the summoner, Cheng Yang now found that even without transforming into armor, he could easily keep 3 to 5 people at bay. Cheng Yang focused his attention on the newly listed items. Basic breathing technique, grade, is a fundamental breathing method that cultivates energy and refines the body, comprising 3 tiers. Tier 1 grants 1 strength, Tier 2 grants 1 constitution, Tier 3 grants 1 spirit, and mastery of the skill Mind's Eye. Exchange price, 30 light energy points. Basic stance, grade, is a defensive posture that, once mastered, increases defense, allowing the user to withstand 50 of incoming damage. Exchange price, 20 light energy points. Mind's Eye, grade, is an auxiliary ability that, once mastered, activates the Mind's Eye, enveloping a 2-meter radius around the body, making everything within that range clearer and action slower. Exchange price, 20 light energy points. Among the newly listed items, the basic breathing technique stood out as it was certified by the summoner as a martial arts technique. Mastering all 3 tiers not only increases attribute points, but also grants the skill Mind's Eye. Moreover, the 2 skills he desired most combined perfectly for a total of 50 light energy points. It felt as if the newly acquired light energy points were somehow preordained. Cheng Yang shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. He then turned to the summoner and pointed to the basic breathing technique. Let us see how this basic breathing technique works. Following the last session's almost hands-on teaching mode, Cheng Yang had great trust in the summoner's instructional component. At least he needn't worry about using up light energy points without mastering the technique. As 30 light energy points vanished, a new stream of information filled his mind, specifically the content of the basic breathing technique. It felt as though it were engraved in his brain. Simultaneously, a golden figure reappeared in his mind, sitting cross-legged and beginning the lesson. The breathing method, unlike basic swordsmanship, was difficult to convey through action demonstration. However, Cheng Yang found that he could intuitively grasp the rhythm of breathing from the golden figure's movements. He promptly followed the motions of the golden figure in his mind, sitting cross-legged and attempting to breathe. Thus, it continued, repeatedly, until he completed the breathing cycle without interruption. You have successfully entered the basic breathing technique. Basic breathing technique, grade, entry level, proficiency, 110. Proficiency. Cheng Yang opened his eyes, his legs numb, and gazed at the description on the summoner. It appeared that completing a full cycle of breathing would increase proficiency by 1. Once proficiency maxed out, it would reach the first tier of the basic breathing technique. Ignoring his numb legs, he focused intently and began breathing again. After completing a cycle, Cheng Yang found this round of breathing to be smoother than the last. Exhaling the stagnant air, he opened his eyes once more and looked at the summoner. As expected, his proficiency had increased by 1 point. Basic breathing technique, grade, entry level, 210. This visible change, the tangible transformation of his efforts into numerical value, was undeniably motivating for him. Lin now had invested considerable effort into designing this. However, it seemed well worth it. Cheng Yang rose, stretched his numb legs, hastily resolved his dinner, and returned to his bed to practice breathing once more. Even the ongoing discussions about the armored warrior on the internet failed to distract him. I'm increasingly pleased. Observing Cheng Yang's self-motivated progress, Lin now redirected his focus to the database, delving into the arcane knowledge within. The basic breathing technique is a product of his diligent efforts. By assimilating this knowledge and imparting it to the summoner, Lin Nuo can feel his own enhancement. He is no longer human. His memory does not rely on the brain. Therefore, The knowledge he has mastered will never fade from his grasp. After another evolution, his learning capacity and efficiency have significantly improved, with the summoner actively eliminating monsters. He too aims to extract new martial arts techniques to offer in exchange for the summoner's aid. The city's night sky is shrouded in darkness, devoid of twinkling stars. Cheng Yang has been practicing his breathing deep into the night. The proficiency of the basic breathing technique, level, beginner, stands at 910. It is now just a week away from reaching the first level. Initially, it took an hour to complete a full cycle, but through constant practice, he has reduced this to just 30 minutes. As he approaches the final cycle, he has already exhaled most of the stale air in a mere span of minutes. With the last exhalation, his proficiency in the basic breathing technique, level, has reached its zenith, achieving level 1. A surge of energy cascades from Cheng Yang's dantian, enveloping his entire being as he rises from his bed. This session has lasted longer than the previous one, yet his legs remain unfeeling. He clenches his fists, distinctly sensing a boost in strength, and his body feels lighter. Clearly, the effects of the basic breathing technique transcend the summoner's initial description. This technique is indeed a skill in its own right. Now at level 1, he can barely manage to breathe while moving. He attempts to combine his breathing with a punch. With a whoosh, the strike is undeniably more powerful. Indeed, employing the basic breathing technique in combat enhances physical conditioning. Cheng Yang continues to throw punches and kicks, but suddenly, he falters, doubling over in a fit of coughs. It appears that the risk is still too great. He is not yet fully adept at this technique. Until he masters the ability to breathe while moving, he should refrain from vigorous actions during the process. The efficiency of breathing while in motion is greatly diminished, far inferior to that of seated practice. This skill is invaluable. Cheng Yang believes that the basic breathing technique is worth 100 energy points. The summoner sold it to him for just 30 energy points. Could it be that an angel resides within the summoner? Cheng Yang swiftly grasps the summoner and looks toward another coveted skill. This time, without hesitation, he decisively spends his remaining energy points to acquire the skill, basic stance. As the exchange concludes, a torrent of training information floods his mind. Simultaneously, a golden figure begins to demonstrate, meticulously repeating the movements to teach him the basic stance. Although the basic stance serves merely as a defensive posture, its intricacies are far from simple. Had he attempted to comprehend this esoteric concept before mastering the breathing technique, he would have struggled. Yet, after attaining level 1 in the breathing technique, the nuances of the basic stance become crystal clear to him. In no time, he successfully grasps the fundamentals. Basic stance, level, beginner, proficiency, 0. To his surprise, there is a proficiency level. Could it be that the basic stance also has levels? Or perhaps any skill above, level, possesses a proficiency rating. What level could the basic stance reach after mastering the basics? As the hour grows late, Cheng Yang does not intend to practice skills throughout the night. Such an endeavor would only harm his body and prove counterproductive. Sufficient sleep and rest are integral to physical training. After a night of restorative slumber, Cheng Yang rises early the next morning, determined to maintain his training regimen with a morning run. During his run, he attempts to integrate the basic breathing technique into his routine. Running, being a breath-intensive activity, seems to harmonize well with the breathing technique. Before long, as he consciously slows his pace, the breathing technique begins to interweave with his running. This small breakthrough is a cause for joy, yet it feels as though someone is intent on disrupting his mood. Laughter rings out. Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? Don't cry now. A group of middle school boys encircles a chubby boy seated on the ground. One of them kicks the boy's head repeatedly, while another records the incident on his phone, seemingly intending to showcase it later. The chubby boy's backpack lies open, its contents scattered across the ground. Stop it. Cheng Yang rushes forward. Someone's coming. Run. The bullies scatter at the sight of him, leaving the victim hunched over, cradling his head. Are you all right? Cheng Yang crouches beside the bullied boy. I'm going to be late. My mom doesn't want me to be late. The boy replies, sluggishly gathering his scattered books, showing signs of mild intellectual impairment. Cheng Yang remains silent, assisting him in picking up the books while noting the boy's name, Su Zihong. Ah, thank you. Realizing Cheng Yang's help, Su Zihong expresses his gratitude. As he walks away, he seems to process what just happened and turns back to bow and thanks once more. Are you saying there's bullying in our class? It's normal for students to have minor conflicts. Bullying isn't that serious. What do you do for a living? Aren't you just a social drifter? Never mind. I'll handle it later. You should leave the school, unless you're a teacher or student, Outsiders shouldn't come and go freely. What if a student gets hurt? Cheng Yang is firmly ejected from the teacher's office, while the other teachers barely glance in his direction. He had hoped to remain at the school to resolve the situation, but the security soon arrives to escort him out. Is this how your school operates? Cheng Yang's anger begins to rise. He pushes past the security guard, intent on confronting the teacher once more. What do you think you're doing? This is a school. Another guard, witnessing the commotion, rushes out with a baton. Cheng Yang seizes the baton, yanking it forcefully. The guard stumbles and falls to the ground. Cheng Yang steps forward, his imposing aura suddenly palpable. Do you even know this is a school? Having already vanquished 2 monsters, Cheng Yang's strength and temperament have changed drastically. A dangerous aura emanates from him, unnoticed even by himself. The guards, unaccustomed to such a presence, fall silent in fear, realizing his demeanor is somewhat off. Cheng Yang attempts to calm himself through the breathing technique. However, a sudden, resounding crash shatters the tension, akin to something heavy plummeting from above. Cheng Yang freezes. Turning to face the direction of the sound from the teaching building, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Could it be? No way. The guards' expressions shift as they heed the noise, rushing toward its source, with Cheng Yang trailing closely behind. The teaching building at this moment was filled to capacity with students on every floor. They crowded into the corridors, craning their necks to glimpse the scene unfolding on the ground floor. Some teachers, in a state of panic, rushed out of their classrooms to see what was happening below. The cacophony of discussions and footsteps merged into a chaotic din. Someone has jumped. Which class? I don't know. There's blood everywhere. It's unclear. It seems to be Su Zihong from Class 8. That fool. Chapter 11. The Summoner and Justice. A moment earlier. I am aware of your family situation. Your classmates sometimes joke around with you, but you shouldn't take it to heart. Trying to find a big brother in society and associating with delinquents, do you still resemble a student? Your father passed away early, and your mother has her issues. Your siblings are no different. Your classmates and teachers understand your family struggles. You must strive to be self-reliant and not succumb to the influences of idle individuals from society. Su Zihong's face flushed with urgency as he attempted to defend himself. No, that's not it. I didn't all right. Then provide me with the names and classes of those who bully you, the teacher insisted. And no one. Su Zihong quickly shook his head. It was uncertain whether fear of being beaten kept him silent or if he simply could not comprehend that he was being bullied. After all, he shared intellectual challenges with his mother and siblings. With his father gone, even if he were to confide in his family about the bullying, no one would truly understand. Then go back and limit your interactions with those from the streets. This fabricated bullying, if it spreads, would tarnish the reputation of our school and mine. Oh, the fool has returned. A fool who recognizes a big brother and mingles with society. What does that make him? A fool among delinquents. Su Zihong struggled to comprehend the malicious insults and taunts. Yet, as fists and feet fell upon him, he realized that this was indeed bullying. But aren't classmates supposed to be friends? Why then was this called bullying? His mind could not process these contradictions until his cherished necklace, a gift from his parents, was yanked from his backpack. Amidst the laughter of a group, who the teacher dismissed as merely playing, his necklace was tossed from the building as a punishment for Su Zihong's attempt to report them. They knew how much that necklace meant to him, believing such punishment would leave a lasting impression. Yet, Su Zihong leapt after his necklace, shocking the group of laughing students. It hurts. It hurts. Su Zihong cried, spitting blood as he sobbed in pain. He understood pain. Being hit, kicked, burned, pricked, and having his hair pulled all hurt. Being called a fool hurt, too. Cheng Yang quickly dialed emergency services. Su Zihong's homeroom teacher frantically rushed down as well, but first called the principal. Yes. He is alive. He is conscious and coherent, quite clear indeed. No photos allowed. Whereas the security. Pull the curtain immediately. Don't let anyone take pictures. You delinquent. Why are you still here? Get out. Wait, is it you? Did you incite him to jump? With a sudden punch, Cheng Yang struck. Surprised by the force behind his own blow, the crisp sound of impact indicated that the fool who had been flung away likely suffered a fractured face. The impressive punch left the observing students and teachers astounded. You're finished. You're finished. Threats had no effect on Cheng Yang. He clenched his fist, straddling the fallen man, raising his fist high. But I can ensure that you're the one who is finished first. Su Zihong was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, while Cheng Yang found himself apprehended by the police. Individuals from society had entered the school, leaving a previously esteemed teacher unconscious and implicating Cheng Yang in the student's jumping incident. Cheng Yang understood the consequences of his actions but felt no regret. Perhaps his impulsive nature did not qualify him as a worthy summoner. He felt a wave of disappointment, having believed himself to be somewhat exceptional for being chosen by the summoning device. Now, he pondered if he was truly unworthy of such a calling. At that moment, Lin Na, who had been observing the unfolding events, reflected on Cheng Yang's actions. As a summoner who had closely followed the situation, he would rate Cheng Yang a perfect score of 100. Although somewhat rash, a summoner meant to battle monsters could not be devoid of passion. Without passion, how could one confront monsters? This individual was indeed a beacon of brilliance. The sole critique might be that Cheng Yang was too conservative in his approach, failing to unleash a full onslaught on the delinquents in his class. As for the police, what a joke. What superhero has not been arrested at some point? This was practically a rite of passage. Coughing lightly, Lin Na's encouragement went unheard by Cheng Yang. Yet, he felt an unspoken approval emanating from the summoning device. It seemed he was still deemed worthy of its favor. Since the device acknowledged his actions, it mattered little. He could endure a brief period of confinement. The only concern was whether the device would be discovered. What if, during his incarceration, monsters emerged outside? Cheng Yang began to feel anxious. However, as the police searched his bag and uncovered a card, their expression shifted noticeably. Are you a member of the Monster Response Unit? Although a civilian organization, it had official backing, a semi-official entity. In a world inhabited by monsters, all matters pertaining to them required careful handling, necessitating higher-level communication and commands. Indeed, Cheng Yang decided to feign his identity. As a summoner, he could, in a sense, be classified as part of the Monster Response Unit. Thus, he was released, classified as a member under investigation. In this world, everything prioritized combating monsters, and any infractions committed by members of the Monster Response Unit would be treated with severity. However, until a thorough investigation was conducted, they could not be detained. This was to ensure that they could respond promptly to any potential monster threats. Upon leaving the police station, Cheng Yang hurried to the hospital, where he encountered Su Zihong's family. An older brother, a younger sister, and a single mother. All four had intellectual challenges. Yet, even with these difficulties, they rushed to the hospital as soon as they heard the terrible news, anxiously waiting outside the operating room. Each time the door opened, they leaned forward, desperately inquiring about the situation, only to retreat in disappointment back to their seats. Cheng Yang could not help but reflect on whether things would have been different had he not intervened from the start. Was his involvement from the beginning a mistake? Just then, a new monster alert emerged, interrupting Cheng Yang's self-doubt. It was a response from the hospital. Chapter 12. The Summoner and the Acidic Monster. What an incredible coincidence. Cheng Yang wondered if his identity had been exposed, prompting the monster to target him. Or perhaps someone could sense the aura of the armor, leading them to dispatch a monster. With urgency, Cheng Yang sprang into action. The monster is located on the first floor, while the operating room is situated on the top floor. At this moment, the commotion caused by the monster has yet to reach the surgical suite. The elevator, how infuriatingly slow it is. Cheng Yang swiftly dashed into the corridor, extracting the summoning device from his bosom and fastening it to his waist in an instant. He then kicked open the corridor window, drew out the light armor card, inserted it into the summoner, and leaped through the window. Light armor, unite. A golden radiance enveloped him from his feet, swiftly transforming into a tangible form, coalescing into a platinum armor as he completed his metamorphosis mid-air. He then plummeted freely, crashing heavily onto the ground of the first floor, gradually rising to his feet. The platinum armor glimmered under the sun, reflecting golden hues, as if golden light were flowing through the armor itself. It was the Armored Warrior. Armored Warrior, help. The monster is over there. The Armored Warrior has arrived. How splendid. In the hospital's first-floor lobby, the panicked crowd turned their gaze towards Cheng Yang, finding hope and a sense of calm amidst the chaos. Some even took the opportunity to film on their phones while fleeing. Within a single day, the Armored Warrior had captured the attention of the entire internet, becoming a household name in Saiguang City. Unbeknownst to Cheng Yang, due to the flurry of events, he had not realized the extent of the Armored Warrior's fame. Roar. The monster's roar reverberated through the hospital lobby, accompanied by the screams of those who had not yet evacuated. Cheng Yang paid no heed to the fervent gazes of the crowd and rushed into the lobby. This monster was unlike the previous fiery beast. It did not ignite fires or cause significant chaos. Instead, the grotesque creature resembled a junkie, clutching an array of drugs with its claws, shoving them into its mouth without unwrapping them. Its seven-gilled mouth exuded a putrid, corrosive liquid, swiftly dissolving the drugs and their packaging. Noticing Chengyang, the monster wildly swung its claws and spat a stream of acidic liquid towards him. Chengyang deftly sidestepped, the liquid splattering against the wall like bullets, corroding a large crater into the surface. Seizing the moment while the monster was distracted, he accelerated towards it. Bang! His fist struck with force. However, instead of feeling the solid impact of a body, it felt as though he had plunged his hand into mud. His fist sank into the monster's chest as if it were a viscous substance. The unexpected sensation momentarily halted Chengyang's movements. The creature could transform its body into a sticky liquid to evade harm. No, it was more than that. This liquid was corrosive, acid. The summoner, Lin Qi, instantly recognized the monster's unique trait. The acid began to erode the armor. The essence of the armor was a manifestation of Lin Qi's light, and such acidic liquid could not possibly damage it. However, in its transformed state, the armor existed in reality, partially reliant on the summoner, Chengyang. Therefore, while the armor could withstand damage and would not break, Chengyang's stamina would deplete depending on the intensity of the attacks received. The stronger the assault, the greater the exhaustion. Realizing the precarious situation, Chengyang quickly retracted his arm, attempting to pull it from the monster's chest. To his astonishment, the monster, seemingly weightless, ensnared Chengyang's arm. Its claws lunged towards his chest. Sizzle! The dark claws scraped against the armor, creating dazzling sparks. Staggered by the forceful blow, Chengyang stepped back 2 paces, regaining his balance, and grasped the monster's gooey form, crashing it against the hospital wall. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the thick concrete wall crumbled, dust swirling in the air. Basic breathing technique. Chengyang seized the opportunity, activating the foundational breathing method he had just mastered. Unlike his human form, in his transformed state, as he breathed, the armor began to glow with golden light. The essence of the armor was Lin Qi's light, and the breathing technique enhanced the summoner's physical prowess. Thus, the power of the armor surged alongside the summoner's capabilities, amplifying the strength of the light. Light armor, shining form. Sizzle! A searing sound echoed as radiant light engulfed the entire armor. Roar! The sticky monster, now attached to the armor, emitted a piercing scream and quickly transformed back into its physical form, distancing itself. At that moment, Chengyang swayed slightly, and the armor's glow receded. After transforming, maintaining the foundational breathing technique became increasingly difficult, and the intense physical exertion made it nearly impossible to sustain. He could only briefly enter that state. Nevertheless, being able to escape the monster's adhesive liquid form was sufficient. Roar! Swoosh! The monster let out furious roars, then opened its mouth, preparing to unleash acidic projectiles once more. Too slow, far too slow. Chengyang swiftly dodged, moving like a phantom to evade the acid bullets. If your tricks are limited to this, then you ought to spare yourself the embarrassment. As he spoke, he drew the card for the light shadow blade and inserted it into the summoner. The light shadow blade. As the card slid in, golden light coalesced before him into a magnificent golden longsword, which Chengyang grasped firmly. Swish! Closing the distance with blinding speed granted by the armor, the sharp golden blade sliced through the air. Bang! 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 The blade clashed against the monster's claws, forcing it to retreat under the immense pressure. Surrounding walls and objects were rapidly destroyed, shards of glass littering the ground, scraps of paper flying about. Light armor, shining form. As Chengyang continued to suppress the monster, he finally spotted a fleeting opening and decisively activated the breathing technique to enter the shining form. The power of the armor surged dramatically, and the blade became infused with radiant energy, glowing with intensity. Flash! The blade fell heavily. The monster's claws could no longer withstand the assault and shattered into fragments beneath the blade. The momentum of the sword, unrelenting, descended upon the monster's head. Liquid form. The monster quickly transformed its entire head into a liquid, flowing towards one shoulder. The searing blade struck down upon the monster's neck, embedding itself in the creature's viscous body. Yet, at this moment, the light shadow blade, enhanced by the shining form, became unbearably hot. Sizzle! Like a hot knife slicing through butter, the monster's neck, along with half of its shoulder, was instantaneously severed. Thud! The monster's shoulder, accompanied by an arm, flew away, while its body, akin to a cannonball, crashed through a wall, landing in the adjacent room. Chapter 13. The summoner and the gorilla monster. Chengyang swiftly navigated through the shattered wall, charging into the room on the other side. Gazing upon the fallen monster, he brandished the blade and drew the card for the light shadow stab. Transform into a card. Light shadow. Bang. A tremendous force collided with the opposite side of the armor. Cheng Yang was violently hurled backward, crashing through a wall and continuing until he burst through 2 walls, finally landing heavily on a crushed car. Amidst the swirling ashes from the broken walls, a new monster slowly emerged. It was entirely gray, as if a layer of hardened rock had grown upon its skin. 2 long, massive arms dangled at its sides, resembling the fist of a gorilla, akin to 2 meteor hammers. Following this gorilla monster was the previously encountered sticky creature, having reattached the severed arm that Cheng Yang had cut off, trailing behind. This time, there were indeed 2 monsters. He had underestimated the situation. No, his own perception, which had been enhanced by armor and a summoning device, clearly indicated the presence of the concealed monster. Could it be? This beast is yet another that has been temporarily transformed from a human? There was no time for Cheng Yang to ponder such matters. The gorilla monster charged towards Lin Qi, leaping into the air with its fists raised, ready to strike down upon Cheng Yang. Gathering his scattered strength, Cheng Yang swiftly rolled off the crumpled car, narrowly avoiding the impending impact. However, the vehicle was not so fortunate. Under the weight of that tremendous punch, it, along with the concrete pavement beneath, shattered into countless fragments. Such formidable power! The gorilla monster seized a piece of the wreckage from the ground and hurled it towards Cheng Yang. The air was pierced with a shrill whistle as the debris rocketed towards him with a velocity rivaling that of a cannonball. Cheng Yang gripped his shadow blade, his gaze fixed on the incoming shards. Flash! The fragments were effortlessly cleaved in 2 by the blade. Whoosh! Meanwhile, from the side, the acid monster unleashed a series of corrosive projectiles, sealing off Cheng Yang's movement on one side. Taking advantage of the distraction, the gorilla monster surged forward from the other side, accelerating with ferocity and using its shoulder as a battering ram against Cheng Yang. The 2 monsters worked in tandem. While the acid monster attacked from a distance, the gorilla sought to close the gap and overpower him with brute strength. Adopting a defensive stance, Cheng Yang stood firm like a steadfast pillar. The gorilla monster crashed into him with a dull thud, only to be violently rebuffed. The immense force coursed through the armor on Cheng Yang's legs and reverberated through the ground. The stone slab beneath him shattered instantaneously, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward from his position. As the gorilla monster lost its balance due to the recoil, Cheng Yang seized the opportunity, tightening his grip on the shadow blade and closing in. Flash! Channeling all his strength, he struck at the gorilla monster's neck. The air was filled with a piercing screech as sparks flew. Cheng Yang felt as though he had struck an indomitable rock. Even his hands tingled from the impact. This level of defense was such that even the shadow blade's slash could not penetrate. At that moment, the gorilla monster regained its footing and swung its fist heavily towards Cheng Yang's armored chest. Arg! There was no time to adopt a defensive posture, and Cheng Yang was sent flying by the force of the blow, crashing to the ground. It felt as though the very air had been knocked from his lungs, rendering him breathless for a moment. Struggling to rise, he felt a viscous sensation tighten around his legs, ensnaring him. The acid monster! When had it managed to do this? Cheng Yang turned to see that half of the acid monster had transformed into liquid, flowing into the sewer, then emerging from a nearby manhole behind him. Thud! The ground began to tremble as the gorilla monster accelerated, charging towards the immobilized Cheng Yang. Cough! Unable to breathe, he could not even perform the basic breathing techniques. The recent attack had left his lungs struggling to recover. The binding of the slime monster further prevented him from adopting a defensive stance. Boom! An unprecedentedly powerful blow struck Cheng Yang, making him feel as if all his bones would shatter and his internal organs would be dislocated, sending him flying. Crack! The sound of destruction echoed around him. His body crashed into the 2nd floor of the hospital's outpatient building, smashing through walls and glass until he shattered through the entire structure, only to be expelled from the other side of the hospital. He broke a large tree and landed in the middle of the road. Struggling to rise, he knelt on one knee, propping himself up and gasping for air to regain his composure. The 2 monsters followed closely, leaping down through the passage he had created, advancing step by step towards Cheng Yang. Using the shadow blade to support himself, Cheng Yang faced the 2 monsters, contemplating his next tactical move despite the intense pain. Just then, unexpected gunfire erupted, targeting the monsters. Simultaneously, several tactical vehicles emblazoned with the insignia of the monster response team sped towards the scene. Each vehicle was equipped with machine guns specifically designed to combat monsters. Yet, Even so, as the bullets flew, the two monsters swiftly raised their arms to shield themselves. The bullets merely sparked against their arms, leaving no marks whatsoever. Armored Warriors, the Monster Response Division is preparing to fire Monster Response Shell 2 to grant you recovery time. Please take care to evade. The tactical pickup trucks of the Monster Response Team halted at a distance. Fully armed combat members swiftly disembarked, raising their weapons to initiate suppressive fire. The cannons mounted on the tactical pickups began to load. Qingyang took a deep breath, quickly creating distance to recuperate from his injuries. The two monsters, under the barrage of bullets, roared and charged towards the Monster Response Team. Boom. At that moment, the shells were launched. The Monster Response shells were crafted from a special metal capable of inflicting damage on monsters, filled with projectiles designed for this purpose. Although they had never succeeded in killing a monster, they had recorded instances of inflicting harm. Moreover, their destructive range was limited, making them one of the primary weapons employed by the Monster Response Division. Boom. The shells struck one after another, exploding with immense force, tearing up the concrete beneath and sending up clouds of dust. Continue loading. The Monster Response Team understood that such an extent of damage would merely scratch the surface of these monsters. Their goal was simply to buy time for the Armored Warriors to recover. That would be ideal. Boom. Another round of shells exploded into the rising dust. Unsure of the effectiveness of their assaults, the third round of bombardment was swiftly loaded. However, they had underestimated the defensive capabilities of these monsters. Roar. Boom. Before the third round could be fired, the gorilla monster charged out, toppling the foremost tactical pickup truck as if it were made of paper. The gorilla monster's rock-like skin merely emitted plumes of black smoke. The relentless barrage of bullets continued to pummel its hide, yet it remained utterly unscathed. Chapter 14. Dual Card Activation of the Summoning Device Roar. The gorilla monster pounded its chest in fury, bellowing at the members of the tactical response team. The slime monster followed suit, spewing acid that quickly corroded the front and engine of a tactical vehicle. Maintain suppressive fire and retreat immediately. Keep your distance from the monsters. The gorilla monster ignored the gunfire and charged towards the Monster Response Team, rapidly closing the distance. Just as it seemed poised to plunge into the fray, Shadow Spear. Swish. 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 The Shadow Blade unleashed a torrent of light spears, raining down upon the two monsters. The gorilla monster swiftly turned, acting as a shield to protect the acid monster behind it. The human bullets posed no threat to it, but Cheng Yang's attack was felt as a genuine danger. As the wave of light spears descended, the Monster Response Team managed to extricate themselves from peril and successfully increase the distance. Cease artillery fire. The armored warrior had now entered the range of the bombardment. The Tactical Response Team halted their shelling, but remained poised to target the monsters, ready to provide cover fire at a moment's notice. Roar. With the assault of the light spears at an end, the gorilla monster let out an enraged roar and charged once more towards Qingyang. In its eyes, Qingyang no longer posed a threat that could breach its defenses. After all, even the Shadow Spear, a fatal technique, had failed to inflict harm upon it. Next, as soon as they successfully coordinate with the acid liquid monster once more, they shall be able to vanquish the detestable armored warrior. The acid liquid monster stealthily crept to the side, preparing to seize an opportunity for a surprise attack. Qingyang calmly observed the charging gorilla monster, gripping the light shadow sword in one hand while drawing two skill cards, Light Shadow Stab and Light Fist. With a swift motion, both cards were instantly inserted into the summoner. Light Shadow Stab, Light Fist, Radiant Form. Both cards were simultaneously activated by the summoner, and Qingyang entered Radiant Form. At that moment, his entire armor radiated a dazzling golden light. The blade of the Light Shadow Sword shimmered as if transformed into pure luminescence, brilliant and resplendent. Swish. The air was cleaved in an instant as both high-level skill cards empowered the Light Shadow Sword, harmonizing with the radiant form of the light armor. Confronting the oncoming gorilla monster, indestructible rocks melted beneath the sword's edge, cleaving through the surface, leaving a searing, molten trail. It pierced through the very body of the gorilla monster. Monster defeated. Energy points 50. Qingyang turned to the other acid liquid monster. Light Shadow Stab. The blade lunged towards the acid liquid monster, unleashing a multitude of blade-shaped light stabs that penetrated the air, assaulting the acid liquid monster. In an instant, the acid liquid monster was riddled with wounds, collapsing to the ground. Monster defeated. Energy points 50. With both monsters slain, Qingyang drew two blank cards, absorbing the monster energy. Once the absorption was complete, the illustrations of the two monsters appeared on the blank cards, and they reverted to their human forms. Indeed, These two monsters were human transformations once again. Chang Yang felt a subtle whisper of conspiracy and unease within him, but compelled himself to remain calm. He then approached the monster response team. Under the admiring yet watchful gazes of his team members, he swiftly lifted the overturned truck with the power of his armor. Only then did the remaining team members realize that the armored warrior had come to assist in the rescue. They promptly extracted trapped team members from beneath the lifted truck. After all members were rescued, Cheng Yang quickly departed the battlefield and reverted from his transformation. As he shed his form, he nearly fainted on the spot, gripping the summoner to steady himself against the wall. This battle had nearly exhausted his physical strength to its limits. He had not released his transformation while supporting the lifted pickup truck, nearly squeezing out his last ounce of energy. The radiant form combined with the dual skill cards had indeed been a gamble of his very life. His physical prowess was still insufficient. However, the issue did not end there. Lin Qi, as the summoner, was acutely aware that the light armor was at a disadvantage. The gorilla monster encountered was indeed a high-level beast, yet it was one that the light armor struggled to counter due to its high defense. The attributes of the light armor were balanced. Its attack power, defense, and speed were all moderate, lacking in any particular strength. Furthermore, it could not exploit attribute weaknesses nor be countered by any specific attribute. The gorilla monster, despite its low agility, found it nearly impossible to evade attacks, and an offensive armor could easily dispatch it. The new armor was still in design. Even if it were completed, Cheng Yang would find it challenging to unleash the full potential of the armor if his compatibility fell short. For now, it was best to see what the two new monster cards could be forged into. Then, they could be listed in the shop to recover the energy points spent this time. A mutually beneficial transaction. This is merely standard protocol. The Gorilla Monster card and the Acid Liquid Monster card. Lin Qi planned to attempt forging a more complex weapon card this time. Golden energy, akin to flames, enveloped and melded the two monster cards together. The cards gradually melted during the fusion process, and according to Lin Qi's prior design, the transformation began to take shape smoothly. The power of the armored warrior was indeed growing little by little. Unexpectedly, this time, he had simultaneously dealt with two monsters. The true nature of the armor that bestows such formidable strength upon feeble humans piqued curiosity even further. At the headquarters of the Monster Response Course in Seiko City, the battle footage of the armored warrior was continuously played on the conference's large screen. Alongside this, 3D models of the armor detailed the intricacies of the light armor. The 3D models of the light shadow sword and the skill cards were also displayed, as well as the summoner's model. The light armor and the armored warrior had appeared multiple times, showcasing formidable strength. The human side, after all, would not be careless enough to neglect gathering detailed information on the armored warrior and the light armor. They were researching the combat characteristics of the light armor. In fact, human enthusiasm for studying the light armor surpassed that for the monsters. After all, it was the only armor capable of consistently defeating monsters, possessing immense power, and being friendly towards humans. The armored warrior's combat weapon was the light shadow sword. By inserting the light shadow sword card into a device at his waist, the armored warrior could conjure the sword from thin air, effectively summoning it as a weapon. During the meeting, as the video of the light armor and the 3D model were displayed, a female researcher introduced her findings. As she spoke, the screen began to show recorded footage of the light armor summoning the light shadow sword, while the model of the summoner at the waist was enlarged, allowing a clearer view of the card slots. Chapter 15. The Summoner is Analyzed. In addition to the light shadow sword card, there were also the light shadow stab and light fist skill cards. By inserting different cards into the device at his waist, the armored warrior could utilize various skills. As the female researcher spoke, detailed models of each card appeared on the screen. These models had been created based on footage of the armored warrior's battles, edited, and then remodeled. Each card's upper right corner bore letters. This could signify some special mark or perhaps a level of the card. The cards with letters positioned earlier in the alphabet contained greater power and effects. Of course, this is merely my personal speculation, as the armored warrior had yet to utilize any cards outside of those marked. The female researcher proceeded to elaborate on the effects and abilities of each card. The armored warrior's combat style, as seen in slow motion, bore resemblance to human martial arts. The armor could briefly enter radiant form, during which its defensive and offensive capabilities were enhanced. As the female researcher tapped the screen, a slow-motion video of the armored warrior's combat was displayed, clearly showing the fleeting radiant form. Moreover, aside from the aforementioned cards, the armored warrior also possessed blank cards. These blank cards could extract monster energy, enabling those transformed into monsters to revert to their original forms. The extracted monster energy would be absorbed and stored by this special device at the waist. When the female researcher reached this point, she paused momentarily. The screen then zoomed in again, shifting the focus to the model of the summoner. Whether utilizing cards during combat or extracting and absorbing monster energy, the armored warrior invariably relied on this device at his waist. My research suggests that this device is likely the source of the light armor's power, its core of strength. I have designated this device as the summoner. After the female researcher concluded, she paused to allow for discussion among the attendees. Indeed, the ability to summon weapons and employ various skills via cards makes the term summoner quite fitting. No, I am not naming it based on that principle, the female researcher countered against the murmurs below. I surmise that the light armor is summoned through this summoner. What? You mean to say that the armor is summoned through this device? Beneath the armor lies humanity. The armored warriors are not akin to monstrous beings. A fervent debate erupted during the meeting. It is precisely for this reason that the armored warriors exhibit a friendly demeanor towards humans. The warriors can appear without a trace at the scene of a monster disaster. Researcher Duan, is this summoning device accessible to anyone? By merely utilizing this device, one can summon the light armor? A question was raised. The energy response of the light armor is not inferior to that of the monsters. An ordinary human exposed to such immense energy would undoubtedly face immediate death. Researcher Duan's words extinguished the flickering hopes of some attendees. If that is the case, why did Researcher Duan previously believe that the light armor was summoned by humans? After a moment of silence, Researcher Duan spoke. The individual summoning the armor possesses a certain uniqueness. Their genetics must exhibit a remarkable adaptability to the armor's power. Additionally, they must possess the physical limits of humanity. Even if the summoner of the light armor meets these criteria, maintaining the transformation for an extended duration remains a challenge. Armor compatibility stands at 85. The compatibility increased with this battle. The higher the armor compatibility, the greater the power that Cheng Yang can wield through the armor. At this moment in the hospital, although the monster had been dealt with by Cheng Yang, the recent commotion still incited chaos. Outside the operating room on the top floor of the outpatient building, a mother and her two children anxiously paced back and forth, their demeanor akin to that of children lost in a challenging situation. The doctors continued to enter and exit the operating room, indicating that the surgery was still ongoing. However, it was evident that the monster's unexpected appearance had impacted the operation. News of the armored warrior's triumph over the monster barely managed to restore a semblance of calm to the surgical area. The distraught mother attempted several times to approach and inquire about her child's surgery, yet her hesitance rendered her words inaudible amidst the chaotic medical staff. At that moment, she resembled a child in an unfamiliar city, anxious and afraid. Nevertheless, she endeavored to maintain her composure as a mother, soothing her other two children. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and Cheng Yang, having recuperated from his fatigue and injuries, promptly returned to the area outside the operating room. Observing the distressed family, he glanced around, but failed to spot any school representatives. Auntie, please do not worry. Take a seat. Oh, I'm so sorry for the trouble caused by Zihong. The mother responded, seemingly mistaking Cheng Yang for a teacher from the school, her posture humble as she apologized. Have any other teachers from the school arrived? Cheng Yang inquired. Teacher, he is here. He is Zihong's homeroom teacher. He even covered the medical expenses. He is a good teacher. Observing Su Zihong's mother, Cheng Yang sensed an underlying disquiet. Did teacher he mention how Zihong got into this predicament? Cheng Yang pressed. Teacher, he said that Zihong accidentally fell while playing with classmates in the corridor. Accidentally? Playing with classmates? Cheng Yang coughed, pain surging through his lungs as he suppressed a series of coughs. He had initially assumed that the school would conduct a thorough investigation into the incident and take the matter of bullying seriously. To his dismay, the school had hastily categorized the event as mere playful antics among students, resulting in an unfortunate fall. Why would the school act in such a manner? Cheng Yang turned his gaze back to the anxious family. It seemed that Su Zihong's family, due to their unique circumstances, was perceived as a vulnerable group incapable of voicing their concerns or pursuing accountability. They unconditionally trusted the school's narrative, their physical limitations preventing them from questioning the situation. Faced with this reality, it was perhaps easier to downplay the incident. The school's reputation remained intact, and certain individuals' futures were safeguarded. It was conceivable that some were even relieved that this calamity had befallen this unfortunate, broken, and tragic family. Thank goodness it was them. Chapter 16. The Summoning Device and Justice. This is absolutely unacceptable. Justice must be sought, whether it be the adults evading responsibility behind this incident or the culprits of the bullying among the students. Chengyang intended to leave no one unaccounted for. First, he needed to gather evidence of the bullying. He yearned to rise immediately, yet as he glanced at the solitary, distressed family, he decided to wait a little longer. After what felt like an eternity, the operating room door swung open. Family of Su Zihong. Right pelvic bone, left pelvic bone, and coccyx fractures. Skull fracture. The bleeding in the right hemisphere has been successfully halted through surgery. There remains a small hemorrhage in the left hemisphere that requires observation. And a second surgery may be necessary. He is not yet out of danger. He will be transferred to the ward for observation. Su Zihong's mother nodded, tears streaming down her face as she gazed upon her son, bandaged and unrecognizable post-surgery. She may not fully comprehend the doctor's words, yet her son's grievous condition spoke volumes. Family members were not permitted in the patient area. The three could only sit despondently outside the ward. They remained seated in silence. Chengyang, too, rose and made his way toward the stairwell, exiting the hospital and heading to the school. The front entrance was no longer an option. He would have to scale the wall to gain entry. Given his current abilities, this posed little challenge. He swiftly made his way to the school's surveillance room. As for the staff, they were merely rendered unconscious. The righteous armored warrior, often unconcerned with trifles, copied and stored 2 weeks' worth of surveillance data from Su Zihong's class before departing the school. Upon returning home, he immediately began combing through the surveillance footage for evidence. To his surprise, it was remarkably easy. The students who bullied Su Zihong showed no intent to conceal their actions. They openly executed their bullying within the classroom under surveillance. This included, but was not limited to, pressing a filthy mop against Su Zihong's face, stuffing it into his mouth, dumping garbage on his desk, and placing insects and chalk dust in his water cup. Su Zihong's fall was indeed instigated by this group of little brutes. Chengyang meticulously compiled the evidence of the bullying. While some of the footage was admittedly unclear, there were also high-definition clips available. Chengyang scrutinized the footage, observing those little rascals who not only bullied but also filmed their actions. For these children, such antics were a source of pride, a testament to their bravado, which they could flaunt to their peers and even send to girls to showcase their masculinity. Having planned his itinerary for the following day, Chengyang finally settled onto his bed. He did not immediately seek rest. Instead, he retrieved the summoning device. Based on previous experience, the store for the summoning device should have new items available by now. Moreover, having defeated 2 monsters, it was reasonable to expect a wider variety of items. Indeed, this was the case. While Chengyang was occupied, Lin Qi was not idle either. 2 cards of the forging level monster, each with 50 light energy, along with some data, had been added to the store. The alchemical grade weapon card allows the summoning of healing potions, truth serums, amnesia potions, and enhancement potions, priced at 40 energy points. The motorcycle grade weapon card enables the summoning of a steed that complements 1's armor characteristics, offering enhanced mobility, available for 50 energy points. The hacker grade weapon card summons a hacking disk that, when inserted into a computer, disregards all network encryption and defenses, allowing one to browse, alter, delete any information online, and manipulate the dissemination of digital data, priced at 20 energy points. The low-level leg technique grade costs 10 energy points. The low-level palm technique grade costs 10 energy points. And the low-level staff technique grade costs 10 energy points. The hacker disc weapon card is merely a skill card whimsically conjured by Lin Qi, designed to swindle pocket money from the summoner without utilizing any monster energy. For Lin Qi, whose essence is light, all defenses and encryptions in the network world are utterly meaningless. To him, the internet resembles an unclothed maiden. However, for the summoner, it is indeed the most formidable weapon card. It could be asserted that this card grants a degree of dominion over modern society, representing boundless wealth and immeasurable power. Yet, Lin Qi believes that Chengyang would not misuse this skill card, which is why he created and sold it to him. Remarkably, Lin Qi has made available an extensive array of items in this single release, nearly completing the repertoire of close combat skills and weapon techniques. However, Chengyang quickly discerned that the most valuable items in this release were those 3 singular skill cards. Upon examining the descriptions of the skill cards, he hesitated not, and his 100 energy points were instantaneously depleted. All 3 skill cards were acquired, and the summoner utilized golden energy points to coalesce them into tangible white cards. resting in the palm of his hand. The potion card depicted a syringe oozing with golden liquid. The motorcycle card illustrated a magnificent golden motorcycle. And the hacker card portrayed a gleaming golden disc. The emergence of the hacker card abruptly upended his meticulously laid plans. Even his intention to personally retrieve surveillance footage in the afternoon now seemed somewhat foolish. Had he known, he would have simply awaited the store refresh, sparing himself the hassle. He extracted the summoner and drew forth the white hacker card. The hacker card, adorned with the illustration of a golden disc, activated the summoner, which illuminated with golden light. Hacker. The summoner radiated brilliance, and the energy point swiftly coalesced into the form of a golden disc, resting at his fingertips. He then inserted it into the computer. As golden light flickered across the screen, followed by the keyboard and the main unit, the entire computer seemed to be imbued with luminescence. Cheng Yang was not particularly adept with computers. His understanding was merely at an average level. He could only attempt to type a string of Chinese characters as a command, hack into the student database of Seiko City's 13th High School. Lin Qi mused. What sort of command is this? Sighing, he directly located the corresponding information and displayed it on the computer before Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang then replicated the process, continuously extracting evidence, including videos of bullying filmed by students themselves. Through the student data, he uncovered the identities of the bullies, and subsequently, by tracing their information, he pinpointed their verified social media accounts. He then perused the chat logs within those accounts. Effortlessly, he discovered the bullying videos that circulated among the group of students. Cheng Yang proceeded to edit the videos and publish them across various video platforms, setting up resource pushes to feature the videos prominently on their home pages. The bullying incident at Seiko City's 13th High School, which resulted in a student's fall, was detailed with real names, class information, and even the names of teachers. A recording of a conversation between the class supervisor and the principal surfaced, where both attempted to evade responsibility, dismissing the incident as mere horseplay among students that led to an unfortunate accident. The truth was turned upside down, and falsehoods were spoken freely. Content with his work. Cheng Yang returned to his bed to commence practice of the basic breathing technique. The following day, Seiko City's 13th High School trended on social media, second only to the reappearance of armored warriors. The video emerged abruptly, inexplicably gaining traction, and its content was exceedingly inappropriate, lacking any blurring of identities, and featuring real names and identities. It swept across various video platforms, remaining steadfastly online despite its violations, with its popularity continuing to surge. The video's content raised blood pressure, depicting school bullying and the abuse of power, with teachers turning a blind eye, more concerned with suppressing the incident's repercussions than addressing the fallout from the student's fall. Due to the absence of blurring, the bullying students and the complicit teachers were quickly identified. He Jiqiang, didn't you say there wouldn't be any repercussions? What is happening online? Who published the video? And how did our call records leak? Damn it. You fool. You can't even handle a simple matter. Now, immediately, get out of my school. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving He Jiqiang pale and shaken. The unfolding events were entirely unexpected. He had assumed that the matter would be easily resolved, with no one pursuing it further. However, the sudden emergence of the video and the complete chain of evidence, including the recording of his conversation, sent chills down his spine. Who the hell is responsible for this? He Jiqiang slammed his fist on the desk, sending everything on it crashing to the ground. His face bore the marks of Cheng Yang's earlier assault. His prospects were ruined. Driven by rage, he longed to storm into the classroom and discipline the group of miscreant students. Now, with his future and interests at stake, he finally began to regard the situation with seriousness. Yet, he had lost the opportunity to address it. He Jiqiang, please accompany us to the station for questioning. Not only He Jiqiang, but dozens of bullying students were also summoned for investigation. Outside the school, police cars lined the streets. The students, unaccustomed to such a scene, cried out in fear, denying their involvement in the bullying. Yet, the chat logs on their phones, featuring videos they had filmed to boast of their actions, became undeniable evidence. This incident spiraled out of control, becoming known nationwide. Under pressure, Seiko City sought to investigate the matter with utmost urgency and thoroughness. The school's leadership faced suspension and inquiry. Within the police station, the bullying students crumbled under the pressure, confessing their actions in tears, filled with regret. Seiko City promptly released updates on the progress of the investigation online, showcasing the city's commitment to civility. Meanwhile, a mother and her two children who had spent a sleepless night filled with worry, were astonished to discover the next day that school officials, along with some teachers, arrived to visit the student. They expressed their sorrow and remorse, clamoring to cover the medical expenses for Su Zihong and to organize donations for the grieving family. One school leader had a bright idea, offering to sponsor Su Zihong's sister's future education and living expenses. How generous, how righteous, how kind-hearted and compassionate. It was unfathomable to think that just yesterday, the operating room had been filled with only the cold, solitary presence of the mother and her children. The trio could not comprehend the sudden change. As Qingyang jogged, he diligently practiced the fundamental breathing technique, which has now become his foremost skill to enhance. While executing this technique, not only did his physical prowess improve, but he also entered a radiant state while in his armored transformation. The practicality and significance of the fundamental breathing technique have ascended to unprecedented heights. With a proficiency level of 1, as his strides lengthened and quickened, his breath grew increasingly labored, his chest rising and falling like the waves. The injuries from yesterday's battle had been thoroughly treated with the healing serum, allowing him to engage in such vigorous exercise without adverse effects. Upon concluding his run, Qingyang paused, and the summoner device chimed with a notification. Engaging the fundamental breathing technique for training, while burdensome and exhausting, undoubtedly enhanced its effectiveness. After his jogging session, Qingyang settled onto a park bench, maintaining the practice of the fundamental breathing technique. He then rose, continuing to uphold the technique as he walked. Even when he experienced bouts of breathlessness and pain in his lungs, he showed no inclination to cease. Lin Qi, a mere observer, was profoundly impressed by Chang Yang's unwavering discipline, truly embodying the essence of a diligent summoner. In truth, Lin Qi might not even realize how motivational his design for the summoner interface truly is. Every effort Qingyang exerted manifested through numerical displays on the device. Beyond the data from the summoner, under Lin Qi's augmentation, Qingyang could distinctly feel his physical form strengthening moment by moment. Basic desires such as hunger and lust paled in comparison to this ultimate self-improvement. Moreover, Qingyang was inherently a diligent individual, and with the summoner's aid, he felt as though he had been propelled by a rocket. Maintaining the fundamental breathing technique in a constant state is undoubtedly challenging. This transformation, a primal method of breathing and sustaining life, has persisted since birth and is inherently counterintuitive to human nature. The fundamental breathing technique, a practice for self-cultivation, left Qingyang mentally fatigued as though he had engaged in a grand battle. His body suffered internal injuries, and he began to cough blood from his lungs. Despite the toll it took on his enhanced physique, Qingyang remained indifferent to the suffering he inflicted upon himself. He retrieved the summoner device, extracted a healing serum card, and inserted it into the device. A vial of healing serum materialized in his palm, which he promptly injected into his arm's vein. The injuries rapidly began to heal. The serum card had a cooldown period of 1 day. After each summoning, he had to wait for a full day for the serum to recharge. Qingyang had initially planned to visit the hospital to discreetly administer an injection to Su Zihong. Unfortunately, upon his arrival, Su Zihong was still present. And even as a family member, he was unable to gain entry for a visit. The healing serum could mend injuries, but did not alleviate fatigue. Nevertheless, Qingyang had no intention of resting. Instead, he steeled himself and commenced practicing the basic stance. The basic stance was on par with the fundamental breathing technique, providing summoners and transformation forms with formidable defensive capabilities. However, since his last skill exchange, Qingyang had concentrated solely on the fundamental breathing technique, leaving his basic stance at a mere introductory level. This time, he allocated all 100 energy points to exchange for cards without acquiring any new skills. Qingyang was concerned about overextending himself. Mastering both the fundamental breathing technique and the basic stance required focus, and diverting his attention to new skills might lead to a fruitless endeavor. Chapter 18, Summoner Breathing Technique, Level 2, Basic Stance. Proficiency Level 1. The advancement of proficiency in the basic stance differed from that of the fundamental breathing technique. Simply meditating and circulating energy for a full cycle could yield a point of proficiency. This skill necessitated adopting a defensive posture to withstand attacks. Enduring multiple impacts would facilitate proficiency enhancement. While it was somewhat easier to improve than the fundamental breathing technique, it was also quite taxing. Bang! Qingyang assumed a stance and forcefully collided with the wall. Pain. Endure it, endure it. The more intense the pain, the more effective the training. He need not worry about injuries. Once the serum card recharged by tomorrow, he would emerge unscathed. The serum's effects were commendable, though it remained a multifunctional card. It could not resurrect the dead but could enhance cellular vitality, with healing effects comparable to a typical person's recovery over half a month. Thus, Cheng Yang measured his limits and, with one final impact, attained proficiency in the basic stance. Basic stance proficiency level 1 basic stance. Introductory. Proficiency. 10 basic stance proficiency is now full. Skill has evolved. Basic stance. Mastered. Proficiency. 100 unlike the fundamental breathing technique, which is categorized into introductory, level 1, level 2, and level 3. Culminating in the highest mastery and the ability to grasp the skill's essence. The basic stance, being a practical skill, does not exhibit such tiered divisions. Cheng Yang continued to adopt the basic stance and forcefully struck the wall once more. If he were an ordinary person, such a brutal hit would likely result in severe injury or even death. Yet, Cheng Yang merely felt a dull ache, which dissipated shortly thereafter. His defensive capabilities had indeed improved. The effectiveness of his defensive posture had also enhanced. Undoubtedly, the basic stance proved to be a formidable skill. Cheng Yang refrained from further practice, as his body had begun to show signs of bruising. Excessive training would be counterproductive. The fundamental breathing technique had already pushed him to the brink, causing his lungs to bleed. Engaging in such a physically demanding skill would likely exacerbate his injuries. Hence, he washed away the sweat and returned to his bed, resuming his practice of the fundamental breathing technique. Previously, he had practiced the fundamental breathing technique while exercising, which led to his injuries. Now, by adhering to the meditative practice described in the technique's manual, he experienced its restorative effects. The bruises from his basic stance training radiated warmth, gradually soothing the pain, akin to soaking in a hot spring. For an ordinary individual, even acquiring the fundamental breathing technique would not yield such immediate results. It might take relentless daily training for an entire year to reach the first level. Cheng Yang's efficiency, of course, was attributed to Lin Qi's assistance. With the enhancement from the summoner device, Cheng Yang's fundamental breathing technique ascended like a rocket, skyrocketing in proficiency. Such tenacity was rare among summoners. Lin Qi felt as though he were witnessing a person ascend to immortality. Occasionally, when he grew weary of studying, he would scour the database for captivating stories to unwind. Cheng Yang, in contrast, dedicated every hour of the day, aside from sleep, eating, and walking, to training, pushing himself to the point of coughing up blood, only to heal and resume. Nonetheless, Lin Qi still spent a considerable amount of time studying, as he required no sleep, devoting approximately 18 hours a day to learning from the database, with the remaining time reserved for relaxation and observing Cheng Yang battle monsters. Admittedly, in light of this, he too seemed quite diligent. Fundamental breathing technique proficiency level 1. Fundamental breathing technique proficiency 56-100 currently, as Cheng Yang sat in meditation. He could complete a full cycle of the fundamental breathing technique in approximately 10 minutes, an astounding improvement from the several hours it took during his initial attempts. However, while in motion, completing a full cycle proved challenging. Each interruption dispersed his energy, necessitating a renewed effort to gather his breath. Otherwise, his proficiency could have been even higher. Lin Qi observed as Cheng Yang operated for over a dozen cycles before eventually succumbing to slumber in a meditative posture. He could not discern whether it was sheer exhaustion that had caused him to drift into sleep or if he had simply fallen asleep from fatigue. How infuriating! The summoner was so relentless. As the summoning device, he too must strive diligently. First, I shall immerse myself in his database for a continuous 48 hours. How vexing it is that my auxiliary panel lacks proficiency metrics, values, and progress indicators. This rigid world allows for no flexibility, exhibiting not a shred of wisdom. At dawn the following day, Cheng Yang strapped on weighted leg bands and resumed his running exercises. The 12-pound leg weights effectively enhanced the efficacy of his training. Even while running with the added weight, Cheng Yang did not neglect his practice of the breathing technique. Upon completing his run, he refrained from removing the weights. Instead, he further augmented his load with a weighted belt and arm bands, accumulating a total weight of 50 pounds to maintain his daily activities. He dared to do so only due to the radiance of the potions and the summoning device. For an ordinary person, such an endeavor would likely result in injuries before any physical gains could be realized. Subsequently, Cheng Yang visited the hospital to check on Su Zihong. At that moment, Su remained unconscious in his ward. In the afternoon, he continued his grueling foundational training. That evening, he administered a dose of restorative medicine to recover from the day's extreme exertions, then settled into a cross-legged position to practice the breathing technique. As for work, Cheng Yang had resigned the very next day after becoming an armored warrior. Employment would only hinder his training and monster hunting progress. Regarding finances, possessing the hacker card rendered money inconsequential to him. Whenever he desired, he could effortlessly procure a substantial sum without attracting attention. However, Cheng Yang chose not to do so. He lived and consumed as he always had, discreetly acquiring luxury cars, opulent residences, and extravagant goods. Those base desires could not compare to the exhilaration derived from the enhancement of strength through training, nor to the sense of accomplishment gained from vanquishing monsters and safeguarding the populace. Proficiency in the foundational breathing technique stood at 1. What a delightful sensation. Proficiency in the foundational breathing technique, level 186,100. The time had come for a concerted effort tonight to elevate the technique to level 2. Advancing to level 2 would undoubtedly yield significant enhancement. Cheng Yang forewent sleep, summoning his energy to focus intently on the breathing practice. Proficiency 1. Proficiency 1. Proficiency 1. The foundational breathing technique's proficiency reached its maximum, Constitution 1. The foundational breathing technique ascended to level 2. Proficiency in the foundational breathing technique, level 2 11,000. As the foundational breathing technique reached level 2, Cheng Yang felt an extraordinary lightness enveloping him while seated on his bed. He exhaled a heavy breath of stale air. In that instant, it seemed as if decades of accumulated phlegm in his throat had been suddenly dissolved, allowing for unimpeded passage. Breathing became remarkably effortless, a sensation unparalleled. It felt as though he had spent his entire life donning a mask, and now, at this moment, it had been removed. Simultaneously, the foundational breathing technique felt as if it had integrated into his very being, rendering him far more at ease. Was this the transformation brought forth by qualitative change due to quantitative accumulation? Cheng Yang mused that, should he transform at this moment, he could undoubtedly maintain a radiant form for an extended duration. However, he need not concern himself with sustaining the armored form. Rather, he must be wary of the stamina required to uphold such a state. Alas, it was already nearing 2 o'clock. He could still manage 4 more hours of sleep. He must quickly retire for the night. Cheng Yang collapsed into slumber, undisturbed by the elevation of his breathing technique. Chapter 19. The awakening of the summoner and the summoning device. Su Zihong finally regained consciousness in the hospital, having been transferred to a standard ward in the afternoon. Cheng Yang brought fruit to visit him and discreetly administered a syringe of restorative medicine. With this injection, there was no need to worry about any lingering side effects. He would only need to follow the treatment regimen to achieve a full recovery. Naturally, Cheng Yang could visit daily to administer the injections, allowing Su to rise within 3 days and return to his former self within 10. However, such methods were too shocking and conspicuous for him to consider. As for the bullies at school, although Cheng Yang longed to see them face commensurate consequences, the law protecting minors meant that the primary 4 aggressors were expelled, while the remaining dozens received suspensions without legal repercussions. Nonetheless, they were profoundly intimidated, forever branded with the stigma of bullying, making it difficult for them to be treated normally in the future. They would have to change their names, relocate from the city, and start anew. Following the stabilization of Su Zihong's condition and the completion of injury assessments, he would also receive compensation from the school. What I have done must be just, Cheng Yang thought as he sat on a park bench at dusk, gazing at the summoning device in his hand. It felt as if he were lamenting to himself, or perhaps seeking counsel from the device itself. After all, he had invested too much personal emotion into this affair and had acted with a certain reckless abandon, manipulating public opinion through hacking and exposing the personal information of those involved. He seemed to have been excessively ostentatious and arrogant. The descent into criminality often begins with a minor, seemingly inconsequential act of theft. The transformation from small evils to greater malignancies resembles a leap from a rooftop once committed. The moment is irrevocable. If one who wields the power of the summoning device becomes accustomed to such arrogance, step by step, they may become increasingly unrestrained in their use of that power, placing themselves above society and its rules. This could lead to becoming a new kind of villain, more sinister and insidious than the monsters themselves. It is imperative to establish rules for oneself. Cheng Yang's gaze solidified with determination. As one who possesses the light of the armor, no one has the authority to impose rules upon him. He must impose them upon himself. The hacker card must never be misused. He recalled his recent actions, purchasing pork, vegetables, toothbrushes, toothpaste, and other necessities without restraint through the hacker card, and a wave of apprehension washed over him. This is the essence of petty evil, without constraints. Who knows when he might be tempted to procure more delectable beef or fruit, or even indulge in luxury brand toiletries. Would he not then squander completely? He must establish a salary for himself, adhering strictly to that budget. An armored warrior's salary of 10,000 yuan per month seems quite reasonable. After graduating for a year, his previous salary had been 7,000 yuan monthly. However, given that being an armored warrior is a high-risk occupation, a slight increase in salary should not be unreasonable. Salary would be disbursed at the beginning of each month. Beyond that, he must never use the hacker card for frivolous expenditures, not even a single penny. The hacker card is strictly for work-related purposes. Aside from the responsibilities of being an armored warrior, it must remain untouched. He must not indulge his curiosity by prying into others' privacy or manipulating public sentiment. He must refrain from transforming casually, seeking the attention that comes with the armored form. He must not use his hard-earned strength to oppress the weak. Taking a life is permissible only in the face of extreme malice or when one stands above the rules. Beyond the reach of justice, Cheng Yang set forth a series of personal rules. As each rule was established, the summoning device responded with a stirring. The compatibility with the light armor increased to 95. Violations of these rules would lead to a decrease in compatibility. The more egregious the infraction, the greater the decline. Should compatibility fall below 50, summoning the armor would become impossible. Cheng Yang's self-imposed regulations resonated with the light armor, invoking a deeper recognition and accord. Gazing at the constraints he had set upon himself within the summoning device, Cheng Yang felt an unexpected sense of relief. As long as he adheres to these rules, he need not fear being consumed by power and becoming a new calamity for humanity. Moreover, these rules are rather idealistic. For instance, the stipulation against arbitrary killing allows for the elimination of only the most heinous individuals. This notion of heinousness is highly subjective, as what constitutes it is entirely dependent on one's personal judgment. The limitations essentially serve only to constrain him, preventing him from killing in violation of his own conscience. If he were to truly betray his conscience and commit murder, he believes that severing the connection to the armor's power, rendering it uncallable, would be a blessing. With that thought, he stowed away the summoning device and rose from the park bench. In any case, he should first celebrate his newfound job and salary increase. Observing Cheng Yang sprinting towards a small roadside restaurant, Lin Qi felt a sense of admiration. Ordinary members of the Monster Response Combat Squad earn a monthly salary of 30,000, whereas armored warriors only receive 10,000. Is it a sign of easy contentment or a testament to Cheng Yang's steadfast character? Bang, bang, bang. With a proficiency level of 1 in basic stances, Cheng Yang's body was already covered in bruises, yet he persisted, repeatedly crashing into the sharp corners of the walls. The corners had been reinforced with metal, causing each impact to resonate with a dull thud. The pain made him grimace, letting out muffled groans of discomfort. His basic stance proficiency had advanced from entry-level to mastery, enhancing both his defensive capabilities and the effectiveness of his parries. Consequently, the improvement in proficiency has become increasingly arduous. To progress further, he must subject himself to even more rigorous torment. Otherwise, advancing in proficiency would be exceedingly difficult. Feeling the pain radiating through his body, he could not help but ponder the consequences of further enhancing his basic stance. The pain to come would likely be far more intense than what he currently endured. Just the thought of it made his legs feel weak. He must not relent. Cheng Yang held his breath and forcefully hurled himself against the wall corner once more. Basic stance proficiency level 1 basic stance, mastery, proficiency, 56100. Concluding that he had trained enough for the night, Cheng Yang ceased his relentless practice, retrieved a potion, and inserted it into the summoning device. The potion, a vial of healing elixir, coursed through his body, rapidly mending his bruises and internal injuries. Without delay, he climbed into bed, sitting cross-legged and initiating his breathing techniques. With the basic breathing technique reaching its second tier, his cycle speed increased once more, allowing him to complete a full cycle in approximately 5 minutes. Although he still could not maintain a constant state of breathing, he was no longer as clumsy as before. He could now engage in activities while sustaining the technique over extended periods, which could be employed in short bursts of combat. Unlike before, when he could only maintain the technique for mere seconds during a fight, suffering backlash in the process. However, during combat while utilizing the breathing technique, his throat and lungs remained vulnerable points. A heavy blow could easily disrupt his breathing, causing backlash to his lungs. Perhaps upon achieving perfection in the third tier of the basic breathing technique, he would be able to attain a state of constant breathing, seamlessly integrating it into his body as if it were a natural part of him. Chapter 20. The summoning device and the light motorcycle monsters emerge from the transformation of humans and animals. It is precisely this trait that allows them to appear without warning in human-inhabited areas. According to human research, animals that transform into monsters exhibit a surge of energy within their bodies, known as monster energy. The summoning device can extract this monster energy from the creatures, creating various cards. However, the origin of this monster energy remains a mystery to all. Disguised as humans, the monsters lurk within human society. Chengyang, through hacking, searched the Monster Response Course's database for relevant information. As expected, he found it. There were blurry surveillance images depicting monsters transforming into humans at disaster sites. The footage was exceedingly vague and brief, making identification difficult. Cheng Yang pondered a possibility. These advanced monsters, masquerading as humans, could be injecting innocent individuals with monster energy, transforming them into monsters, akin to the vampire count from ancient tales who could turn humans into his kin. During his encounter with the flame monster, he had encountered that mysterious figure. That flame monster was likely a result of the mysterious individual's injection of monster energy. Thus, every time a monster appears, it may conceal a higher-ranking monster responsible for its transformation. Not necessarily. What if monster energy has a latency period? During this period, humans infused with monster energy behave like ordinary people. But once the latency period concludes, or they are remotely manipulated, they transform into monsters. How powerful must that mysterious individual be? Cheng Yang could scarcely imagine. Yet he understood that he would undoubtedly be no match for the other. The last time they met, the individual spared him, likely out of curiosity or perhaps apprehension upon encountering the armor for the first time, wary of the hidden potential he might possess. Therefore, the previous attack by two monsters in the hospital was likely a test of his strength by that mysterious figure. A chill ran down Cheng Yang's spine. He must hasten his ascent in strength. Armored warriors possess the ability to absorb monster energy, converting it into their own power, inherently placing them at odds with monsters. They would never allow him to thrive, nor would they hesitate to seize or destroy the power of the summoning device. Has his identity been compromised? His transformation speed is remarkably swift, allowing him to avoid drawing attention amid chaos. Each time he reverts to his original form, it is done in secluded areas, evading surveillance cameras. His identity should remain concealed. Aside from that mysterious individual, how many more monsters lurk within human society? And could these hidden monsters have infiltrated the ruling class, influencing human politics and economics, inciting wars and unrest, suppressing human growth? They could be orchestrating divisions among humanity, preventing unity, guiding humans to become livestock bred by monsters. Cheng Yang dared not dwell on these thoughts any longer. Even those researching monster weaknesses and creating weapons to combat them have been assassinated or silenced by these creatures. This is why no truly effective weapons against monsters have emerged. At that moment, the top-secret database opened by the hacker felt ominous. It was as if every move he made was being scrutinized by countless watchful eyes. He felt as though he was walking a tightrope, armed only with a summoning device. Beneath him lay a mass of ravenous monsters, ready to devour him should he take a wrong step. Bang, bang, bang. Assuming the basic stance, Cheng Yang repeatedly hurled his body against the unforgiving wall corner. He continued to strike, honing his skills. Even as his body became riddled with bruises and reached its limits, he did not cease. Lin Qi recognized that he was under the watchful gaze of countless formidable monsters, and his life hung by a thread more precarious than he had imagined. Cheng Yang felt a flicker of fear. Yet commendably, amidst that fear, he did not relinquish the summoning device or abandon his responsibility as an armored warrior. Instead, he channeled that fear into an even more fervent determination to improve himself. Fear and pressure became the driving forces propelling his growth. The sky appeared dark, as if shrouded in ink, casting a shadow over Xiguang City, blocking out any glimmer of light. The fierce wind howled relentlessly. The trees lining the streets creaked ominously, as if they might snap at any moment. Help! Help! Roar! On the gloomy, wind-swept street, a grotesque monster rampaged, swinging its claws with reckless abandon. The monstrous creature stood approximately 3 meters tall, its body enveloped in thick, hard scales. Each scale exhaled a gust of air, swirling around it, creating a tempest. The people on either side of the street desperately sought to escape the area. Vehicles swerved chaotically, disregarding traffic rules, clustering like ants and blocking the thoroughfare. Some drivers, unable to move, hastily exited their cars, fleeing the scene. Fortunately, the citizens of this world had undergone drills to prepare for such monstrous calamities. Shelters were constructed at intervals along the streets. In the urban area of Seiko, a monster had once again emerged on the main road of Etienne. Nearby residents are urged to evacuate in an orderly fashion. Our station is currently connecting with on-site reporters for continuous updates. The television urgently broadcasted the monster crisis, alerting the citizens of Seiko. The sound of evacuation announcements echoed from various vehicles. Mobile phones in the area vibrated with emergency notifications, urging the public to seek shelter. Buzz. In his room, Chang Yang, meditating, was interrupted by the vibrating phone. He opened his eyes and glanced at the red notification on the lock screen. Monster crisis. Please proceed to the nearest shelter immediately. Attached to the alert was a map guiding him to the nearby refuge. Has the monster appeared again? Cheng Yang rose from his bed, grasped the summoning device at his side, and dashed towards the street. Let us put my training to the test. As he spoke, he drew out the motorcycle card. Motorcycle. Click. With the sound of the light armor inserting into the summoning device, the motorcycle was summoned, tailored to the characteristics of the summoner. Summon. A golden circle illuminated the deserted street. The light swiftly took shape, transforming into a dazzling platinum motorcycle. The motorcycle shimmered with golden light, its sharp edges and horns gleaming. The platinum tires spun gracefully, maintaining a certain distance from the ground. Light motorcycle. This motorcycle, adaptable to air, land, and water, was summoned by the wielder of the light armor, capable of harnessing the power of light. Is this the light motorcycle summoned by the characteristics of the light armor wielder? Cheng Yang gazed at the stunning platinum motorcycle, excitement coursing through him as he drew forth the light armor. He was no longer the same as before. There was no need to wait until the last moment of battle to summon the armor, allowing for more combat time. Light armor. Click. Fusion. The summoning device clicked firmly onto the belt at his waist. Golden light enveloped his entire form, outlining a robust platinum metallic silhouette. Chapter 21. The Summoning Device in the Wind Monster. He swiftly mounted the light motorcycle. Buzz. With the roar of light, the sleek motorcycle shot up into the sky, transforming into a golden streak against the darkened heavens, racing towards the site of the monster's rampage. Roar. Soon, Cheng Yang beheld the rampaging creature. Compared to its initial appearance, the whirlwind encircling the monster had now expanded into a miniature tornado. A wind attribute monster. Cheng Yang quickly identified the creature's attribute, and at that moment, the monster noticed him in the air. Roar. It bellowed, swiping its claws. The scales surrounding its claws stood erect, and the air rapidly swirled before the raised claws, compressing into invisible air bullets that shot towards Cheng Yang. Invisible to the naked eye, however, transformed into the light armor. Cheng Yang's vision and perception far surpassed that of a human. He swiftly maneuvered the light motorcycle in a circle, evading the air bullets. Then, angling the motorcycle, he aimed the horn at the monster and charged down. Whoosh! The air was torn apart. The flowing light surged like liquid, coating the horn with a layer of golden sharpness. Like a golden cannonball descending from the heavens, it swiftly traversed the distance. The sharp horn sliced through the tornado surrounding the monster, crashing heavily against the two claws it had raised in defense. A piercing screech ensued as the cement ground was swiftly scarred by the collision. Roar. The monster howled, swinging its claws. Invisible razor-sharp winds coiled around its claws, fiercely tearing at the motorcycle. In an instant, golden light and sparks erupted. Cheng Yang leaped off the motorcycle, delivering a powerful kick to the monster. Radiant form. Instant flash. The breathing technique activated, and golden light instantaneously radiated from the armor. In that moment, the air seemed to explode from his kick, the golden light bursting forth like an explosive, detonating upon striking the monster's body. The unprepared monster was sent sprawling like a ball, crashing to the ground. The shimmering light on his armor receded, returning to a normal state. The radiant form, instant flash, was Cheng Yang's posture during previous battles with monsters, achieved through brief activation of the foundational breathing technique to access a momentary radiant form, utilized to unleash the power of the shining light armor. Now, having reached the second layer of the foundational breathing technique, he could maintain the radiant form for a certain duration. However, such a state consumed considerable stamina, serving as a trump card. Therefore, in typical circumstances, the instant flash conserved more energy. Roar. The fallen monster struggled, rolling over in fury before rising again. Cheng Yang seized the opportunity to attack, swiftly closing in, fist clenched, unleashing a flurry of punches. Whoosh! The air exploded with the force of his punches. While the monster clumsily rolled away, evading the onslaught, its body gathered the swirling tornado, coalescing into a mass aimed at Cheng Yang, unleashing a powerful gust. The fierce wind, akin to countless blades, surged towards him. Cheng Yang quickly adopted a defensive stance, bracing against the invisible, densely packed wind blades, retreating 2 steps. Roar! Seeing Cheng Yang back away, the monster triumphantly roared, its scales bristling. Beneath the raised scales lay a multitude of tightly packed holes. It was these hidden openings, continuously expelling wind, that maintained the whirlwind around the monster. Not a chance. Though Cheng Yang was unaware of the monster's intentions, his body instinctively responded, clenching his fists and charging forward against the incoming whirlwind, determined to interrupt the monster's action. However, Cheng Yang's punch was a moment too late. The monster seized the fleeting opportunity presented by Cheng Yang, opening all its wind holes. A powerful whirlwind erupted, visibly streaming from the monster's body. In an instant, the tornado surrounding the creature expanded once more, enveloping Cheng Yang and the nearby vehicles. Such ferocious wind. Cheng Yang quickly assumed a defensive posture, bracing against the surrounding tempest. Yet, the monster clearly intended more than just whipping up a storm. Roar! With another roar, the wind enveloping them transformed. Cheng Yang, with heightened perception from the armor, sensed the imminent danger and attempted to retreat to create distance. But the winds around him collapsed like a tidal wave, pinning him in place. It felt as though the entire space was filled with invisible concrete, firmly holding him down. Roar! The monster roared again, its sharp claws enveloped in a layer of razor-sharp wind, striking fiercely at the air. In that instant, the wind surrounding Cheng Yang shifted once more, converging to strike him from behind. It was as if a colossal hand propelled him forward, thrusting him towards the monster's claws. Ryup! The claws struck heavily against the chest of the armor, accompanied by sparks and golden light, causing Cheng Yang to stagger in pain. The swirling wind, entwined with the beast, transformed, and the creature morphed into a phantom, darting behind the unsteady Cheng Yang. With a swift motion, the claws descended once more, exploding against Cheng Yang's back armor with a burst of flame. He stumbled forward a few steps, pivoted, and swung his fist backward. Now, even if he endured 2 attacks directly, his combat efficacy would remain unaffected. Yet, this powerful punch met only empty air, as the beast had already evaded to the side, its claws striking again with astonishing speed, surpassing its previous onslaught. Cheng Yang braced against the gale, sidestepping the claws. Immediately after, 2 shadows closed in from either side, crashing towards Cheng Yang with the force of a battering ram. Remarkably, small cars, swept up by the tempest, hurtled towards him like gigantic stones, intent on crushing him. He assumed a defensive stance. Shining form. Instant flash. Boom. Cheng Yang could only steady himself, adopting a defensive posture while activating his instant flash armor. Bracing for the impact. Amidst the colossal crash, he felt as though he had been struck on either side. The cars were compressed into steel discs by the overwhelming wind, trapping Cheng Yang. Seizing the opportunity, the beast, propelled by the tempest, transformed into an illusion and lunged at Cheng Yang. The iron discs that restrained him were swiftly torn apart. With a sharp clang, the beast's claws collided heavily with the luminous blade. With a fierce shout, Cheng Yang activated the shining form, executing an instant flash. The golden light flared again, the edge of the luminous blade blossoming with dazzling brilliance. The beast's claws could no longer withstand the force and were severed cleanly. Roaring in pain, the beast retreated, ensnared by the whirlwind. It had been so easily severed. As the instant flash's glow gradually dimmed, Cheng Yang freed himself from the encasing discs and turned to face the beast. It appeared that once the scales unfurled, its defensive capabilities were significantly reduced. In that case, the instant flash form would allow him to breathe anew. As the dormant powers of the light armor seemed to awaken with each breath, energizing him, his heart raced in synchrony with his breath, pumping vigor throughout his body and suffusing the armor with strength. Constant flash. In an instant, the light armor radiated magnificently. Resplendent rays of light erupted from the armor. Chapter 22, The Power of Constant Flash. The radiant light armor, in constant flash form, harnessed the dormant power of the light armor through prolonged breathing techniques during combat. Roaring. The monster glared at the dazzling armor, angrily swiping its claws. With each slash of its talons, the raging winds transformed into countless invisible blades, swirling towards Cheng Yang from all directions. Streams of wind twisted around the armor, binding Cheng Yang firmly in place. Yet, he simply held his sword with both hands, maintaining a defensive stance. When the attack struck, dust erupted. The concrete ground shattered into fragments, and vehicles were tossed aside by the residual force of the assault. Onlookers fleeing the battlefield heard a tremendous roar behind them as a massive whirlwind billowed, nearly engulfing the skyscrapers. Roaring. Witnessing the impact, the monster howled with excitement, incessantly scratching at a nearby wrecked car with its claws. Yet, in the next moment, through the billowing dust, the golden light shimmered. Cheng Yang stood unharmed, maintaining his defensive stance. The beast's ecstatic roars faltered, seemingly unable to believe that its attack had caused no damage whatsoever. Roaring. Enraged, it continued to roar defiantly. The fierce winds coiled together, forming a colossal vortex aimed at Cheng Yang. However, only a crisp hum was heard. The golden figure vanished like a phantom, and the massive whirlwind struck nothing but the already shattered concrete below. The beast, momentarily stunned, quickly distanced itself. Its fierce eyes scanned the surroundings and finally caught sight of Cheng Yang rapidly approaching. The wind tunnels that enveloped its body surged with intensity, attempting to blow Cheng Yang away as he charged forward. Yet, Cheng Yang merely held his sword, undeterred in his advance. The oncoming gale was effortlessly sliced apart, as if it were silk torn by a blade. Swish! The golden blade struck true. The beast desperately raised its claws in defense, its scales rapidly closing in an attempt to shield itself. Yet, it was too late. Under the gleaming edge of the golden light, the blocking arm was effortlessly severed, flung into the air. Roaring, howling in agony, the beast stumbled to the ground, closing its scales and taking up a defensive posture, commanding the winds around it. It unleashed a torrent towards Cheng Yang. However, in constant flash form, such winds posed no hindrance to Cheng Yang whatsoever. Swish, swish, swish. The golden blade continued to dance. The incoming wind blades were relentlessly shattered, scattering into a storm of debris. As the surrounding winds began to weaken, Cheng Yang seized the opportunity to draw a card. Click. As the light spear pierced the summoner, golden light surged from the blade. The beast sensed the impending danger and struggled to resist. Light spear. Swish. With the blade aimed at the beast, countless light spears shot forth like a hail of arrows, piercing through the monster and pinning it to the ground. Cheng Yang gathered the golden light enveloping him, reached to his waist, and retrieved a blank card. Whoosh! The blank card, when thrown, transformed into a golden white light, enveloping the incapacitated beast. Its energy was continuously extracted, manifesting as a drifting creature in the air. The beast, drained of energy, collapsed to the ground, now a fainted taper. It appeared that this monster had been transmuted from an animal. Cheng Yang gazed at the fallen taper, sensing a palpable, concealed malice. It was as if an invisible net loomed above the city, woven with countless and different eyes observing him through its seams, calculating their schemes. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where the oppressive atmosphere resembled thick ink, heavy and foreboding, as if a torrential downpour could descend at any moment. With the battle concluded and silence returning, Cheng Yang felt no need to linger. He summoned his motorcycle, inserting it into the summoner. The platinum-hued light motorcycle materialized before him. Floating in the air, mounting the bike, he swiftly departed the battlefield, seeking a concealed corner to revert his transformation. Just as he shed his form, the darkened sky unleashed a torrential downpour. Is it raining again? Cheng Yang retracted the summoner, extending his hand to feel the icy rain. Despite it being November, the city of Siku was engulfed in a deluge surpassing the intensity of summer storms. The rain continued sporadically for 3 days without relent. It was not the refreshing summer rain but bore a bone-chilling coldness, striking him like icy daggers. On November 6th, the torrential rain persisted, with temperatures hovering between 0 and 6 degrees. Citizens were advised to take precautions against the rain and avoid wading through water. This station will continue to provide updates. On November 3rd, the newly emerged monster was eliminated by the armored warrior. This time, the armored warrior revealed a motorcycle steed, capable of flight and remarkable speed. From where does the armored warrior originate, and what other abilities remain hidden? The television continued to play in the background, while Cheng Yang, bare-chested and burdened with a weight of 100 kilograms, persisted in his push-ups. Sweat dripped incessantly from his body onto the floor, and his arm muscles were heavy with lactic acid, sending waves of soreness and discomfort coursing through him. Since the last battle with the monster, heavy rain had descended upon the outside world. Many of the low-lying, older districts of Siguang City were submerged in water. Naturally, Cheng Yang could not venture outside to practice his breathing techniques and was compelled to devote all his time to strength training. It was an almost torturous regimen of self-discipline. During his moments of study, Lin Qi also observed the underlying sense of crisis and responsibility that propelled Chang Yang to torment himself through rigorous training. Yet it was not merely that. Chang Yang dared not pause in his exercise. Should he cease, he would be overwhelmed not only by guilt, but also by the realization that he had been chosen by the armor of light. How could he afford to slack off? How could he justify stopping his training when he had been selected by the summoning device and the armor of light? Thus, the moment he halted his exertions, feelings of guilt and anxiety would surge from the depths of his being. Chapter 23. The Night City Beneath the Rain, Xiguang City equipped with potions. Chang Yang subjected himself to relentless self-discipline, leaving him battered and bruised, only to recuperate with potions afterward. Even at night, he practiced the fundamental breathing technique until slumber overtook him. It is worth mentioning that the wind monster he had previously vanquished had been forged by Lin Qi into a bow. This bow could summon corresponding ranged weapons based on the characteristics of the summoner and the armor. Additionally, it could utilize the abilities of the summoning device. For instance, the Shadow Strike, a form of ranged attack, was consistently activated by Chang Yang using the Shadow Sword. However, if he employed the bow's weapon alongside the Shadow Strike skill card, the resulting power would be even greater. The bow's rarity exceeded that of the Shadow Sword, which, as a weapon of light, could only unleash its full potential through the armor of light. Other armors may not meet the attribute requirements necessary to summon this weapon. In contrast, the bow could summon varied weapons aligned with the characteristics of the armor, making it even more precious. Of course, this was also a testament to Lin Yi's growing prowess in the art of forging. He had completed more than half of the design for a fire-based armor. This time, aside from the bow, Chang Yang refrained from listing any other knowledge or skills for sale, channeling all his energy into learning about knowledge bases and designing new armor. He temporarily named the new armor the Fire Sparrow armor. The Fire Sparrow armor was more agile, boasted greater attack power, and possessed enhanced aerial combat capabilities. However, it came at the cost of reduced defense and vulnerability to water attributes. While it was susceptible to water, the Fire Sparrow could counter monsters of wood and wind attributes. Accompanying the Fire Sparrow armor was the Fire Sparrow blade. This armor represented Lin Yi's first true creation, born from his ingenuity. In the process of designing the Fire Sparrow armor, Lin Qi acquired a wealth of knowledge regarding armors, including analyses of the armor of light and the powers of monsters. The strength of an armor primarily derives from various attributes centered around light and the essence of life itself, whereas the strength of monsters is rooted in attributes associated with darkness and the power of death. Among these, light and darkness are the two most unique attributes. Although the capabilities of the armor of light may seem somewhat mundane, it remains the most exceptional armor in terms of growth potential. The crystalline stones Lin Qi produced for other armors are also obtained by purifying the powers of monsters through the essence of light. Viewed in this light, the armor of light possesses the ability to nurture other armors. Perhaps there exists a corresponding dark armor? Of course, Lin Qi could forge and refine armors of other attributes, but he could not create the dark armor. He even harbored doubts that the dark armor might indeed exist in this world. And unlike the frail and mediocre armor of light, the dark armor could be immensely powerful, having accumulated strength over time. Boldly considering this, if the armor of light and its essence can foster new armors, could it be that the dark armor and the essence of darkness can also give rise to some existence, perhaps monsters that stand in opposition to the armors? Such information was absent from the database, yet there were many gaps. For instance, if the dark armor truly existed, why had it not yet appeared to vanquish the newly emerging, frail armor of light? Sighing, Lin Qi chose to set aside thoughts of the potentially existing dark armor. He donned his raincoat and stepped outside with his summoning device. The streets, drenched in rain and cloaked in night, were nearly devoid of pedestrians. Lin Qi, intrigued, cast his gaze outside, contemplating the relentless downpour that had persisted for days. The sounds of honking cars echoed as vehicles splashed through puddles, their colors blurred by the rain. The neon lights shimmered in the rain-drenched night, creating an ethereal, distorted ambience. The pooled water reflected the nocturnal city, resembling a vast mirror, reflecting two identical worlds. Bathing in the rain, it felt as though he walked at the intersection of two realms. Even Lin Qi, observing this mesmerizing scene, found himself somewhat entranced, as the accumulated tension of relentless study seemed to dissipate with the rain. However, Chang Yang, the summoner, did not share this sense of catharsis. Instead, he remained enveloped in melancholy, a heaviness that Lin Qi could sense emanating from him. Regrettably, Lin Qi was unable to offer comfort. Perhaps, as a summoner of armor, Qingyang ought to receive regular psychological counseling? Should he consider listing a psychological counseling product? What an abstract notion derived from the curse of knowledge, he mused. Qingyang's purpose for venturing out this time was to visit Su Zihong in the hospital. Thanks to the potion administered by Qingyang, Su Zihong's subsequent treatment had shown marked improvement, progressing well day by day. However, due to the incessant rain and Chang Yang's anxious disposition, he had not visited the hospital in recent days. Today, perhaps seeking a respite from his own turmoil, Chang Yang resolved to make the hospital his destination. At the crosswalk, he halted at the red light. The incessant sounds of cars splashing through puddles and honking filled the air. When the light turned green, Cheng Yang stepped onto the crosswalk, his foot landing in a shallow puddle, sending ripples radiating outward. As the rain continued to pelt the ground, it struck the pooled water, which reflected another world. Suddenly, Cheng Yang felt as though the ground beneath him had vanished, and the world fell silent. In a swift motion, a figure brushed past him, cloaked in a raincoat that obscured their face. Yet Cheng Yang discerned a familiar sight. The figure's hand clasped an umbrella adorned with a green-veined silver ring. The ring was unmistakably the same one worn by the intelligent monster that had disguised itself as a human during the fiery disaster. Cheng Yang felt little fear, almost instinctively. He reached for the summoning device at his chest and turned, intent on seizing the mysterious individual. Chapter 24. The reflected world, however, his outstretched hand grasped nothing but air. His body seemed to plunge into an abyss, falling into another world reflected in the water beneath his feet. The mysterious figure seemed to have noticed Cheng Yang's movements, turning around to reveal a pair of green eyes that pierced through the air. Under the gaze of those eyes, Cheng Yang felt as though everything around him had vanished. The immense sense of pressure emanated from the green pupils, as if they were cast down from a stormy sky. In that moment, he felt as insignificant as an ant under scrutiny, helplessly witnessing himself plunge into another world beneath the water's surface. What was happening? Was this the monster's doing? Cheng Yang fought desperately to stabilize himself in the descent, gripping the summoning device tightly, ready to transform at any moment. The mysterious figure merely glanced at him, lips moving as if murmuring something inaudible before turning away, disregarding Cheng Yang entirely as they walked into the curtain of rain. This was not the monster's tactic. Furthermore, the ring-adorned mysterious figure was not the same as the one encountered at the scene of the flame monster. Lin Na, who had been observing the outside world, sensed something amiss. Drawing upon the knowledge honed from the database during this time, Lin Na's perspective differed significantly from that of a summoner. Cheng Yang seemed to have inadvertently entered a spatial crevice. Such rifts are exceedingly rare and belong to this world. A spatial crevice is akin to a wound within this realm, barring any exceptional circumstances. It would typically take only a few minutes for the world's self-healing abilities to mend the rift over time. However, this particular crevice was evidently not so ordinary. It had not been repaired by the world, implying that within this wound lay something obstructing its healing. Lin Na was uncertain of what that something was, but the ability to prevent the world from mending itself indicated that it was anything but mundane. Lin Na was intrigued. His smelting skills allowed him to refine materials beyond mere monster crystals. Many items, even stones, could be transformed into cards. Although the powers derived from such items would be weak and largely insignificant, if they contained special powers, he could create something far more potent. Yet, Cheng Yang had little access to items imbued with special powers. He could only engage with crystals infused with monster strength, the object sustaining the existence of this spatial crevice. Preventing the world from healing evidently possessed some form of unique power. For Lin Na, it was not merely a potential source for card refinement, but also an avenue for research, a means to illuminate and decipher the esoteric knowledge within the database. Holding immense value. Summoner, do not disappoint me. Find that object. I assure you, I will provide you with some truly remarkable items. Cheng Yang was oblivious to Lin Na's thoughts. His mind was consumed by the enigmatic figure he had just encountered, yearning to defeat them and acquire more information about this world. His body continued to fall, yet he managed to maintain his balance in the air, drawing forth the summoning device. However, in the next moment, his descending body abruptly halted. The entire world flipped upside down, and he found himself tumbling backward, crashing heavily onto the waterlogged pavement. With a dull thud, his body became thoroughly soaked, pain radiating from his back. He gripped the summoning device tightly, summoning the armor of light, prepared for transformation. But as he glanced around, he soon realized that the previously bustling street, filled with cars and pedestrians, was now utterly deserted. The rain-soaked city of Siguang had descended into an eerie silence. The lights continued to flicker, traffic signals changed, and rain poured down. Yet the world seemed to consist of him alone. He swiftly surveyed his surroundings, his footsteps creating chaotic ripples in the puddles, but still, no one was in sight. It was only when he looked down at the puddle reflecting the world that he realized the truth. The reflection of Siguang in the water displayed the usual hustle and bustle, with cars passing and pedestrians with umbrellas waiting at the traffic lights, just as it always had. It dawned on Chang Yang that he had fallen into a mirrored version of Siguang, an empty, eerily silent realm. He quickly crouched down, reaching out toward the reflection in the puddle. However, all he touched was the hard ground beneath the water. He was trapped in this watery, phantasmal world. Ding! You have fallen into a spatial crevice. Please locate the core of this spatial rift. A crisp sound echoed as a line of text appeared on the summoning device. Reading the message, Cheng Yang's anxiety began to settle. Since the summoning device had provided such a prompt, it indicated that everything was still under control. He still had a means to escape this mirrored water world. Straightening up, Cheng Yang took stock of the silent realm around him, gripping the summoning device tightly. The device conveniently displayed a map, guiding him toward the core of the spatial crevice, the unique object sustaining its existence. The distance was considerable. In that case, he would need to summon his motorcycle. He rummaged through his belongings, inserting it into the summoning device. Click! A sleek silver motorcycle materialized before him, gleaming in the dim light. The motorcycle looked quite stylish, featuring a brown leather seat and black rubber tires, exuding a hint of retro charm. It radiated an air of luxury, promising to turn heads on the road. The motorcycle could summon two forms: the previous armored combat motorcycle, capable of rapid flight and integrating skill cards for battle, and the current standard motorcycle, designed for everyday use, outperforming all current models without depleting the summoner's stamina. In this unpredictable situation, with no knowledge of what would occur next, Cheng Yang did not need to rush. Thus, conserving energy was paramount. The two forms could be switched at will, akin to the motorcycle's transformation. Climbing onto the motorcycle, its dashboard illuminated, revealing a screen synced with the summoning device. Displaying the map, he twisted the throttle. The roar of the engine drowned out the sound of rain hitting the bike, as droplets flew off in all directions. Then, the motorcycle surged through the curtain of rain, propelling Cheng Yang swiftly toward the core of the spatial rift. The expansive, deserted roadway, despite the heavy rain, allowed Cheng Yang to fully unleash the motorcycle's capabilities. As he drew closer, he finally caught sight of the core sustaining the crevice. Lin Na, too, directed his gaze toward that magnificent core. It was, Chapter 25, the monster core in the crevice, a monster core. A pure, natural monster core? No, it was more than that. The entity maintaining the existence of this space was a colossal monster core, towering approximately the height of a building. Having smelted numerous monster cores, Lin Na could identify it at a glance. It was indeed a massive monster core. However, it possessed certain distinctions, unlike the monster cores he had previously refined, which typically harbored malevolent powers akin to life rather than mere objects. The energy emanating from this core dwarfed that of ordinary monster cores. It resembled a unique item more than a living entity. This was precisely why this monster core could sustain the existence of this space. It was exceedingly rare and precious. Lin Na nearly drooled at the sight. If consumed, how much light energy could this monster core provide? Naturally, such a rare monster core was far too valuable to be merely devoured. As a subject of research, it could unlock vast knowledge within the database. It could even serve as energy for designing and refining various weapon and skill cards. The final design and creation of the Fire Sparrow armor would be significantly accelerated, and its ultimate power would exceed the initial design specifications. Moreover, Lin Na sensed that this monster crystal had additional uses. Within the depths of the monstrous crystal, it seemed to encapsulate hidden forces. In any case, my beloved summoner, quickly seize it for me. Cheng Yang, unable to hear Lin Nagi's calls from the summoner, deftly maneuvered his motorcycle to a halt 100 meters from the colossal monster crystal. Is this the core that sustains the existence of the spatial rift? It's enormous. Moreover, it bears a resemblance to the material of monster crystals, exuding a similar aura. Cheng Yang was no longer the ordinary individual he once was. He had surpassed the limits of humanity in every regard. His compatibility with the light armor had risen to above 90%, allowing him to wield a portion of its power even without transforming, thanks to the enhancement of the summoner. Thus, he could sense the monstrous essence emanating from the crystal before him, even perceiving a hint of danger. He tightened his grip on the summoner, dismounted from the motorcycle, and approached the monster crystal step by step. In this eerily silent space, the rain continued to fall quietly. Yet, upon contact with the monster crystal, the raindrops evaporated like droplets on a scorching iron plate, transforming into white steam. This created a hazy mist that lingered around the crystal. As he drew closer, a sudden sound pierced the silence. Instinctively, Cheng Yang raised the summoner to shield himself, focusing his gaze on the source of the noise. A grotesque beast emerged from the shadows of the rain, lunging towards him. The creature, roughly the height of an adult, was drenched and bore only thin, soft shells on its chest, arms, and head, appearing as if it were a premature monster, frail and weak. Its speed was even inferior to that of an ordinary beast. In disbelief, Cheng Yang regarded the creature before him. Compared to the monsters he had battled before, this one was utterly lacking in defense, speed, and strength. He felt that even a few ordinary adults could easily surround it and overpower it. Without pausing to think, he swiftly pursued the creature, delivering a powerful kick that sent it staggering backward. Was this truly a monster? How could it be so weak? He could hardly believe his eyes. With haste, he closed in on the creature, swiftly attacking its legs. One kick was sufficient to bring it crashing to the ground. Subsequently, he lunged forward, one hand gripping its throat while the other delivered a powerful punch to its face. In no time, the creature's defenses crumbled, exploding into a cloud of mist and vanishing, leaving only a small fragment of monster crystal on the ground. The crystal was no larger than a soybean, seemingly insignificant. Cheng Yang raised the summoner, absorbing the monster crystal within. One energy point? How could there be only one? No wonder it was so weak. What could be the reason behind the existence of such a feeble monster? Cheng Yang stood up, perplexed, while Lin Qi scrutinized the tiny monster crystal before consuming it. One energy point. With just a slight examination, he confirmed that this monster crystal was connected to the enormous one. It seemed to have originated from the larger monster crystal. Thus, did this monster crystal possess the ability to create such underdeveloped monsters? Indeed, as Lin Qi formulated this hypothesis, Cheng Yang noticed a growing multitude of sounds resonating in this eerily quiet realm. Shadowy figures emerged continuously from the depths of the rain, their crimson eyes glinting in the night, growling ominously at Cheng Yang, before surging towards him from all directions. Even though he had confirmed that the strength of these monsters was not much greater than that of a human, the sight of so many rushing towards him sent a chill down his spine. Steeling his resolve and casting aside any hesitation, he swiftly drew the light armor from his possession. Gazing at the platinum armor on the card, his previously frantic heart regained composure. The silver-gray metallic belt had already wrapped around his waist. He quickly pressed the summoner against his waist and inserted the light armor into the card slot. Clack! The light armor combined. As the card was inserted, an immense surge of power erupted from his limbs. Platinum light rose from his feet, enveloping his entire body, outlining a tangible form that transformed into the resplendent armor. In an instant, the monsters that had lunged at him were shattered by the golden radiance of his transformation, their warm forms turning into cold monster crystals. The power of the armor instilled Cheng Yang with a profound sense of security. The monster's movements seemed to slow drastically. Cheng Yang clenched his fists and bent slightly. Then, like a battering ram, he charged forward, shattering the monsters in his path and reducing them to cold monster crystals. This place was truly a sanctuary for accumulating energy points. Cheng Yang looked at the monsters before him, feeling that the myriad skills available in the summoner's shop paled in comparison. However, he soon realized that the number of surrounding monsters was diminishing rapidly. It dawned on him that these monsters were not endless. As he delivered a final punch to the last monster, silence enveloped the world once more. The monster crystals were collected back into the summoner, totaling 103, amounting to 103 energy points. Chapter 26. Torrential rain. I have never experienced such abundance before. Basic fist techniques, basic body movements, basic leg techniques, he could purchase and learn all of these foundational skills. Each day would be immensely fulfilling. This place was akin to a secret realm in a game. Cheng Yang reigned in his joy, ensuring no other monsters lurked nearby before approaching the gigantic core. As he drew near, the immense core reacted once more. Its smooth surface began to ripple, revealing a figure emerging from within. The figure resembled the frail monster from earlier, albeit with seemingly tougher armor and a more robust appearance. Were all these monsters birthed from this core? At this moment, Cheng Yang grasped the truth. Lin Qi, however, sensed something distinct about this newly emerged monster. This creature seemed to carry a unique power, remarkably akin to his own. The next moment, Cheng Yang's suspicions were confirmed. The monster let out a roar. Then, astonishingly, produced a card from its body. The card had a black background, shrouded in a layer of dark mist. Yet, without a doubt, it was identical in size and style to the summoner cards created by Lin Qi. A summoner card? How could this be? Cheng Yang was taken aback by the card produced by the monster. The black mist enveloping the card obscured its contents. But the level was clearly visible in the upper right corner. A level card, not created by the summoner, but existing within the spatial rift. Throughout the battles, even Cheng Yang had not acquired a single level card. Yet this monster possessed one. Was it a weapon card? A skill card? Or perhaps an armor card? This monster lacked a summoner. Even if it possessed one, how could it utilize it? Where did this card originate? Cheng Yang's mind brimmed with questions, his instincts urging him to act decisively against this creature. However, it was too late. The moment the monster drew forth the card, it made its move. With its claws gripping the card tightly, as if wielding a blade, it thrust the card fiercely into its chest. Torrential rain. Adaptability 100. The monster leveled up. In an instant, the rainstorm intensified dramatically. A fierce wind rose, and the accumulated water on the ground, unshackled from gravity, twisted into serpentine forms, coiling around the monster and obstructing Cheng Yang's approach. At the epicenter of this tumultuous transformation, the creature's body began to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. Its muscles swelled, bones proliferated, tearing through flesh and skin to form a protective exoskeleton upon its surface. The patches of flesh armor that adorned its exterior rapidly hardened, spreading outward to become a formidable shell. Sharp teeth pierced through its jaw, manifesting as lethal bone blades. Its claws elongated and sharpened, while its paws expanded, tearing into the ground and encasing themselves in a tough carapace. From its back emerged a white, bony tail, tipped with a bone blade, exuding an overwhelming aura of power, superior to any creature Cheng Yang had previously encountered. What was this entity that could transform such a frail creature to this extent? Cheng Yang could not discern the true nature of the card, but Lin Qi could see it clearly. This card was not a product of an individual's creation. Unlike the cards Cheng Yang had crafted, this one was neither an armor card, a skill card, nor a weapon card. It was the most precious of all, a special natural card, a torrential downpour, birthed from the pure forces of this world. It possessed the power of evolution, impossible to manufacture or design, at least not at present. Even in its current state, it was exceedingly rare, far surpassing the rarity of the cards Lin Qi had created. One could say it was the most valuable item within this spatial crevice, aside from the core and the monster crystal. With a swift and piercing sound, the torrential rain was swept aside as the armored creature, resembling a wraith of white, lunged toward Cheng Yang with an unprecedented speed, surpassing any monster he had faced before. In that moment, Cheng Yang could do nothing but instinctively assume a defensive posture, honed from countless hours of training and combat. The creature's bone-covered fist struck heavily against Cheng Yang's defending hands with immense force, unleashing a shockwave that rippled through the rain-soaked air. Cheng Yang's body skidded across the cement ground, carving a trench in its wake. With the successful hit, the creature roared in excitement and charged again. Cheng Yang's hands, numbed by the force of the blow, had little time for concern as a sense of imminent danger prompted him to act. He propelled himself off the ground, rolling to evade the monster's fist. However, in that fleeting moment of escape, the creature's tail, like a living whip, lashed out toward him. The sound of bone striking armor rang out sharply as the bone blade struck, releasing a spray of platinum sparks. Cheng Yang staggered forward, narrowly avoiding the subsequent thrust of the bone blade. Now on one knee, he gazed at the bone-armored monster before him and swiftly summoned his light shadow sword. With a resounding click, the sword materialized in his grasp, glimmering with golden light as he aimed it at the armored beast. The creature clenched its fists, and bones rapidly extended from its wrists, forming two sharp bone blades that met Cheng Yang's sword head-on. Clash after clash echoed as the golden and white blades collided. Yet the creature's defenses were impenetrable. No matter how fervently Cheng Yang struck, the monster effortlessly parried each blow, relentlessly pressing him back. The tail blade, sharp as a scorpion's sting, found an opportunity to slice toward Cheng Yang's chest. With a heavy thud, the blade struck, forcing him to stagger back once more. The creature wasted no time, rapidly closing in on Cheng Yang, its bone blades darting toward him like lethal projectiles, one aimed at his head, another at his chest, and the tail blade slicing toward his neck. It was too fast. He had no choice but to enter the radiant form. His heart racing, his blood surged through his veins. Without hesitation, Cheng Yang transformed into his radiant form, golden light erupting around him as he swung the light shadow sword to counter the incoming attacks. In the ensuing clash, the golden blade sliced through the creature's bone knives with ease, sending shards flying in all directions. With each strike, the ground beneath them cracked, and the rainwater pooled around their feet rippled violently. Cheng Yang's breath grew heavier, his body ablaze with heat, as he approached his limits. Maintaining the foundational breathing technique to stay in radiant form was an exhausting endeavor. Yet, under the immense strain, the creature's bone blades finally began to show signs of wear. Fissures forming from the relentless clashes. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Yang summoned the full might of his light shadow sword. Its golden glow radiating as if transformed into a tangible force. Veins throbbed beneath his skin, flushed with heat, as he executed the ultimate strike. The creature roared in fury, retaliating with its bone blades. However, under the sheer force of Cheng Yang's blow, the bone blades could no longer withstand the impact, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Unyielding, Cheng Yang pressed forward, his powerful strike aimed at the monster's head. The creature recoiled swiftly, its entire exoskeleton glowing with a blinding white light. Rainwater from above seemed to converge upon the monster, gathering as if summoned. The torrential downpour card, true to its name, wielded the power of rain. With a 100 compatibility, it merged seamlessly with the upgraded monster, granting it the ability to manipulate water. In an instant, the rain and accumulated water on the ground coalesced into a massive water sphere that surged toward Cheng Yang's sword. The golden blade crashed into the water sphere, sending ripples across its surface as it absorbed the force, diffusing Cheng Yang's strength as if striking into a block of cotton. The water continued to gather, quickly enveloping both the sword and Cheng Yang's arms, sapping away the last vestiges of power from his strike. At that moment, Cheng Yang sensed the rain, the ground, and everything around him converging upon him and the creature. In mere seconds, the water sphere inflated to a diameter of several meters, enveloping both Cheng Yang and the beast within its depths. Every movement Cheng Yang attempted was thwarted by the flowing water, rendering him powerless. Yet the creature, encased in the water sphere, moved with fluid grace, darting toward Cheng Yang and unleashing its claws. Cheng Yang raised his sword to meet the oncoming strikes, but every action became agonizingly slow. Before he could retaliate, the creature's claws struck his chest, sending him reeling as if he were a toy adrift in a bathtub. The breathing technique faltered under the impact, and the golden glow surrounding him dimmed. The water sphere expanded relentlessly, and despite his desperate efforts to escape, he could not match its growth. Forced into a defensive stance, he braced himself against the creature's relentless assaults. The creature glided through the water, dexterously striking from all directions, relentlessly exhausting Cheng Yang's stamina. His energy was nearing its limit. The breathing technique was interrupted by the creature's assault, and Chang Shan had already significantly depleted his strength. At this moment, simply maintaining his defensive stance was becoming increasingly difficult. He had no choice but to take a gamble. As the creature lunged once more, Cheng Yang tightened his grip on the shadow sword and activated the breathing technique. In a radiant form, he executed a swift flash, with a burst of golden light. The blade of the shadow sword shimmered to life. However, this time Cheng Yang did not swing the sword. Instead, he aimed the blade at the creature and hurled it with great force. The golden shadow sword, akin to a thrown spear, cleaved through the water, entwined in golden light, and struck fiercely at the advancing beast. The creature seemed unprepared for Cheng Yang to relinquish his weapon. It was also taken aback by his sudden transformation into a radiant form, previously suppressed by Chang Shan's form. The creature had already lost a considerable amount of stamina after having its bone blade shattered. Now, facing the approaching sword that pierced the water flow, enveloped in golden light and aimed directly at its head, it could only raise its claws in defense. The clash between claw and blade erupted in a dazzling explosion of gold within the water sphere, shattering the creature's claws and armor. The shadow sword penetrated deeply into the beast's arm, pinning it in place. Dark green blood dispersed through the water. Roaring in fury, the creature charged at Cheng Yang, its eyes ablaze with a primal rage, as if it had fully awakened its ferocity. It seemed to realize Cheng Yang was now weaponless, compelling it to pursue relentlessly. At that moment, Cheng Yang drew out a new weapon, a crossbow. With a click, the card was inserted into the summoner, and golden light erupted, rapidly forming the crossbow before him. The light crossbow, akin to armor, boasted a platinum-colored metal frame, with a bowstring seemingly woven from condensed light. At the front of the crossbow was a platinum arrowhead. As he pulled back the bowstring, golden light swiftly coalesced into a luminous arrow, poised to be unleashed. Steadying himself in the water, Cheng Yang endured the searing pain in his lungs as he activated the breathing technique once more. In radiant form, he executed a swift flash. The golden light erupted again, filling the bowstring with brilliance before he unleashed it. The golden arrow shot forth, seemingly unaffected by the water, slicing through it directly toward the creature's head. Despite the vast water sphere, which might have impeded a physical weapon like the shadow sword, the distorted light manifesting as the crossbow's arrow faced no hindrance from the water. With a resounding thud, the golden arrow struck the creature, causing it to stagger under the force of the blow. A charred mark erupted on its hardened armor. Although the creature thrived in the water, it lacked the agility it possessed on land. If it were on solid ground, it might evade the crossbow's assault. However, within this water sphere, the creature, relying solely on its swimming ability, had no means to evade Cheng Yang's attack. Gathering its fury, the creature charged forward, undeterred by the incoming attack. Cheng Yang raised the crossbow again, directing it toward the beast. The golden light transformed into arrows once more, hurtling toward the creature. Chapter 28. Defeating the storm beast in a relentless barrage, 3 golden arrows were launched at the creature, which found itself with nowhere to evade. It could only watch helplessly as the attack struck home. Nevertheless, it did not disperse the gathered water, instead focusing solely on Cheng Yang, dismissing the crossbow's threats, and charging straight ahead. Just close the distance. Just close the distance. Victory would be within reach. Cheng Yang discerned the creature's intent from its crimson eyes. Yet, he too awaited this very opportunity. As the beast recklessly charged, abandoning all defense and evasion, Cheng Yang saw a chance to defeat it. At that moment, both the creature and Cheng Yang were on the brink of exhaustion. The beast's armor was riddled with cracks and scorch marks. Now, it could not withstand Cheng Yang's assault. The water could not hinder the power of the crossbow. Thus, Cheng Yang swiftly drew 2 more cards, the shadow-piercing fist. With a clicking sound, he inserted the 2 cards into the summoner, and a surge of radiant power flooded his arms from the armor. The crossbow seemed to awaken, its bowstring vibrating as golden light pooled within it. His lungs ached, and the searing heat of his blood coursed through his body as he activated the breathing technique once more. In radiant form, he executed a swift flash, shadow-piercing, shadow fist. Under the enhancement of the swift flash, the power of both cards infused the crossbow. The golden arrow, flowing with light, broke free from the crossbow's hold. Trembling with energy as it shot toward the creature, it struck like molten lava splattering on snow. The creature's resisting armor was swiftly consumed by the scorching arrow, penetrating through its outstretched claws, followed by its chest and muscles. The beast howled in agony, thrashing through the water in a futile attempt to stave off the attack. Yet, all was in vain. The arrow, formed from distorted light, was impervious to the water's resistance. The creature, already at the end of its strength, could not withstand this final assault. It could only watch helplessly as the golden arrow pierced its body, creating a gaping hole in its chest. The excruciating pain caused the creature to tremble, its limbs twisting in agony. At the sight of the wound, the light's power surged forth, flooding its body. Finally, under Cheng Yang's watchful gaze, the creature erupted in a cloud of black smoke. As the amassed water sphere collapsed in the wake of the creature's explosion, it crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Cheng Yang steadied himself and fell alongside the water sphere as it plummeted. The torrent struck his armor like a hammer, but merely caused him to sway slightly. He rose to his feet and approached the place where the beast had burst apart. This time, no monster crystal remained. Only a card with a black background floated quietly on the ground, untouched by the rushing water. Gazing at the card, Cheng Yang extended his finger and gently pinched it. There was no unexpected occurrence. The card was easily grasped, unremarkable between his fingertips. Turning over the card's black surface, he found the front depicted a torrential downpour. The rain was rendered so vividly that it seemed as though it would spill forth from the card at any moment, bringing with it a fierce wind laden with water. In the upper right corner of the card, a letter indicated its level. Storm of Rain. Cheng Yang had acquired his first level card, an exceptionally rare natural one. Merely holding this card allowed him to feel the power of the storm within. He sensed that even without transforming, possessing this card would grant him a degree of control over the water flow and rain to mount an attack. Of course, the true utility of the storm lay beyond that. It could be inserted into the summoner to activate the enhancement armor, bestowing upon it the power of the storm, elevating the armor's capabilities. This upgrade was not merely an enhancement of the armor's base level, but a means to augment its strength and endow it with the storm's essence. The higher the compatibility, the more potent the armor's upgrade. It could also impart water attributes to the upgraded armor. If facing a fire-based creature, Inserting this storm card would counteract the flames. However, the compatibility between this storm and the light armor would likely not be high. If it were a water-type armor, perhaps it could achieve a compatibility of 100, resulting in a perfect upgrade. Stowing the storm card, Cheng Yang approached the massive core, the monster crystal. He then deactivated his transformation and removed the summoner. As he reverted from his transformation, a wave of weakness and physical pain surged through his body. The drizzle fell from the sky, its droplets landing on his searing, flushed skin, only to evaporate almost instantly, releasing a cloud of steam that enveloped him in a white mist. With each breath he took, he exhaled crimson vapor, a testament to the severe damage his lungs had sustained from the intense breathing technique he had employed. The blood was rapidly vaporized by the high temperature, expelled with his breath, manifesting as bright red steam. Gritting his teeth, he bore the pain and shakily retrieved a vial from his pocket, directing it towards the summoning device. The potion. As he inserted it into the summoner, a flash of golden light erupted, and a vial of the elixir was conjured forth. Enduring the tremors of pain, his swollen, crimson hand grasped the potion, plunging it into a vein of his other hand, injecting it into his bloodstream. As the liquid coursed through his veins, he felt a gentle healing energy rapidly sweep across his body, soothing his injuries. The bleeding in his lungs ceased, and the muscles, once dissolved by heat, began to cool. Though his skin remained hot and red, the temperature started to subside, and his heart gradually returned to a normal rhythm. However, his entire body had taken on a purplish hue. While the subcutaneous bleeding had been halted, it left behind a layer of bruising that painted him in shades of deep violet. At that moment, if he were to confront Thanos, he might just secure the best award. This injury was grievous, and even with his recovery abilities and physical prowess having long surpassed human limits, this single injection merely stabilized his condition. To fully recuperate, he would likely require several days of continuous medication. During this interim, he surmised he would have to forego any physical exertion. Nevertheless, such sacrifices were not without merit. The extraordinary exertion of the breathing technique, though having severely harmed his lungs, had significantly enhanced his proficiency in the foundational breathing method, nearing the threshold of the third layer, unlocking the skill of insight. Simultaneously, his body had broken through its limits. Once he recovered, his strength, physique, and spirit would all elevate by a notch. Furthermore, the mastery of his basic stances had also surged, advancing from foundational mastery to proficient execution. The perilous dance between life and death, though fraught with danger, allowed for the transcendence of physical boundaries and swift augmentation of strength. Chapter 29. Ejected into the reflected world as his injuries stabilized, Cheng Yang raised the summoning device, aiming it at the colossal crystal before him. Even Lin Qi could not possibly consume and refine a monster crystal containing such vast energy in an instant. Moreover, Lin Qi had no intention of recklessly refining this unique core, considering it a waste. Thus, he resolved to store the monster crystal for research and utilization. Cheng Yang, receiving the prompt, withdrew a blank card and directed it towards the summoning device. Click! As the blank card was inserted, the platinum summoner seemed to awaken with power, radiating a golden brilliance. The enormous monster crystal trembled in response. Delicate vibrations traveled through the massive crystal to the earth, and in Cheng Yang's perception, it felt as if the very fabric of space was quaking in sync with the crystal's tremors. He bent slightly to stabilize himself, fingers gripping the summoning device tightly. The summoner, seemingly provoked, shone even brighter. Under the brilliance, the immense core continued to shrink, and the tremors gradually subsided. Finally, the colossal core was entirely consumed by the summoning device, transforming into a card. The card retained a white background, its front adorned with a dark red vortex. The vortex appeared to swirl, as if connecting to an unknown location, threatening to devour everything in its vicinity. The upper right corner of the card bore no letter denoting its rank. At last, it was in his possession. I must thoroughly investigate how to utilize this intriguing artifact. Lin Qi excitedly absorbed the card containing the core into the summoning device, impatiently enveloping it in light, eager to study its secrets. Outside, as the core was entirely consumed by the summoning device, the surrounding world quaked as if its very foundation had been extracted, intensifying the tremors. Buildings seemed on the verge of cracking and collapsing under the stress. Fissures appeared in the void, spreading like a shattered mirror. With the core extracted, could this spatial rift endure any longer? Ignoring his pain, Cheng Yang prepared to rise and evade the chaos. Just as he stepped forward, his foot landed heavily in a tranquil puddle. The water reflected the true world on that side, and his foot seemed to sink into the reflection, pulling him into the depths of the water, dragging him toward another reality. In the streets of the real world, Cheng Yang emerged violently from a puddle, propelled by inertia several meters into the air, as though he were plummeting upward. Gravity soon caught him, hurling him back toward the ground and into another puddle. Passers-by, sheltered under umbrellas in the rain, were left astounded, some rubbing their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at Cheng Yang, who seemed to have just fallen out of a puddle. Is this some new form of magic? Thud. Cheng Yang crashed heavily into the ground, the already soaked clothes becoming drenched anew. The wounds he had just begun to heal appeared to rupture once more with this jarring impact. The pain compelled him to struggle on the ground for a moment before he gathered himself, unsteadily dodging the pedestrians and making his escape. As he departed, the stunned onlookers approached the puddle, incredulously testing its depths to discern whether there was some hidden pit beneath. Just then, the downpour that had shrouded Seiko City for days began to wane, as if in response to the man who had just emerged from the puddle. Gazing upward, the clouds above Seiko City seemed to disperse swiftly as if brushed by an unseen hand, revealing the sun's radiance. The rain had ceased? What a peculiar occurrence. Thud. He turned the key and forcefully pushed open the door to his home. Without regard for his wet clothes, he stumbled into the living room and collapsed onto the sofa, his entire being feeling as though it had been stripped of bones, slumping into unconsciousness. Or perhaps one could say he fell into a deep sleep. This slumber persisted until midday the following day when Cheng Yang finally opened his heavy eyelids and rose from the sofa. His clothes, having been warmed by his body overnight, had dried somewhat, although the sponge beneath the sofa was thoroughly soaked. He would need to take the sofa out to the balcony for drying. Cheng Yang struggled to rise, but at that moment, his body ached even more than it had immediately after the battle. His skin, muscles, and bones felt as though countless daggers were slicing through them. Initially, after the fight, there had been some numbness in his body. Now, with his spirit and body having regained some vitality, the once numb nerves honestly relayed every pang of pain back to his brain. Gritting his teeth, Cheng Yang staggered toward the balcony. Outside, the sun shone brightly upon Seiko City, banishing any trace of gloom, revealing a city sparkling like a jewel under the sunlight. Perhaps the continuous rains had washed away the city's grime, or perhaps the relentless storms had made the sun's brilliance all the more precious. However, Cheng Yang's thoughts drifted elsewhere. That card depicting the torrential rain. He drew it from his possession, gazing at the stormy imagery it portrayed. Fingers gently brushed over the card, as if one could perceive the torrential rain within it, seeping through with its dampness. Listening intently to the card, the raindrops depicted seemed to flow with the gaze. Is there a connection between this card and the unrelenting downpour in Xiguang City? The recent deluge has only enveloped the vicinity of Xiguang City, an unusual occurrence that defies meteorological patterns and shows no signs of abating. As he withdrew this card of rain, the tempest in Xiguang City ceased as well. It is likely that this very card has precipitated such anomalies. Could the power of the rain from those days originate from this small card? Cheng Yang contemplated the thin card, feeling the weight of the power that emanated through it. The emergence of such phenomena in nature can have a profound impact on the surrounding environment. Perhaps in the future, he could focus on areas exhibiting extraordinary natural occurrences to gather more. Drawing inferences from this experience, Cheng Yang speculated about the formation of the card and its associated phenomena. The compatibility of the torrential rain with his light armor was evidently not very high. Should he acquire a natural attribute of light, perhaps his light armor could achieve a perfect upgrade. Cheng Yang dismissed further thoughts and carefully stored away the card of rain. Nature cannot be sought after. The immediate priority is to recover from his injuries. Moreover, he had amassed quite a few light energy points during this endeavor. He pondered whether new items had appeared in the summoner's shop. Chapter 30. The pinnacle of basic breathing technique. Cheng Yang first took a shower, changing out of his soiled clothes. Following that, he hastily prepared a simple meal to satiate his hunger before sitting cross-legged on his bed. He cradled the summoner device before him and accessed the shop page. As anticipated, several previously unseen items had emerged. Misty Rain Technique, 70 light energy points. A cultivation method for enhancing vitality, divided into 4 tiers. Tier 1, Physique 1. Tier 2, Physique 2. Tier 3, Physique 3. Tier 4, Physique 5. Mastering the skill of Misty Rain Qi. Rain Realm, 50 light energy points, allowing insertion into the summoner to access a unique space, the Rain Realm, where one can battle monsters to hone their skills. Defeating monsters may yield monster crystals and techniques. Misty Rain Qi, 70 light energy points. A skill obtained upon mastering the Misty Rain technique to its highest tier, capable of generating a flow of misty rain qi within the body. The operation of this qi can significantly enhance stamina and self-healing abilities, while the practice of breathing techniques can expedite injury recovery and stabilize ailments. Basic axe technique. Basic finger technique. Basic sound technique. Indeed, this time there were numerous new items. Chang Yang observed the additional goods in the shop, having mentally prepared himself. He was not taken aback. Lin Qi had been immersed in research since the conclusion of their battle. The Misty Rain technique and Rain Realm were both his scholarly achievements. The Misty Rain technique was a high-level cultivation method he had created based on the torrential rain and the knowledge from the database. The Rain Realm, on the other hand, was a stable spatial rift he had established, originating from that core and grounded in the torrential rain. He named this spatial rift the Rain Realm, which served as his experimental ground for studying monsters. All the monsters within were conjured from that colossal monster crystal. Summoners could refine their combat skills within. The drops from defeating monsters yielded light energy points, techniques, and skill cards, deliberately designed to motivate summoners. Such a responsible summoner device was indeed rare. Unbeknownst to Chang Yang, the summoner device silently reflected on its efforts. He was merely exhilarated by the newly listed products. Every item was immensely desirable. Yet his accumulation of over 100 light energy points seemed rather insufficient. The Misty Rain technique, was this a new method? It appeared to be a notch above the basic breathing technique. The basic breathing technique lacked attributes and was nearing its pinnacle under his cultivation. Its features were balanced and tranquil. Conversely, the Misty Rain technique seemed even more serene, focusing on self-cultivation. Each tier enhances physique points, with greater tiers yielding more substantial improvements. The fully cultivated Misty Rain Qi appeared to be more supportive than combative. However, having already practiced the basic breathing technique, would continuing with the Misty Rain technique conflict with it? Although the basic breathing technique seemed of a lower grade, it granted access to the dazzling form of armor. If this new technique conflicted with the basic breathing technique, rendering the latter unusable, the consequences would be considerable. In any case, he decided to test it out. Should it affect the basic breathing technique, he would cease its practice. 70 light energy points. Chang Yang now had a total of 106 light energy points. If he purchased the Misty Rain technique, he would be unable to acquire the Rain Realm. The allure of the Rain Realm was quite tempting. A training ground for monsters, where one could engage in battles, would undoubtedly sharpen his combat awareness. After contemplation, Chang Yang ultimately opted for the Rain Realm. Within, he could defeat monsters and consistently earn light energy points, and later return to purchase the Misty Rain technique. After all, the appearance of monsters was unpredictable. Acquiring the Misty Rain technique at this moment would not offer great value. Having made his decision, Chang Yang expended 50 light energy points to purchase the Rain Realm. As the points diminished, a white card coalesced in front of him, which he grasped delicately between his fingertips. On its face, a blue water vortex was depicted, reminiscent of the torrential rain. Given that Lin Qi had established this spatial rift based on the torrential rain and the core's power, its appearance was not surprising. However, not all monsters within were of the water attribute, even though they predominantly comprised it. After securing the Rain Realm, Chang Yang set down the summoner device and sought to calm his emotions, as his body was not yet prepared to engage in combat within the Rain Realm. His immediate focus should be on elevating the basic breathing technique to the 3rd tier and recovering from his injuries. He settled into a cross-legged position, regulating his breath. A wave of energy filled his lungs as he practiced his breathing technique. The basic breathing technique, inherently tranquil, would not exacerbate his lung injuries at this juncture. Instead, as he breathed, a warm current swept through his body, alleviating the pain in his lungs and body. Concentrating on his breathing, time outside seemed to pass swiftly. The pain in his body gradually subsided as he exhaled the stagnant air. As he completed a full cycle of breathing, the aches and injuries were expelled along with the impurities. The purple skin, marred by congealed blood, dissipated with each breath. When Chang Yang finally opened his eyes, the sky outside had darkened. He unsteadily rose, wincing as a sharp pain shot through his lungs, causing him to expel a clot of congealed blood resembling roots. While the expulsion brought slight discomfort, his breathing became notably easier. Enduring the physical pain, he prepared a modest dinner for himself, turning on the television to accompany his meal while browsing the news. The quiet room was filled only with the sounds of his eating and the news broadcast, adding a hint of liveliness to the space. Once he finished his meal, Chang Yang retrieved the summoner device, inserted a potion, and injected himself with a restorative serum. As the potion coursed through him, The purple discoloration of his skin shifted to red, indicating significant healing. It seemed that he would soon recover fully. Since he could no longer practice the basic posture, Cheng-Yang returned to his bed, resuming his cross-legged position to continue his breathing technique. The monotony of the practice did not bore him. Rather, he relished the tranquility, allowing his spirit to settle as he felt the enhancement of his body. This continued until the following day. With the completion of the final cycle of breathing, his proficiency reached 1. Basic breathing technique, Tier 3, perfected. Mental acuity, 1. He acquired the skill, Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye, beginner, proficiency, 0-10. As he opened his eyes, a clarity akin to a brilliant light flickered in the depths of his gaze. Everything around him became extraordinarily vivid. With each inhalation and exhalation, the body feels as light as a feather drifting through the air. Is this the pinnacle of the fundamental breathing technique? Cheng-Yang gazes at his outstretched hand, then closes his eyes, immersing himself in the skills bestowed by the highest realm of this practice, his inner sight. Within this inner vision, amidst the profound darkness, the surroundings become astonishingly clear. The world within a 2-meter radius transforms into luminous, abstract lines, as if tangible objects have been rendered into ethereal outlines. Even the dust floating in the air appears vividly distinct, slowly descending through the atmosphere. He feels as though he could take on 10 opponents. Chapter 31. Do not open the door. Confidence is key. It's time for a good night's sleep. While Cheng-Yang was engaged in his training, Lin Qi was not idle. He diligently analyzed the database, pushing his mental faculties to their limits. Cheng-Yang remained unaware of how tirelessly the summoner was working to replenish the shop's supplies. Having reached the zenith of the fundamental breathing technique, Cheng-Yang began to hone a new skill, his inner sight. He took a length of cloth, rolled it into a band, and bound it around his eyes, completely obstructing his vision, relying solely on his inner sight to navigate the room. Under the influence of this inner vision, Cheng-Yang sensed a rapid depletion of his mental energy. As his inner sight proficiency increased, he persevered until it reached a level of 5. His spirit could no longer sustain itself, and the world within his inner sight fell back into darkness. How taxing it was on the mind. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a dull heaviness in his head. Yet, despite this, he did not remove the blindfold, focusing his mind as he explored his surroundings. Initially, he stumbled, occasionally colliding with furniture, but gradually began to adapt to the surrounding darkness. Even without activating his inner sight, he could discern the layout and objects around him. Could his proficiency still increase? It seemed that enhancing his inner sight did not necessitate its constant activation. Simply feeling and imagining the objects around him could suffice. Naturally, this method proved less effective than fully engaging his inner sight, yet any progress was welcome. Cheng-Yang did not dwell on it for long, continuing to wear the blindfold as he moved about the house. While navigating, he constantly reconstructed the layout in his mind, as if gradually assembling a 3-dimensional model of the entire room within the depths of his imagination. Initially, he bumped into tables and chairs, but after each collision, he would neatly arrange the items, committing their locations to memory, thereby refining his mental model. As he continued this process, his mental image of the room became increasingly complete, and his proficiency steadily grew. Eventually, his inner sight proficiency reached its maximum, transforming his skill level from novice to mastery. The mental model he had constructed crystallized vividly in his mind. Even without activating his inner sight, he could sense every object in his surroundings. It was as if he possessed an invisible eye, observing the world around him. Of course, this clarity stemmed from his familiarity with the room. Venturing outside may plunge him back into a state of blindness. However, his perceptual acuity had undeniably improved. Cheng-Yang felt confident that even with his eyes closed, he could sense the movements of an opponent and respond accordingly. Time was drawing near. The potions should have refreshed. Cheng-Yang retrieved the summoner, leaving the blindfold in place as he extracted the potions. Even with his vision obstructed, he could accurately discern the cards on his person and identify each potion distinctly. With a snap, he held a potion tightly in his palm, aligning it with the vein in his arm for an exact injection. Although his sight was blocked, he could acutely feel the potion's potency coursing through his veins, like a warm current flowing toward his heart, which then pumped it throughout his body. His internal injuries began to mend, and the bruising beneath his skin dissipated. His complexion returned to normal, albeit with a slight flush. Cheng-Yang tested his strength by throwing a few punches into the air. With the whoosh of his fists, each strike felt heavy and powerful, as if he could shatter the very atmosphere. His strength was nearly restored. He would be ready to explore the Rain Realm by tomorrow. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. What presence was that? Lin Qi jolted awake from his slumber. The darkness seemed to solidify. A formless mist seeping through the cracks of the door, instantly saturating the entire room. His light was subdued, flickering like a candle nearing extinguishment. Cheng Yang lifted his gaze toward the door. Merely staring at it, he felt as though his throat were constricted, his breathing quickening. His body moved uncontrollably toward the door, each heavy step resonating within the room. Cheng Yang's consciousness grew sluggish, his memories becoming clouded. It felt as if he had forgotten something vital. The distance to the door dwindled. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, 50 centimeters. As he extended his hand, beads of perspiration formed on his palm. The other hand trembled, ensnared by invisible chains, straining to grasp the fabric covering his eyes. What had he forgotten? What was it? Cheng Yang strained to recall, to think deeply. Lin Yi's entire essence felt as if it were ensnared by an unseen force, unable to emanate even a whisper of the summoner. Suddenly, it came to him. He remembered what he and Cheng Yang had forgotten. Darkness, unlike light, enveloped the world in shadows, preventing any glimmer from penetrating, silently concealing the objects within its depths, rendering them indistinct and unrecallable. Even Lin Qi, a beacon of light, found his memory shrouded by this darkness. Do not open the door. Cheng Yang seized the doorknob. In that instant, clarity surged through him. He recalled what had transpired before he plunged into the water world. How could he have forgotten? How could he forget? With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a shadowy figure outside, its ghostly green eyes fixed upon Cheng Yang, extending a right hand. Upon that hand, a silver-green ring glimmered ominously, inching closer to Cheng Yang's face, as if to seize his very mind. A voice emanated from the figure, imbued with mockery and condescension. Found you. In an instant, the breathing technique surged to its zenith. Cheng Yang's chest expanded as he inhaled deeply, drawing in a substantial amount of air. His heart raced violently like an engine, pumping invigorating blood throughout his body. His inner sight activated. Everything within a 2-meter radius slowed down. With a resounding crash. Even through the clarity of his inner sight, Cheng Yang could not discern the figure's movements. All he felt was a sharp pain in his chest as his body was hurled backward, shattering chairs and toppling tables, crashing heavily against the wall. The pain. It hurt immensely. The impact to his lungs caused his breath to escape him, and his heart's rhythm began to slow. It felt as though several ribs had fractured. With slow, deliberate footsteps, the shadow drew nearer. Cheng Yang managed to lift his head, gazing at the figure before him. Indeed, was strength derived from breath? An assault to the lungs had disrupted his very ability to breathe. Chapter 32. The deadlock approaches. The figure seemed to possess an intimate understanding of Cheng Yang, having aimed its recent assault specifically at his lungs. Everything unfolded precisely as Cheng Yang had surmised. The creature before him was not only formidable, but also exceedingly cautious, continuously shifting forms to probe Cheng Yang's defenses, scrutinizing his combat style to ascertain his vulnerabilities. After carefully identifying a strategic position, it had even waited 2 days, ensuring that no unforeseen circumstances would arise before launching a direct attack on his weakness. During their previous encounter, the creature had sealed Cheng Yang's memories, and it had patiently observed him for 2 days before deciding to strike. This protracted observation likely served to confirm whether he had any allies, thereby preventing any unexpected complications. Contemplating these revelations, Cheng Yang felt an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. This creature left him no room for escape. He needed to breathe to steady his breath. Ignoring the pain in his chest, Cheng Yang struggled to regulate his breathing, the sharp agony radiating from his lungs. Was he to persist in exhaling? His ribs had already pierced his lung, and such forced respiration would only exacerbate his wounds. The enigmatic figure advanced calmly, as if everything unfolded under its command. Even as the severity of his injuries intensified, Cheng Yang dared not cease. Stopping was tantamount to death. He needed to transform, reaching into his garment for his summoning device. He was swiftly thwarted by the creature, which effortlessly anticipated his actions and kicked it away, through the lens of his inner vision. Cheng Yang barely managed to perceive the approaching leg. He forcibly activated his basic breathing technique, raising his arm in defense. With a resounding crash, Cheng Yang's arm was bent and deformed by the impact, yet it remained unbroken, a testament to the rigorous training he had endured. He crashed heavily into a wardrobe, collapsing onto the ground, his entire arm rendered numb from the defensive maneuver. Did it seek to prevent him from transforming? The mysterious figure closed in, revealing an uncanny insight into Cheng Yang's intentions. How could this be? How could it have discerned his plan? The creature's words sought to dismantle Cheng Yang's mental fortitude. Even now, it remained vigilant, wary of the possibility that Cheng Yang might suddenly employ some desperate means to take them both to the abyss. For years, their kind had covertly ruled this world, never encountering a force potent enough to withstand their dominion. Thus, it was immeasurably wary of this newfound power. Meticulously shifting forms to test its mettle, strategizing in the shadows, sequentially deploying its pieces, forcing the summoner into an inescapable predicament. Are you surprised, frightened? The mysterious figure inched closer, then raised its foot to stomp down upon Cheng Yang's arm. A sharp cry of pain escaped Cheng Yang as the agony surged through his arm, disrupting his already tenuous breath. He gasped, expelling a mouthful of blood. While the creature leaned down, extending its hand toward Cheng Yang's chest. No, please, no. Cheng Yang desperately attempted to curl his body, shielding his summoning device. Yet, all was futile. The device was seized by the creature's fingers, wrenched from his chest. The platinum summoning device glimmered with a golden hue, grasped firmly in the creature's palm, illuminating its visage. To Cheng Yang's astonishment, this face was not the one he had glimpsed before descending into the mirrored world. So, this is the summoning device capable of invoking the armor of light. But where is it? Is it still within your possession? The creature's gaze fell upon the summoning device, a satisfied smile gracing its features before returning to Cheng Yang. At that moment, Cheng Yang fought to regulate his breath. Despite his lung being pierced, he pressed on. Fortunately, he had previously dedicated time to enhancing his basic breathing technique to its apex. Otherwise, with such grievous injuries, he would have been unable to continue. Why do you possess such knowledge of the summoning device? Cheng Yang inquired. Why? It is merely the result of your kind's diligent research and investigation. Cheng Yang lifted his gaze to meet the creature's smug expression. He felt an unsettling shift. With the summoning device wrested from him, the creature appeared increasingly arrogant, looking down upon him with disdain, revealing information without the caution it had previously exhibited. According to its investigations, the creatures disguised themselves as humans, covertly governing humanity. Filled with arrogance and contempt, the prior caution and wariness had stemmed solely from Cheng Yang's ownership of the summoning device. Now that it had been taken, he had been reduced to a mere human, and the creature's haughtiness returned. Investigation, research. Are you affiliated with the Monster Countermeasures Division? Or does your position grant you access to their data at will? Upon hearing Cheng Yang's question, the creature displayed surprise. It had not anticipated that Cheng Yang, an ordinary human, could discern such matters, yet its eyes still held disdain and contempt. You have perceived this? I did not expect someone beyond the Monster Countermeasures Division to awaken. No wonder you became a summoner. The creature, now in possession of the summoning device, was not hesitant to engage in dialogue with this insignificant human. It felt assured of victory, brimming with confidence. What do you mean, Monster Countermeasures Division awakening? Cheng Yang strained to buy time, striving to stabilize his breath while attempting to extract more information. Do you know why the Monster Countermeasures Division operates as a semi-official, semi-civilian organization? Why it deliberately maintains distance from official forces, seeking independence? The creature's words illuminated Cheng Yang's understanding. The Monster Countermeasures Division had sensed that the leadership of humanity might have been supplanted by monsters, thus striving to maintain its autonomy. However, it appeared that the Monster Countermeasures Division remained infiltrated by these creatures. Within its ranks, there likely existed deeper, clandestine organizations engaged in the covert struggle against monsters, researching methods to counter them. Otherwise, the Monster Countermeasures Division would have long since been fully absorbed into official structures, dominated entirely. Therein lay humanity's hope. Even if I perish, I must relinquish the summoning device. I can grant you a swift end, the creature declared, one hand clutching the summoning device while the other extended. A green blade materializing in its left hand, pressed ominously against Cheng Yang's throat. The razor-sharp edge seemed poised to sever his artery at any moment. In desperation, Cheng Yang withdrew a card from his garment, extending it toward the creature. Chapter 33. The Torrent of the Deluge. The mysterious figure also reached out, gripping the card with the dark background. Suddenly, the air shimmered as the dark backdrop flipped, revealing its contents. Deluge. With a forceful squeeze of its fingers, the deluge was activated, a torrent surging forth, rushing toward the creature. A natural phenomenon, the deluge embodied immense power, not conjured by the summoning device, but rather emanating from nature itself. Furthermore, the wielder need not rely solely on the summoning device to unleash its might. Provided the bearer possessed the requisite physical attributes and unique abilities, they could harness the card's power. As a summoner of the armor of light, Cheng Yang already harbored a faint glimmer of light within him, and coupled with his enhanced physical capabilities that transcended the human norm. He had met the requirements to unleash this power. The torrent surged through the cramped room, as if an immense flood had erupted within its confines. A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by the roar of crashing waves as torrents of water inundated the entire house. Passers-by on the street were startled by the thunderous noise. Instinctively lifting their gazes toward the source of the commotion, they witnessed a scene reminiscent of a reservoir bursting, with a deluge of water spilling forth from a window of the high-rise, flooding the room. Chang Yang was swept away by the rushing waters, plummeting from above. Meanwhile, the enigmatic figure found himself engulfed by the sudden torrent, clinging tightly to the summoner's device, striving to maintain his balance as he glanced toward Chang Yang's descent. The summoner's device was now within his grasp, yet it remained tethered to this young man. He needed to seize it, light and shadow spear. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the device in his hand inexplicably radiated light. Straight beams of brilliance coalesced from the device, shooting forth towards the unsuspecting figure. In an instant, his hand, which held the device, was pierced, blood gushing forth. This is impossible. How could this happen? The mysterious individual stared incredulously at the device. According to his prior research, the wielder must insert their essence into the device to activate its abilities. Yet the device was clearly in his possession. It had not been inserted anywhere. How could it activate autonomously? This is unfathomable. Attempting to tarnish my memory with foul darkness. You shall not capture me. Unbeknownst to him, a fragment of his memory had been obscured by darkness, despite his relentless focus on research during that period. The realization incited a profound rage within Lin Qi. Moreover, whether it was the power of the armor or the might of the skills, they all originated from this very summoner's device, merely a conduit for power, which required the summoner's intention to wield. Yet he did not need that. Amidst the buzzing, the mysterious figure could no longer maintain his grip on the device as it slipped from his injured fingers, swept away by the rainwater cascading from the window. Had he underestimated the situation? How intriguing. The mysterious figure regarded his perforated hand, clenching his fist slightly, causing the bloody wound to heal autonomously. He then stepped into the torrent, pursuing the device. Chang Yang, swept down from the high-rise by the rushing waters, struggled to stabilize himself in midair, gripping the downpour tightly. Utilizing the force of the rain, he could manipulate the deluge surrounding him to some extent. Simultaneously, he regulated his breathing, swiftly activating his foundational breathing technique. The intense pain in his lungs did not deter him. This was not a time for concern over pain, especially in the heat of battle where he was accustomed to disregarding discomfort. Now, he was at the brink of life and death. As his breathing shifted, his lungs expanded once more, and his heart, like an engine, surged into rapid motion. Blood pumped throughout his body, causing his veins to bulge visibly against his skin, presenting a somewhat terrifying sight. However, this was hardly a moment for hesitation. As the torrent rushed towards him, the ground drew closer, and Cheng Yang widened his eyes, fixated on the surface below. Activating his inner sight, everything around him began to decelerate. The flowing water, the beating heart, the ground's texture became distinctly visible. The deluge. Just as it was about to crash against the ground, Cheng Yang thrust the rainstorm before him, channeling his power to launch another assault. This time, he did not unleash his full force, but rather utilized a portion of his power. In an instant, a column of water erupted forth, crashing heavily against the ground. Leveraging the reactionary force of the water column, Cheng Yang felt his body propelled upwards, alleviating much of the downward force. Nevertheless, he was still flung skyward, tumbling across the water-covered ground before finally coming to a stop after several rolls. Gasping for breath, each inhalation sent sharp pains through his chest. He struggled to rise from the ground, clutching the rainstorm tightly, wary of his surroundings. The summoner's device, he had to retrieve it. As the summoner, Cheng Yang could faintly sense its presence. The device should have slipped from the mysterious figure's grasp. Where was it? His gaze swept the area rapidly. Having surpassed human limits, Cheng Yang's vision also transcended the ordinary. Coupled with his latent perception, he quickly located the device lying on the side of the road. Half submerged in water, half exposed to the air, still emanating a faint golden glow. The moment he spotted it, he wasted no time. He pushed his foundational breathing technique to its limits. His rapidly beating heart pumped blood to his legs as he propelled himself towards the summoner's device like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, the mysterious figure leapt from the high-rise, extending a finger adorned with a green ring, aimed directly at the rushing Cheng Yang. In an instant, the concrete ground erupted as thick, earthen roots burst forth, striking towards Cheng Yang like tentacles, seeking to ensnare him or crush him into oblivion. With his inner sight fully engaged, Cheng Yang faced the phantasmagoric roots without hesitation. Within a 2-meter radius, everything slowed down in his perception. He moved with the agility of a monkey, deftly evading the roots and weaving through the gaps. Having endured countless battles and mastered numerous combat techniques, his body had already transcended human limits. Even without transformation, his strength far surpassed that of an average human, akin to a diminished monstrous figure. Chapter 34. The Wood Beast and the Armor of Light TSK. Watching Cheng Yang evade the roots he had summoned, the mysterious figure displayed a look of disdain and contempt. He then raised his hand once more, green light coalescing before his outstretched palm, which swiftly morphed into a 10-meter-long, spear-like wooden lance aimed at Cheng Yang. The raised hand descended. The sharp wooden spikes sliced through the air, whistling as it tore through the droplets of water, an unstoppable force aimed directly at Cheng Yang, as if to pin this agile monkey to the ground. As the summoner's device loomed near, a chill coursed down Cheng Yang's spine. He felt he would die. An inexplicable sensation enveloped him, quickening the rhythm of his heart beyond its limits, granting him an extraordinary physical prowess. For an ordinary human, sustaining such a heartbeat would be fatal within mere seconds. He quickly turned, only to see an astonishing wooden lance nearly piercing his vision, poised to impale him. Within the 2-meter range of his inner sight, everything seemed to come to a standstill. Light and shadow soared, almost instinctively, following the faint glimmer of light within him. The light-infused bloodline surged. Cheng Yang drew forth the light and shadow sword. With a flash of golden light, the sword appeared in his grasp, and with an upward thrust, he infused it with all his might, cleaving towards the wooden lance. Everything transpired in a heartbeat. The mysterious figure could only witness a golden flash before Cheng Yang, grasping the light and shadow sword, struck at the lance. His body was sent sprawling like a rag doll, crashing to the ground. The impact split his palm, blood gushing forth, revealing the stark whiteness of bone. To wield a weapon without relying on the summoner's device? The mysterious figure regarded Cheng Yang warily. Despite his innate disdain for humanity, a primal arrogance boiling within, the connection to the summoner's device and the armor of light instilled a genuine sense of caution within him, as if he were gripped by fear. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. The noble blood coursing through my veins knows no fear. Absolutely not. I shall vanquish this wretch. Shatter that armor, and obliterate the summoning device. The mysterious figure's gaze turned increasingly perilous, fixating on the ground, as a green longsword materialized once more in his grasp. The murderous intent in his eyes seemed intent on crushing all that incited fear, to demonstrate that his caution was not born out of trepidation. Yet, until now, he still retained his human form, refraining from transforming into a monstrous guise. Coughing, Cheng Yang trembled as he supported himself with the shadow sword, his bloodied eyes squinting at the approaching figure wielding the blade. The onlookers around him were thoroughly frightened and had fled in haste. The surroundings grew eerily silent, as if the world had narrowed down to that advancing silhouette clutching a knife. Through Cheng Yang's vision, he could discern the figure's movements, each step solidifying, spilling forth a palpable darkness that rolled across the sky. The pressure emanating from this presence was on an entirely different level than that of the previous monsters. However, Cheng Yang extended his bloodied hand, tightly gripping the glimmering summoning device. With the recent attack, he had successfully retrieved his summoning apparatus. Transformation was at hand. He took a deep breath, steadying the pain coursing through his body. Raising the summoning device, he pressed it against the already summoned belt at his waist. Subsequently, he drew forth the light armor, his gaze unwavering as it fixed directly on the position of the mysterious figure. The light armor activated with a resounding click. Golden light burst forth, intricate patterns unfolding on the ground like a mystical magic circle. The radiance illuminated from the ground beneath him, enveloping his entire form and outlining a shimmering platinum armor. His injuries began to stabilize with the transformation, and the pain in his breathing ceased. Allow me to demonstrate the power of the light armor. Cheng Yang tightened his grip on the shadow sword, not retreating but charging forward against the overwhelming pressure of the beast, his body transforming into a streak of golden light. Thick roots erupted from the ground, twisting towards Cheng Yang, weaving a massive web in an attempt to ensnare him in place. Yet, Cheng Yang's movements remained unimpeded, wielding his sword. He unleashed a fierce stream of sword energy. The golden light he had become effortlessly sliced through the roots, aimed directly at the mysterious figure. With a sharp clang, the clash reverberated, sending ripples through the accumulated water around them. The shadow sword met the green blade with a burst of golden sparks. I shall crush you along with that armor. The mysterious figure's face, now mere inches away, bore a smile as the blades surged with power, the green light radiating fiercely. The immense force hurled Chengyang back, forcing him to retreat. This power, Chengyang quickly regained his footing, thrusting the sword again. As the arm guard glowed with golden light, unleashing multiple golden blades in a simultaneous strike, the mysterious figure, wielding the knife with one hand, effortlessly deflected Chengyang's assault with swift, precise movements, the blade's shadow barely visible, only the sound of the strike resonating. Too fast. With heightened perception, everything around him began to slow, allowing Chengyang to finally catch sight of the blade's trajectory. He crossed his sword to intercept the descending knife. However, the ensuing force bent his body, nearly forcing him to kneel. You thought I had revealed a fraction of my strength? The mysterious figure resumed his disdainful posture, yet, with another swing of his blade, he displayed even greater speed, betraying no hint of carelessness. Clearly, though he feigned indifference, he was far from underestimating Chengyang. Shimmering form, constant flash. Without a moment's hesitation, Chengyang altered his breath, his heart racing anew. This time, the rapid beating was not merely to provide his body with strength beyond its limits, but also to channel the power driving the armor, sustaining its brilliance. As the armor emitted dazzling light, its strength was fully unleashed. Everything within his heightened perception slowed once more. Clang, clang. Illusory shadows collided in the air. Two figures racing across the water's surface, instantaneously separating only to collide anew. The rapid exchanges could only be traced through the ripples that erupted on the water's surface, marking the trajectory of their battle. Another clash. The ground cracked under the impact, the water splashing into the air, bursting into droplets, which then shattered into mist. The friction between the sword and the blade brought the mysterious figure's face close to Chengyang's visor. Shimmering form, am I correct in surmising this is your limit? Hearing the mysterious figure's voice, Chengyang remained silent. The shadow sword glimmered with golden light, cleaving fiercely through the air, creating distance between them once again. Chengyang landed on the ground, standing atop the water's surface, while the mysterious figure leaped onto a lamppost, looking down on Chengyang from his elevated position. If this is indeed your limit, then what awaits you next is despair. Behold my noble stance, my exalted lineage, and the unfathomable power that lies beyond your reach. As the voice echoed, a visible darkness surged forth, enveloping the sky like a torrent of fog. In an instant, even Chengyang's radiant armor seemed to be oppressed and shrouded by this dark force, its brilliance dimming significantly. Chapter 35. The power of despair. The light from the street lamp flickered weakly, oscillating between brightness and dimness. The figure atop the lamppost began to distort and swell. Jagged black spines pierced through the figure's skin, and patches of armor started to cover its form. Until, from within the obscurity of the monstrous silhouette, a pair of eerie green eyes glimmered, rendering the figure distinctly visible. This dark power, what level could it possibly be? It has surpassed the threshold of perception. Lin Qi had transformed into light, becoming the summoning device. So far, he had only evolved once. His intrinsic strength was not formidable, and his perception was hardly extraordinary. Moreover, light and darkness are inherently antagonistic. Under this dark power, Lin Qi found it exceedingly difficult to gauge the creature's level. Yet, he could ascertain one thing: this power, wielded by a creature, was of an entirely different caliber than those transformed by monster energy. This was a being with intelligence, a true member of the monstrous race, utterly beyond the capabilities of the current light armor. The basic form of the light armor could not possibly overshadow this beast. Furthermore, this creature possessed what attributes, making it immune to light-based countermeasures. Unable to communicate with Chengyang, Lin Qi could only emit warning signals as best as he could, even without the summoning device's alerts. Chengyang could feel the shift in the creature's aura. It was a far cry from the human form it had previously adopted. Boom! With a violent crash, the concrete ground shattered, sending water splattering into the air, transforming into a shower of droplets. The brown armor enveloped the entirety of the creature, its enormous green eyes bulging, resembling those of an insect. Spines akin to wooden thorns protruded from its elbows, shoulders, and back. Unlike the previous monsters, which had elongated claws, this creature's arms resembled those of a human, with claws of a reasonable length. Towering over 2 meters, its clawed feet dug deep into the concrete ground. Its lower legs were uncovered by armor, revealing muscles as hard as steel. Its humanoid claws gripped the previously wielded green longsword, pointing it menacingly at Chengyang. With a mere flick of the blade towards the void, a wind blade sliced through the droplets in the air, carving a deep gash in the flowing water below. In an instant, the ground to Cheng Yang's right was cleaved, leaving a profound scar. Had that blade struck him? No, it was intentional. This creature had deliberately aimed askew. Cheng Yang gripped the light and shadow sword tightly, every muscle in his body taut, as if iron had been infused beneath his skin, filling it with a steely resolve. His foundational breathing technique was pushed to its utmost limit, causing his blood to surge through his veins like boiling water, rendering his skin a deep crimson. The armor of light was activated with full force, radiating a brilliant luminescence. With a swift motion, he swung the golden blade downwards. His entire being transformed into a fleeting golden flash, racing towards the wooden beast. In that moment, everything around him began to fracture in his perception. The pavement, the flowing water, the streetlights, and the flora all dissolved into abstract, rugged sketches, leaving only the wooden monster in his sight. The air resonated with the sound of the blade slicing through the atmosphere. The distance between them evaporated in an instant as the sword struck fiercely at the beast's chest. It struck true. Cheng Yang felt an undeniable sensation from the blade in his hand. That strike had undoubtedly surpassed any he had executed before. Yet, as the vision from his mind's eye preempted his physical sight, his heart plummeted. That unprecedented blow, fueled by his blazing armor and all his sword techniques, had merely become lodged against the creature's shoulder, inflicting no injury whatsoever. This beast showed neither defense nor evasion. How could this be? Cheng Yang clenched his teeth, the brilliance of his armor unwavering as he pivoted the blade and thrust 3 consecutive strikes. One aimed for the throat, another for the heart, and the last for the forehead. Clang, clang, clang. Yet, only the sharp sounds of metal colliding echoed back to him. All 3 strikes were effortlessly deflected by the monster. At that moment, the wooden beast didn't even bother to move its weapon. Cackling with derision, the creature spread its arms wide, welcoming Cheng Yang's attacks with disdain. Do you see now, little one? This is the true power of my kind. Under this force, you are nothing but a mere child of 20. The beast stood there, allowing Cheng Yang's strikes to land upon its form without the slightest effort to resist. It found itself almost amused by its earlier wariness. How could such a feeble youth pose any threat to their lineage? Such paltry strength required no deliberate countermeasures. Seemingly bored by Cheng Yang's futile attempts, the monster lifted its weapon and swung down with ferocity. Defensive stance. In an instant, Cheng Yang's body was sent flying, a golden spark erupting from his armor's chest. Boom, boom, boom. The world spun around him, and the sounds of collision reverberated in his ears. He was hurled away, crashing to the ground, only to be rebounded, smashing into the earth once again. Finally, he soared through a window, tumbling into the building, and then out the other side, crashing onto the concrete floor. His rolling form eventually came to a halt. Coughing, Cheng Yang struggled to rise, his armor flickering erratically. It was a manifestation of his inability to maintain the foundational breathing technique necessary to sustain his radiant form. Help! A monster! A monster! Ah, who will save me? Run! Run! The cries of the crowd echoed around him, and the whites of his eyes turned crimson as he gripped the light and shadow sword, aiming it at the beast. Others may flee, may evade, but for someone chosen by the summoning device, there was no option to escape. Cheng Yang felt a flicker of difference within himself, a sense of the extraordinary. Perhaps it was merely an overabundance of self-awareness. The device had chosen him by mere luck. Therefore, he could not allow himself to flee. Even in the face of an invincible monster, he must not retreat. He was no longer ordinary, no longer mundane. Thus, he forfeited the right to flee like an ordinary person. He could not permit the beast to wreak havoc before him, harming others while he stood idly by. Holding the summoning device and the immense power of the armor, he bore the responsibility that accompanied such strength, regardless of how formidable the monster might be. With the summoning device and armor, he must confront it head-on. Chapter 36. But I have already given my all. The frail human has not fled. The wooden beast stood atop the high-rise from which Cheng Yang had been thrown, looking down upon him. Cheng Yang remained silent, though his body was numb. He resolutely raised the light and shadow sword with his right hand, withdrawing his left. How utterly displeasing. The monster's tone turned frigid and enraged. Why did this feeble human not exhibit fear? Why did he not flee? Before such overwhelming power, why was there no dread, no plea for mercy? It had displayed such might. Cheng Yang should have shown terror, should have begged for clemency, if he had not witnessed the true extent of its power. Then raising a sword against it would be sheer ignorance. Yet having beheld its might, he still raised his weapon. This was a slight against itself, a provocation against its nobility. A mere enslaved human, a lowly race. Cheng Yang inhaled deeply, a sharp pain erupting in his lungs. Yet he did not cease to breathe. Radiant form, light and shadow thrust, light fist, crack, skill cards activated. In an instant, golden light erupted from the armor enveloping Chungyang, and the blade of the light and shadow sword appeared like the sun. With a forceful push, he stomped the ground, causing it to crack like a spider's web under the tremendous weight. His body, imbued with golden radiance, soared into the air like a released arrow, charging toward the wooden beast. The swinging blade descended with ferocity. In that moment, the powers of the two skill cards unleashed simultaneously. A blinding golden light exploding in the air. The glass of surrounding skyscrapers sparkled with golden brilliance, while passers-by shielded their eyes from the dazzling glow. Insignificant human. The beast, provoked to the peak of its fury, suddenly regained its composure. With a cold gaze, it met the descending blade. The green blade in its hand crossed over to meet the sword. A dim green glow ignited, clashing with the blinding golden light. Crack, crack, crack. The ear-splitting sound shattered the air, visible ripples radiating from the point of impact, causing the glass of the entire building to explode outward. Shards of glass rained down, and fleeing individuals clutched their ears, crying out in agony. Chungyang too let out a cry, pouring every ounce of strength into it. The corners of his eyes began to bleed, and his veins bulged like writhing worms. Yet, even so, the wooden beast remained unmoved. Its arm, wielding the blade, showed not the slightest tremor. The overwhelming disparity in power rendered it clear that no amount of effort from one side could possibly contend with the other. This farce must come to an end. The wooden beast's arm flexed, causing the blade to quiver slightly. In a flash, an immense force propelled Chungyang away. The brilliant golden light torn into fragments. He was sent crashing into the skyscraper across the street, pain radiating throughout his body. Armor compatibility increased to 99. Following the recent battle and his newfound awareness, the armor of light seemed to acknowledge Chungyang more fully. However, I now find myself devoid of the strength to continue this fight. Chungyang lay upon the frigid ground, surveying the surrounding chaos, yet a surprising tranquility enveloped his heart. It seemed he had anticipated this outcome all along. A faint sobbing reached his ears, guiding his gaze towards its source. There, hiding beneath the bed, was a small girl of 7 or 8, stifling her cries. Perhaps her family was still at work, leaving her alone in her fear, powerless to alter her fate. Upon hearing her weeping, an unexpected strength surged within Chungyang, compelling his battered body to rise. Stay hidden and remain silent, he rasped gently towards her. With great effort, he made his way toward the gaping hole created by the crash. Even if he could no longer move, he could not allow the beast to find her. It was imperative to lure the monster away to an uninhabited place. A motorcycle. With a click, a hovering motorcycle materialized before him. Chungyang swiftly mounted it and soared into the sky. The wooden beast leapt after him, relentless in its pursuit. They soon reached the outskirts, yet it became evident that, despite the motorcycle, he could not shake off this formidable creature. Where had he gone astray? Even had he not encountered that enigmatic figure, his continued struggle would eventually reveal his true identity. What fate awaited humanity? The power of his armor required growth, yet how many powerful monsters like the wooden beast existed? Whoosh! The air split as sharp wooden spears sliced through it, aimed directly at Chungyang. He deftly maneuvered the motorcycle in midair, evading the attack. But the beast drew ever closer. Armor compatibility has reached 100. You have met the prerequisites for armor upgrade. Light bloodline acquired. Armor upgrade, light bloodline. Chungyang found himself bewildered. An upgrade necessitated not only a 100 compatibility with the summoner, but also the corresponding enhancements. Lin Qi had yet to refine the upgrade for the light armor. Achieving the upgrade required the summoner's light bloodline as a sample, sufficient monster energy, and special items imbued with light power. Even if Chungyang's compatibility had reached 100, Lin Qi could not instantaneously create an upgraded version. Whoosh! Another wooden spear shot toward him. At that moment, Chungyang had no opportunity to evade. The spear struck the motorcycle forcefully, sending him tumbling to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The wooden beast descended after him. Yet, amidst the haze, Chungyang did not fall. Instead, he stood defiantly, gripping the shadow sword in his right hand and clutching a card in his left. "Do you still wish to fight?" he challenged. "Is there nothing new beyond your trivial tricks?" The wooden beast, brandishing its blade, emitted a derisive snicker. Even through the armor, it could sense the frail human within, his vital signs becoming increasingly unstable. It pondered the irony, now that he was on the brink of death. Why did this feeble human still cling to his armor and continue to fight? It was evident that wielding this armor and gaining strength beyond that of a human was an exceedingly exhausting endeavor. No ordinary human possessed the stamina to manipulate such armor. In this moment of near death, this wounded human still maintained his armor, merely exhausting his life force. It would not be surprising if he perished within the armor at any moment. Cheng Yang's grip on the card trembled slightly. Trembling? Are you afraid? Or have you grown so weary that you can barely hold on to that card? The wooden beast approached Cheng Yang leisurely, relishing the moment. Watching the one who recognized his own power yet dared to draw his sword against him crumble, it was more satisfying than killing him outright. As if it could cleanse the shame of its prior caution and fear. Indeed, I am afraid, Cheng Yang admitted, tightening his grip, striving to quell his tremors. Oh? The wooden beast paused, seemingly intrigued by the dying human's words. Was he going to plead for mercy? That would be amusing enough to warrant a few extra seconds of life, a brief enjoyment of its own. I fear I have not done enough. I fear I have disappointed the summoner, disappointed the light armor. If that night, the armor had chosen another, if the summoner had selected someone else, would today's ending be different? Have I truly done my utmost? Have I shouldered the responsibility of being chosen? Have I been too reckless? Though Cheng Yang was steeped in self-reproach, his heart grew increasingly resolute with each thought. I have not done my best. Undoubtedly, there are others who excel beyond my efforts. Yet, I have given my all. A torrential downpour. With a snap of his fingers, the storm surged into the summoner. Compatibility at 50. Armor enhancement. Chapter 37. Storm-enhanced form. As the storm infused the summoner, thunder erupted. The rain, swept by the winds, coalesced around Cheng Yang, enveloping him in a cacophony of thunder. The raindrops shimmered with a blue luminescence, adhering to the armor and forming a cohesive entity. The platinum armor bore blue patterns as a result. With a crack of lightning, a bolt struck the chest plate, transforming into silver lightning patterns. Massive blue shoulder plates replaced the original smaller platinum ones, extending down towards the arm plates. The golden orb at the center of the belt's summoner also shifted in hue, as if streams of golden lightning were trapped within, pulsating vigorously. Light armor enhancement, storm form. Cheng Yang raised his sword, and the rain curtain dissipated instantaneously, leaving only the revitalized light armor. The basic structure of the armor remained unchanged, yet it appeared as though it had been welded with blue and silver components. Flickers of lightning danced across the armor's surface, coursing with energy. The power of thunder surged forth. Cheng Yang sensed his nearly exhausted body reawaken with unprecedented vigor. However, this energy was not a gift. It was forcibly extracted through the storm's lightning, electrifying his body and converting every cell into combat energy. Until he burned out completely, that would be when his death arrived. Is this your trump card? The wooden beast raised its blade, its form transforming into a specter as it charged toward Cheng Yang. Cheng Yang lifted the shadow sword. Silver lightning leaping from his arm to the blade, enveloping it in a layer of electricity. Simultaneously, the storm's power amplified upon the shadow sword. Blue accents and patterns spreading across its surface. When the blade met the beast's weapon, sparks flew. Open your mind's eye. Within the 2-meter radius of his expanded awareness, everything slowed to a crawl. Despite the life-draining thunder, Cheng Yang gained unparalleled speed, as though his entire being had transformed into a flash of lightning. Darting toward the wooden beast, they collided, then separated, only to clash again. The sounds of their strikes intertwined, their speeds escalating with each exchange. Boom! Trees splintered. The ground fractured, rocks crumbled into dust, and soil turned to particles. The naked eye can no longer discern the traces of their collision. All that remains are flashes of gold and electric light, green and blade glimmers, perpetually clashing and tearing apart everything in their vicinity. It is astonishing that such a degree of power can erupt. The wood beast cleaves through Cheng Yang's assault with a single stroke, its gaze sharpening and chilling as it watches the latter's body hurtle backward. However, if you think that this is enough to rival me, you are sorely mistaken, insect. As the wood beast speaks, it brandishes its green blade, its grotesque visage fixated on Cheng Yang, unleashing a barrage of green wind blades that slice through the air like a torrential storm. In this moment, Cheng Yang has plunged into the tempest, reinforcing his light armor and bestowing it with the attributes of water and electricity. The wind, too, is a manifestation of wood, as a high-level wood attribute monster. The wood beast can not only manipulate wood-based attacks, but also command the winds. Cheng Yang swiftly positions his sword horizontally, gripping the hilt with one hand and bracing against the blade with the other. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of explosive collisions echoes as he deflects the relentless onslaught of wind blades, allowing him a glimpse of true noble power. From 100 meters away, the wood beast raises its other empty hand, targeting the flying Chungyang. With a rustling sound, the wind stirs the trees, shaking them as leaves rub together, creating a symphony that accompanies the battle's climax. In this woodland clearing, the monster reigns supreme. In an instant, countless trees appear to awaken, swaying wildly as if summoned as minions, all aimed at Chungyang. As they sway, a storm of leaves cascades down, swirling like a dense array of blades. Rushing towards him, the leaves shimmer with a cold light, swirling and rubbing against each other in the air. Chungyang grips the shadow light sword tightly, the electric light pulsating violently along the blade. Flash, flash, flash. The blade descends repeatedly, tearing through the dancing leaves, shredding them into fragments under the onslaught of his lightning-infused strikes. Yet, the inexhaustible tide of leaves transforms into a floating green wave, threatening to engulf him. Faced with this deluge of foliage, Chungyang can only unleash the shadow light thrust. Crack. The thrust initiates the skill, sending forth countless flickering sword shadows imbued with lightning, shattering the inundating leaves around him. The crackling lightning dances in the sea of green leaves, filling his surroundings and obscuring his vision. This is dire. Sensing the encroaching darkness, Chungyang swiftly opens his mind SI, disregarding his fatigue, and readies another attack, the light fist. Within the vision of his mind SI, the shattered leaves rapidly abstract into coarse black and white lines, swirling slowly around him. Amongst these lines, a massive tree root strikes forth like a serpent, darting through the debris towards Chungyang. Crack. The light fist. Clenching his fist, golden light and silver electricity intertwine, surging forth with immense force. In an instant, the surrounding leaves are reduced to mere powder, while the oncoming root shatters into splinters beneath his strike. However, as the first root is obliterated, more roots shoot forth from all directions, akin to venomous serpents hidden among the debris. Locking onto their prey, they surge forth at the opportune moment. Chungyang clenches his fists, one hand wielding a blade, the other a fist, striking out continuously. His physical strength and vitality are relentlessly depleted in exchange for overwhelming power and unstoppable attacks. Yet, everything has its limits. As his strength wanes, the electricity seeps into his innards, shocking his organs and sapping his energy. One root seizes the opportunity, coiling around Chungyang's neck like a constrictor, flinging him towards the wood beast. The wood beast, having already gripped its green blade tightly, advances toward Chungyang, steadying his breath and enduring the pain. Chungyang prepares to counter. The clash. The blade meets the sword once more, but Chungyang, in a desperate attempt, is no match for the wood beast's charged attack. The sword emits a pained cry, nearly slipping from his grasp under the tremendous force. His body is once again sent flying. At this moment, he has lost the ability to stabilize himself. Meanwhile, the wood beast strides across the ground, transforming into a green specter, darting toward the airborne Chungyang. With another slash, everything unfolds in an instant, and it concludes just as swiftly. Chungyang is battered by the relentless blades, crashing into the earth, shattering trees and pulverizing soil as he burrows into the ground. The monster shows no mercy. It races toward him, its blade mercilessly poised to sever his neck. Wait, are you begging for mercy? The wood beast halts, its blade suspended in the air as it gazes down at Chungyang, eagerly anticipating the sound of his pleas. This would serve to exemplify the baseness of humanity, alongside its noble demeanor, effectively washing away the shame it once felt. Thus, if it could hear such a plea, it would gladly allow this human to live a moment longer. I merely wish to convey that you have fallen into my trap. Chungyang extends a finger toward the wood beast before him. In the next moment, you shall find yourself immobilized, entirely unprepared to withstand my assault. The wood beast's movements freeze, casting a scornful look at Chungyang, dismissing him entirely. Yet in the next heartbeat, the ground erupts. A torrent of water bursts forth, shooting skyward in towering columns, the tallest reaching several dozen meters high. This suburban area conceals a water treatment facility, and beneath him lie immense pipes transporting water. The torrential rain, the primary source of power, has been Chungyang's focus throughout the battle, utilizing its electrical properties. In truth, from the very beginning, he has harnessed the power of the underground water, secretly accumulating it in the pipes to create immense pressure. Being struck by the wood beast's attack was part of his calculated plan. Now, he unleashes a close-range torrent of water. As for whether the wood beast would grant him the time to gather that power, Yang has gleaned some insight into its character through their earlier skirmish, arrogance, disdain, and hubris. This is the perception that their kind holds of humanity, an unchangeable belief. It utterly looks down upon humans, desiring to witness fear and apprehension radiating from them. If he were to show signs of surrender, the beast would undoubtedly halt. Yearning to hear the sound of his pleas, Yang gazes defiantly at the wood beast. Driving the shadowlight sword deep into its form, experience the humiliation of being outsmarted and harmed by a mere human. Torrential rain. The attack erupts with unparalleled force. Yang channeling his entire being into a surge of lightning. The blinding silver lightning dances within the water, enveloping the wood beast entirely. A paralyzing sensation courses through its body as the water conducts the electricity, rendering it immobile. Yang's blade, in this full-throttle assault, begins to sever the monster's carapace. Human. Detestable human. The wood beast's face contorts with unrestrained fury as it gazes at Yang, its expression twisted into one of sheer rage. Even now, it refers to him simply as human. After all, in its eyes, there exists no need to remember the name of a mere mortal. Just as he had not yet introduced himself to Yang, he had not disclosed his name. For the insignificant and contemptible humans, there was simply no merit in knowing his name. Remember this wound. The blade continues to pierce deeper, breaking through the shell and penetrating flesh and blood. Yet, Yang understood that he could never vanquish this beast. Even this strike, a result of his utmost effort and a cunning ambush, had barely succeeded. Otherwise, he would never have breached its defenses. He hoped the next summoner would possess the adaptability of the fire armor, harnessing its power to subdue this monster and ultimately defeat it. As for him, his insides had already turned to char, and he remained alive solely to maintain his transformed state. Once this transformation was lifted, death would be inevitable. Remember this wound, left by the first summoner of the light armor, the insignificant human, Yang. Boom. With the explosive sounds of thunder and rushing water, the figure of the wood monster was sent flying. A dark gash had split open its chest, revealing the charred and indistinct flesh beneath the cracked shell. It was wounded. It had been injured by the weak and insignificant beings it scorned. At this moment, the wood monster felt no anger, only profound shame and humiliation, akin to an adult being bested by a child. It was grotesquely humiliating. Taking a deep breath, the wood monster gazed at the wound on its chest and chose not to heal. Being of the wood element, it possessed formidable regenerative abilities. Such a wound could heal in mere moments, yet it refrained. The wood monster, Mudimp, intended to use this wound as a reminder, to etch this moment of disgrace into its memory. Mudimp then approached Yang step by step. At this moment, Yang had reverted from his transformation, lying weakly in the water. To Mudimp, the untransformed Yang appeared feebler than an infant. Yet, it was this frail human, clad in armor, who had inflicted pain upon it. To Mudimp, this was akin to having been defeated. The expression in Mudimp's eyes as it regarded Yang was complex, weak, short-lived, foolish. The servant race, long subjugated by their kind, Yang, relinquished the summoning device. That artifact should not exist in this world. Mudimp gazed at Yang, maintaining its monstrous form, knelt, and gently lifted Yang's head. In the presence of its colossal, sharp claws, Yang's head seemed on the verge of being crushed. Yang merely stared calmly at the menacing creature before him. You should recognize the truth of this world. Your kind has been ruled by us for far longer than you realize. Throughout this long duration, humanity has persisted. That forbidden power of yours can only lead to your own destruction. That summoning device will only bring misfortune to humanity. Have you not perished because of it? What difference is there between being ruled by us and being governed by your own kind? Humans, with their transient existence, who truly cares who wields the power? Yang looked into the eyes of the monstrous figure and spoke with resolve. The future of humanity is in its own hands. If one day, humanity meets its demise by its own actions, then it is humanity's choice. However, if another force governs humanity's existence, then what does it matter if humanity brings about its own downfall? The relationship between humanity and your kind can only be one of cooperation, not master and servant, not one of enslavement. To achieve such cooperation, there must be an equivalence of power. You desire me to surrender the only force capable of harming your kind? Go ahead and kill me. Mudimp regarded the frail human before it, who showed no signs of fear. It found no trace of the summoning device upon this human. Could it be? Mudimp glanced at the cracked water pipe beneath him. Has this fellow discarded the summoning device within? Hold on. I am the unacquainted heir. In Chapter 39, Titled Justice, perhaps, Lin now was swept away by the torrent of water, distancing himself from the monster and Cheng Yang. All of Cheng Yang's belongings had been collected by Lin now into the summoning device. Although everything except the downpour was created by Lin now, he did not consider them his own. While with Cheng Yang, Lin now had entrusted these possessions to him. They belonged to Cheng Yang, and at this moment, he had conferred ownership upon the next heir of the armor. Even now, he believed he merely safeguarded them. Damn it! Damn it! Lin now felt a pang of guilt. As a summoning device, he had failed to detect the beast's presence in advance. If only the summoner's memories had been affected, it would have been understandable. For the summoner was human after all. But as a being of light, he too had his memory obscured by darkness. He had failed to alert the summoner and warn him. This was his dereliction of duty. The first summoner, Cheng Yang, was already dead. A notification window popped up. Kid, is this all the money you have? Do you look down on us? In an alley beside the street, a group of thugs surrounded a terrified student seated on the ground. Scattered around him were his books and an empty backpack. One thug held a black wallet made of synthetic leather, the student's transportation card, campus card, and student ID littered on the ground. Don't take my wallet. The student struggled to rise, attempting to snatch it back from the thug. However, his frail body was no match for them. He was easily pinned down. A knee brutally driven into his nose. Blood gushed forth as he fell back to the ground in pain. You dare act tough with such little money? The thug looked down at the student, pressing his foot down heavily on the boy's head, forcing it against the filthy gutter, spitting a thick loogie onto the student's face. The student, writhing in agony, could not utter a word, his mouth pressed against the ground. Looks like you need a more profound lesson. How about a taste of something refreshing? The thug bent down, grasping the student's head and pushing it toward the oily, foul-smelling gutter. No, please. The student struggled desperately, but was powerless to resist, watching in horror as his face drew nearer to the stinking water. The acrid smell wafted from the gutter, making him feel nauseous. We don't want this either, but you must remember this lesson. Next time, if you wish to avoid this, just lend us some money. The thug sneered, pressing the student's face closer to the puddle. Please, no? Help me. Someone save me. Hey, you lot. Just as the student's head was about to be submerged in the stinking gutter, a sudden voice interrupted the thug's actions. The thugs looked up, annoyed, revealing arrogant expressions as they turned toward the source of the voice. There stood a tall figure at the alley's entrance, broad shoulders blocking much of the light. A deep blue beret obscured the upper half of his face, yet the lower half revealed unexpectedly striking and chiseled features. Is your CAF license for business? Huh? Kid. If you don't want to die, mind your own business. The ruffian gazed at the figure before him, drawing forth a dagger, tilting his head back, and extending his tongue as he threatened. A dagger. You frighten me to death. It's an impressive 15 centimeters long, glimmering menacingly. It could pierce an artery directly, stab into the heart, honed to an exquisite sharpness, a dagger that shines ominously. The figure, with a mocking tone, looked at the ruffian, clutching his chest in feigned terror. What's the matter? Here I am, facing 3 armed ruffians, yet you dare to speak in such a provocative manner. The student pinned against the filthy drain stared in astonishment at the silhouette at the alley's entrance. You scoundrel, do you look down on me? This is no toy. Or do you think I won't dare to stab? The ruffian's eyes widened as he brandished the dagger, inching closer to the alley's entrance. The veins on his forehead throbbed, revealing his genuine anger. No, no, no. I am pleading for mercy. That dagger can undoubtedly pierce my heart. If you know this, then scram. Before he could finish his sentence, a swift sound sliced through the air, followed by a massive fist that crashed heavily into the ruffian's nose. In an instant, a sickening crack echoed as his nasal bone shattered, blood gushing forth. The ruffian's form was hurled back like a discarded rag doll, colliding with the wall and tumbling into the stinking gutter. The one who struck now raised his bloodied fist, proclaiming, "Do not get too cocky, you worthless thug. Whether it's 1 or 2, I will reduce you all to lifeless dogs." As he spoke, he advanced relentlessly towards the remaining ruffians in the alley. Despite the 2 inside drawing their daggers, he showed no signs of hesitation. You. The fallen ruffian, clutching his nose, gazed at the figure before him in terror, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the student who had freed himself watched the approaching silhouette with even greater astonishment. Incredible! But there are still 2 ruffians, both armed. As expected, the remaining 2 ruffians quickly regained their composure, raising their daggers with fury. How dare you look down upon us? Do you truly believe we wouldn't stab you? Come on, give it a try. But you better think carefully. As soon as you stab, I will break your arms. The tall figure approached at a leisurely pace, threatening them. His formidable presence caused sweat to bead on the foreheads of the two ruffians. What is wrong with this guy? Why is he not afraid at all? Instead threatening us? This must be an act. In their rage, the two ruffians ultimately lost their sanity. Ah, you brought this upon yourself. They lunged at him from either side, daggers raised, shouting as they thrust towards the advancing figure. However, the silhouette remained calm, raising his hands and slightly widening his stance. He easily dodged the first dagger, bringing his elbow down with tremendous force. With a sickening crack, a scream followed. Ah, my hand, my hand. Ignoring the cries, the figure turned to the other stunned ruffian, seizing his wrist. With a swift motion, he executed a shoulder throw, slamming the ruffian to the ground, dislocating his arm with a resounding crack. In a single encounter, both ruffians were effortlessly subdued. You scoundrels! Even now, you do not plead for mercy, but continue to threaten? I commend your audacity. Now, allow me to treat you to a special beverage from the little shop. Coffee, black coffee. As he spoke, the figure grasped the ruffian's head and moved towards the stinking gutter. No, please, no. The ruffian, suddenly recalling something, struggled violently. Yet all efforts were in vain as he was unceremoniously thrust into the foul water. The putrid stench incited frantic thrashing, and when he was lifted again, he was already rolling his eyes, retching. How does the shop's signature black coffee taste? The figure inquired with a smile. The remaining two ruffians stood paralyzed in fear, gazing at him as if he were a demon. Without hesitation, they turned to flee, abandoning their vomiting companion and their threats. The retching ruffian, witnessing his companion's escape, could only endure his nausea as he crawled out of the alley. Hey, student over there. The figure, hands in pockets, approached the student who had been extorted. The latter, startled, quickly sat up, only to find that the figure was merely squatting down to pick up the fallen backpack and gather the scattered books. Hurry and gather your things. You still have school, right? Thank you. The student quickly rose, expressing gratitude before hastily collecting his belongings. My name is Xuemu. May I know yours? Once everything was gathered, the student bowed in appreciation. Jiagu Iyan, with one hand in his pocket, retrieved his phone. Oh no, I'm going to be late again. How frustrating. We agreed I wouldn't be late today. Never mind. He returned his phone to his pocket and tossed the backpack to Xuemu. Hurry, I'll take you to school now. Thank you. I'm truly grateful, Mr. Jiagu. Indeed, I'm late again. Jiagu Yin glanced at the towering buildings ahead, letting out a sigh. Before him stood the Monster Response Center of Seiko City. Jiagu Yin was a senior member of the Monster Response Division, specializing in combat deployment. However, unbeknownst to many, he bore a much deeper hidden identity, a secret member of the Monster Response Team. This clandestine group within the Monster Response Division adhered to the highest confidentiality standards and comprised the core members. Each member was personally selected by the team leader to ensure the integrity of the division, safeguarding against the infiltration of intelligent monsters. Indeed, Jiagui Yin was aware that monsters had already disguised themselves within the upper echelons of the Monster Response Division. He understood that human society might very well be under the dominion of these monsters, viewing humanity as mere livestock. Upon entering the Monster Response Division, Jiagui Yin took the elevator down to the lowest underground level. Subsequently, he passed through several biometric doors to enter the Monster Response Secret Team. The entire office of the Monster Response Team housed only a dozen individuals, due to well-known special reasons. The team members did not work together but were divided into several small groups operating in different secret bases. Their group was particularly unique. Neither a combat unit nor a research team, but rather a comprehensive integration team, consisting of combat members like Jiagu Yin, as well as researchers studying monsters. How come you're late again? A woman with glasses and dark circles under her eyes looked up, wearily regarding Jiagu Yin. Despite her poor condition and cold demeanor, her face bore the delicate beauty of a frail enchantress. Cough, cough. Today I encountered a boy being bullied by a group of ruffians, so I intervened to help and defeated them, ultimately escorting him to school. That's why, last time you were late, you said you saved a drowning girl. The time before that, you claimed to be chasing a fugitive. And the time before that, no, this time it's true. Not that every time is genuine, Jiaguian exclaimed, slapping the table with the hand that had been in his pocket. The woman merely responded with a flat expression. You insufferable woman, what kind of look is that? 5 penalty points. Damn it, I want to hold it against you this time. Jiagu Ian swiftly abandoned his theoretical musings, thrusting his hands into his pockets. His gaze settled upon the center of the office's research area, where the summoning device lay encased in glass. Indeed, it was the armor summoning device. As for its origins, Jia Guiyin glanced at the woman who had just been arguing, Bai Yu. This device was something Bai Yu had discovered online a few days prior. Though he wanted to scoff at its provenance, no one anticipated it would turn out to be genuine. The seller, of course, had faced their inquiries. It was said that the seller had found it by the riverbank. Considering the recent explosion of water pipes in the suburbs of Saiguang City and the traces of battle, the entire monster countermeasure team had come to a realization. The first summoner of the light armor had perished in that conflict. He had ultimately sent the summoning device into the shattered water pipeline, where it was later retrieved by a passerby and subsequently listed online as merchandise. Due to the previous summoner's demise, no one in this place knew how to activate the summoning device. Currently, the armor summoning device remained the most confidential piece of information within the monster countermeasure division. Even the higher-ups were oblivious to its existence. Only a select few, a mere dozen present individuals, along with the team leader, were aware of it. Through Bai Yu's research, it became evident that to operate this summoning device, one must meet the criteria of armor compatibility to gain the device's recognition and the ability to transform. However, such individuals were exceedingly rare. Bai Yu had been diligently working on testing a device to determine whether someone possessed summoner qualifications and had made some progress. This insufferable woman, despite her short temper, possessed certain abilities. Previously, it was she who had established the summoning conditions for the armor and its usage. Bai Yu lifted her head, fixing her gaze on Jia Guiyin. Though no words were exchanged, her eyes seemed to convey everything. Don't stand there obstructing my view. Jia Guiyin surmised that this was likely her inner thought. That detestable woman. With his hands still in his pockets, Jia Guiyin scowled and approached the summoning device. Only then did Bai Yu retract her gaze, focusing on the summoner qualification sensor she had been studying. When Jia Guiyin had drawn near, it appeared that the device had reacted. Thus, she had looked up at him. Although he lacked the qualifications for the light armor, his compatibility with the new armor was notably high. Within the glass enclosure, Lin Qi observed Jia Guiyin approaching with his hands in his pockets. The new armor was nearing completion, the Phoenix armor. Lin Qi had been engrossed in the summoning device for 4 days and nights without rest. He was somewhat disinterested in the outside world, preferring to remain ensconced within the summoning device. The external threats held no concern for him, nor did he wish to pay attention to the new summoner. He merely needed to provide the power of the armor to the qualified summoner, fulfilling the contract he had established. I hope you can survive a bit longer. Lin Qi silently wished as he gazed at Jia Guiyin through the glass. He had a premonition that this man might very well become the next summoner. Chapter 41. New monster reaction in District 11. An anomalous energy response has manifested. Yen, Qin Xian, equip yourselves and head for the detection. Understood. Received. As combat members, it was imperative to investigate and resolve any detected unusual non-natural responses at the front line. Typically, ordinary combat members could manage standard anomalous responses. The monsters previously dealt with by Chang Yang were transformed by the hand of Mumin Depei himself, thus exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess that exceeded the handling capacity of the monster countermeasure division. Conversely, common monsters, such as those unexpectedly transformed from sparrows, wild dogs, or rats, typically did not involve high-level monsters intervening from behind. Therefore, they were not usually powerful enough to surpass human limitations and could be subdued with sufficient firepower. Fully equipped, Jia Guiyin mounted his motorcycle, donning protective goggles and a helmet. In smaller groups, the monster countermeasure division utilized motorcycles for transportation, as certain monsters could move swiftly and easily dart into narrow alleys, making cars less effective. Qin Xian followed closely, securing his helmet and goggles as he mounted his motorcycle. I'll take the lead. Just don't fall too far behind. Bro Jia Guiyin gestured to Qin Xian as he leaned to the side. With a buzz, Jia Guiyin, fully equipped, sped out of the monster countermeasure division, racing toward the district exhibiting the anomalous response. Qin Xian shook his head in resignation, trailing behind. Is this the place? A dilapidated residential area. Jia Guiyin dismounted, pressing the pedal and retrieving a specialized firearm designed for monster encounters. The weapon resembled a standard firearm but featured a larger muzzle. The bullets were crafted from a special alloy. The Monster Countermeasure Center could only identify the general area of the anomalous response. To accurately pinpoint the location, they needed to utilize the monster energy tracking component in their goggles for continued search. Is the response down in the sewer? Jiagu Yin grimaced in distaste. Is this karma? I just treated a thug to black coffee this morning, and now I'm about to wade through it? What black coffee? A familiar voice crackled through his earpiece. It was Baiyu, coordinating remote detection and command from the Monster Countermeasure Center. Ah, are you in charge today? Damn it. No wonder I'm so unlucky. Gritting his teeth in disdain, Jiagu Yin crouched down and pried open the sewer grate. With a clang, the grate was removed. And Chunxian arrived behind Jiagu Yin. The target is in the sewer? Yes, let us not delay. Let us finish this quickly. Jiagu Yin clapped his hands and proceeded into the sewer. Following the path down to the bottom, he swiftly activated the lighting apparatus on his helmet. He scanned the surroundings with his weapon, ensuring no danger before illuminating the upper sewer with a safe signal light. Seeing the safety light, Chen Xin entered the sewer via the passage. Over here. Jiagu Yin pinpointed the location of the anomalous response, signaling to Chen Xin behind him. Received. Chen Xin turned, standing guard against any threats behind them, while Jiagu Yin cautiously approached the source of the anomalous response, weapon drawn. The vastness of the sewer, with its filthy, sticky ground, made a nauseating sound with each step. Target detected, belonging to the bad infection variant. Beware of its speed and sonic attacks. Your ear protection has been activated. Also, be cautious not to fall into your beloved black coffee. Baiyu's voice echoed through the earpiece, the last comment seemingly laced with anticipation. Damn woman. Jiagu Yin glanced back to ensure Chen Xian had received the information before raising his weapon to aim upward. The overhead lights began to automatically illuminate the area above, seeking the monster's location. As the light points became increasingly prominent in his goggles, Jiagu Yin grew vigilant. Suddenly, the overhead light flickered out. Baiyu's voice crackled in his ear. The light has locked onto the target. Prepare to attack. Without hesitation, Jiagu Yin swiftly aimed and fired at the illuminated area. Chun Xian fired simultaneously. Only after discharging their weapons did they see the monster's clear silhouette beneath the beam of light. It was a massive bat, suspended above in the sewer. It appeared to be the size of a young adolescent, with blood-red eyes fixed intently on their position. Its claws, hanging from the ceiling, penetrated deep into the concrete, while sharp fangs glistened, its fur as dark as steel. Bang, bang, bang. The wound erupted in the darkness of the sewer. Flames igniting as specially crafted bullets poured forth, striking the bat with unerring accuracy. In an instant, blood splattered. The bat, about to unfurl its wings, was instantly riddled with holes. With a mournful cry, it plummeted into the filthy wastewater. Was it resolved? Jiagu Yin remained vigilant, directing the muzzle of his gun towards the murky depths. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the side of the sewer. Jiagu Yin instinctively reacted, swiftly turning his body and leveling his weapon. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A massive rat, resembling a calf, lunged at him, baring its steel-like fangs and sinking them into the gun's metallic body. The immense force caused Jiagu Yin to stagger backward, nearly toppling into the flowing filth. The steel of his firearm was punctured. Damn woman, how could your ominous predictions be so accurate? Gazing at the foul-smelling sewage behind him, he felt that even if he cleansed his body, his soul would be tainted should he fall in. With that thought, he swung his arms with great force, launching the rat, along with his weapon, away from him. He then swiftly drew the pistol from his thigh, aiming at the airborne rat. Bang, 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 bang. With precise rapid fire, the rat, which was about to leap at him, had its eyes obliterated and its skull shattered. As he holstered the still-smoking pistol, Jiagu Yin barely had time to breathe before he heard a splash. It was the bat that had fallen into the sewage. He quickly turned and raised his handgun once more. However, Chun Xian acted first, firing his automatic rifle at the bat that was lunging toward Jiagu Yin. In an instant, blood erupted, and the bat was reduced to a mangled heap on the ground, lifeless. Was it resolved? There were no immediate signs of abnormality. Damn woman. Has the abnormal reaction vanished? Jiagu Yin pressed the earpiece, inquiring of Baiyu. But Baiyu's voice abruptly fell silent. Where is she? Chapter 42. The summoner's reaction at that moment. Baiyu's attention was drawn to the summoner beside her. The summoner had been eerily quiet since the monster response team had arrived, but now it displayed a reaction. Was this a response to the monster's emergence? If the summoner could detect the monster's presence, why had it remained silent before? In an instant, Baiyu pieced together the information in her mind. The previous light armor only activated when formidable high-level humanoid monsters appeared. Typically, low-level monsters and disasters that the Monster Response Center could handle would not trigger a response. The monster intelligence relayed by the summoner must have been obtained through this device. Thus, the summoner's reaction indicated that a high-level monster was lurking nearby. We must leave immediately, disperse the surrounding crowd, and await reinforcements. Baiyu, having processed this information in less than a second, issued her orders without hesitation. She even temporarily set aside her irritation at Jia Guiyan's derogatory remarks. Understood. Jia Guiyan, receiving the instruction, did not question the reasoning and swiftly began to retrace his steps. Yet, just as he took a few strides, Chen Xian suddenly halted. The dark green moss beneath him seemed to come alive, creeping up his boots and ensnaring him in place. Clatter, clatter, clatter. From the depths of the sewer's darkness came a sound akin to claws striking the ground. Jia Guiyan quickly distanced himself and raised his weapon to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. The urgent gunfire illuminated a humanoid monster, revealing its form under the beams of light. Its dark green skin, brown exoskeleton resembling that of a cockroach, and steel-like bristles sprouting from its arms, sides, and hind legs were grotesque. Two quivering antennae extended from its head, while sharp claws glistened with a layer of dark green slime, its fly-like eyes betraying no focus. The bullets Jia Guiyan had just fired only left smoking white traces on the monster's armor and skin. Flee now. Baiyu's voice pierced through his thoughts, tinged with urgency and panic. At that moment, she swiftly opened the glass cover of the summoner, retrieved it, and tucked it into her bag. She then dashed to the elevator, emerging onto the surface, and hopped onto a motorcycle, bursting forth from the Monster Response Center through a hidden exit. According to the test results she had set up that morning, Jia Guiyan possessed the qualifications to become a summoner. Baiyu understood that she should not be this anxious. The summoner did not belong to her, and even if it did, she had no authority to take it away from the Monster Response Center. Her actions were undoubtedly a violation. If Jia Guiyan lacked the qualifications to summon and could not use the device, her taking it would only allow it to fall into the hands of the monster. A grave error. Yet, she could not bear to watch Jia Guiyan perish at the claws of the beast. She had joined the monster response team because of him. They had known each other for a long time, having grown up together. Throughout her primary and middle school years, she had been alone, deeming her peers too childish and unworthy of her company. In truth, she was aware of the deeper reason. Her introverted and solitary nature made her too timid to forge friendships. The notion that her peers were immature was merely a justification she had constructed for herself. Then one day, she encountered Jia Guiyan. He had cornered a group of unruly students from her class in the adjacent one, beating them up in the restroom. Although he had sustained some injuries, those troublemakers were left bloodied and battered. The outcome was that Jia Guiyan received a punishment, a year-long suspension from school, while the bullies were all transferred away. The reason for their transfer seemed to be that Jia Guiyan had taken to waiting outside the school during his time off, confronting them whenever he spotted them, ultimately leading to their expulsion. Later, Baiyu learned that Jia Guiyan had fought those bullies because they had been plotting to torment her, intending to engage in a particularly vicious form of bullying, even preparing some malicious substances for the purpose. The root of their bullying was likely her lack of friends, her reclusiveness, making her appear vulnerable. That had been many years ago, yet Jia Guiyan had never mentioned it to her, not even after they became friends. Of course, her own awkward personality prevented her from broaching the topic. Baiyu, please return the summoner immediately. You have already violated regulations. Listening to the voice in her earpiece, Baiyu maintained a stoic expression as she switched off the public channel, retaining only the wisdom channel. She then twisted the throttle fully, bending low as she pressed against the motorcycle, weaving through the traffic at full speed. The white fabric of her attire rustled in the wind, strands of hair escaping from the helmet's gap, flowing behind her. Damn, what a repulsive mutated cockroach creature. Jia Guiyan observed the motionless monster. Even as the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, he refrained from acting recklessly. Ian, go? Don't worry about me. I can no longer move, but I can at least distract it. Chen Xian looked at him, raising his weapon to aim at the monster, speaking earnestly. It's precisely because I cannot move that the monster will not attack you. I will draw its attention. You just need to wait for rescue here. After speaking, Jia Guiyan dashed to the side, firing at the monster once more. Wait, Ian. Chen Xian hurriedly attempted to call out to stop him, but Jia Guiyan had already pulled the trigger, shouting out loud. The repugnant cockroach creature stands still. Could it be laying eggs? Now is certainly not an opportune moment for such a task. Soon it shall be crushed beneath my foot. Bang, bang, bang. As Jia Guiyan spoke, he fired shots to attract attention. Indeed, the cockroach creature turned its head towards him. However, with its compound eyes, Jia could not ascertain whether its gaze truly fell upon him. Perhaps it did. Whoosh! A swift gust of wind accompanied the cockroach creature's rapid charge towards him, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Bang! 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 The bullets shot at the creature merely ricocheted off its body, providing no hindrance whatsoever. Sometimes, enduring necessary humiliation paves the way for a brighter tomorrow. Jia seemed to have made up his mind. He discarded his rifle and sprinted away. Yet even then, the gap between him and the cockroach creature continued to diminish. Just as it was about to catch up, Jia suddenly turned and leaped into the murky sewage. His entire form submerged beneath the filth, vanishing from sight. The murkiness was so thick that even the cockroach creature on the shore could not pinpoint his location. Jia held his breath and swam cautiously beneath the surface. Let us remain in this standoff. I can hold my breath underwater for 8 minutes. Chapter 43. A life or death gamble awaits. Ugh, the stench is unbearable, and I cannot see any activity on the shore. Yet, it is precisely this overwhelming odor that obscures my scent, preventing the beast from tracking me. It hasn't leapt down after me, has it? Jia cautiously swam in the direction of the current, attentively listening to the sounds above. Tap, tap, footsteps. It seemed that the creature had not discovered his position and was hesitating whether to jump down. Ha ha ha, the beast is indeed a creature of low intelligence, akin to a cockroach. With renewed vigor, Jia swam a considerable distance downstream. Finally, he cautiously emerged from the water, seeking to breathe. To his dismay, as he surfaced and wiped the sewage from his goggles to restore his vision, he found the cockroach monster on the shore, its revolting compound eyes fixated on him. The distance between them was merely a few meters. This is impossible. My plan has failed. That creature must have been able to determine my position from the very beginning, silently following me, waiting for me to resurface. Those antennae. Jia noticed the pair of antennae atop the cockroach monster's head, vibrating at an imperceptible speed, sensing its surroundings. At a glance, the antennae were invisible, only a flickering shadow discernible. I am out of options. Jia gazed at the cockroach creature, aware that at this distance, and given the creature's speed, a mere swipe of its claw could effortlessly crush his skull. I am doomed. Just as the beast raised its claw, Jia's mind raced. Wait. He suddenly straightened, arms crossed, staring defiantly at the cockroach creature. If you were to kill me, wouldn't that be rather dull? Jia was certain that this creature possessed a notable level of intelligence. It had consistently been aware of his location, yet refrained from attacking him in the sewage, seemingly relishing the sight of him struggling beneath the surface. Perhaps it found amusement in his plight. The once arrogant creature now faced a sudden display of submission. Could there be a more exhilarating scenario? As expected, upon hearing Jia's words, the cockroach monster halted, seemingly intrigued to hear what he had to say. This vile creature, what do you wish to say? It spoke. The monster had uttered human language. To his astonishment, its intelligence was far beyond his expectations. Jia steadied his racing heart and crawled onto the shore. Ironically, it was the monster's level of intelligence that saved him. Had it been a creature of lesser intellect, his neck would likely have been snapped by now, and his body would have sunk into the filthy waters, a most unpleasant demise. How foul. Jia shook off the sewage clinging to him and gazed at the monster. So, what do you wish to say? Earlier, he had merely spoken out of desperation, not truly knowing what to convey. Damn it. Every second I live now is a gain. Jia swiftly turned his mind, striving to extend the conversation based on his previous words. How about we play a game, wagering my life? Surely, great beast, you have never tried gambling with a human before. After all, your strength is formidable. Do you not wish to test your intellectual prowess against our insignificant kind? Claiming a human's life as your prize? This would prove that your wisdom surpasses that of humans, beyond mere strength. Jia's back was drenched with sweat. My words. My life are all staked on this. Do not let me down. With arms crossed, he spoke while loosening the protective gear around his neck. Of course, you could simply kill me. After all, you could end my life with your immense strength at any moment. Choosing to crush me with intellect would also be a prudent strategy. Whoosh. As Jia's words fell, the air before him was sliced open. The swift claw, invisible to the naked eye, was instantly poised against his exposed neck. At that moment, a mere flick of the monster's finger would effortlessly sever Jia's artery, extinguishing his life. Jia could not help but swallow hard, his legs trembling slightly. Yet the monster remained motionless, holding its position. In that instant, Jia Ian understood. The creature had fallen into his trap. How would you like to wager? Relieved, Jia Ian heard the cockroach monster's voice once more. So how do we gamble? I have no idea how to gamble. My thoughts were purely driven by the instinct to survive. Rambling nonsense. That wretched woman. Did she send reinforcements? Jia Ian extended 3 fingers toward the monster. If you, great beast, wish to determine the outcome through intellect, then you shall count down 3 minutes, granting me 3 minutes to hide, and then you shall seek me out. How does that sound? First, stabilize this creature. Flee as far as possible in 3 minutes. 1 minute. The monster extended its finger, giving Jia Ian no chance to question or negotiate. Just as he opened his mouth to delay further, the creature had already begun its countdown. 59, 58. Damn it, that filthy cockroach. Jia Ian had no doubt that at the moment the countdown ended, the creature would crush his skull without mercy. It viewed this as a game, a source of amusement. It desired to witness his struggle, the panic of death and fear. Jia Ian swiftly turned and began to run. As he sprinted, he remained vigilant to avoid the moss on the ground. Previously, Chen Xian had been immobilized by the moss beneath him. 50, 39. Damn it. Was that countdown not 10 seconds too long? That filthy cockroach. Was it deliberate? Hoping to see him panic? Jia Ian dared not look back or waste time, running with all his might. Simultaneously, he shed all detachable weaponry and burdens from his body. Ahead, a corner loomed. Jia Ian dashed around it, finally discovering a manhole cover and a wall ladder leading downwards. 10 seconds had slipped by once more. Damn cockroach. Gripping the wall, Jia Ian ascended without hesitation. By the time he reached the top, the cockroach monster had begun its final 10-second countdown. It felt so constricted at the top. Jia pushed against the manhole cover, but it would not budge. He could only climb 2 more rungs, pressing his broad shoulders against the cover. Then, with all his might, legs, waist, and body, he thrust his shoulders repeatedly against the sewer cover. Bang, bang, bang. With each impact, the cover loosened further, until the final strike, the heavy sewer cap was finally dislodged. 5, 4, damn cockroach still counting down. I care not how you count. I shall flee first. Jia Ian swiftly emerged from the sewer. Chapter 44. I believe in you. This neighborhood was already quite old, and the residents must have received notifications by now, beginning their evacuation. Thus, there were hardly any people on the street. That damned cockroach would undoubtedly pursue him. He needed to lure it to a less populated area. Engaging in combat in a residential zone would certainly spell disaster. Unfortunately, his earpiece had long been lost, leaving him without communication from command. However, his combat suit was equipped with multiple positioning devices, ensuring that reinforcements could still arrive. This meant that he would have to rely solely on his judgment from here on out. Jia Ian rushed toward a car parked by the roadside and wrenched open the door. Your vehicle is commandeered. Exit immediately. What right do you have? This is a brand new car. Do you even know its worth? This is not a request, but a command. Without further ado, Jia Ian seized the driver by the collar, hoisted him out, and tossed him aside. Then, he pressed down on the accelerator and sped away. In the next moment, the cockroach man leaped out of the sewer, racing after Jia Ian. Damn it, it's truly pursuing me. Glancing in the rearview mirror at the monstrous figure, Jia Ian pressed down on the gas pedal, realizing he could not create distance. Beep beep, the car's audio system activated, and navigation appeared on the screen. Jia Ian. Follow the navigation immediately to draw the monster away from populated areas. Understood. What is that noise? The woman remarked. None of your concern, he retorted. Jia Ian slammed on the brakes, swiftly turning the steering wheel, executing a drift that sent him skidding around a sharp corner. The monster, however, was more brutal, crashing through walls in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Baiyu was on her motorcycle, rapidly approaching Jia Ian's location, guided by the navigation. The situation there was exceedingly perilous, and time was running short. The speeding car, along with the relentless monster behind it, raced down the road. The surrounding buildings began to thin out, as Jia Ian continued to lead the cockroach monster to less crowded areas. At this moment, the monster was dangerously close, its claws nearly grazing the rear of the vehicle. Yet, Jia Ian had pressed the accelerator to the floor, unable to shake off the monster. Damn this car. He momentarily shifted his gaze from the rearview mirror to the navigation, then back again, only to find the monster had vanished from sight. He did not panic, quickly checking the other side mirror, but the cockroach creature was nowhere to be seen. What is happening? Jia Ian's heart raced, and at that moment, he felt the car tremble slightly, and sensed a decrease in speed. Could it be? He quickly adjusted the driver's seat and leaned back. In the next instant, the cockroach monster's claws sliced through the car roof, narrowly missing Jiaqian's chest. Damn! Jiaqian slammed on the brakes. In an instant, the speeding vehicle began to decelerate rapidly. The force of inertia nearly threw him from his seat. However, the cockroach monster atop the car was far less fortunate. As the vehicle came to a sudden halt, the creature was violently hurled off. Jiaqian quickly adjusted his seat back and pressed the accelerator again, charging towards the cockroach monster. Seeing this, the monster clung to the speeding vehicle, leaping onto the hood. Its sharp claws pierced through the metal, anchoring itself firmly. The upper half of its body bent low, pressing against the windshield, locking eyes with Jiaqian. Jiaqian gritted his teeth, hands gripping the steering wheel, prepared to face the cockroach monster head-on, ready to perish if necessary. The creature seemed rather pleased with Jiaqian's expression. It allowed him to drive on. "You underestimate me," Jiaqian yelled, flooring the gas pedal, his eyes wild with fury. Teeth bared in a grimace. With a final resolve, he threw open the car door and leaped out, allowing the speeding vehicle, along with the cockroach monster, to hurtle towards the bridge. Ouch! As Jiaqian rolled upon hitting the ground, his combat suit scraped against the surface, protecting his skin. Yet, even so, he sustained injuries. Damn! This would require at least 3 months of paid leave to recuperate. Rising from the ground, he gazed ahead. The speeding car had crashed through the bridge's railing, plunging into the rushing river below. Nonetheless, Jiaqian did not believe this level of damage could vanquish the monster. He needed to leave this place immediately. As he contemplated his escape plan, he noticed a claw reaching out from the edge of the bridge where it had broken apart. The cockroach monster had somehow resurfaced from beneath the bridge. This creature had not fallen with the car. Instead, it had slipped under the bridge at the last moment. "Human, you truly deceived me," the cockroach monster proclaimed, advancing step by step towards Jiaqian, exerting an overwhelming presence that pressured him psychologically. This time, Jiaqian refrained from speaking further. If there was a glimmer of hope for survival, he could typically endure and adapt. However, adaptability did not equate to unyielding subservience. Jiaqian was now unarmed, yet he raised his clenched fist. A buzzing sound shattered the tense atmosphere as a motorcycle sped toward Jiaqian's position, approaching rapidly. It was her. "What are you doing here?" Jiaqian exclaimed in disbelief. As a precious senior researcher of the monster countermeasure team and the central commander, Bai had come to him. This was not a command from the monster countermeasures squad. This woman was truly unpredictable. Bai halted her motorcycle, glanced at the monster, then tossed her bag toward Jiaqian. He caught it and looked at her. "Transform now. If you can't, we will both likely perish today." Bai spoke calmly. Upon hearing her words, Jiaqian seemed to grasp something. He reached into the bag and grasped a hard object, pulling it out. Indeed, it was the platinum armor summoner. "You are insane," Jiaqian gasped, astonished that the usually composed woman had brought this along. Without a doubt, she had seriously violated protocol. "I believe in you." Bai removed his helmet and turned his gaze towards Jiagu Iyan. "Since it has come to this, I shall have to trust your judgment this once." Chapter 45, Fire Sparrow Armor. Fusion Jiagu Iyan gripped the summoner tightly, and a flicker of flame ignited upon it. Subsequently, the flames swiftly enveloped the entire platinum summoner, transforming its hue. As the flames danced, the golden sheen faded, replaced by vibrant red flame patterns. Bai watched intently, fixated on Jiagu Iyan's actions, observing the metamorphosis of the summoner. The flames seemed to diverge from her expectations of a transformation effect. She had meticulously studied the light armor, which possessed no flame power. Yet, he indeed possessed the requisite talent. Why, then, had he failed previously? Bai relinquished her thoughts and continued to observe Jiagu Iyan. Jiagu Iyan, gazing at the newly transformed summoner, glanced at the distant beast. He then extended his hand, grasping at the void. Flames coalesced at his fingertips, taking form as a vivid red visage. The front depicted a suit of fiery armor, primarily in hues of red and black, accented with white components. The shoulder armor on the left resembled the head of a fire sparrow, while the right side showcased an open claw, firmly clutching a crimson orb. The chest piece mirrored a fire sparrow with outstretched wings. From either side of the helmet, 2 feather-like, fiery metal appendages extended, their crystalline eyes glimmering with a fiery red light. Not the light armor? Is this a new armor? Bai expressed her astonishment at the sight of the fire sparrow armor. It seemed that Jiagu Iyan had not activated the summoner earlier because he did not meet the qualifications for the light armor, but rather possessed the capability for this new armor. As a researcher, Baiyu instinctively began to gather precious transformation data, even in this moment. However, Jiagu Ian's thoughts were elsewhere. He pressed the summoner against his belt. Fire Sparrow armor. Click. Fusion. With the insertion of the armor into the summoner, a crimson circular array unfurled beneath Jiagu Ian's feet. Fiery flames erupted from below, enveloping his entire form. These flames felt almost corporeal, adhering to his body and swiftly solidifying into armor. The searing heat and blinding flames prompted Baiyu to instinctively shield herself, yet her gaze remained fixed on Jiagu Ian. As the flames dissipated, the ground beneath Jiagu Ian melted into a layer of red gel, while a fiery armor now encased his body. He lowered one hand while sweeping the other in front of him, dispersing the residual flames clinging to him. Yet the armor, seemingly forged from flames, continued to shimmer with fiery light. The Fire Sparrow emblem appeared poised to take flight at any moment. This power. Is this the strength of the armor? Jiagu Ian clenched his fist, acutely aware of the armor's presence. He felt no hindrance or heaviness. It was as if the armor was an extension of his very being. His strength, speed, and perception had all been elevated to an unimaginable level. How does it feel? It feels magnificent. Jiagu Ian's gaze fell upon the cockroach monster, which instinctively stumbled back 2 steps. Unlike previous beasts, this cockroach monster possessed a keen awareness of the formidable power emanating from Jiagu Ian's armor. Sensing the intense heat akin to flames, boom, Jiagu Ian struck his left hand into a palm and his right into a fist, the collision erupting in a blaze of fiery sparks. The Fire Sparrow armor, embodying the essence of flame and agility, merged into one. A specialized armor of speed and strength capable of wielding the power of fire, able to scorch, destroy, purify, and lie dormant. It possessed the power of rebirth through flames. Next, you shall be the unfortunate target. Jiagu Ian charged towards the monster, his fiery armor enveloping him in a blaze as he surged forward. Despicable human. The cockroach creature, while fearful of Jiagu Ian's fiery prowess, was driven by an innate sense of superiority over humans ingrained in its genes, compelling it to attack rather than retreat. It yearned to shred the armored figure before it and paint the ground with blood and flesh. Flames twisted around Jiagu Ian's fist as it collided with the cockroach monster's claws. Boom. With a resounding explosion, flames erupted, forcing the cockroach monster to stagger backward. Unlike Cheng Yang's initial transformation, Jiagu Ian's physical prowess and combat instincts far surpassed Cheng Yang's former capabilities. His mastery over the armor was seamless. As the cockroach monster fell back, Jiagu Ian pressed the advantage, his agile steps drawing near, flames igniting from his armored feet, coiling around his right leg. He then unleashed a powerful kick aimed at the monster's head. The intense fire accompanied by immense force caused the air to explode, resulting in a cacophony of sound. The cockroach monster had no time to react, receiving a heavy blow to its neck, sending it flying and tumbling on the ground. Roar. Damn human. Struck by the attack, the monster rose in fury, its sharp claws scraping together as it lunged at Jiagu Ian. Jiagu Ian maintained his stance, extending a finger to point at the beast. The fire-red armor refracted the sunlight, casting a fiery glow. Filthy cockroach, before you die, would you like to lay some eggs and leave behind an offspring? I can offer you that chance. Jiagu Ian taunted effortlessly. Hearing Jiagu Ian's words, the cockroach monster nearly lost its mind in rage, unable to articulate a response, only able to roar in fury. It then dropped its human guise, crawling on all fours, transforming into a colossal, prone cockroach that lunged toward Jiagu Ian. Indeed, a filthy cockroach. Unperturbed by the approaching giant, Jiagu Ian clenched his fists, 2 spheres of fire coalescing in his outstretched hands. The Fire Sparrow armor not only offered incredible strength and speed, but also the ability to manipulate flames for ranged attacks. This was the culmination of Lin Nao's extensive research. A powerful armor crafted from his utmost efforts. Fire Sparrow feathers. As Jiagu Ian compressed the 2 fireballs together at his chest, a violent reaction occurred upon their collision, resulting in a series of explosive bursts. The flames erupted, transforming into feather-like projectiles that shot toward the cockroach monster. Chapter 46. Fire Sparrow Blade. Fire Sparrow / whoosh. 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 Countless flames, resembling feathers, rained down upon the cockroach monster. Its enormous, fly-like eyes reflected the rapid approach of the fiery projectiles. The creature's body blurred into a phantom, swiftly darting side to side to evade the onslaught. The mist feathers effortlessly melted into the ground, embedding deeply. Such incredible speed. Jiagu Ian marveled at the cockroach monster's agility. However, Such speed could only be sustained for a brief burst. Otherwise, had it pursued me at this pace earlier, I would have been caught long ago. Yet at this level, evading its fiery feather darts is out of the question. Jiagu Yan maintained the relentless barrage of fiery feathers, swiftly adjusting his position to follow the movements of the cockroach monster. Soon, the creature was enveloped by a deluge of fiery darts, with no means of escape. It could only reposition itself, using its hardened exoskeleton to withstand the onslaught. Its claws danced like phantoms, slicing towards the searing feathers. The sharp talons shattered the fiery darts time and again. However, the fiery feathers were neither bullets nor arrows. Once destroyed, they transformed into scorching flames, searing the cockroach monster's exoskeleton and claws. In no time, its claws and shell were charred a deep crimson, emitting wisps of smoke. Roaring in agony, the cockroach monster became increasingly frenzied, charging desperately towards Jiagu Yan. The speed with which Jiagu moved, as if a mere illusion, left no room for defense. In an instant, the exoskeleton was riddled with cracks, and the scorched cockroach monster closed in on Jiagu Yan. Its claws, like streaks of light, swept towards Jiagu's neck. Just as it seemed destined to land a fatal blow, Jiagu Yan vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving behind only a shimmering remnant of flames. How could this be? This speed surpasses my own. The cockroach monster pivoted swiftly, yet it was a moment too late. It only glimpsed a fireball hurtling towards it at an incomprehensible velocity. Impossible to evade. Enveloped in flames was a fist, which it desperately raised its claws to defend against. Yet, the rapidity of the fiery armor granted it no opportunity for defense. The outcome of that striking fist was inevitable. It would collide with its foe in a blaze of speed. Boom. The fist struck the cockroach monster's face with tremendous force, and flames erupted forth. The overwhelming power, coupled with the explosion of fire, rained down upon its head. Its faceplate shattered, reduced to mere ashes amidst the flames. The creature's body was cast away by the force and the explosion, akin to a launched grenade, crashing into a low wall and tumbling to the ground, embedding itself deeply into the cement. Dazed, it shook its scorched head, feeling the excruciating pain coursing through its body. How painful. So painful. Fear surged within, as it was consumed by terror of the flames. It possessed reason and intelligence. Thus, fear enveloped it. It yearned to flee. Yet a vision of another man surfaced in its mind. That man had bestowed upon it strength, endowing it with a noble lineage. Remember the cost of this power. Remember who granted you your life. Merely recalling that man's, no, that monster's, voice sent shivers of dread coursing through it. If it fled, no matter where it hid, that monster would inevitably track it down, delivering a punishment far more terrifying than death. It was a rare, perfectly transformed entity, capable of mastering its primal instincts. Endowed with wisdom, struggling to rise, it gazed upon the advancing figure of Jiagu Yan, who walked steadily, flames dancing around his fists. Beneath the fiery helm, his gaze remained fixed upon it. The next strike would send you to your end. Jiagu Yan halted 10 meters away from the cockroach monster. His left hand swept over his waist, retrieving a storage card. With a fiery red background, the front depicted a crimson blade, its edge seemingly ablaze. With a letter inscribed in the upper right corner, Fire Sparrow Blade. Click. With a swift motion, the card was inserted into the summoner, and a blaze of red flames coalesced in Jiagu Yan's right hand, transforming into the fiery blade, gripped firmly in his palm. The hilt appeared entwined with a soaring firebird. Roar. The cockroach monster howled in fury, raising its claws to charge at Jiagu Yan. The clash of claw against blade resonated with a sharp sound as the two figures flashed past each other. In the aftermath, the cockroach monster's claws shattered into countless fragments. Jiagu Yan turned, observing the monster's pained struggles, and drew forth another card. Once more, the fiery red background depicted a bird of flame. The upper corner retained the same letter, Fire Sparrow / Click. As the card was inserted, the Fire Sparrow blade appeared to ignite entirely, enveloped in blazing flames, taking the form of a firebird poised for flight. In the distance, one could almost hear the piercing cry of the bird. Jiagu Yan gripped the hilt tightly, flames erupting from his arms. In that moment, it was as if his entire armor was ablaze, the searing waves of fire radiating outwards. The cockroach monster sensed the immense power. There was no doubt it would perish from this strike. It attempted to struggle, yet felt firmly ensnared, with no means to evade. With the insertion of that skill card, its doom was sealed. At that instant, it was akin to a standing corpse, one still capable of thought. As the fire sparrow blade fell with tremendous weight, a shrill cry echoed. The flames entwined around the blade broke free from their confinement, soaring towards the cockroach monster with the cry of the bird. The creature extended its claws, desperately attempting to resist. However, all was futile against this singular strike. Its outstretched hands disintegrated like ashes. The flapping firebird incinerating its arms and piercing through its chest. Heat radiated from the wound, spreading rapidly. Within mere breaths, it collapsed to the ground, its body melting into molten lava from the gaping hole in its chest. Kill-level beast, energy points 50. Jia Guiyin gazed at the fallen monster, then drew forth a fiery red blank card, directing it at the creature. In an instant, the monster's energy was swiftly absorbed, revealing its likeness upon the card. Yet, as the energy was extracted, no traces of human or animal remains were left behind on the ground. Clearly, this intelligent monster was indeed something special. Without much thought, Jia Guiyin reinserted the card into the summoner. Chapter 47, Equipment Upgrade. Transformation lifted. The armor that adorned his body transformed back from its material state into flames. The summoner remained unchanged, restored to its place on Jia Guiyin's belt, though the fiery patterns on it had altered from its original appearance. Is this all? Jia Guiyin surveyed the cards in the storage device and extracted one, specifically that of the fire sparrow armor. At this moment, Jia Guiyin appeared merely to have broken a sweat. Breathing heavily, slightly fatigued. Stowing away the summoner, Jia Guiyin turned to face Baiyu. Sensing his gaze, Baiyu crossed her arms, her expression impassive. I return your bag. Jia Guiyin approached Baiyu, handing her the bag he held. She maintained her stoic demeanor, reclaiming the bag and returning to her motorcycle. With the matter resolved, it was time to return. Jia Guiyin cast one last glance at Baiyu and then at the summoner. That insufferable woman, why the rush? Usually, she carries herself with such indifference. What could possibly compel her to hastily bring the precious summoner? What urgency drives you? Having dealt with the cockroach monster, Jia Guiyin returned to his previous state. With hands thrust deep into pockets, I approached, unreservedly scrutinizing Baiyu's indifferent visage. Let me hazard a guess as to the reason behind this demeanor. Could it be concern? Buzz. Without the slightest hesitation, Baiyu donned her helmet, twisted the throttle, and left Jia Guiyin stranded, departing with an air of indifference. That wretched woman, how could she abandon me here? Wait for me. It's quite a challenge to hail a cab in this place. Jia Guiyin glared at Baiyu's retreating figure, his teeth clenched in frustration. How infuriating. What have I done to provoke her? Left with no choice, Jia Guiyin settled onto the ground, taking a moment to rest while perusing the contents of his storage card. Among the items were the light armor, shadow sword, and shadow dagger, most of which were of the light attribute, rendering them unusable for him. The fire attributes included the fire sparrow armor, fire sparrow blade, and fire sparrow slash, along with several neutral abilities like hacker, motorcycle, potions, crossbow, and rain realm. How could it be that none of these are usable? After confirming the effects and functions of each card, he returned them to the storage device. He then retrieved the summoner, glancing at the information displayed, revealing his summoner panel. As anticipated, his panel was considerably more robust than Cheng Yang's initial panel. Summoner, Jia Guiyin, 2nd generation. Race, human summoning level, level 1 strength, 9 spirit, 8 constitution, 7 skills, 1. Marksmanship, mastery, 2. Martial arts, mastery, 3. Swordsmanship, novice, 4. Basic footwork, mastery, armor affinity, 1. Fire sparrow, 70, 2. Light, 30. Energy points, 70 shop, click to view details, purchased, 1. Basic breathing technique, 2. Basic posture. Oh, so this is one of the functions of the armor summoner? As Jia Guiyin studied the contents of the summoner, he discovered the legacy left by the 1st generation summoner. Since Cheng Yang had already made his purchases, Lin Qi did not erase the skills acquired by Cheng Yang. Instead, they were stored within the summoner, allowing the next generation of summoners to access them at any time. Cheng Yang had gifted the summoner, along with all he had obtained, to the next generation. Lin Qi also ensured that Cheng Yang's skills were inherited by the new summoner. Given this summoner's unique identity, Lin Qi hoped that he could impart something valuable to the monster countermeasures team. After thoroughly examining the summoner's contents, Jia Guiyin pondered. Compared to monsters, humans truly seem feeble. The techniques within the summoner, such as the basic breathing technique and various combat skills, could others learn them? The combat members of the monster countermeasures team are hand-picked individuals with innate combat talents, rigorously trained to barely contend with the weakest monsters using firearms. Even so, they remained pathetically weak in the face of the most ordinary monsters. Yet, if one could master these abilities, might they not become slightly stronger? No longer so feeble before monsters? If only Jia Guiyin gazed longingly at the summoner. The power of the summoner could serve as humanity's salvation against monsters, not merely in the form of formidable armor, but potentially elevating the entire life tier of humanity. First, he must persuade that wretched woman to investigate its feasibility. Dreadful woman, how could you truly leave me here alone? Jia Guiyin extracted the motorcycle from the storage card and prepared to summon it, only to be surprised when a motorcycle suddenly appeared before him. Hop on, she said. Please. Wait. How could you treat me with such disdain after all this time? As Baiyu seemed poised to flee once more. Jia Guiyin hastily mounted the motorcycle, wrapping his arms around her waist. Baiyu glanced back momentarily but offered no further words. The brilliance enveloped the cockroach monster, searing and refining it as if engulfed in flames. With the creation of the fire sparrow armor, Lin Qi had also acquired a fragment of the fire's power. As long as he crafted new armors, he could attain corresponding powers. After all, the essence of armor power is merely a projection of Lin Qi's abilities manifested in reality. However, since he does not belong to life, or rather, light as a form of life not of this dimension, he cannot directly project the armor's powers into reality. Thus, a summoner of suitable qualifications is required to bear its strength. At this moment, as he refined the cockroach monster, Lin Qi could harness the flame's power, enabling him to refine with greater efficiency and utilize the monster's powers more effectively. In layman's terms, his strength had increased, and he had a broader command over his powers, allowing him to refine even stronger materials. The knowledge acquired from the database could now be utilized more proficiently. Energy, 50. Although the monster was converted into light energy, a new item was also refined by Lin Qi. Equipment upgrade. Chapter 48. Two individuals speak their minds. Equipment upgrade. This allows for the insertion of summoned weapon cards, thereby upgrading the weapon to higher levels and endowing it with greater strength. The Fire Sparrow Blade, Shadow Sword, Crossbow, and Motorcycle all possess card slots akin to the summoner. Inserting them for upgrades is possible. Naturally, these weapons can also be upgraded with nature attributes, resulting in corresponding changes. Just as Cheng Yang previously used a torrential downpour to enhance the light armor, the appearance of the light armor also underwent a transformation. However, it is likely that the Fire Sparrow armor would struggle to harness any power from the torrential downpour. Water and fire are fundamentally incompatible, and the affinity between the fire attribute and torrential downpour is likely to be quite low, potentially diminishing the power of the Fire Sparrow armor. Yet, circumstances are not absolute. While the light armor possesses rather mediocre attributes, its stability is its strength. Regardless of the environment, it maintains a consistent combat effectiveness. Conversely, the Fire Sparrow armor boasts high speed and strength but is weak against water attributes, leading to lower defenses. In combat within a water-laden environment, its power would likely be severely diminished. In such a scenario, integrating the torrential downpour would counteract the water environment's detrimental effects. I hope to acquire fire attributes in nature soon. With a silent prayer, Lin Qi immersed himself in the database to study. He did not wish to become overly concerned with this summoner, unlike his attention towards Cheng Yang. Possessing the power of armor in a world fraught with formidable monsters, many of which are covertly controlled by them, is exceedingly perilous. Lin Qi also wished to refrain from forming emotional ties with the summoner. This way, as generations of summoners depart, it would ease his own burden. He is but a being of light, bestowing his powers upon humanity. How humanity chooses to wield it is ultimately up to them. Lin Qi consoled himself, convincing himself that the deaths outside were of no concern to him, as long as he refrained from influence or attention. Ah, is that not Ms. Bai? Have you been demoted? Jia Guiyin leaned against Baiyu's workstation, poking at various items on her desk. Forget it. I shall be gracious. Allow me to sponsor your lunch this month. Baiyu continued to ignore Jia Guiyin, who was incessantly pestering her, although Baiyu's unilateral actions this time yielded a positive outcome. Her defiance of orders by taking the summoner outside the monster countermeasures team was an exceedingly grave offense. Consequently, she faced a salary reduction. Had her identity not been exceedingly special, as a highly valued senior researcher, she would likely have faced demotion. Jia Guiyin had become the second-generation summoner, classified as top secret within the monster countermeasures team. Currently, only a handful of individuals within the team were privy to this information. The upper echelons of the monster countermeasure course. Apart from the captain of the monster countermeasure team, remains shrouded in secrecy. Similarly, the team is diligently researching the powers of the summoning device. The foundational breathing technique has already been mastered by Jiagu Yin, and under his guidance. The other combat members of the monster countermeasure team have commenced their training as the first batch of experimental participants. However, their progress and learning pales in comparison to Jiagu Yin, who, as the summoner, swiftly grasps and enhances the skills contained within the summoning device. Conversely, others experience a painfully slow and challenging learning process. The summoning device and its chosen summoner are indeed exceptional, and the criteria for selecting summoners remains utterly unclear. Currently, there are only 2 summoners associated with the device. The first can summon armor named Light, while the second can summon Firebird, but not Light. Jiagu Yin wields the summoning device, while the Light series is preserved within the monster countermeasure team, with researcher by you tasked with developing the powers of the Light series. The utility items in the potion hacker are extraordinary, with Jiagu Yin having summoned them multiple times for the team's use. All these must be activated by the summoner utilizing the summoning device, and the summoned weapons will revert to their original forms after a period. The white base signifies the light attribute, while the red base denotes the fire attribute. The black base, however, possesses a uniquely potent power that can be wielded even without the summoning device, suggesting that its strength does not derive from it. I speculate that this particular item was not sourced from the summoning device, but was collected by the first-generation summoner through other channels. Bayu elucidated her research to Jiagu Yin, and it was only under such circumstances that this insufferable woman could speak a bit more freely. Wait, Jiagu Yin interrupted Bayu. Why do you refer to the first-generation summoner as Mr. First Generation, yet call me that detestable woman without even a proper greeting? I investigated the recent anomalies in Seiko City and connected them to this item, recalling the unusual torrential rain that had enveloped Seiko City not long ago. Are you ignoring me? He continued. This item is likely what the first-generation summoner acquired from that downpour. I surmise that this black base, of natural origin, was obtained through a special celestial phenomenon, or perhaps it was this very power that caused the celestial anomaly. The cessation of that rain was likely the reason the first-generation summoner retrieved this item. After completing her report, Bayu handed the documents to Jiagu Yin. I will investigate the areas where celestial phenomena have occurred recently and will inform you of any findings. Damn it, did I offend that wretched woman in some way? Jiagu Yin mused while sitting cross-legged on a cushion, practicing the foundational breathing technique and grumbling to himself. His foundational breathing technique had reached the first tier, and he was currently striving to advance to the second tier. He was also training in basic stances and had purchased equipment upgrades for 70 light energy points. Bayu walked past the training room, holding a stack of documents, and glanced at Jiagu Yin, who was meditating and breathing deeply. Haven't you been calling me that wretched woman all along? She retorted, exasperated. Chapter 49, Celestial Phenomenon, Volcanic Rain Realm. The reflection world created by the Rain Realm is a spatial fissure opened by Lin Qi based on the power of a colossal core. Within the Rain Realm, that immense core continuously generates monsters, producing approximately 30 each day. However, akin to the real world, Lin Qi is unable to engage in combat within the Rain Realm. Only summoners are permitted to enter and battle, slaying those monsters to secure a steady supply of light energy, while summoners themselves can also gain consistent light energy points. Furthermore, Lin Qi designed drop rewards for slaying those monsters to encourage summoners and others alike. Indeed, entry into the Rain Realm is not exclusive to summoners. Ordinary individuals can also enter, regardless of whether summoned by summoners or others. Lin Qi can refine light energy from the crystallized remains of the slain monsters. However, these low-tier monster crystals cannot be refined into weapons or skills. At this moment, the Rain Realm is stabilized within the independent laboratory of the monster countermeasure team. The open passage to the Rain Realm resembles a vortex, floating in the air in an utterly unscientific manner. Can you hear the communication? Is the connection clear? Received. The connection is clear. Presently, Jiagu Yin, along with several combat members, has entered the Rain Realm, while Bayu, stationed outside, directs the combat personnel within through the passage. The visuals transmitted back from the Rain Realm are also quite clear, and occasional monsters rushing in are effortlessly dispatched by the combat members. As Jiagu Yin has already attained a preliminary mastery of the foundational breathing technique, he does not rely on firearms like other members to resolve battles. Instead, He hones his foundational breathing technique and basic parrying skills through combat. Foundational breathing technique. Proficiency Level 1 Basic Parrying. Proficiency Level 1. The speed at which these two skills enhance during battles far surpasses the tedium of monotonous training. The monsters within the Rain Realm currently pose no threat to Jiagu Iyan. Moreover, as a member of the elite, core, and most confidential monster countermeasure team, his foundation is significantly stronger than Cheng Yang's. Even with his foundational breathing technique only at the first tier, he can maintain foundational breathing during combat, thereby comprehensively enhancing his physical capabilities. Foundational breathing technique. Proficiency Level 1 Foundational breathing technique. Tier 1, 100 Foundational breathing technique. Tier 1, Foundational breathing technique. Tier 2, Physique Level 1. As the battle continues, the proficiency of the foundational breathing technique finally reaches its peak. Jiagu Iyan feels a flame burning within his chest, and the breath he exhales transforms into scalding white vapors. As the summoner of the Firebird, Jiagu Iyan's body is gradually being transformed under the influence of the summoning device. However, unlike Qingyang, the source of his transformation is not solely light, but also flame. Under the influence of the foundational breathing technique, even without transformation, Jiagu Iyan's body gains some of the characteristics of fire while operating his breathing technique. Currently, this characteristic allows him to exhale gas at a rate 10 times higher than that of an ordinary person, while his body's tolerance to high temperatures has also significantly increased. Have I advanced to the second tier? It feels as if my entire body has improved immensely in an instant. Jiagu Iyan does not revel in his advancement, but instead continues to intensify his training regimen to become a member of the monster countermeasure team. In addition to his extraordinary talent, years of diligent training are indispensable. Seizing the opportunity at this moment, he exerts himself to the fullest. After all, he was the one who, after dropping out of school, spent an entire month on the streets, intimidating delinquents into leaving school. This resolve, I believe, should lead to success in any endeavor. The reaction of the Rain Realm monsters has dissipated. This side has received the signal. Please evacuate in an orderly manner from the Rain Realm. As the monster reactions in the Rain Realm fade, the combat members within begin to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Upon returning to reality, everyone finds themselves drenched, as the Rain Realm has been perpetually enveloped in a gentle drizzle. All combat members, except for Jiagu Iyan, have, under his guidance, initiated their journey into the foundational breathing technique. They can now barely utilize breathing to enhance their vitality and reaction speed. Though substantial practice is still required for physical enhancement during battles. A volcanic anomaly? Jiagu Iyan approached by you, casting his gaze upon the news displayed on the computer screen. The incident is not occurring in Laiguang City, but rather on a volcanic island overseas. Is it a volcanic eruption? He recalled Bayu's previous words about unusual phenomena. It is highly likely that this involves a natural realm, and the volcano may very well be associated with the element of fire. If it were merely a typical volcanic eruption, I would not suspect it to be a celestial anomaly. The lava from this eruption has already engulfed half of the island, forming a lava lake. Yet, neither the trees nor the animals on the island have been incinerated. They seem to traverse the molten landscape effortlessly. The temperature of the lava is anomalous. At this point, Bayu opened a document on his tablet and handed it to Jiagu Iyan. The document contained detailed investigative information regarding this lava eruption. Such celestial anomalies have naturally prompted the members of the Monster Response Division to conduct an investigation. Specimens of the lava are currently being transported back to the division. Is that so? When shall I go? The recent torrential rains, the Rain Realm, and the deluge, all these phenomena are interconnected. If that volcano truly birthed a natural entity, it should be concealed within a spatial crevice akin to the Rain Realm. Such a spatial fissure might harbor extraordinarily powerful monsters. You still need to train. Bayu did not encourage Jiagu Iyan to recklessly venture into such perilous territory. Compared to the first generation, Jiagu Iyan's strength is still not sufficiently mature, nor does he possess adequate fire capabilities. Moreover, even the first generation faced formidable adversaries. Bayu recalled the battlefield photographs from that encounter. The site of the battle between Mutant Depay and the first generation has been located by members of the Monster Response Team. Yet no trace of the first generation's body was found. Based on the signs of battle, Bayu conducted an evaluation. It was an exceedingly brutal clash, and the opponent faced by the first generation was exceptionally powerful. Regarding the identity of the first generation, it stands to reason that clues should be discernible from the battle traces that extended from the urban area to the outskirts. Yet, there were none. There were no indications of missing persons near the battlefield. It was as if the first generation had vanished without a trace. As if some force had erased him and all his marks from this world. This thought sent a shiver down Bayu's spine. If the news of the summoner were to be exposed, would Jia Guiyin, or even the entire monster response team, also be erased from this world without a trace? As if they had never existed? Bayu's mood darkened. The ancient entities lurking in the shadows are so powerful that they are suffocating. Chapter 50. Jia Guiyin is disgusted buzz. The summoner emitted a low hum. Lost in thought, Bayu quickly regained his focus as Jia Guiyin raised the summoner before him. Monsters have appeared in the designated area. The urban center of Liduang City is the heart of the entire city, bustling with activity and preserving some ancient architecture. The majority of the area revolves around the academic district's commercial and residential zones, while another section is designated as an economic development zone, housing numerous factories. Bayu swiftly informed the Monster Response Division, deploying combat members. The Monster Response Division operates as a covert organization with a minimal number of personnel. The presence of monsters detected by the summoner is certainly not from the usual lowly creatures found in the sewers. The members of the Monster Response Team are unable to handle this situation. It is imperative that the combat unit from the Monster Response Division be dispatched to evacuate and suppress the threat. I shall go as well. Jia Guiyin rapidly took the elevator to the ground level, then drew forth his motorcycle. Crack! The blaze of fire illuminated the scene as a silver motorcycle appeared before him, adorned with flame motifs along its fuel tank and sides. Jia Guiyin swiftly mounted the motorcycle, following the map's guidance to race towards the monster's location. This should mark the first public appearance of the Fire Sparrow armor. The general populace remains unaware of the possible demise of the first generation. They are more familiar with the light armor. Buzz, accompanied by the roar of the motorcycle. Jia Guiyin darted through the traffic. The foot traffic in this area was sparse, primarily consisting of factory workers. However, the low density of people only stands in contrast to other areas. It does not imply that the streets are devoid of life. Oh, a monster abruptly overturned a small car, lifting it overhead with its muscular arms, while a family of 3 inside screamed in terror. Yet, the driver managed to keep his composure, frantically bringing his child from the back seat to the front, grasping his wife's hand in an attempt to comfort them both. Pedestrians along the roadside fled in terror, seeking refuge in nearby buildings. Only a few stragglers remained, desperately trying to escape, believing that hiding indoors would only lead to being trapped like fish in a barrel. Roar! The creature bellowed, shaking the car atop its head before hurling it into the air. Fire Sparrow! Crack! As he inserted the summoner, flames rapidly engulfed Jia Guiyin, enveloping his entire being, including the motorcycle beneath him. The motorcycle, shrouded in flames, underwent a swift transformation, twisting and expanding as if it were molten metal. Everything transpired in an instant. Bystanders merely caught a glimpse of the fiery flash before witnessing a figure clad in a blazing motorcycle armor soaring into the sky, swiftly rescuing the 3 occupants of the car and placing them safely on the ground. Armor warrior? The fleeing pedestrians turned back, bewildered. After all, the armored warriors they envisioned were typically clad in shimmering, platinum light armor. This fiery red armored figure was a sight they had yet to behold. Is this a new armored warrior? Having safely released the shaken trio, Jia Guiyin turned his attention to the monster before him. Its body was grotesquely muscular, covered in tumor-like growths, each adorned with pulsating purple veins. Its face lacked eyes, with 2 thick, fleshy horns protruding from the sockets. Its mouth split grotesquely from ear to ear, and a tongue as thick as an arm slithered from its maw. Its arms hung down, equipped with claws lined with sharp bone spikes. It was likely that anyone caught by these spiked claws would be skinned alive. How hideous! Jia Guiyin could not help but exclaim. While the ugliness of ordinary monsters could be understood, this creature was grotesque in an entirely unique manner. Roar! Perhaps it understood Jia Guiyin's sentiment, for the monster charged angrily at him. Its cumbersome form rushed forward like a tank, arms outstretched as if to crush Jia Guiyin in an embrace. Yet, such clumsy movements were trivial in comparison to the speed of the Fire Sparrow. Jia Guiyin vanished like a wisp of flame, leaving only an afterimage in his wake as he circled behind the monster. Then, flames coiled around his right foot as he spun rapidly, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick to the creature's rear. A resounding boom echoed as flames erupted upon impact, causing the monster to stagger forward. However, the momentum of its charge remained, and it lost balance, crashing through the sidewalk and slamming into a wall before tumbling to the ground. Jia Guiyin approached step by step, each hand grasping a fireball that he then collided together before his chest. He was acutely aware of his strengths and weaknesses. The Fire Sparrow armor boasted exceptional speed and offensive capabilities, yet its defensive attributes were lacking. Maintaining distance and utilizing the Fire Sparrow's feathers for long-range suppression was the correct approach. As two fireballs collided, a violent reaction ensued, igniting a fierce blaze. The crackling flames transformed into numerous fiery plumes, shooting towards the position of the unfortunate Acho. In an instant, the poor creature was engulfed by the dense feathers, collapsing to the ground in silence. Dead. Could it be so weak? Jia Yin observed the fallen beast without approaching rashly, drawing forth a longbow adorned in flames. With a sharp sound, as it was drawn, flames coalesced in his palm, forming a longbow etched with fiery patterns. The bow, a tool card, morphed according to the armor of its summoner. As Jia Yin pulled back the bowstring, flames swiftly gathered, transforming into an arrow. With a whoosh, the flaming arrow broke free from the bowstring, piercing through the creature's head and obliterating it into fragments. So weak. A creature capable of eliciting a response from the summoner should not be this feeble. No, something was amiss. Jia Yin quickly distanced himself, drawing back the bowstring once more. Indeed, the corpse of the fallen beast began to undergo a transformation. The grotesque lumps covering its body began to writhe, and suddenly, one of the lumps on its shoulder burst open, revealing a head. This head bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Fire Sparrow. However, it was distinctly bizarre. The helmet of the Fire Sparrow was metallic and colored like burning flames, while this head emerging from the flesh was made of tender pink flesh, appearing exceptionally repugnant. Chapter 51. The mysterious manipulator behind the scenes. At that moment, the creature was undeniably strange, and Jia Yin had no intention of delaying any further. His right hand brushed against his waist, swiftly drawing forth the Fire Sparrow blade. With a snap, flames surged forth from Jia Yin's outstretched hand, forming a blade of fire. He then darted towards the beast like a phantom, leaving behind only a lingering afterimage of flames. The blade, enveloped in fire, crackled through the air as it descended upon the creature. In an instant, the blade cleaved through the beast's chest, leaving behind a charred gash. Did he hit it? No. Suddenly, an explosion of flames erupted from Jia Yin's chest plate, and an immense force hurled him backward. The Fire Sparrow armor was not particularly resilient, and at that moment, he was caught off guard by a sudden attack. It felt as though a knife had pierced through his armor and struck directly at his chest. An attack? When? With the speed of the Fire Sparrow, how could he not evade it or detect it? Moreover, this attack felt as if it had come from the very strike he had just delivered. Looking at the creature's shoulder, where the fleshy Fire Sparrow resided, he quickly realized the creature's ability. It bound the damage it received to itself. As long as it was attacked, he would suffer the same injury. How despicable. To possess such a treacherous ability. Jia Yin gazed at the creature before him, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. However, the creature was not so contemplative. It staggered to its feet, and the wound on its chest began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Yet Jia Yin felt no alleviation from the damage he had just sustained. It appeared that it could only share the injuries it received with him, rather than binding their physical states together. The creature roared and charged once more at Jia Yin, arms wide open, as if intending to exchange lies with him. Without a clear strategy, Jia Yin could only evade its assault. Utilizing the blazing speed of the Fire Sparrow, he deftly dodged the creature and swung his blade again, targeting its shoulder. This time, Jia Yin tempered his strength, yet he still felt a pain radiate from his shoulder. Was every attack capable of being reflected in equal measure? The creature, filled with fury, swiped at Jia Yin with claws bristling with bone spurs. As Jia Yin moved, he once more transformed into a phantom, effortlessly evading the creature's onslaught. He then increased the distance between them. Fire Sparrow feather. A single plume coalesced as Jia Yin waved his hand, resembling a flying knife of flames, aimed at the creature's thigh. Upon impact, he felt a sharp pain in his own leg. Was there no way to create distance? What if he could increase the distance further? Yet his Fire Sparrow feather had a limited attack range. Once he surpassed that range, he would be unable to inflict any harm upon the creature. Roar! Roar! The creature charged at Jia Yin once more, and this time, the fleshy head of the Fire Sparrow began to shift towards the center of its neck. It seemed poised to replace the beast's shattered head, becoming the new head. Although Jia Yin did not fully comprehend the situation, an instinctive dread gripped his heart. Should that mimicry of the Fire Sparrow's head succeed in replacing the creature's destroyed head, dire consequences would surely follow. However, Attacking the creature would result in an equal retaliation upon himself. Moreover, the monster possessed self-healing abilities, with continuous attacks. It would be the fire sparrow, with its inferior defenses, that would ultimately succumb. If it were clad in robust armor, he would have no such concerns and could launch a direct offensive. But the fire sparrow was not so fortunate. Damn it. Why did he feel as though he was being targeted precisely at his weaknesses? It was as if some unseen force was plotting against him. Jia could not shake the thought that every aspect of this creature was tailor-made to counter him, making it hard not to suspect that someone was orchestrating this. Boom. Boom. The clash between the beast and the remnants of the armor echoed as they intertwined. Surrounding structures began to crumble, and the earth fractured amidst the conflict. This destruction was solely due to the creature's immense power. Though they appeared to be entangled in battle, in truth, Jia was evading the creature's attacks with remarkable speed. With a swish, the fiery afterimage was shredded, and Jia slipped behind the beast, delivering another strike. The creature was sliced through. But Jia felt as though a whip had cracked across his back. Roar. The pain provoked a furious roar from the creature, which turned to strike Jia with a powerful punch. Jia swiftly distanced himself, holding his blade aloft as he gazed at the creature. At that moment, the mimicry of the fire sparrow's fleshy head had fully settled upon its neck. Suddenly, the creature came to an abrupt halt. The fleshy head underwent a transformation, ultimately reverting to the form of the fire sparrow. What was happening? In that fleeting moment, the creature's aura shifted entirely. Jia stared at the creature before him, drawing forth his weapon. A new armored warrior? It seemed the summoner had fallen into your hands. The creature suddenly spoke. This beast, which had exhibited no semblance of reason or intelligence akin to a wild animal, was now capable of speech. Unlike the cockroach monster, which had demonstrated intelligence from the outset, this creature seemed to have gained reason and wisdom in that singular moment, as if it had transformed into an entirely different entity. No, it had indeed become something else. This creature was being remotely controlled by some force, manipulated like a marionette. You fool, do not utter words I cannot comprehend. Who are you? Jia felt a shadow, vast and overwhelming, enveloping him. The flames of the armor, the power of the fire sparrow, what an unpleasant blaze. Who are you? The creature countered, inquiring about Jiajia's true identity. Your tutor, you fool. Do you not know that one should introduce oneself before inquiring about another's name? Jiaguyan has already devised his escape route in his mind. First, he intends to lure this monster to an uninhabited area and then seize the opportunity to flee. With the strength of this body, it is indeed challenging to inflict harm upon you, warrior clad in the armor of fire. However, I find myself disinclined to slowly uncover your true identity as I did before. Thus crack. The earth suddenly shattered as countless thick tree roots surged forth, breaking through the concrete ground and ensnaring Jiaguyan. Gripping the fire sparrow blade, he slashed horizontally and vertically. The searing flames danced around him like a dragon, obliterating the roots and turning them into ashes scattered across the sky. Jiaguyan quickly glanced at the monster's position, only to discover that it did not take the opportunity to attack him but instead charged into the adjacent building. Chapter 52, Weapon Upgrade. Oh no. Jiaguyan remembered that both buildings were shelters for civilians. He hastily pursued at breakneck speed. His velocity was unmatched by the monster. Even though it managed to momentarily obstruct him with the roots, he could still retaliate and catch up. Jiaguyan altered his breathing, for the first time in armor form, employing the fundamental breathing technique. In an instant, his breath became scalding, as if flames were igniting within his chest. His heart raced like a pump, disseminating the power of fire throughout his body. The fire sparrow armor radiated a brilliant glow. If it had previously resembled burning charcoal, it now resembled embers, stirred by a bellows on the verge of igniting. The fire sparrow armor, in its blazing form. Whoosh! The turbulent winds were torn apart by the explosive flames, and Jiaguyan's figure transformed into a phantasmal blaze, surging toward the monster. At that moment, thick roots erupted from the ground once more, shattering the walls of the building and blocking Jiaguyan's path. He leaned slightly forward at high speed and drew his blade. In a flash, the robust roots before him were reduced to ashes by the fiery edge of his sword. Jiaguyan dared not pause, swiftly striking again. However, it was too late. Faced with the monster, he could only unleash the formidable momentum of his blade against the adjacent wall. At that moment, the monster held a woman by her neck, lifting her into the air. Wailing, the woman struggled violently, yet all that escaped her lips was a pitiful whimper of fear and pain. Now, Can you reveal your true identity? The monster asked Jiagu Yin once more. I am no savior, willing to risk my life for a stranger. A mere hostage cannot threaten me. Jiagu Yin tightened his grip on the blade and drew a blank card. Crack. Ah. The monster showed no hesitation, brutally snapping the woman's wrist. Damn you. Jiagu Yin stepped forward in fury, inserting the fire sparrow blade into its sheath. Weapon upgrade. Crack. Fire sparrow blade, flame edge. Flames rapidly engulfed the entire blade, which grew broader and thicker. The firebird depicted on the blade unfurled its tail feathers, resembling tendrils of flame cascading into the blade's body. The closed eyes also opened, resembling a fiery jewel. Now do you think I would hesitate to kill her? The monster's tone dripped with mockery. The blazing fire sparrow. This armor is an eyesore to me, more so than that radiance. However, your weakness, indeed, mirrors that light, utterly foolish. Jiagu Yin remained silent, yet the blade gradually opened, and the armor once more ignited with flames. Your abilities are not omnipotent. After several encounters in our recent battle, I have determined that the attacks I inflict upon you do not immediately reflect back upon me. Rather, there is a momentary delay. Jiagu Yin articulated his conclusion. Indeed. It was so. Shall you attempt to slay me in that fleeting instant of delay, allowing your attacks to fail to reach you in time? Jiagu Yin's deduction seemed to intrigue the monster. In that case, you must summon all your strength for the most formidable strike. If you cannot grasp that moment of delay, all your attacks will rebound upon yourself. Will you wager your life against mine? The monster was eager for Jiagu Yin to gamble his life. To exchange this monster's form for the life of a second-generation summoner, and the summoning artifact itself was simply too valuable. Moreover, you fool, I shall kill you before you can crush that woman's neck. Heed my words, the moment your finger moves, you will perish. Jiagu Yin gripped the fire sparrow blade tightly, extending a finger toward the monster's face. The temperature of the entire space continued to rise as both parties remained locked in a stalemate. This fellow is truly gambling his life for an ordinary stranger. How foolish. The monster observed Jiagu Yin before he suddenly moved, without any warning. One moment, he stood defiantly, one hand wielding the blade and the other pointing at the monster. The next moment, he vanished like an erupting flame, akin to a burst of fireworks. He had not even moved his finger. Fool, did you truly believe I would wait for you to make your move? Of course, I would strike while you were unprepared. A voice echoed from behind him. Then, from the monster's arm that clutched the woman's neck, delicate scratches, as fine as hair, appeared. Blood seeped from the wounds, spreading outward until it enveloped the entirety of the monster's body. Whoosh! In an instant, the monster's form disintegrated into countless pieces of flesh, littering the ground. The blazing form of the fire sparrow armor, coupled with the upgraded flame edge, showcased Jiagu Yin's speed at that moment. However, even so, he staggered against the nearby wall, the flickering armor dimming once more. Beneath the armor, his skin bore numerous deep cuts, oozing blood. His attack had begun at the monster's arm, not aimed directly at its head, thus failing to deliver a swift death. Before he could slay the monster, part of the attack had still rebounded upon him. Jiagu Yin glanced at the woman on the ground, confirming that she was merely unconscious and had not perished. He then crouched down, roughly realigning her broken arm. Afterward, he withdrew a potion and inserted it into the summoning artifact. Potion. Crack. A syringe materialized in his palm, which he promptly injected into the woman's arm, administering the entire dosage. Only after did he draw a blank card, capturing the floating monster crystal within it. Upon absorbing the monster crystal, the blank card bore an image of the entire monster. It hurt so much, damn it. Jiagu Yin lay in the medical room, wrapped in bandages, groaning in pain. Thus, it seems that a more powerful, mysterious monster lurks behind this one, likely seeking the summoning artifact and capable of slaying the first generation. I'm in so much pain. But you paid no heed to Jiagu Yin, instead lost in contemplation. Brother Yin, this time I have brought you a gift. You will surely love it. On the opposite side of the hospital bed lay Qian from the monster response team, Jiagu Yin's partner from their previous mission. Thank you. What is the gift? It's a legitimate merchandise of the Armor Warrior series. I obtained an early version through special channels. Qian produced a box. The cover emblazoned with bold letters, the legend of the strongest light armor. Beneath the large text was an image of the light armor, exuding an aura of dominance and power. In any case, thank you. Has anyone ever complimented you on your gift-giving skills? Chapter 53. The Awakening of Jiagu Yin and the Acknowledgement of Light with a proficiency level of 1 in the basic breathing technique. Jiagu Yin sat cross-legged on his sickbed, diligently practicing the technique. Beyond its utility in combat, the basic breathing technique also expedites the healing of injuries. However, the shop within the summoner's realm offered superior techniques for recovery, such as the Misty Rain formula. Presently, Jiagu Yin possessed 82 energy points, sufficient to exchange for the Misty Rain formula, yet he deemed it unnecessary to do so until the basic breathing technique reached its pinnacle. The basic breathing technique enabled his armor to assume a burning state, while the exact transformation induced by the Misty Rain formula remained uncertain. He pondered whether it would conflict with the attributes of his fiery phoenix. After persevering in his practice throughout the morning, Jiagu Yin achieved an increase of 61 proficiency points, bringing him closer to advancing to the third level of the basic breathing technique, and he noticed a marked improvement in his physical condition. Rising from his bed, he gazed at the cabinet beside him, where a figurine of the light armor stood. As he contemplated the light armor, memories of the first generation flooded his mind. Who was that individual? Did they experience confusion upon acquiring the summoner's device? What emotions did they embrace while transforming? What resolve did they carry into battle? Initially, Jiagu Yin felt a sense of pride upon being chosen by the summoner, yet this recent battle had resulted in innocent lives being harmed due to his actions. The formidable beast clan had also set their sights on him. He began to comprehend the weight of responsibility that came with being selected by the summoner, a responsibility he had understood from the outset, yet only truly grasped when witnessing the threats faced by others because of his involvement. Chosen by the summoner, endowed with the potential for armor, he embodied humanity's hope. The fate of mankind rested upon his shoulders. He was meant to liberate humanity from enslavement, armed with the strength to confront the beasts. He must eradicate all monsters. The eyes of his comrades in the monster response team reflected these sentiments. The first generation surely understood these truths and bore the burden of responsibility while battling the beasts, even unto death. Ultimately, they passed the summoner's legacy, illuminating the faint glimmer of hope in the darkness, which was then entrusted to him. This was the testament to the first generation's efforts to kindle that flicker of light, as long as the legacy continued, infusing that light with brilliance. One day it would transform into the sun that brightens this dark world. Jiagu Yin pondered whether he would succeed in making this glimmer a sun in his hands. Yet, the first generation had already paved the way, instructing him on the path to take. He vowed to invest all his effort, ensuring that the hard-won light bestowed upon him by the first generation burned ever brighter, even if it never ascended to become the sun. He must pass the flame to the next, treating the beasts as fuel and the summoner's device as the bonfire. Did the first generation ever consider such matters? As Jiagu Yin looked at the figurine of the light armor, he imagined seeing the silhouettes of those who would carry the flame forward beside it. How foolish it was to entertain such thoughts. This bonfire in his hands could blaze to its fullest potential. Why concern himself with passing the flame? Such notions felt inauspicious. Jiagu Yin did not perceive thoughts of his own demise as ominous, but rather felt the weight of considering the generations who would follow him, taking him as fuel for their flames. So many torchbearers felt overly grandiose. This narrative should not be so heroic. He alone could elevate this flame to the heavens. Meanwhile, within the summoner's device, Lin Qi, who was refining the beasts, observed the light and fire before him. This essence of light and fire constituted the core of his power, as well as that of the two sets of armor. Not long ago, the flames appeared to burn more fiercely, and even the light beside them grew brighter. Lin Qi accessed the summoner panel he had created, noting that the master had transitioned from the first generation, Shenyang, to the second generation, Jiagu Yin. Light armor compatibility, 43 Fire Phoenix armor compatibility, 78 both compatibility levels had risen, since Jiagu Yin was recognized as a summoner by the Fire Phoenix. The compatibility with the Fire Phoenix armor could gradually improve through combat. Jiagu Yin and the Fire Phoenix would resonate continuously. However, the compatibility with light would not increase. After Cheng Yang's final battle, where his compatibility reached 100, Lin Qi's light grew stronger, accompanied by changes. This transformation heightened the summoning difficulty of light and augmented its power. After all, light was a projection of Lin Qi's strength. As Lin Qi's light intensified, so too did the light itself. Had Jiagu Yin possessed summoning abilities from the very onset? Now, changes had occurred, and the more potent light was gradually acknowledging Jiagu Yin. Was it a matter of the heart? Lin Qi, intrigued, turned his gaze outward. He had seldom focused on summoners lately, but in this moment, he sensed the turmoil within Jiagu Yin's mind. Previously, Shenyang had also experienced a rapid increase in compatibility. This phenomenon typically coincided with significant internal change or realization. In his final battle, Cheng Yong had even raised his armor compatibility to 100 in a brief period. Although Lin Qi could neither see nor hear Cheng Yang's inner realizations and thoughts, he could comprehend them through the swift enhancement of armor compatibility. It was a profound awakening. Why had Jiagu Yin also undergone such an epiphany? Lin Qi intensified his efforts, striving to analyze the database, to create stronger techniques, and to forge more powerful enhancements. He did not wish for past events to repeat themselves, especially after Jiagu Yin had experienced that realization. Simultaneously, he could not help but observe this current summoner more closely. Unbeknownst to Jiagu Yin, he had inadvertently disturbed an ineffable presence. He paid little heed to the slightly brighter white hues within the storage card. Blissfully unaware, he turned the figurine of the light armor to face forward and placed it in a corner. Of course, this belongs to my Fire Phoenix, he thought. How vexing it was. When would the Fire Phoenix figurine be available for sale? Wait a moment. If the Fire Phoenix were to be made into a figurine, shouldn't he receive a share of the royalties? As the heir of the first generation, he believed he was entitled to the authorization fee of the light figurine as well. Claiming to be an authentic figurine, the authorization felt anything but legitimate. Chapter 54. Cultivation of the Misty Rain Formula. Jiagu Yin had always been a diligent individual, and recently, he seemed to have become even more industrious. Bai Yu observed him as he simultaneously lifted weights and enjoyed his lunch. Previously, Jiagu Yin had mocked her for a pay cut, suggesting she needed assistance. Consequently, she now accompanied him daily, ordering the most expensive meals for both lunch and dinner. The cafeteria at the Monster Response Center rivaled that of top-tier restaurants, offering a range of prices from modest to exorbitant. With this muscle training, will the Fire Phoenix even be able to accommodate you? Bai Yu queried. Jiagu Yin paused his lifting momentarily before resuming his exercise. If it can't fit, I'll just find a tailor to alter it. Thanks to the enhancement provided by the summoner's device, the effectiveness of Jiagu Yin's training far exceeded his previous efforts. Coupled with potions, the fatigue and injuries from his workouts could be swiftly alleviated. During the day, he trained with weighted gear, while at night, he practiced the basic breathing technique until slumber claimed him. Have your previous injuries healed? Bai Yu inquired. With the potions, those injuries should have mended within 2 days. Shouldn't they? If one were an ordinary person, even with medication, it would take at least a week to recover from such an injury. However, at this moment, Jiagu Yin's physique and recuperative abilities have transcended human limits. The higher one's physical attributes, the more resilient and vital one becomes. Bai Yu recalled Jiagu Yin's previous return to the Monster Countermeasure Center, drenched in blood and appearing near death. He had brought the summoning device to him, compelling him to shoulder the fate of battling monsters and the responsibility of saving humanity, putting his life on the line for it. Was this truly a noble endeavor? Would he not perish? I am certain that after your demise, you will witness your wedding, only to suffer familial discord and divorce due to your harsh temperament. You would receive little in terms of assets, ending your days in solitary despair. Ultimately, you might find yourself in a nursing home, isolated by other residents. Weeping under the covers in the dead of night, how pitiful. Even though Jiagu Yin was abrasive, Bai Yu remained undeterred, finishing his gourmet lunch before taking his leave. It was only after Bai Yu departed that Jiagu Yin set down the dumbbells in his hands. The following morning, Jiagu Yin basked in the sunlight on the balcony. Seated cross-legged on a cushion, practicing breathing exercises as the first rays of dawn illuminated him. Basic Breathing Technique Level 1. Basic Breathing Technique, Layer 2, Proficiency, 1000. Basic Breathing Technique, Layer 2, and Basic Breathing Technique, Layer 3, Mentality 1. As he mastered the highest tier of the Basic Breathing Technique, Jiagu Yin exhaled a cloud of hot, turbid air under the sun. In that instant, it felt as though every bubble in his lungs expanded, every bronchial passage cleared, rendering his breathing exceptionally smooth. With each breath, his muscles felt as if they were submerged in a hot spring, restrained yet comfortable, fully expanding and contracting. Harnessing the strength of every fiber of his being, he slowly rose and closed his eyes. Within the realm of his mind's eye, even the floating dust in the air appeared remarkably distinct. Even without engaging the breathing technique, he could feel his body becoming extraordinarily relaxed with each inhalation and exhalation. Each breath was significantly more efficient than before. In this state of relaxation, his body maintained its prime condition, fully restored in stamina. Simultaneously, he sensed that he could command every inch of his body, ready to unleash his full power at any moment. This was merely his normal state. Should he activate the breathing technique, he would feel his body temperature rise. His lungs ignited like flames, radiating warmth throughout his limbs. Was this the sensation of mastering the highest tier of the basic breathing technique? Jiagu Yin practiced this a few times before resuming his seated position on the cushion. Retrieving the summoning device and gazing at the shelves within. Misty Rain Technique, 70 light energy points. Fire Sparrow Manifestation, 100 light energy points, summoning the Fire Sparrow armor. A Flaming Avian, to assist in battle. New. This appears promising, yet alas, it is beyond my means. Jiagu Yin continued to browse other items, most of which consisted of skills and martial arts. However, now that the basic breathing technique had reached its pinnacle, he decided to exchange for the Misty Rain technique. Resolute. Jiagu Yin swiftly expended 70 light energy points to acquire the Misty Rain technique. As the energy points diminished, a golden figure seated on a cushion materialized in his mind. And a surge of energy flowed from his body. Guided by the golden apparition, Jiagu Yin's consciousness traversed within himself. The Misty Rain technique was far more intricate than the basic breathing technique. Yet, perhaps due to the foundation laid by the basic breathing technique, Jiagu Yin found it not overly difficult to memorize the operational route of the Misty Rain technique. The basic breathing technique centered solely on the lungs, harnessing breath to attain power beyond physical limits. The Misty Rain technique also commenced with breath, yet its pathway extended beyond the lungs, channeling energy through the meridians. Such a complex technique would be challenging to mobilize in combat, likely just the entry level. You have successfully entered the Misty Rain technique. Misty Rain technique, entry level, proficiency, 110. Upon completing a full cycle, the Misty Rain technique was also successfully initiated. As the summoner of the Fire Sparrow, Jiagu Yin encountered no attribute conflicts with the Misty Rain technique. However, he was uncertain whether the Fire Sparrow armor would be affected upon transformation due to the Misty Rain technique. The torrential rain, also of the water attribute, might influence the operation of the Misty Rain technique. Jiagu Yin extracted the torrential rain card from his storage device. As a natural type card, it could still harness some power even without a summoning device. However, as the summoner of the Fire Sparrow, Jiagu Yin was not well versed in its use. Holding the torrential rain card, he resumed his seated position and activated the Misty Rain technique. He clumsily cycled through a full round. Misty Rain technique proficiency, 15. The proficiency has increased by 0.5. This card can accelerate the enhancement of the Misty Rain technique. How remarkable. Jiagu Yin gazed at the torrential rain card, finding it increasingly appealing. He had not anticipated it could serve as an accelerator. Subsequently, Jiagu Yin chose not to return the torrential rain card to the storage device, but to keep it on hand, beginning his arduous training of the Misty Rain technique. Meanwhile, as Jiagu Yin diligently practiced, the safe city of Seiko experienced an unusual disturbance stemming from a particular card. Chapter 55. The Monkey in the Gray Area of Seiko City. The Yishuan Hall, an underground gang, boasted a considerable number of members. Most of these individuals were unemployed drifters, with the lower tiers sustaining themselves through extortion and petty theft. A portion of the core mid-level members maintained their status through tributes from the lower ranks. Simultaneously, Yishuan Hall colluded with high-ranking officials of Seiko City, either bribing them or conducting covert operations on their behalf. Yet, even the mid-level gang members remained oblivious to the fact that their leader was no longer human. The so-called leader of Yishuan Hall, Wang Yishuan, was a formidable fighter, his prowess stemming from a serendipitous encounter. He had once been attacked by a monster, gravely injured and left unconscious. Upon waking, he discovered not only that his injuries had completely healed, but also that he had acquired tremendous power, even the ability to transform into a monster. These changes filled him with dread, yet he became entranced by his newfound strength. Leveraging this power, he thrived within a small gang, ultimately usurping the former leader and expanding his influence. He convinced himself that he was the chosen one, destined for greatness. Ever since he obtained this formidable strength, everything he undertook proceeded smoothly, establishing gray industries, currying favor with bribed officials, and undertaking illicit activities, all with remarkable ease. As if an invisible hand were guiding him and his faction's rise, Wang Yishuan attributed all of this to divine providence. Perhaps he contemplated even more terrifying truths but refused to acknowledge them, subconsciously attributing his success to fate. And he, indeed, was the chosen one. Believing himself to be the chosen one, he recently acquired yet another powerful artifact, a card the size of a playing card, with a black background. The front of the card depicted a black monkey, its fur as dark as coal, unmarred by any other hue. Its eyes glinted red like rubies, and sharp, menacing fangs protruded from its lips. Its massive arms hung at its sides, muscles bulging beneath the fur, and its enormous fist resembled two pieces of obsidian-forged steel. The monkey. In the desolate chamber, Wang Yishuan gazed intently at the object resting upon the table. Ever since he had acquired that formidable power, his pursuit of it had become an obsession. He yearned for even greater strength. Over the decades, his efforts had yielded naught, and his body began to succumb to the ravages of age, his power waning compared to his youth. The transformation into a beast consumed increasing amounts of stamina, leaving him utterly fatigued after each metamorphosis. Yet, this artifact, the monkey, was the sole prize of his relentless quest. By carrying it, his arms would be imbued with tremendous might, each strike imbued with formidable force. Moreover, it lightened his burdens, rejuvenating his aging form to its former vigor. Nevertheless, he remained unsatisfied. As a half-beast, he could sense the latent strength within, fueling an insatiable desire to possess it entirely. Yet, it felt as though this power was firmly sealed away, denying him any opportunity to access it. The strength he could wield was but a mere fraction of what lay dormant within. To harness this power, he required a specific tool, the summoner. Since the emergence of the armored warrior, Wang Yishuan had fixated on this enigmatic entity filled with ire. How could it be that this lowly human possessed the means to compete with his noble beastly might? It was an affront to his very existence. He was the prophesied one, endowed with human intellect and beastly strength, chosen by fate. Yet, this armored warrior, more radiant and seemingly more deserving of the mantle, incited his jealousy. In stark contrast, his own grotesque power and beastly form resembled a wretched creature lurking in the shadows. From that moment forth, he directed his gaze resolutely upon the mysterious armored warrior. Through bribed officials, he uncovered the research conducted by the Monster Countermeasures Division regarding the armored warrior. Realizing that the warrior utilized the summoner to channel various powers for combat only intensified his envy. A mere human, capable of wielding such strength through a summoner, was utterly unacceptable to him. Wang Yishuan had lived the life of a protagonist, perceiving all humans and beasts as inferior to himself. The emergence of the armored warrior, so resplendent, ignited a madness within him, driving him to desperately seek out the summoner. Recently, a new armored warrior had arisen, and he remained unaware that the summoner had been inherited by a successor. He believed that there was not just one summoner nor one armored warrior. The world might be replete with powerful armors and summoners. Consequently, he dispatched his subordinates to scour the land for such artifacts, even purchasing various related items like summoners and light shadow swords. It was during this quest that he eventually discovered the monkey, further solidifying his resolve to obtain the summoner. Armed with this newfound strength, he believed he could overpower the summoner and seize the artifact by force. However, he deemed a direct approach too risky. He planned to exploit the next monster disturbance to lure out the fire sparrow, teaming up with the beast to defeat both it and its summoner, thereby claiming the summoner for himself. As he contemplated the monkey before him, he envisioned the day he would possess the summoner. In that moment, he would wield both the powers of beast and armors. The monkey, resting silently on the table, appeared lifeless, yet its hair stirred ever so slightly, reminiscent of dark needles. Chapter 56. The manipulator of beasts. The proficiency of the rainfall technique stood at 15, with the entry-level skill at 10 out of 10. Though the increase in his physical constitution was less pronounced than before, Jiagu Yin could distinctly feel an invigorating vitality blossoming within him, akin to spring rain nurturing parched fields. His body felt unshackled, as if liberated from invisible chains. The rainfall technique, when fully mastered, could augment his physique by a total of 10 points, enhancing his resilience against formidable forces. The constitution dictated the summoner's longevity, resistance, and self-healing capabilities, as well as determining the upper limits of strength they could endure, potentially allowing him to maintain the fire sparrow's fiery form as a permanent state. Jiagu Yin eagerly anticipated the day he would confront the beast with his enhanced physique. However, as these thoughts occupied his mind, the summoner emitted a low hum once more. The moment for retribution against the vile beast had arrived. Jiagu Yin regarded the summoner with utmost seriousness, aware that it still bore the scars of their previous encounter. After notifying the Monster Countermeasures team, he quickly withdrew his motorcycle from the storage card and made his way to the site of the monster's appearance. Meanwhile, Lin Qi was covertly hacking into the network through light connections, erasing all surveillance footage that captured Jiagu Yin's image. For him, as a being of light, these tasks were trivial. After the incident with Chang Yang, he had grown increasingly cautious, striving to keep his identity hidden from any potential discovery by Mu Min Depay. The name Mu Min Depay lingered in Lin Nagi's mind, a reminder of the necessity for vigilance. This individual had previously demonstrated the ability to shield his memories and obscure his presence, only revealing himself as Lin Nagi approached Ching Yang's door. Now, Lin Nagi not only remained attuned to his surroundings through light but also divided his focus to continuously hack into all cameras within a kilometer radius centered on Jiagu Yin. Monitoring any unusual individuals, he routinely checked his memory for any signs of dark interference. Upon reaching the site of the monster's activity, the location proved unexpected. Jiagu Yin, maintaining communication with the monster countermeasures team via his earpiece, halted his motorcycle and gazed upon the dilapidated buildings before him. This area was notorious in Xiguang City for its abandoned construction projects, where developers had absconded with the funds, leaving many in dire straits. Some had no choice but to inhabit these forsaken structures, living in abject misery, while the vicinity teemed with beggars and stray dogs. It was indeed a wretched place. Caution was paramount. Receiving confirmation, he entered the derelict complex, its towering gray concrete edifices devoid of life, exuding an oppressive atmosphere. The desolate grounds were overrun with weeds, and the occasional bark of a dog echoed from within the empty buildings. As he passed, Jiagu Yin noticed ragged beggars sprawled upon tattered mattresses, lost in slumber. Only beggars. Jiagu Yin pressed deeper into the complex. However, as he turned his back to the beggars, they began to stir, rising one by one and trailing behind him. Jiagu Yin came to a halt, and so did they. What was happening? Suddenly, a robust wild dog sprang from a thicket, leaping through the air with bared fangs aimed at Jiagu Yin's throat. A dog? Jiagu Yin reacted swiftly, pivoting to deliver a powerful punch to the dog's snout. With a pained yelp, the wild dog crumpled to the ground. As the mournful howls of a wild dog echoed, an increasing number of canines began to converge in this area. The incessant barking filled the air. The beggar, trailing behind Jiaqing Yin, seemed to be awakened by the cacophony of barks, hastening his steps towards Jiaqing Yin, brandishing a fruit knife hidden somewhere, aiming to stab him. What madness consumes these creatures? Jiaqing Yin muttered a complaint into his earpiece, then swiftly kicked a wild dog aside, seizing its hind legs. Behold the wild dog whirlwind. With a surge of strength, he swung the dog, sending it hurtling through the air, scattering one wild dog after another. Spotting a slender canine, he executed a precise kick, sending it tumbling to the ground, bending down to lift its leg, all in one fluid motion. At that moment, the knife-wielding beggars rushed forward, howling as they lunged at Jiaqing Yin. Witness my dual wild dog whirlwind, the wild dog dual-wield technique. Gripping one wild dog in each hand, he flung them, their mouths agape, expelling the remnants of last night's supper, augmenting the magical impact of his assault. In an instant, vomit splattered everywhere, and the hard heads of the dogs sent the beggars sprawling. The surrounding wild dogs hesitated, dazed by Jiaqing Yin's relentless onslaught. In a heartbeat, he resembled a modern-day Elbu, striking fear into the hearts of those petty miscreants. Were these creatures being manipulated? Not only the dogs, but even humans could be subject to such control. The odd behavior of both the wild dogs and the beggars resembled that of puppets. Coupled with the reactions of the summoned beasts, it was not difficult to deduce that the entity behind this manipulation must be lurking nearby. But how was it controlling them? If such manipulation were so facile, then surely he too would be under its sway. Moreover, the ability to govern the actions of a living being seemed excessively grotesque. It was clear that humanity had long been enslaved by these monsters. Jiaqing Yin kicked another beggar away and swung a wild dog to fend off another that lunged at him, creating distance. At this juncture, the two wild dogs in his grasp whimpered, struggling to escape his grip. Jiaqing Yin released one wild dog, only to discover that the one on his right did not attack him. Instead, it seemed dazed, whimpering, and attempting to flee. Had it regained its senses? He understood. The wild dog in his left hand was evidently less responsive, still disoriented, with vomit dribbling from its open mouth. Food. The monster had manipulated these wild dogs and beggars through sustenance. However, this control was only temporary. Once they expelled the ingested food, they would no longer be under its influence. It was likely that the dietary habits of these beggars and wild dogs involved scavenging from nearby refuse. The beggars should still be able to beg for food. Thus, the commonality in their diets was water. The water in this area must be tainted. The monster likely concealed itself within the nearby water source. Jiaqing Yin cast the left wild dog aside, shaking off the beggars and wild dogs. He then searched the vicinity and discovered a small artificial lake overgrown with weeds. A faded yellow duck boat floated upon its surface. Chapter 57. The Monster Beneath the Water. Jiaqing Yin did not approach the artificial lake directly. If the monster resided within this body of water, its attributes would likely be water-related. Unfortunately, his fire sparrow possessed a weak water attribute. He decided to test it out. Jiaqing Yin drew forth the storm, pinching it between his fingers, aiming at the small artificial lake. Instantly, the waters began to churn violently, causing the little yellow duck at the center to sway with the tumult. When the lake finally settled, nothing unusual occurred. Had he misjudged? Jiaqing Yin retracted the storm, still refraining from advancing. Having learned from previous encounters, he no longer underestimated monsters. Many possessed considerable intelligence, and it was plausible that this one lay in wait to ambush him. For instance, it could have discerned that his summoned armor had shifted from light to fire sparrow. Thus, it might be lying in wait beneath the water's surface, seeking to lure him into its domain and exploit his elemental weakness. Cunning creature, do you believe I would fall for such a ruse? Jiaqing Yin withdrew his summoning device. Summoning the armor belt, he pressed the device against his waist, securing it in place. Then, he drew the fire sparrow, remaining vigilant of the water's surface, ever ready to transform. Until he confirmed the monster's location and laid eyes upon it, transforming would be unwise. The armor demanded a tremendous expenditure of stamina. Maintaining its form might lead to his exhaustion before he encountered the monster. Storm. With a crack, Jiaqing Yin inserted the storm into its slot. A surge of power coursing through his belt and into his body. The summoning device could harness all forces, allowing him to wield its power even without transforming, enhancing his ability to employ other forces more effectively. As he felt the might of the storm, Jiaqing Yin cautiously parted the weeds before him, drawing closer to the artificial lake. The now tranquil surface was adorned with a layer of emerald green water plants. He extended his hand towards the lake, and suddenly, the water seemed to part as if pushed by an invisible hand, revealing the mud beneath. Just then, a 1-meter-long fish leaped out, lunging at Jiaqing Yin. The fish resembled a common grass carp, but was equipped with a multitude of menacing, sharp teeth, akin to a magnified piranha, viciously snapping at him. How ferocious! Does it wish to be braised? Jiaqing Yin reacted swiftly, delivering a formidable punch to the fish's head. With a resounding thud, the creature was sent flying onto the shore, thrashing about uncontrollably. Jiaqing Yin stomped down hard on the thrashing fish's head, halting its flailing. Neither its size nor its fearsome teeth resembled those of a normal freshwater fish. Had it been transformed by a monster? Jiaqing Yin speculated, piecing together the monster's abilities. It could control both sentient and non-sentient beings through water, as well as alter aquatic life. Considering these 2 points, it was highly probable that this monster possessed the ability to influence and modify other organisms via water. The wild dogs and beggars, having only consumed a portion of the monster's water, had not undergone transformation. Instead, they were merely manipulated by the water they ingested. Conversely, the fish, living perpetually within the water, had been thoroughly affected and altered, hence the drastic change in its appearance. If that is the case, the monster likely lurked beneath this very artificial lake, influencing the entirety of its waters. However, through the power of the storm, Jiaqing Yin detected no signs of a formidable creature concealed beneath. The monster's energy response was faint, lacking the presence of a powerful being hidden within. Damn it! I shall procure a water pump and drain this lake dry. Jiaqing Yin resolved to take decisive action. The artificial lake in this community was not vast. Much of it was overrun with weeds. Draining the water would not require much time. Nonetheless, to guard against a sudden assault from the monster, he needed to personally set the trap. Just as Jiaqing Yin resolved to drain the lake, the dead fish on the ground suddenly stirred. It opened its mouth wide, aiming at the unsuspecting Jiaqing Yin. A jet of water surged forth, like an arrow, hurtling towards him. The speed was so rapid that he had no time to react. Yet, Jiaqing Yin remained composed, swiftly summoning the power of the storm, attempting to control the incoming torrent. However, it proved futile. How could this be? Jiaqing Yin swiftly extended his hand, the foundational breathing technique operating at its utmost limit as his lungs filled with air, expanding vigorously. With his right hand poised like a blade, he struck fiercely at the oncoming torrent of water. At the moment of collision, water splashed everywhere, and Jiaqing Yin's palm was swiftly lacerated, blood gushing forth. Gazing at his torn hand, he gripped his right wrist tightly with his other hand, distancing himself from the dead fish while remaining vigilant of the water's surface. This creature could manipulate others' bodies through the flow of water. To prevent the water from entering his body through the wound, Jia Guiyin clenched his wrist, hastily expelling the blood from the injury. Had it been lurking in the shadows all along? What a troublesome being. Jia Guiyin wiped the blood and water from his hands, rapidly contemplating. Why had the recent water flow remained unaffected by the torrential rain? Clearly, it was a dead fish, yet it could still expel water to attack him. The ability to control other lives through water living within it. He thought of the horsehair worm, which parasitizes the body of a mantis, controlling its actions and leading it to drown in water before detaching itself. Parasitism. Had he been misled all along? Why must a monster be colossal and robust? Could this creature be a minuscule, nearly invisible parasite? Hence, he was unable to manipulate the water expelled by the dead fish, as it had already been commandeered by the parasite, becoming part of it. Simultaneously, it might possess the ability to replicate itself, spreading throughout the water source. Any creature that drank from this source would unknowingly fall under the control of this minute parasitic monster. Fish, immersed in the water, would have long been filled with the parasitic creature, transformed from head to tail. How could one possibly fight against this? Perhaps realizing that Jia Guiyin had uncovered its presence, or perhaps the monster had grown impatient in its concealment. Ferocious fish sprang forth from the artificial lake in a chaotic frenzy. All sizes adorned with ghastly jaws, lunging at Jia Guiyin. Foolish creatures, attempting to control fish to battle me, they seemed to possess a rather low intellect. Observing the oncoming fish, Jia Guiyin felt a surge of elation rather than fear. He turned and sprinted, weaving through the underbrush towards the shore. Indeed, the fierce fish that landed on the bank could only flounder helplessly. Jia Guiyin hastily halted, gazing at the thrashing fish, and rushed back to deliver the finishing blow. Yet, the next moment, those fish began to writhe violently, their bodies rapidly growing. For lumps of flesh continuously sprouted from their bellies, eventually forming 4 legs. If they could modify their mouths into razor-sharp teeth, then naturally, they could develop legs for crawling from their bellies. One by one, the fish sprouted sharp fangs, thrashing their bodies as they scuttled towards Jia Guiyin with astonishing speed, akin to lizards. A wave of dread coursed through Jia Guiyin, and he finally sensed the monstrous aura before him. At that moment, countless parasitic creatures transitioned from the lake into the bodies of these fish, altering them. The collective energy of these formidable monsters was finally perceived by Jia Guiyin, the summoner. Since the monsters had revealed themselves, it was time for the fire sparrow. With a swift motion, Jia Guiyin plunged the fire sparrow he had grasped into the summoning device. Fusion. Fiery flames erupted from beneath Jia Guiyin's feet. A wave of intense fire surged forth, scattering all the approaching fish. The flames instantly enveloped Jia Guiyin, transforming into the armor of the fire sparrow. An overwhelming strength coursed through him as he leapt into the air, gazing down upon the transformed fish below. Fire sparrow feathers. 2 orbs of fire rapidly ascended from his hands, pressing forward and unleashing a barrage of fiery feathers towards the multitude of transformed fish. Under the cover of flames, the frail transformed fish were swiftly pierced by the fiery feathers, collapsing onto the ground. Streams of water gushed from the mouths of the fallen fish, surging towards the remaining transformed fish. Meanwhile, the other transformed fish began to grow rapidly once more. Their bodies expanded at an alarming rate, their claws becoming robust and powerful, scales hardening and gleaming with a pale blue sheen, as if water flowed within them. The fire sparrow feathers struck the scales of these fish, exploding into searing flames. Yet they were wholly deflected by the scales, leaving only a cloud of scalding steam. Was this evolution? Because one fish had been brought ashore by him. The parasitic monster was now modifying the remaining fish, leading to the evolution of crawling limbs. Additionally, since some fish had perished in flames, they had evolved scales resistant to fire. Jia Guiyin landed smoothly on the ground. A barrage of attacks ensued, leaving 6 transformed fish remaining. Each one was immensely powerful, resembling grotesque crocodiles, covered in blue water scales, charging towards Jia Guiyin. In that case, I shall eliminate you all in an instant, denying you any time for evolution. Jia Guiyin swiftly drew 2 cards from the storage device at his waist and inserted them into the slots. Fire Sparrow Blade, upgraded. With a resounding click, the fiery flames surged within his palms, morphing into blades of flame. Fire Sparrow Armor, ignited form. As the foundational breathing technique activated, Jia Guiyin's entire armor appeared to ignite, radiating a brilliant glow akin to burning flames. In a flash, Jia Guiyin's form transformed into a whirlwind of flames, vanishing from his original position as he charged toward a transformed fish. The transformed fish seemed to sense impending danger. As Jiagu entered his fiery form, they distanced themselves from one another, thwarting his ability to strike them all at once. They possess intelligence, or perhaps their brains had been modified. The transformed fish created space between themselves, making it impossible for Jiagu to attack them all. Thus, he could only strive to kill as many as possible at the fastest speed. Gripping the fire sparrow blade tightly, flame spiraled around the blade. With a swift motion, the flame-wrapped blade sliced through the air, instantly cleaving a transformed fish in two. Touching the ground, he leapt again, his movements fluid and unbroken as he lunged toward another transformed fish. This time, he reversed the angle of his blade, executing an upward slash. The unfortunate transformed fish was cleaved in twain from head to tail. Water surged from the bodies of the two fallen transformed fish, darting towards the others with incredible speed, utterly unfathomable. Jiagu had awaited this opportunity. No matter how many transformed fish he dispatched, it would not affect the monster. These transformed fish were merely puppets of the parasitic creature. The true monster resided in the water that paralleled the transformed fish. Mind's eye activate. In an instant, everything around him transformed into abstract, coarse black and white lines. The world slowed, and clarity emerged. Even the nearly invisible water arrows were captured in their trajectory. Then, he struck with a fierce side slash of his blade. In that moment, fire collided with water. Water extinguishes fire. However, the feeble parasitic monster, divided into so many avatars, could not withstand the might of Jiagu's fire sparrow flames. With a sizzling sound, the water arrow met the fire sparrow blade head-on, instantly vaporizing into a cloud of steam. Jiagu did not pause. His mind's eye still active as he swiftly slashed at another water arrow that burst forth from the corpse of a transformed fish. Unexpectedly, this water arrow offered him no chance, suddenly altering its course and plunging into the ground, seeping swiftly through the cracks in the earth. As Jiagu wielded his blade, cleaving towards the earth, it was already too late. The water had coursed through the soil, splitting into 4 streams, seeping into the remaining 4 modified fish. Jiagu halted, gazing at the dispersed modified fish encircling him. Their bodies underwent another transformation. The scales thickened once more, and their necks and heads seemed to sprout a layer of exoskeleton, shielding their heads. Their bodies grew larger, and the hind limbs, now covered in fine scales, experienced rapid muscular and skeletal development, becoming sturdier and more powerful. Their massive tails became slender, and their forelimbs elongated slightly, sprouting sharp claws. Perhaps due to their teeth remaining ineffective, the modified fish's fangs began to degenerate. The fish's mouths elongated, resembling water guns. At that moment, their lengths approached 2 meters. They were growing stronger, and trouble was brewing. Jiagu gripped the Kayan blade tightly, sensing his dwindling stamina. Having cultivated the Mianyu Ju, Jiagu breathing became more elongated, and he felt no significant fatigue at that moment. It was becoming increasingly unlikely to eliminate all 4 fish in one fell swoop. Thus, he could only hope to minimize their evolution. Chapter 59. The speed of the fire sparrow's evolution. Jiagu's body darted out once more, leaving behind a trail of flames. He struck at the nearest modified fish. The modified fish reacted swiftly, its robust hind legs propelling it, while its elongated tail maintained balance, successfully evading Jiagu's lightning-fast assault. The Kayan blade sliced through the scales as if cutting through water, inflicting a wound. How swift! Had the sturdy hind legs evolved to match its own speed? However, relying solely on speed would not suffice to catch up with the fire sparrow. Jiagu's feet swept to the ground from his rapid sprint. Flames erupted upon landing, propelling his body forward like a second-stage rocket, accelerating once more. With the strength of his legs, he quickly closed the distance to the evading modified fish. Before the creature could fully comprehend his presence, Jiagu thrust the flame-wreathed blade once more. This strike was blindingly fast, aimed directly at the modified fish's eye. In an instant, he pierced through the external cranial sutures, striking the eye and brain. The searing flames instantly incinerated the modified fish's brain and eyeball. Yet, the fish's diminutive mouth expelled a rapid jet of water. The second evolution of the fish's mouth had evidently adapted to expel water jets at high speed. How could Jiagu have overlooked this evolutionary trait? He had always been on guard. Withdrawing his blade, he activated his perceptive insight. In an instant, the swiftly shot water jet transformed into abstract black and white lines, its trajectory laid bare under his keen perception. Slash! Whoosh! The flames roared, emitting a thunderous explosion as they accurately struck the water jet. Immediately, the water jet was vaporized by the flames. However, Jiagu Yin had still underestimated the situation. The evolution of the modified fish was not merely superficial, it also encompassed subtle internal changes. The water jet, having been struck once, had evolved in its second iteration. The vaporized water jet did not dissipate but instead drifted towards the remaining 3 modified fish, which inhaled it through their mucus-covered gills. In an instant, the 3 modified fish surged in growth once more. Astonishingly, they could absorb steam. Jiagu Yin suppressed his inner frustration and dissatisfaction, quickly adjusting his mindset as he charged towards one of the modified fish, seizing the opportunity during its evolution to eliminate one. The modified fish did not simply remain idle during its evolution. Upon sensing Jiagu Yin's approach, the evolving fish grew rapidly while evading. Its pupils transformed from round to elongated rectangles, allowing it to capture more details. Its whiskers became slender and tough, adept at detecting air vibrations. Its hind legs elongated further, and its tail grew slender. The fish's midsection became trim, while its belly and chest developed robust muscles to control its forelimbs. The dorsal fin fully regressed and vanished. Then, it straightened its body, raising a pair of claws to intercept Jiagu Yin's blade. It stood upright. Not only had it risen, but its vision and perception had also evolved. At this moment, it relied not merely on the brute force of its legs for rapid movement, but could capture Jiagu Yin's swift actions through enhanced sight and perception. Reacting accordingly. What a Darwinian monstrosity! Jiagu Yin skillfully evaded the creature's claws, slipping forward with his dual-wielded blades, fiercely thrusting towards the fish's abdomen. The searing flames spiraled around the blade, augmenting the piercing force. With a powerful thrust, he penetrated the fish's relatively softer abdomen compared to its back. Subsequently, the flames ignited from within, consuming the entire modified fish. Cursed be it, it was likely to evolve its abdominal defenses soon. Observing the water jet that surged forth, Jiagu Yin was too weary to intercept it. His flames could only convert the water into steam, utterly incapable of halting it. If he possessed the power of ice to freeze the water, it might have proven effective. Alas, he did not. The steam was inhaled by the last 2 modified fish. The 2 modified fish also fully straightened their bodies, their chest muscles growing more robust. Their forelimbs stretched apart, the claws sharpened further. Concurrently, their forearms sprouted round, shield-like exoskeletons. Their tails had ceased further evolution, becoming slightly sturdier. At this juncture, the 2 modified fish no longer solely relied on evasion. Instead, they charged towards Jiagu Yin from both sides. Utilizing their extreme speed to build momentum, they unleashed their sharp claws. Jiagu Yin grounded himself and swung his blade towards the modified fish on the right. Meanwhile, the left modified fish lunged forward, sidestepping to Jiagu Yin's rear, claws aiming for his neck. Clang! The blade was blocked by the modified fish's armored forelimb, leaving a deep gash. The other claw swiftly targeted Jiagu Yin's abdomen. At that moment, caught between 2 attacks, Jiagu Yin activated his breathing technique, heart racing, pumping blood to his legs. In an instant, his legs ignited with searing flames. Whoosh! His figure vanished amidst the dual assault. The terrifying speed that could dismember the creature re-emerged, leaving even the 2 modified fish, now evolved in perception and sight, only able to catch a fleeting afterimage. Their claws merely grazed the lingering flames. Clang! Jiagu Yin's flaming right foot struck out fiercely, sending the modified fish that had attacked from behind soaring into the air. Jiagu Yin paid no heed to the fish that had been kicked away but charged directly towards another modified fish, thrusting his flame-encircled blade with ferocity. The modified fish hastily extended its other intact claw to block the attack. Yet, Jiagu Yin would not grant it such an opportunity. Flames surged from both hands, spiraling around the blade, rapidly expanding and rotating. In an instant, the blocking claw and arm were pierced and crushed. The blade, having penetrated and shattered the arm, continued into the modified fish's abdomen. The evolved fish's belly, slick with mucus, could typically deflect the blade. Yet at this moment, Jiagu Yin unleashed an all-out assault. The fish's abdomen could not withstand the onslaught and was instantly pierced by the blade, engulfed in flames from within. A water arrow shot forth from the mouth of the modified fish, a lethal strike that swiftly dispatched it. Meanwhile, another modified fish remained airborne. Jiagu Yin gazed at the water arrow, fully aware of his inability to intercept it. He drew forth the fire sparrow slash. With a resounding crack, the blade descended, and the cry of the sparrow echoed as the fiery blade transformed into a blazing bird, soaring towards the airborne modified fish. In the creature's eyes, the flames grew larger until they consumed its entire body. At that moment, The water arrow also struck the modified fish, now enveloped in flames. Within the inferno, the modified fish began its final evolution. Its flesh continuously burned yet simultaneously renewed. Mucus oozed from its body, and its scales fused together to form a layer of azure armor enveloping its entire being. Every aspect of its form evolved to resist the flames. When the fire finally died down, the modified fish fell to the ground, its body marred by charred wounds, lying motionless. Jigu Yen remained vigilant, extending his hands to grasp two fireballs, pressing them forward. In an instant, the fireballs erupted with a crackling sound, scattering feather-like flames towards the beast. Fire sparrow feathers. He opted for a ranged attack to ascertain whether the creature was feigning death in ambush. As the fiery feathers drew near to strike the beast, it finally reacted. A small, blue-scaled serpent burst forth from the creature's carbonized chest, darting away like a phantom. Following the previous confrontation, this creature's final evolutionary direction was, surprisingly, flight. It had shed its massive body, using the entirety of the modified fish as armor against the flames. The true core had evolved into a nimble, serpentine beast. This was its ultimate evolution, an evolution that caught Jigu Yen off guard. The swift serpent glided through the air, darting towards the artificial lake. Not on my watch. Jigu Yen infused his power and hurled it towards the lake. Downpour. The flowing water sealed off the area. The water he cast began to spin, transforming into a dark cloud that loomed over the artificial lake, unleashing a torrential rain. Within the range of the downpour, no external force would be permitted to enter. The lightning-fast beast collided with the rain-enshrouded lake, only to be violently repelled. Jigu Yen quickly regulated his breathing, employing the foundational breathing technique. In an instant, his body became a blazing afterimage, the fire sparrow blade already in hand, carving sharp arcs of fire towards the serpentine creature. Flash. Die. This small serpent was a convergence of all the parasitic beast parts, representing the true essence of the parasitic creature. As Jigu Yen unleashed his full strength upon it, white steam erupted from the flames. The serpent was cleaved in twain, writhing and struggling. Jigu Yen did not cease his assault, wielding his blade, infusing it with flames, and twisting the hilt. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of strikes landed upon the writhing serpent, reducing it to countless fragments enveloped in flames. Boom. The beast's body exploded completely, dispersing into a cloud of steam that scattered in all directions. Is it this trick again? Jigu Yen, with blade in hand, calmly surveyed the sea of steam. At that moment, the miniature black clouds formed from the torrential rain had enveloped the steam. Jigu Yen had long anticipated this tactic from the beast. As long as it evaporated into steam under attack, his flames would be ineffective against it. Hence, to counter this strategy, he had preemptively unleashed the downpour. It seemed as though he was using the rain to seal off the beast's escape route. In reality, it was to confuse the creature's judgment. When the beast was repelled back within the rain's confines, he would muster his full strength to shatter its form. The creature had no choice but to transform into steam. Once it became steam, it would fall entirely into his trap. The swirling clouds gathered over the steam, enveloping it completely. Then, silver lightning erupted, dancing within the clouds. The steam was engulfed, torn apart, and decomposed by the lightning, until the clouds regained their tranquility, returning to Jigu Yen's grasp. The steam before him vanished, leaving only a crystalline core of the beast floating in the air. Finally, has it been resolved? Jigu Yen let out a sigh of relief, his left hand brushing against the storage device at his waist, drawing forth a blank card and tossing it towards the floating beast crystal. The crystal transformed into countless specks of light, absorbed into the card, manifesting as a monster. Energy points, 50. The base was red, with a depiction of the creature's true form on the front. It resembled a micro-sized creature akin to an amoeba, densely packed together like cells. Though it was a low-level monster, it posed a significant threat. If it were allowed to evolve a few more times, he would genuinely be in peril. Having secured the monster within the storage device, Jigu Yen now felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. If not for his training in the continuous rain technique, enhancing his stamina and breathing, he would have surely exhausted himself after such a prolonged battle. If the foundational breathing technique improved his combat capabilities and physical attributes, then the continuous rain technique significantly enhanced his operational endurance and resilience. Buzz. The summoning device emitted a low hum. Suddenly, a green figure darted towards Jigu Yen. The surrounding weeds appeared to come alive, intertwining into thick ropes that ensnared him. Having been forewarned, Jigu Ian was not caught off guard. The foundational breathing technique rapidly activated. Entering the burning state of his armor, he swung his blade, flames coalescing into a torrent, incinerating the encroaching foliage and striking at the green figure. Whoosh! Clang! With a sound of collision, the figure swiftly retreated, while the surrounding weeds were engulfed in flames, transforming into a flurry of ash. Jigu Ian quickly distanced himself, observing the figure that had attempted to ambush him. This was the first time Jigu Ian had encountered a creature so closely resembling a human. Its stature was similar to that of a human, covered in black fur, with massive hands clenched into fists, the surfaces of which were shielded by a tough, bony layer. A ring of armor encircled its head, while its entire body was clad in an unknown, dark metallic armor. Gazing into its dark green eyes, Jigu Ian was struck by the unsettling illusion of staring into the eyes of a human. "Who are you?" Jigu Ian demanded. He felt this creature possessed intelligence. However, the black-furred beast offered no response, charging straight at Jigu Ian, appearing as an irrational brute. Had he misjudged? Did this creature lack intelligence and merely attack by chance? Or was there some reason behind its concealment of intelligence? Under what circumstances would a creature wish to hide its intellect? Was it plotting against him? Jigu Ian's thoughts raced. Yet the black-furred beast had already closed the distance. It leaped forward, its body covered in bone armor, and with a tightly clenched fist. It struck down upon Jigu Ian with tremendous force, causing the ground to fracture as thick roots erupted from the earth, coiling towards him. Jigu Ian found it implausible that he could become entangled with such a formidable beast. He retracted the blade and activated the fundamental breathing technique, channeling the potent blood within him swiftly toward his legs. In an instant, flames enveloped his limbs, merging his body with the fire, enabling him to pierce through the entangled roots and evade the oncoming attack like a shooting star. Yet, fatigue began to weigh heavily upon him. Even with the assistance of the rain technique, he felt his strength waning. Just as the monstrous creature appeared at the most opportune moment, right after he had exerted all his energy to vanquish the parasitic beast, seemingly aware of his diminishing stamina, the black-furred monster closed in rapidly, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. The earth trembled and cracked beneath the force as myriad thick roots surged forth, threatening to ensnare him. Taking a breath to stabilize his energy, Jigu Ian gripped the flame sparrow blade, which spiraled into a fiery vortex, enveloping his form. With a swift motion, the conflagration erupted, and his body surged forward like a cannonball, tearing through the thick roots and scattering the burning ashes toward the black-furred creature. His speed was such that only the afterimage of flames remained visible. The creature's eyes glimmered as it locked onto Jigu Ian, its right hand clutching a dark object, nature itself. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming impact. How could such a force exist here? Who was this beast? And what power did that natural element possess? Doubts swirled in his mind, but he forcefully suppressed them. This was not the time for confusion in battle. One's focus should solely be on overcoming the adversary. The blade, ablaze with furious flames, remained unwavering. The black-furred monster, shrouded in an eerie glow, unleashed a torrent of black energy from its form, amplifying the strength of its outstretched arm. In an instant, the force of its punch stirred the very air, causing the surrounding grass to bow and the debris to rise. With a resounding clash, fire met the gale, and the blade collided with the armored fist. The ground beneath them crumbled, succumbing to the violent shockwave that shredded roots and underbrush alike, filling the air with dust. Even the flames that surrounded Jigu Ian were dispersed by the ferocious wind. The creature remained unfazed, its movements relentless and unyielding, as it summoned a swirling mass of dark energy that coiled around its form. Under the weight of such overwhelming power, Jigu Ian could no longer withstand the pressure. The flames that had once encased him dissipated entirely, leaving him vulnerable as the beast's might send him hurtling into a crumbling high-rise. The walls shattered upon impact, and Jigu Ian felt the searing pain radiate through his body. The defenses of the fire sparrow were insufficient against such an onslaught. Unlike light, which could shatter walls and enable continuation of the fight, the fire sparrow could not endure the intensity of this attack. The flames extinguished feebly as he fell to the ground, his armor crumbling to ash. Exhausted and injured, he quickly sought refuge in a corner of the abandoned building. He retrieved a vial of medicine, hastily injecting it into his arm. As the liquid coursed through him, the pain began to ease, though it could not replenish his lost energy. A sudden crash echoed as the walls of the building were breached again. Something had entered, searching for Jigu Ian. In desperation, he stifled his breath, rummaging through his storage device for anything useful, but found nothing suitable for his predicament. The creature before him was of the natural element. Did it possess intelligence? It was unlike any other monster, clad in armor and humanoid in shape. It exuded an air of sentience, which made Jia Guiyan ponder. If it indeed had intelligence, why feign ignorance before him? As he struggled to think, his mind grew heavy with fatigue. Should he retreat into the rain domain? Yet, that would create too much noise and require time to open. Even if he entered, he could not seal the passage, and the creature could follow. In this dire moment, he resolved to regain his strength swiftly. He recalled the rain technique, which accelerated healing and could potentially enhance his energy reserves. He grasped the storm blade and began to activate the technique, while the black-furred beast continued its relentless search within the dilapidated structure. However, despite its formidable senses, it could not locate Jia Guiyan's presence. Chapter 62. In the depths of flames, will light rise again? Come forth, fire sparrow. If you do not appear, I shall extinguish a life every minute. The black-furred creature gripped a beggar by the neck, hoisting him into the air. The beggar, now regaining consciousness, struggled desperately against the monster's grasp. The beast, now disregarding the need for secrecy, could not allow the fire sparrow to escape. This was the perfect opportunity to strike, as the fire sparrow was at its weakest. Should this chance slip away, it may never return. Jia Guiyan, witnessing the monster wielding a human life as leverage, found himself compelled to act. The option of inaction was not one he could entertain. Chosen by the summoning device, he could not stand idly by as lives were extinguished before him. To do so would strip him of his right to wield this power. Yet, charging in to save the beggar would mean certain death and the loss of the summoning device. Wait, what if the summoning device held the key? Jia Guiyan observed the creature closely. Intelligent yet concealing its wisdom, it exhibited an unusual fixation on him. It bore an uncanny resemblance to humanity, prompting him to deduce its motives. What could drive a creature to such lengths? The summoning device. This monster craved the power of the natural element. Seeking the summoning device with fervor, Jia Guiyan, possessing the storm blade, understood that without the device, one could only harness a fraction of the elemental strength. This beast yearned for the entirety of that power, plotting to acquire the summoning device. Its awareness of the summoning device and armor signified that it had infiltrated human society and possibly held a position of some significance therein. Thus, one can clearly discern the summoner and the secrets that lie beneath. He possesses a humanoid form and harbors wisdom, yet he refrains from revealing it. He is one of the monsters hidden among humanity, covertly ruling over them, a true member of the monstrous lineage. Jia Guiyan's deductions were largely accurate, but the ultimate outcome diverged. Wang Yishuan was merely a human who accidentally acquired the power of a monster, not a true member of the monster clan. Jia Guiyan confirmed that even if his deductions were slightly off, they should not deviate significantly. In such circumstances, how could he possibly save those individuals? 10. 9. Damn it. Not a moment's respite. Jia Guiyan would never abandon even a single life. As the torchbearer of flame and light, he must ensure that this pure light and fire remain untainted. 6-5 Wait. Jia Guiyan emerged. He stepped forth, presenting himself in human form. The black-haired monster halted, then cast aside the beggar in its grasp, charging toward Jia Guiyan. First, eliminate this fellow. Cursed be it, perhaps rushing out was a mistake. This creature was far too cautious, denying him any opportunity to act. Jia Guiyan had initially intended to delay through conversation. Since the opponent's target was the summoner, they would likely seek information related to it. However, the adversary offered him no chance to speak, intent only on killing him, seizing the summoner, and then methodically studying it. Such caution hardly resembled that of a villain. How could he showcase his own intelligence in this scenario? Firebird, crack, fusion, though his strength had not yet recovered. He had no choice but to transform once more. Jia Guiyan had no alternatives. Flames instantly morphed into a tangible armor, enveloping his form. A wave of intense fatigue surged through him. He lacked the energy to summon the Firebird blade and could only defend himself against the black-haired monster with bare hands. Relying on the speed of the Firebird armor, Jia Guiyan engaged in a relentless struggle with the black-haired monster. Currently, he could only resort to a war of attrition against this beast. He noticed that the monster was also expending energy as time progressed. Additionally, the natural powers it wielded were steadily draining its strength. The black-haired monster seemed to perceive Jia Guiyan's intentions and abandoned their struggle, opting instead to attack the unconscious beggar. Seeking to employ the same tactic once more, it offered him but two choices: either let the beggar die or rush to save him. The black-haired monster cared not for the morality of its methods. For Jiaqing Yin, there was only one choice. He forcibly activated the fundamental breathing technique. Flames erupted from his legs, his form resembling a blazing inferno, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. As the black-haired monster's attack was about to land on the beggar, he swiftly scooped the beggar up, creating distance. However, even then, its shoulder sustained a blow, and he knelt weakly on one knee. For the unnamed beggar who had just opened his eyes, his life had been marked by tragedy. His father succumbed to uremia, leaving the family in debt from treatment. His mother remarried, and his younger brother starved to death. To flee from creditors, he discarded his identification, clandestinely boarded a train, and eventually arrived in Laiguang City. One of his legs was crushed, and without identification, he was unable to find work, leading him to amputate his own leg. He treated his own wounds. For over 20 years, he had lived in Laiguang City, crawling and begging. In those 2 decades, no one had regarded him as human. Not even he saw himself as one. He rummaged through refuse, waiting for others to bestow upon him the scraps of their pity. He was bullied and robbed by other beggars, and occasionally struck by mischievous children wielding slingshots. This was the existence he endured. He did not even understand why he continued to live. Death felt indifferent to him. It would not be surprising if he were to perish one day. Yet now, without a doubt, he was treated as a human being by this armored warrior of flames. He could scarcely recall the last time he was regarded as such. For the sake of a filthy beggar, you are prepared to die here today. Such folly is beyond redemption. Possessing the summoner in armor is a sheer waste. The black-haired monster glared at Jiaqing Yin, finally beginning to mock him. The more Jiaqing Yin stood firm, the more irate it became. He was the true chosen one of this world. Why was this individual so ostentatiously pretentious? Why could he display such grandiosity? Why could he risk his life to save another, even a mere beggar? Infuriating, this hypocritical wretch was undoubtedly just playing a part. Disgusting, absolutely disgusting. Jiaqing Yin, cradling the beggar, rose to his feet, gazing at the black-haired monster before him. This truly was a desperate situation. If it were the previous generation, surely they could have fared better. Perhaps having the summoner in his grasp was indeed a squandered opportunity. He ought to have been more prudent. The black-haired monster unleashed a torrent of furious insults, while Jiaqing Yin remained motionless, striving to recuperate his strength. However, maintaining the armored state afforded him no chance for recovery. With each ounce of strength regained, the armor siphoned it all away. At the very least, he must ensure the beggar and the summoner are safe and sound. He could not allow innocent lives to be entangled in his plight. He must uphold the light, ensuring it does not extinguish in his grasp. For the duty of passing the flame must be honored. This was the final act of the previous generation, and he too must fulfill it. Jiaqing Yin set his ultimate goal, wagering his life upon it. The flames of the summoner began to flicker dimly, yet amidst this waning light, a glimmer began to emerge. Chapter 63. To my unseen air with a swish, the fundamental breathing technique commenced. As Jiaqing Yin breathed, it was as if countless scalding blades were piercing his lungs. He understood that his lungs had sustained severe damage due to reckless breathing. Yet, at this moment, there was no option to cease. Having gambled his life, he could not afford to look back. The flames of combustion enveloped Jiaqing Yin's legs as he again embraced the beggar, vanishing from sight. The black-haired monster roared in rage, seemingly unable to fathom that this firebird warrior would truly risk his life to fight for a beggar. As Jiaqing Yin burst forth, he sprinted while drawing the rainstorm, aiming it at the summoner. Rainstorm. Compatibility 10. Armor enhancement. The power of rainstorm surged throughout him, manifesting as a droplet pattern upon the chest of his armor, allowing him to wield the power of water to a degree. At this moment, Jiaqing Yin could afford no further thought, manipulating the water to envelop the beggar's body, casting him as far away as possible. Once more, he drew forth the firebird blade. Crack! The flames seared like a brand upon his arm, the intense pain causing him to grit his teeth. Subsequently, the flames transformed into a blade, and Jiaqing Yin landed upon the ground, his body sinking slightly, leaving a long trench behind. The black-haired monster followed closely, an unstoppable force crashing through a concrete wall, swinging its massive fists toward Jiaqing Yin. With a thunderous crash, blade met fist in a collision. At that moment, Jiaqing Yin's strength was utterly insufficient to withstand the black-haired monster's overwhelming power. His body was propelled backward uncontrollably, nearly stumbling to the ground. He sought to adjust his breathing, to enter a burning state, but his severely burned lungs denied him that opportunity. In its fundamental form, The Firebird armor's strength was no match for the black-haired monster. Gazing at the relentless barrage of fists, Jiaqi Yin sought to evade with unmatched speed. However, the earlier exertion had left his leg muscles severely fatigued. As he attempted to summon strength from his legs, a wave of weakness washed over him. Subsequently, he was struck by a powerful blow that sent him crashing into a concrete wall. The wall behind him cracked under the impact, and his ribs shattered instantly. The dark-haired beast showed no signs of slowing down, relentlessly pursuing Jiaqi Yin. Clenching its fists, the creature summoned a dark glow that enveloped its hand, preparing to unleash its most formidable attack. With a keen awareness, Jiaqi Yin perceived the impending strike, yet his exhausted body refused to respond. He could only position his sword to guard himself, bracing for the heavy impact. In an instant, pain surged through his body, rendering his arms numb. The fractured ribs, akin to nails, pierced into his lungs with the force of the blow. His body shattered the concrete wall and continued to smash through several more barriers. Dazed, Jiaqi Yin felt as though he were continuously crashing into unyielding walls, propelled backward without pause. Finally, he landed heavily on the ground, only to bounce back up again. Each collision felt as if a massive hammer were striking him from all directions. When he finally came to a halt, he found himself surrounded by gaping holes, and he had plowed a long trench into the concrete and dirt beneath him. The dark-haired beast was drawing ever closer, following the path he had created. Struggling to rise, Jiaqi Yin leaned on his fire sparrow blade, but he found himself utterly incapable of standing. The blade that had supported him transformed into a flicker of flame and vanished, causing him to collapse onto the ground. The fire sparrow armor finally released its hold on him, having valiantly defended Jiaqi Yin's body long enough to shatter an entire building before reverting. Perhaps it was due to Jiaqi Yin's enhanced affinity with the fire sparrow that it had so fiercely protected him, absorbing numerous attacks until the transformation was undone. He rolled over, refusing to rest, instead contemplating how to transmit the summoning device. As he turned, he retrieved a walkie-talkie from his pocket, intending to contact the monster response team and relay critical information to Baiyu. However, the device offered no response. Frustrated, he tossed the walkie-talkie aside, clutched the summoning device tightly, spat out blood, and struggled to his feet. At that moment, the dark-haired beast continued its leisurely advance. Jiaqi Yin drew the fire sparrow, but the summoning device remained unresponsive. Both the fire sparrow and his strength were utterly depleted. Determined, he gazed at the beast, gripping the summoning device tightly. He planned to emulate the tactics of the previous generation, noticing a water pipe beneath his feet. "Poor summoner, this is how it ends for you," the beast taunted. "Hand over the summoning device, and I may spare your life, though it seems unlikely you will survive this." "You are unworthy of wielding the summoning device," Wang Yishuan declared. His fists clenched, each step embedding deeply into the ground. His overwhelming power pressed the surrounding dust flat against the earth. Jiaqi Yin took a step forward, preparing to draw the storm. Yet, as he reached for the device, he felt an inexplicable pressure on his shoulder, as if a warm light were emanating from it. "Be still, my unknown heir." Strength 3, Constitution 3, Spirit 3. Acquired skills: Shadow Sword Technique, Novice; Shadow Fist Technique, Novice. Light Armor Affinity increased to 51. A voice echoed in Jiaqi Yin's ears, unrecognizable yet imbued with warmth. In an instant, his wounds stabilized, and the pain diminished beneath this radiant force. As he drew from the storage device, what emerged was not the storm but the light armor, its golden surface gleaming brilliantly. "I have heard from the first generation," he mused, holding the light in his grasp, recognizing the familiar visage of the light armor, now restored to its original hues of gold and brilliance. With a decisive motion, Jiaqi Yin inserted the armor into the summoning device's slot, the act resonating with possibility. "Impossible," the dark-haired beast exclaimed, astonished by the sight before it. "Nothing is impossible." Even Lin Qi had not anticipated that the legacy bestowed upon the second generation by Cheng Yang would transcend time and reach Jiaqi Yin. Fusion. Chapter 64. The Monkey's Ascendancy. A circle of golden light unfurled beneath Jiaqi Yin's feet, a dazzling platinum radiance enveloping him, gradually forming into tangible armor. The chest plate expanded outward, extending to his back, while the arm guards connected seamlessly to the gauntlets. The shoulder pieces were elegantly circular, and the faceplate concealed his features, with eye slots resembling car headlights glowing red, extending back to the helmet. Is this the light armor of the first generation? Jiaqi Yin reveled in the unfamiliar power coursing through him, his hands colliding, golden light igniting from his eyes. The strength of light outweighed that of the fire sparrow, being more substantial and resilient. Conversely, the fire sparrow possessed a lightness and explosive force unmatched by light. Impossible. This cannot be. The beast roared, charging at Jia Yin, unwilling to accept the reality before it. Jia Yin clenched his fists, sidestepping the beast's assault, yet he was caught in the chest and fell to the ground, rolling before regaining his footing. Accustomed to the swift movements of the fire sparrow, he struggled to adapt to the speed of light, resulting in the initial hit. Yet, the pain was minimal. The defensive capabilities of light surpassed that of the fire sparrow. While controlling the fire sparrow, Jia Yin had avoided damage, relying on its speed to evade attacks and then unleashing its explosive power in retaliation. Now, it seemed he needed to adopt a different strategy. As the dark-haired beast charged at him, Jia Yin swiftly brushed his hand over the storage device, withdrawing the shadow sword. Clang! Golden light extended from his grasp, transforming into a platinum-hued sword, which he held firmly. Although Jia Yin was more adept with a blade, the first generation had also passed down the shadow sword technique. With the sword in hand, it felt as if it had become an extension of his very arm. With a clash, the blade met the beast's fist, a sharp gust erupting from the point of impact. Awaken! His heart's eye opened, revealing the world in vivid detail. The movements of the dark-haired beast, each hair trembling in response to the wind, became crystal clear. Everything slowed around him. The fist swung, the pressure of the wind surged. The sword sliced through the air, golden light exploding forth. The foundational breathing technique activated. Radiant form. Boom, 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 clang, clang, clang. The radiant golden light and the ominous black aura clashed repeatedly, interweaving in a symphony of dull and crisp sounds. The earth beneath trembled under the pressure of the wind, fissures spreading like veins on its surface. Fragments of stone flew through the air, propelled by explosive impacts, embedding themselves deep into the cement walls. With a mastery level of 1 in the art of perception, the surroundings once again slowed as Jia Yin seized the moment, locking onto the movements of the black-furred beast before him. Gripping the hilt of his sword with both hands, a cascade of golden light surged into the shadow blade, transforming into a spiraling radiance. With a thrust, the beast let out a roar. Its right fist clenched tightly like a primate's, striking forcefully. In an instant, sword met fist with a resounding impact. The beast's carapace shattered, blood gushing through the fissures. Seizing the moment to strike again, Jia Yin found the beast unwilling to grant him another opportunity. It retreated, planting its feet firmly on the ground. In a swift motion, numerous thick roots erupted from the earth, reaching toward him. Fire overcomes wood. Yet, the light wielded by Jia Yin was devoid of the power of the firebird, exhausted and unusable for the time being. However, after such a lengthy battle, the beast's strength must have waned considerably. Even without fire, I shall prevail. Jia Yin withdrew, aiming the shadow blade at the slot for weapon enhancement. With a click, the sword emitted a brilliant golden glow. The blade widened slightly, the guard expanded outward, and the hilt elongated into a sleek lance. The shadow blade transformed into the shadow spear. Gripping the spear tightly, an overwhelming force surged forth, and with a fierce thrust, the encroaching roots shattered into countless fragments. Jia Yin activated his fundamental breathing technique, his legs radiating a dazzling golden light as he leaped, breaking through the debris. Spear aimed at the beast. Not a chance. The black-furred beast, taken aback by the speed of Jia Yin's pursuit, roared in fury, swinging its arms. The clash of spear tip against fist echoed as cracks multiplied on the beast's knuckles. With his perception keenly attuned, Jia Yin seized the beast's vulnerabilities. Thrusting the spear with all his might, the beast retaliated with a rapid punch. The force of their clash created a spectacle, the spear tip grazing the beast's fist, igniting brilliant golden sparks as it aimed for the beast's neck. With a piercing sound of friction, the spear tip drew closer. As the tip expanded in his line of sight, the beast desperately unleashed another punch. The sharp sound of impact resonated as fist met spear, altering the spear's trajectory, ultimately piercing through the beast's shoulder. With a thunderous crash, the black-furred monster slammed into the ground, carving a deep furrow. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, the beast pounded its fists into the earth, and in an instant, a massive root shot up, targeting Jia Yin. He rolled onto the root, drawing forth the shadow stab. With a click, the shadow stab slotted in, and as he raced along the root, his gaze remained fixed on the beast below. Golden light gathered at the tip of the spear, countless golden spears materializing around him. With the spear in hand, Jia Yin hurled it downward like a javelin. unleashing a torrent of golden spears upon the beast embedded in the earth. Not a chance. The black-furred beast straightened, fists clenched against the onslaught of golden spears. The primal essence erupted in a surge of dark energy, entwining its form, and with each punch, a myriad of shadowy fists coalesced in a blur. The beast, now empowered, transformed into a massive black light, merging with the black-furred monster's body. The sound of relentless impacts filled the air as shattered golden spears were torn apart by the ferocious winds, wreaking havoc around them. The adaptation reached 90. The beast evolved. Its arms grew more robust, bony armor proliferating with sharp spines. Dark fur, akin to steel needles, enveloped its skin, more resilient than any armor. Its dark green eyes, now tainted with a frenzied crimson, glared as it swung its fists, creating a cascade of shadowy afterimages that shattered spear after spear. As the last spear was launched, fist met spear tip in a climactic clash. Jia Yin became a radiant golden blur, gripping the spear tightly as an immense force bore down. The black-furred beast roared and swung its fist toward the spear tip, resulting in a moment of duality, black against gold. The collision unleashed a torrent of power, causing the ground beneath the beast to fracture and collapse into a circular pit, radiating outward. The shadow spear buzzed ominously, its shaft bending under the immense strain. Die! The black-furred beast, perceiving the bent spear, roared, channeling its full might. Its arms bulged with power, black fur standing erect like needles, while arcs of dark energy pulsed like electricity. Surrounded by floating debris, the environment quaked, sending shards hurtling toward Jia Yin, aware that after merging with the primal essence, his strength could not overpower the beast. He loosened his grip on the lance. The accumulated potential energy released, propelling him into the air. With a click, a golden crossbow materialized in his hands, aimed at the beast below. Thud, thud, thud. The golden bolts flew true toward the black-furred beast, now enraged and agile, evading the bolts with the grace of a monkey, leaping toward the unfinished structure, weaving through the floors with remarkable speed. Jia Yin adjusted the crossbow's aim, targeting the beast as it leaped closer. Thud, thud, thud. More bolts fired, yet the beast, undeterred, absorbed the impacts while continuing its assault. With muscles taut, it crushed the concrete beneath its feet, launching itself at Jia Yin with ferocious intent. Fists clasped together, it descended with the weight of a mountain. Jia Yin swiftly drew forth, pushing his breathing technique to its limits, heart racing as he pumped blood into his right fist. Shadow fist. With a click, the white base inserted, and his fist radiated a brilliant golden light. As he swung, the light above began to collapse, creating a vortex that consumed the surrounding brilliance, drawing it inward. To the naked eye, it appeared as though a dark void had formed around his fist. It was an entity that devoured all light, creating an absolute void. Yet at the core of the black hole, a fist shone with an incredibly radiant glow. With a thunderous clash, the fists collided, unleashing a powerful force that stirred up clouds of dust and generated visible shockwaves. The interplay of darkness and platinum light continuously intertwined, expanding, collapsing, and ultimately exploding. Both figures were hurled backward, crashing through the dilapidated buildings behind them, rolling and penetrating wall after wall. Jia Yin managed to stabilize himself mid-roll, retreating rapidly as he smashed through the concrete wall behind him. After a few rotations, he dissipated the force and rose from the ground. His hand bones had fractured in the recent collision, yet the battle was far from over. Jia Yin swiftly dashed through the hole he had created, and with a mere gesture, the scattered light shadow guns around him trembled and buzzed, transforming into golden light and racing into his grasp. The dark-haired beast roared and charged once more, engaging Jia Yin in combat. The beggars around the crumbling buildings, now regaining their senses, had all fled. Only the disabled beggar, whom Jia Yin had rescued, remained outside the ruins, watching the continuous explosions erupting from within, as if someone was relentlessly demolishing the structure. Concrete shattered, and the shockwaves carried clouds of dust soaring amidst the remnants of the building. Boom. With his mind's eye open and the basic breathing technique in motion, Jia Yin swiftly discerned the movements of the dark-haired beast, swiftly maneuvering his gun. Bam! The beast's fist struck heavily against the horizontally positioned gun, bending its straight form slightly. Jia Yin's body plummeted toward the ground, yet he remained calm, gripping the light shadow gun tightly. Whoosh! The thrown light shadow gun morphed into a streak of lightning, swiftly penetrating the beast's shoulder. The beast roared in fury, swinging its clenched fist toward Jia Guiyan. In an instant, the force of the punch, accompanied by a tremendous gust, slammed Jia Guiyan into the ground. His injuries had not yet healed. The power of one generation merely stabilized his wounds and partially restored his strength. At this moment, after a series of intense battles, his stamina was rapidly waning. Continuous injuries had reignited his previously stabilized wounds. However, the dark-haired beast was not in much better condition. Its once jet-black fur was now matted with blood, revealing numerous wounds beneath, oozing crimson. Its shoulder and bones had been pierced, and its arm was fractured and twisted. Jia Guiyan quickly rose from the ground, but dense roots erupted from the earth, entwining around him, attempting to pin him down. Jia Guiyan released the light shadow gun and drew forth the fire sparrow blade. Upgraded for battle. With a resounding click, the blade ignited, summoning the fiery armor of the fire sparrow. Gripping the blade tightly, flames erupted from its edge. With a series of swift slashes, he effortlessly severed the surrounding roots, releasing a circle of crimson lotus flames as he leaped forward, striking at the advancing dark-haired beast. Gold and flame intertwined as Jia Guiyan's speed increased. When the blade met the beast's fist, the flames extinguished momentarily, and the blade became lodged against the beast's armored fist. The beast, exhilarated, bared its fangs. Crack! In the next instant, flames surged once more, the blade turning a blazing red. Fire sparrow slash. The beast's fist could no longer withstand the assault. The fist, along with the arm, was cleaved cleanly. Flames blossomed from the wound like a red lotus, slicing through its arm and continuing to sever its shoulder. No, no, it cried in terror, extending its other hand in desperation. Yet it was too late. The fire sparrow blade sliced through its shoulder, penetrating its chest, tearing through muscle and bone, shredding arteries and heart. Subsequently, flames erupted from within, bursting forth through the cut, casting a dazzling and blinding light. Chapter 66. The Summoner will remember every one monster slain. Light energy points 100. As the fiery lotus in the sky began to disperse, remnants of flames floated down like petals, scattering around. When these fiery petals touched the ground, they crumbled into fragile white ash. Bang! Bang! Two sounds echoed as the nearly severed beast, its body charred, fell to the ground. Jia Guiyan landed softly, slightly sinking into the earth. Black energy continually seeped from the beast's body, gathering at its chest and forming a pitch-black mass. Jia Guiyan did not rush to collect it. Instead, he drew a blank card and tossed it toward the beast. The card spun and hovered above, continually absorbing the monster's energy until it was entirely drained, restoring the beast to its human form. Jia Guiyan reached out, collecting both cards into his storage device, then turned to regard the human lying on the ground. Who are you? Where am I? The awakened Wang Yishuan looked around in terror. Stop feigning ignorance. How did you acquire the powers of the monster? Jia Guiyan grabbed Wang Yishuan by the collar, scrutinizing the man before him. Wait, I know nothing. What monster? Wang Yishuan protested, confusion evident in his eyes. Jia Guiyan, observing Wang Yishuan's demeanor, felt his armor's form begin to falter. Without hesitation, he delivered a punch, knocking Wang Yishuan unconscious. The potion still retained its truth serum effects. He needed to take him back to the monster response team for thorough questioning. Jia Guiyan felt as if his body were on the brink of collapse. Perhaps it was not merely on the brink. It had already begun to disintegrate. Multiple rib fractures, hand and arm breaks, various muscle bruises, lung burns, and punctures from enduring such prolonged high-intensity combat. All he had was sheer willpower to keep him going. If he faltered, he might lose consciousness immediately. But now was not the time to succumb to darkness. Jia Guiyan summoned his motorcycle. Before he could even reach the monster response team, merely catching sight of the rescue team dispatched by them, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Even in his stupor, he clutched Wang Yishuan's collar tightly, determined to signal his teammates not to lose this individual. Through the rescue team, he was transported to the medical ward of the monster response team. Jia Guiyan remained in a state of unconsciousness, undergoing blood transfusions, suturing open wounds, and realigning broken bones. By the time Jia Guiyan regained consciousness, 2 days had passed. He felt as though he had endured a fitful sleep, with fragmented memories and a body that ached all over. Struggling to rise, his muscles tensed, ready for battle. His consciousness seemed to linger in a state of combat readiness. Instantly, the pain intensified. Don't move. Relax. You are a patient now, a voice rang in his ears. It was by you. Jia Guiyan paused momentarily, then began to regain his consciousness, his memories returning. He turned, somewhat moved. During his unconsciousness, this bothersome woman had stayed by his side. Perhaps he had misjudged her. Yet, there was no one beside him, only a remotely operated recording device. Damn it. He adjusted his breathing and struggled to rise from the hospital bed. At that moment, the door swung open. Will you not listen at all? Baiyu entered, pressing a folder against Jia Guiyan's forehead, forcing him back onto the bed. How long was I unconscious? 2 days. Jia Guiyan exhaled in relief. 2 days? It seemed he had not wasted much time. Now that he had regained consciousness, it was prudent to restore himself with the potion. Baiyu handed him the summoner nearby. Observing the device, Jia Guiyan inquired hastily. Where is the man I brought back? In the detention room. He has been held for 2 days and has undergone interrogation and identity verification. His identity is that of Wang Yishuan, the leader of Yishuan Hall, one of the underground gangs in Xiguang City. Baiyu seemed well prepared, delivering the information to Jia Guiyan with clarity and precision. No, that man has another identity. He is connected to the Beast Clan and possesses the ability to transform into a monster at will, having concealed himself within human society, utilizing the truth serum for questioning. I am here to summon him now. Jia Guiyan reached for the storage device to extract the potion. However, Baiyu intervened, placing a hand over Jia Guiyan's. First, use the recovery potion. Wang Yishuan can be interrogated at any time. After all, what if a monster appears during this period? Restoring your combat capability is the utmost priority. Baiyu appeared to be concerned that Jia Guiyan might misunderstand, swiftly justifying his actions. You are right. Withdrawing his hand from Jia Guiyan's, Baiyu allowed him to extract the potion and insert it into the summoner. He then injected the potion into his veins. The pain in his body gradually diminished, and the fractures between his bones swiftly began to knit together. The wounds across his body also commenced healing, swelling subsiding and scabs forming. His pulmonary breathing seemed to become more effortless. Wang Yishuan's life trajectory, upon investigation, indeed revealed anomalies. Until the age of 26, his life had been rather mundane, culminating in a misguided venture into the underworld. Post-26, however, his life experienced a turning point, thriving in the gang world. If any irregularities occurred, they likely transpired within that year. Although Wang Yishuan might not yield valuable information during interrogation, the capabilities of the monster countermeasures team were undeniably superior. Through lateral investigation, they had already acquired some intelligence. Once Baiyu finished speaking, Jia Guiyan asked again, please assist me in investigating Cheng Yang's information. Upon receiving the legacy of the first generation, the name Cheng Yang materialized in Jia Guiyan's mind. He realized that Cheng Yang must be the name of the first generation. This individual had previously lived in Xiguang City. Recent investigations into missing persons could yield results. Understood. Baiyu acknowledged, departing the sick room, while Jia Guiyan extracted the armor of light. At that moment, the armor had reverted from black and white to its original luster. Cheng Yang. Jia Guiyan uttered the name, feeling as though he were not merely calling out to an individual. It was as if this name had utterly vanished, no longer existing within this world. Everything associated with this person had dissipated. The monster that killed the first generation had erased all traces linked to him. It was as if it were declaring, what is the worth of your efforts? No one remembers your name. Ultimately, he could only be reduced to nameless remnants. No one would remember him. No one would comprehend him. Furthermore, no one would ever understand his awakening. Knowing that he forfeited his humanity and life to protect the light until his final moment. After death, all would forget him, his parents, his beloved, his friends. Everything he cherished. A pitiful creature, unremembered by anyone. Jia Guiyan grasped the light. I remember Cheng Yang. As long as the summoner, bearing the legacy of light and fire, continues, there shall be those who remember him. That is sufficient. Furthermore, the Lin Nagi within the summoner would remember everyone. Chapter 67. New armor equals new power. Even with the potion, Jia Guiyan's injuries were severe. Had it not been for the power inherited from the first generation, he might have perished. Jia Guiyan drew forth the storm and sat cross-legged on the sickbed, commencing the operation of the Mian Yuju. The essence of Mian Yuju leans more towards assistance and healing. When practiced, it accelerates the recovery of injuries. In his current state of severe injury, Jia Guiyan seized the moment, diligently cultivating Mian Yuju. Morning for Mian Yuju, afternoon for Mian Yuju, followed by an injection of the potion. In the evening, he continued with Mian Yuju, coupled with the amplification effect of the storm by the night of the second day. Mian Yuju finally reached its second tier. Mian Yuju proficiency level 1 Mian Yuju, first tier, Mian Yuju, second tier, Constitution 2 in an instant. He felt as though his chest were submerged beneath an invisible current. Yet, his breathing was unhindered. Like a fish, he swam freely within this unseen water. The pain in his chest began to subside. Furthermore, the increase in physical constitution points left Jia Guiyin feeling invigorated. The sound of cracking bones echoed in his ears. Within the scope of his inner vision, his fractured bones and muscles were growing, knitting together rapidly. The punctured holes in his lungs began to regenerate, with organs and alveoli extending towards the ruptures. Summoning level raised to 2. The summoner notified him of the elevation in summoning level. Jia Guiyin lifted the summoner and accessed the summoner panel. In the previous battle, despite sustaining severe injuries, he had also gained significant enhancements. The proficiency of his skills improved substantially in the face of life and death. Additionally, the power inherited from the first-generation Cheng-Yang included some of Cheng-Yang's combat techniques, which had translated into an increase in his skill proficiency. Consequently, his panel exhibited considerable improvements. Summoner, Jia Guiyin, second generation, race, human summoning level, 2, capable of withstanding the strength of levels, and strength, 15 spirit, 14 constitution, 17 skills, 1, basic stance mastery. Proficiency, 124-50002. Light and shadow swordsmanship, beginner, proficiency, 810-3. Light and shadow fist technique, beginner, proficiency, 410-4. Inner eye, mastery, proficiency, 16,105. Marksmanship, expert. Proficiency, 552-10006. Martial arts, expert. Proficiency, 854-10007. Blade technique, expert. Proficiency, 222-10008. Basic footwork, expert. Proficiency, 351-1000. Techniques, 1. Basic breathing method, 3rd tier. Proficiency, 2. Mian Yuju, 2nd tier. Proficiency, 01000. Armor compatibility, 1. Fire Sparrow, 86, 2. Light, 53. Light energy points, 180. Shop, click to view details. Indeed, battles between life and death yield substantial enhancements, be it attribute points, proficiency, or armor compatibility. The sole drawback is the toll on one's life. Nevertheless, after this battle, the shop should feature some excellent items. After all, not only had he defeated 2 monsters, one of level and another of level, but the latter also possessed special evolutionary capabilities. Additionally, he had acquired a natural system. Opening the shop, he discovered the monkey breathing method for 50 light energy points, a technique that mimics the breathing of monkeys, promoting vitality, enhancing reflexes, and improving agility. The techniques are divided into 3 tiers. The first tier encompasses the mind. The second tier includes both physical constitution and mental fortitude, and the third tier advances to a heightened state of mental acuity. Mastery of the skill with source chi requires 50 energy points, while the monkey breathing technique, upon reaching its apex, grants the ability to generate a stream of wood source chi within the body. This chi enhances reflexes and bodily sensitivity. The explosive flame, costing 100 energy points, allows one to harness all-encompassing flames for a series of relentless attacks. The greater the number of strikes, the more formidable the power. However, each additional strike doubles the burden on the body, with a limit of 5 strikes. The Fire Sparrow manifestation is a product of Lin Na's ingenuity, combining natural elements and personal knowledge to create this technique. The explosive flame was forged from the essence of the black-haired monster, while the parasite monster capable of evolving its host was not refined, as Lin Na opted for research instead. The unique power of evolution, although not overwhelmingly strong, has inspired Lin Na significantly. Such creatures with this exceptional power are likely rare among monsters. Lin Na aims to adapt this creature for his own use, cultivating it as a specimen and experimental apparatus. By integrating it with his database, he seeks to simulate and theorize various forms of energy evolution. He believes this creature may serve as a muse for creating other upgrades and evolutions, possibly enhancing existing powers. Though this monster ranks low, it represents an exceedingly rare card for Lin Na, potentially serving him well for an extended duration, akin to a divine gift. The research value of the monkey is also considerable, distinct from the pure natural power of the torrential rain. The monkey's strength is more rooted in life itself. If one were to categorize, the torrential rain embodies natural weather, while the monkey epitomizes natural life. Both belong to the natural domain, their powers not to be underestimated. The compatibility between the monkey and the fire sparrow is superior to that of the torrential rain, significantly amplifying the fire sparrow's strength. Through his connection with the monkey, Lin Na's understanding of nature deepens, enhanced by the vast knowledge within his database. Nature is the essence of this world, and the emergence of the natural domain likely stems from the world's will. His database is a gift from the world, and simultaneously, the world's will channels its power into this realm to bolster both itself and humanity. This explains the absence of mystery in the past. Lin Na's arrival heralded its onset. The power of the world's will appears to have waned significantly, possibly entering a state of slumber. Its limit may lie in projecting its power into this world, thereby placing its hopes upon Lin Na, the foreign light. Further exploration of nature is essential to comprehend the world's energies. With the integration of these two natural entities, Lin Na begins to design new armor. The more armor he creates, the greater his strength becomes. Each suit's inception signifies Lin Na's acquisition of a new power. The process of designing armor is, in essence, Lin Na's journey of creation and understanding of new forces. He still requires a water crystal stone. In Chapter 68, Forced Interrogation, Jia Guiyin opts to expend 100 energy points to acquire the Fire Sparrow manifestation, with 80 energy points remaining. He plans to wait until he accumulates another 100 to purchase the explosive flame. As for the monkey breathing technique, he has only reached the second tier of Misty Rain technique and has fully mastered the fundamental breathing method. Overextending himself would be unwise. Mastering another breathing technique before completing Misty Rain technique would be a waste. Seated on his hospital bed, as energy points are consumed, flames coalesce in his palm, revealing a new card with a fiery red backdrop, depicting a bird transformed from flames. Similar to the monkey, the fire sparrow's feathers are intricately detailed, its eyes glimmering like rubies, as if the fiery feathers themselves are ablaze within the card. Jia Guiyin feels an affinity towards it, as if the fire sparrow would take flight at his command, ready to battle alongside him. The fire sparrow manifestation is quite unique. The fire sparrow summoned is not merely a flaming bird, but a projection of the fire sparrow armor, representing a fragment of its power. Its potential for growth is substantial, intricately linked with the fire sparrow, distinguishing it from ordinary entities. Having confirmed the form of the fire sparrow manifestation, Jia Guiyin stores it back in the card holder and retrieves the monkey. The newly acquired natural entity feels vastly different from the torrential rain, providing a distinct enhancement to Jia Guiyin. Holding the monkey, he senses a surge of strength coursing through his arms, as if electrified, amplifying his muscular power. The monkey enhances not only arm strength but also overall physical constitution, with the increase in arm power being the most palpable. Regrettably, it does not possess fire attributes, leaving him uncertain of its compatibility with the fire sparrow. He sighs, recalling that his previous compatibility with the torrential rain and fire sparrow was a mere 10, rendering the armor upgrade barely perceptible. Inserting the torrential rain seemed to diminish his flame attack slightly, replaced by a newfound ability to manipulate water flow. Today, he feels capable of leaving the hospital bed. He has no time to languish in recovery. With no one around to assist him, this opportunity is rare. He must interrogate that individual. Although Baiyu assured him that Wang Yishuan would not escape, he still harbors concerns about unforeseen complications. The lurking wood attribute monster had left a terrible impression on him. Delaying further might alert the adversary, potentially causing unnecessary trouble. Tossing aside the pillows and monitoring devices, Jia Guiyin rises from his bed. After continuous practice of the Misty Rain technique, he has regained his mobility, though he feels twinges of pain from his previous injuries. He resolves to endure this discomfort through sheer willpower. As he stretches his neck and strides towards the door, a voice calls out, "Wait, Mr. Jiagu. You cannot move yet. Step aside. I know my body best." The doctors and nurses attempt to restrain him, but Jia Guiyin's towering physique makes it nearly impossible for them to stop him. "Please, don't create more trouble for us, Mr. Jiagu. I want to inconvenience you. If anyone asks, just say I slipped out." He brushes past them and makes his way to the area where Wang Yishuan is detained. With a single nurse trailing behind him, Wang Yishuan is confined within a transparent chamber under constant surveillance. The frantic phase has passed, and he sits quietly inside. "You've arrived," Baiyu remarks, not particularly surprised by Jia Guiyin's presence. "Return to your post. If he is able to walk here, it indicates he is not in immediate danger." Baiyu instructs the nurse trailing Jia Guiyin. "Understood, Researcher Bai." The nurse let out a sigh of relief, promptly and respectfully responding before leaving the detention room. Utilizing a truth serum would be prudent, for typical interrogation methods would have no effect on him. Perhaps his memories had been tampered with. Baiyu did not engage in unnecessary pleasantries, swiftly getting to the point. Jia Yin had long been unable to contain his impatience. As Baiyu opened the door to the detention room, he, another member of the monster response team, escorted Baiyu inside. Are you here to interrogate me again? I've already told you I know nothing. Do you have an arrest warrant? Do you possess interrogation authority? What you are doing now, confining my freedom, is a serious violation of the law. Wang Yishuan appeared quite vigorous. It seemed his good teammates had yet to employ more effective interrogation tactics. Proceed. Baiyu nodded to Jia Yin, then calmly lowered his head, preparing to take notes. Jia Yin, brimming with excitement, retrieved the summoner and the serum, advancing towards Wang Yishuan. It was his first time using the truth serum, despite having long desired to do so. Wait, what are you planning to do? Wang Yishuan felt an ominous premonition and struggled desperately, but it was futile. Under Jia Yin's robust physique, he was pinned down like a helpless child. His head pressed against the table, unable to move. After all, the monstrous energy within him had already been drained by Jia Yin, rendering him no stronger than an ordinary person. The syringe. With a snap, a syringe appeared in Jia Yin's hand, aimed at Wang Yishuan's neck. No, wait, don't. His cries were in vain. As the serum was injected, Wang Yishuan slumped onto the table, regaining his senses after about 30 seconds, leaning back against the chair. He felt as though his soul had been extracted, existing in a half-awake, half-dazed state. Name: Wang Yishuan. Age: 51. Chapter 69. The Mu-Min Clan of the Monster Tribe. Do you know you can transform into a monster? Yes. When did you acquire this power, and how? As Baiyu began to inquire, Wang Yishuan recounted the long-buried story he had been reluctant to revisit. At the age of 25 years ago, he encountered a mysterious individual who could converse with monsters. That fearsome beast knelt on the ground, carefully listening to the words of the enigmatic figure. Witnessing it all, he found himself with two choices: either die or become the other's servant. What did you choose at that time? Did you become their servant? Baiyu inquired. To his astonishment, upon hearing the question, Wang Yishuan clutched his head in terror. How could I choose? I was paralyzed with fear, crawling on the ground, drenched in my own excrement. I fainted without making a choice. When I awoke, I was not dead. Instead, I had gained the ability to transform into a monster. That individual was merely a demon clad in human skin. Those eyes were certainly not human. They were the eyes of a demon. After 25 years, recalling that moment made Wang Yishuan tremble. He realized that the reason he had survived without making a choice was that he had appeared so wretched, so terrified. Crawling on the ground, he had already answered, though he had long been unwilling to acknowledge that the pitiful, prostrated figure was himself. He had even chosen to forget that memory. As he ascended the ranks and found himself in a position of power, it seemed as if a mysterious hand was guiding him effortlessly to success. He became increasingly reluctant to accept that the fearful, prostrated person had ever been him. Thus, he began to convince himself that he was special, a chosen one, the protagonist of this world. Everything in this realm revolved around him. He even realized that someone had been subtly pushing him along his journey, yet he still refused to believe it. You are merely futile. Humanity is equally futile. You have never truly witnessed the power of that clan, yet you dare to act recklessly. Even the will of this world, of this planet, is subjugated to the might of that clan. Resisting their power is utterly meaningless. Becoming a servant is humanity's only choice. Wang Yishuan grew increasingly deranged, the shackles on his wrists clanking loudly as he pointed a finger at Jia Yin. Armored warrior, once your true identity is revealed, within 24 hours, you will become a corpse in the gutter. Before the might of that clan, you are no more than an ant. The detention room fell silent, no one speaking. Only Baiyu, pen in hand, swiftly recorded the words, then lifted his gaze. Continue. Speak more. Wang Yishuan, confronted with Baiyu's indifferent expression, maintained his hysterical demeanor, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not everyone possesses your limited intellect, struggling to comprehend the language of others. Though it may seem cruel, please objectively consider the intellectual disparities among individuals. As Baiyu continued to jot down notes, he spoke. If this is all the information you possess, you might as well be outdone by the monster response team's intelligence. After reviewing his notes, Baiyu looked directly at Wang Yishuan. The monster response team has been covertly investigating and combating monsters for countless years. From over 1,000 years ago, serving only the royal family, the Bizarre Capture Division has persistently evolved. Despite being nearly obliterated by monsters several times, it has tenaciously endured, ultimately transforming into the Monster Response Division over 50 years ago. In recent years, the Monster Response Division has been infiltrated by monsters, leaving us no choice but to consolidate our core strengths and personnel to establish the secret Monster Response Team, continuing our covert operations. This is the history of the Monster Response Team, which even the monsters do not regard highly. The reason for our unbroken existence for over 1,000 years. Despite attempts at annihilation, lies in humanity's unwavering refusal to be enslaved. Once individuals realize they are being subjugated, living beneath a false sky, there will always be those willing to rebel and gather together. We are not the ignorant menaces you perceive, foolishly facing a chariot. We are acutely aware of the monster's might and the reality of humanity's enslavement. We are those who, after recognizing these truths, choose to resist. Do not judge us through your narrow lens. For us, this is the most promising opportunity in over 1,000 years to witness human freedom and the eradication of monsters. This is an unprecedented moment of upheaval in over a millennium. Having finished speaking, Bai picked up his pen again, gazing at the dazed Wang Yishuan. What did that mysterious person look like? Do they have a name? Upon hearing the question, Wang Yishuan, unable to control himself, began to respond. The serum compelled him to reveal the hidden truths within, yet fear engulfed him. An overwhelming terror. After 25 years, that memory, those eyes, though he thought he had forgotten them, buried them deep within his mind, now surged back with startling clarity, staring at him. His breath quickened, his lips involuntarily parted, uttering phrases. However, with each word spoken, the eyes in his heart became clearer, the fear intensifying. That individual wore a ring of green and silver. Wang Yishuan stammered. The three of them sensed Wang Yishuan's peculiar behavior. Jia Guiyin swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Bai. However, Bai merely cast a glance before resuming her recording. Her recollection of his appearance was unclear. Wang Yishuan was gasping heavily, his body breaking into a profuse sweat. The hair on his forehead was drenched, clinging to his scalp. Large beads of sweat cascaded down from his forehead, traversing over his wide-open eyes, gliding across the whites, the irises, and the pupils, ultimately spilling from his lower eyelashes and into his mouth. The name Mu Min echoed in his mind, and at that moment, he was completely soaked, feeling as though he had shrunk by half, with his skin beginning to wrinkle from rapid dehydration. Suddenly, Wang Yishuan froze, paralyzed by fear. Yet, Jia Guiyin felt a sharp pain in his head, and a name surfaced in his mind, which he inadvertently uttered. Mu Min de Pei. Chapter 70. Journey to the volcano. Despite receiving emergency aid, Wang Yishuan ultimately succumbed to his fright. Nevertheless, he provided a name associated with a monstrous clan, Mu Min. The name that had emerged in Jia Guiyin's mind, Mu Min de Pei, left him uncertain if this was indeed the mysterious individual Wang Yishuan had encountered 25 years ago. As Jia Guiyin walked, he suddenly halted. What is it? Bai turned to him, while Jia Guiyin lowered his head, lost in thought. Time was of the essence. Mu Min is still searching for me. The next monster's appearance will undoubtedly be a trap. The evolutionary monster that appeared this time, along with the ambush from Wang Yishuan, may not have been orchestrated by Mu Min, but rather a mere accident. The next monster's emergence is likely to be a carefully laid plan by Mu Min, designed to capture and eliminate me. You could choose not to fight, Bai remarked, turning her head away, to watch innocent people perish because of me. Bai did not respond, but her silence spoke volumes. If I were to commit such an act, I might never transform again. For I could not bear to accept that version of myself. At that moment, Jia Guiyin, still wrapped in bandages, felt his muscles tense. I must go to that volcano and acquire that nature. This was the only solution he could conceive. Having inherited the power and armor of the first generation, he had also grown stronger, possessing the water attribute of torrential rain to counter fire, and additionally, having obtained a card depicting a monkey. He was now qualified to pursue another nature. No, Bai swiftly rejected Jia Guiyin's proposal. That volcano is far too conspicuous. Do you really believe the monsters haven't noticed the activity there? Mu Min has likely deduced the connection between the celestial phenomena and the nature attributes. If I were Mu Min, I would certainly set a trap at that volcano, monitoring all who venture there to find the summoner of the Firebird, and then confront you directly. They were far too passive, their power dwarfed by that of the monsters. Their only recourse was to conceal their identities, act cautiously, and erase all traces of themselves. Any hint of exposure would lead Mu Min to them, where they would be cornered and struck down with lethal precision. Though it seemed they had a choice, in reality, Jia Guiyan was left with only two options. Either wait for Mu Min to orchestrate the next monster attack and walk into the trap, or plunge into the web of the volcano island and uncover the nature hidden within the celestial phenomena. You understand that there is only one path forward, by Xiaojia. At the very least, wait until your injuries have healed somewhat. Bai Yu clenched the folder in her hands. She knew her thoughts were misguided. Yet she regretted having handed the summoning device to Jia Guiyan that day, realizing the heavy burden she had placed in his hands. I will help you forge an identity to confuse their judgment, she finally spoke. At that moment, Bai Yu felt as though she had returned to the day she handed the summoning device to Jia Guiyan. Rest assured, there will be no danger. This time, I will surely die outside, and then I will never have to see your annoying face again. What else do you want me to say? That I will return and marry the lovely nurse. Jia Guiyan casually remarked to a passing nurse. The charming nurse merely smiled politely, maintaining her composure. Once this flag is planted, not only will he drown at sea on the way, but it is also crucial to plant a counterflag. Do not wait for my return. Absolutely do not wait for my return, Jia Guiyan declared, stepping ahead of Bai Yu. She sighed and followed. The volcano where the celestial phenomena occurred was located in the islands of the southeastern sea of the continent. To reach it, one must take a plane or a high-speed train to Haizhou City on the southeastern coast and then board a ship to Wanzhou Island. Finally, one would need to hire a fishing boat or another vessel to reach the volcanic island. Although the motorcycle could fly, it required entering combat mode, necessitating Jia Guiyan's transformation, which would be a tremendous drain on his stamina. In its normal state, the motorcycle could not fly. It merely offered slightly faster travel than ordinary means. Thus, for a long journey, one would still need to take a plane, a high-speed train, or a ship. To be realistic, motorcycles are not allowed on highways. For instance, the Firebird Armor Warrior is bound by traffic laws that prohibit motorcycles on highways. Moreover, does your motorcycle even have a license? Can you present your driver's license? From the sound of it, your motorcycle seems to have been illegally modified. I understand the logic. But the monsters are on the highway. Jia Guiyan changed into his clothes, adjusting his collar and donning a knitted beret. At that moment, bandages still adorned his chest, arms, and legs, though the sutured wounds had been removed. He equipped the storage device at his waist, while the summoning device was tucked close to his heart. The remaining injuries were inconsequential. With the application of the Mian Yuju technique along the way and a few injections, he should recover. As for his identity, Bai Yu had already helped him disguise it. After passing through security, he boarded the plane. Although the summoning device and storage device appeared metallic, the detection results indicated otherwise. No security apparatus would ever uncover their existence. Grasping the suitcase that had passed through security, Jia Guiyan gazed at his forged identification. His identity was that of a young entrepreneur traveling abroad, Yang Wenyu. Although he was somewhat more robust than other entrepreneurs, was it not reasonable for a young businessman to be passionate about fitness? As Jia Guiyan observed his identification, nearby individuals cast glances his way, yet maintained a respectful distance, for his physique was undeniably striking, and he was indeed quite handsome. Once aboard the plane, as it began to ascend, Jia Guiyan removed his hat, slightly shielding his eyes. He then initiated the Mian Yuju technique to mend his injuries. While performing the technique, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. After all, his current mental state had surpassed human limits, entering the realm of heightened perception. Within a certain radius, he could distinctly sense others' movements. According to Bai Yu's deductions, Mu Min was well aware that his primary area of activity was in Saiguang City. To journey from Saiguang City to the volcano, one must take this flight from Saiguang City to Haizhou City. The wooden door is likely to have its spies or monsters placed on all flights to these two destinations, used to test the existence of the summoner. Once discovered, the monsters and spies would be eliminated, and the scope of the summoner would be narrowed down to all passengers on that flight, thereby identifying the true identity. To prevent such an occurrence, all boarding and surveillance information has been meticulously erased by Bai Yu using hacking techniques. I am also using a fabricated identity. Let the probing commence. In the tranquil cabin, Jia Guiyan leaned back against the soft seat, deep in thought. The most convenient identity to search for potential summoners on flights between the two locations would be that of the crew members. At this moment, a flight attendant pushed a cart past him, and he glanced at her before shaking his head. It is not entirely certain that she is indeed a crew member. After all, the number of crew members is limited, making them easily identifiable. The wooden door might also employ the opposite strategy, embedding spies disguised as unsuspecting passengers. If spies are to search for the summoner's identity, who would be the most suspicious? After much contemplation, Jia Guiyin looked at his own well-built physique. It dawned on him. It is me. How frustrating that my greatest flaw is my own body. He had already noticed the female passenger beside him casting furtive glances in his direction, her legs tightly crossed. In light of this, Jia Guiyin took out a glasses case from his bag and opened it. Inside lay an exquisite pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Just gazing at the golden rims and the brilliance refracted by the high-transparency lenses imbued one with a sense of elegance. He donned the gold-rimmed glasses, completing his disguise flawlessly. Now, anyone who looked at him would struggle to discern his true identity as a member of the Monster Countermeasure team and the Fire Sparrow Summoner. The aura projected by these glasses certainly resembled that of a young and accomplished entrepreneur. That fellow is undoubtedly the most similar to an armored summoner thus far. A beautiful long-haired flight attendant, observing the genteel Jia Guiyin with gold-rimmed glasses from the corner, found herself fervently musing in her heart. How could an ordinary person possess such robust muscles? Although Jia Guiyin was indeed muscular, his tall stature rendered him quite proportionate. After all, the Fire Sparrow is an agile armor. As a summoner, Jia Guiyin was, in fact, an agile strongman. It was time to probe. Following the master's orders. It is better to mistakenly kill than to let anyone escape. As for those mistakenly killed, the master would ensure that all traces of them vanished from this world. Human society would remain oblivious to any issues. The journey from Sigong City to Haizhou City would take a total of 6 hours. From 9:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m., the crew is required to serve lunch. And he could easily poison the meal to ascertain whether this man is indeed an armored summoner. Prior to lunch, he should first investigate the passenger's identity. The long-haired flight attendant began connecting to the data, investigating the list of all boarding personnel for this flight, eventually locating Jia Guiyin's information. Meanwhile, Jia Guiyin received a message from the ground monster countermeasure team. Someone had accessed the airline's user data to investigate his information. The opponent's identity could be narrowed down to the crew members, so he must exercise caution. Baiyu has been monitoring Jia Guiyin's movements with hacking techniques to prevent any unexpected incidents. Frustratingly, my disguise is utterly flawless. Jia Guiyin removed the gold-rimmed glasses and placed them back in the case. They are rather expensive, so he must keep them safe. Who could it possibly be? After pondering for a moment, he ultimately abandoned the thought, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Since they had already targeted him, it was only a matter of time before they would come to test him. Thus, he merely needed to wait patiently for their approach. As time passed, he glanced at his watch. Was it lunchtime? Time flowed, and Jia Guiyin diligently activated the Mianyu Ju, healing the remaining injuries on his body. Simultaneously, the summoning device in his arms continuously enhanced his physical abilities and perceptions. Combined with his already superhuman sensory acuity, he remained alert to the activities around him. To an outsider, however, he appeared relaxed, reclining in the soft seat, his hat partially obscuring his eyes, lacking any sense of crisis. The woman beside him had scrutinized him countless times. Finally, lunchtime arrived. Being in business class, the service was commendable. A lovely flight attendant with curled hair first offered hot towels for hand washing, then laid down a tablecloth, and finally served a pre-ordered lunch. Jia Guiyin picked up his chopsticks and reached for the food before the flight attendant turned and slowly walked away, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Eat it. Eat it. This is specially prepared for you. Regardless of whether you are an armored summoner, you must die. Blame your misfortune for boarding this plane. The woman thought to herself, envisioning the glory of killing a summoner and presenting the summoning device to her master, who would undoubtedly shower her with affection, elevating her from obscurity to a higher status, granting her greater power and true transcendence beyond humanity, becoming a noble subordinate of her master. Just as the woman was lost in her thoughts, the man spoke up. Damn it, there's a fly in this food. It's absolutely disgusting. I can't eat this. Jia Guiyin exclaimed, using his chopsticks to fish out a fly soaked in soup, covering his mouth with a look of disdain. That bastard. The woman nearly wanted to strangle him, forcing a smile as she approached Jia Guiyin again. The food provided by our company adheres to strict culinary procedures. It's impossible for there to be a fly in it. This passenger, please him. Jia Guiyin slammed the table and stood up, instantly drawing the attention of those around him. Are you questioning my eyesight? Since you believe there's no issue, Jia Guiyin retrieved a spoonful of rice soaked in broth. Then you eat it and show me. That bastard man. I want to strangle you. The woman knew very well what she had added to the soup. I'm sorry, sir, but this does not comply with company regulations. Flight attendants cannot consume passengers' food. Jia Guiyan was undeterred, forcefully attempting to feed the flight attendant in front of him. Hey, stop being unreasonable. Everyone else can eat. Why can't you? A man sitting nearby stood up to intervene and stop Jia Guiyan's actions. Jia Guiyan halted, and the flight attendant breathed a sigh of relief. Now, relying on the poison in the lunch was no longer feasible. Alternative measures had to be devised. With a swift motion, Jia Guiyan stepped forward, quickly blocking her path. He then pried open her mouth and accurately inserted the spoonful of rice into her throat. Her eyes widened as she hurriedly pushed him away, clutching her throat and coughing violently. As she shoved him back, Jia Guiyan felt a powerful force hit him, causing him to stumble backward and collide with the adjacent seat. You, she exclaimed, eyes wide, disregarding the drool and grease at the corners of her mouth as she knelt on the ground. What have you done, you scoundrel? Miss, are you all right? The man who had just intervened against the monster hurried forward, attempting to assist the flight attendant who was kneeling on the ground. Then he witnessed a scene that would haunt him for a lifetime. The beautiful flight attendant's skin began to darken and harden at an alarming rate. Her once smooth visage was now secreting a viscous white substance that accumulated in layers, solidifying into a formidable exoskeleton. Her eyes bulged outward, and her hair recoiled into her body, giving rise to a pair of obsidian horns that crackled with electricity. A piercing scream escaped his lips as he scrambled to escape, pushing past the monster in a frenzied panic. Get out of the way, don't block my path. It was as if a chain reaction had been triggered, as more and more passengers stood up, shrieking in terror, eager to flee the vicinity. There's a monster on the plane. Help, help us. Chapter 72. The battle on the plane, you scoundrel. How dare you? At this moment, the flight attendant had completely transcended her human form. Her entire body was covered in a hard exterior, with a layer of exoskeleton encasing her. Silver currents of electricity danced around the horns atop her head. Compared to typical monsters, she was relatively petite, her claws sharp yet not overly long. Now capable of articulate speech, her gaze was fixed intently on the man, her claws digging into the floor beneath her. Indeed, she was a monster, and not just any monster. A sentient beast transformed by the wooden door. I wonder how many such creatures exist. The man drew out his summoning device and swiftly summoned the fire sparrow. It is you. The monster directed her attention towards him, showing no intention of allowing him to transform. Enveloped in electricity, she lunged at him like a bolt of lightning. Fire sparrow, unite. With the sound of a bird's call, searing flames erupted from beneath his feet. The oncoming monster was repelled by the intense heat, toppling rows of seats in its wake. The essence of both light and fire sparrow lies in the summoning device, channeling Lin Qi's power from a higher dimension into reality. In that instantaneous projection, immense strength is unleashed. In layman's terms, it's an invincible frame. Curse you. The creature roared in fury, her body once again enveloped in electricity as she charged at him. Her speed was so exceptional that only flashes of lightning were visible. I am not a mindless, inferior beast. Although I know not how you acquired Lord Mumin's name, I am a servant of Lord Mumin. With a crackle, the electricity clashed against the flames, filling the cabin with an electrifying atmosphere. The man deftly evaded her attacks while navigating the surrounding currents, striving to avoid damaging the aircraft. After all, there were countless passengers on board, and a crash would spell disaster. Servant, you say? In reality, you're merely a thrall. He activated the fundamental breathing method, swiftly entering a burning state, kicking the monster away before withdrawing. Scoundrel, how dare you, a wretched inferior race, show such disdain for my superiority? The monster, enraged, clawed at the surrounding metallic cabin, her electrical currents becoming increasingly brilliant, as if her entire being was transforming into pure electricity. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of speed. In an instant, the monster's form vanished, and the cabin filled with swirling dust, pulsating with electricity. Fire Sparrow Blade. He summoned the Fire Sparrow Blade, gripping the hilt firmly while maintaining his fiery form, alert to his surroundings. Open your inner eye. Suddenly, the dust behind him parted, revealing the monster, wreathed in lightning, darting through the haze. The man swiftly swung his blade. The monster's right claw lunged for the Fire Sparrow Blade, electricity crackling along its edge, while its other claw aimed directly for his neck. Die. The claw pierced his neck, but before the monster could revel in its triumph, it witnessed the man dissipate like embers in the wind. A wave of heat surged from behind, and before it could react, the Fire Sparrow Blade, engulfed in flames, struck at its back. In an instant, a dark scorch mark marred the hardened shell, and the creature was hurled backward, crashing through seats and collapsing to the ground. Impossible! Impossible! The man landed gracefully, his armor glowing with a fiery radiance, the fire sparrow blade resting upon his shoulder. What were you saying about true speed? I didn't quite catch that. Scoundrel! The monster shrieked in rage as her form was once again enveloped in electricity, charging toward him, consumed by humiliation and fury. The man, one hand gripping the fire sparrow blade while the other steadied it against his palm, faced the oncoming creature. In a flash, the fundamental breathing method reached its pinnacle. A blazing wave of fire coalesced before him, which he consumed. Stab! With a swift thrust, he shattered his limits. Flames erupted from his legs, enveloping his entire being in a searing blaze, propelling him toward the charging monster. The electrical currents proved ineffective, as his blade and flames pierced through the creature's shell, engulfing it in a conflagration from within. No, please. The monster writhed in desperation, attempting to extricate itself from the blade that had penetrated its body. Yet the flames consumed it entirely, relentlessly incinerating its flesh and shell. You will regret this. The monster cursed in its final moments, before exploding into a cloud of smoke and a monster crystal. Gazing at the floating crystal, the man produced a blank card and tossed it toward the crystal. The card swiftly absorbed the crystal, transforming into a crimson card depicting the creature's likeness. Level of monster slain, 50. His strength had indeed increased significantly. Throughout this battle, he had been cautious not to damage the plane while effortlessly subduing the beast. He had maintained control over the fight, ultimately capturing the monster and storing it within the card. As he surveyed the smoke-filled environment, he summoned a torrential downpour. The cold rain swiftly extinguished the lingering flames, which then coalesced into streams that returned to the sky, absorbing all the surrounding dust and forming a dark water orb. Once the hazards had been neutralized, he retracted the rein. At that moment, the plane jolted unexpectedly. What is happening? Steadying himself, he recalled the monster's final words. There can't possibly be a backup plan. He approached the window and noticed the ominous darkness outside. A thunderstorm raged around them. Could the monster have summoned this tempest with its control over electricity? The man dashed toward the cockpit, intent on reaching the captain's quarters. Chapter 73, Switching Armor. The second storm form is the fire sparrow armor. Have monsters truly emerged behind us, igniting another battle? What caused the recent turbulence? We aren't going to crash, are we? Panic swiftly spread throughout the aircraft. During the earlier confrontation, passengers in the business class had fled to other compartments, which too had been affected by the battle. At this moment, witnessing the emergence of the fire sparrow, one comprehended that it had triumphed over the monstrous aircraft. Yet, the turbulence of the plane, coupled with the shifting environment, incited an uncontrollable panic among the passengers. Is the captain's cabin inaccessible? There was no response from within, and all attempts to open it proved futile. The flight attendants and air hostesses surrounded the door in a frenzy, entirely relying on Jiaqing as their beacon of hope. Stand back. Jiaqing raised the fire sparrow blade, its edge turning a brilliant crimson as it cleaved through the steel door of the captain's cabin. Upon entering, he discovered that both the captain and the co-pilot had succumbed to unconsciousness. Gazing through the cockpit's glass, he observed the aircraft hurtling uncontrollably towards the tempestuous storm clouds ahead. The monster had posed little trouble for Jiaqing. The true peril awaited here. It was no wonder that a creature capable of wielding lightning had been placed aboard the plane to conjure storm clouds at a critical moment. Even if defeated by the armored warrior, it could summon a tempest that would doom everyone aboard, along with the aircraft itself. Find a way to revive them, Jiaqing exclaimed, pulling the captain and co-pilot from their seats. Typically, commercial airplanes are equipped with an autopilot feature. As long as they could disperse the storm clouds ahead, they might avert disaster. However, as the plane drew closer to the storm, the turbulence intensified. Even if he possessed the means to dispel the storm, he would need to exit the aircraft. But how could he escape? At this altitude, the pressure differential rendered the cabin door unopenable. Even should he summon the strength of his armor to force it open or breach the aircraft, the loss of cabin pressure would rapidly expel all contents and passengers from the plane. The structure might also disintegrate due to the damage. At this proximity, even should the two pilots awaken, they could not evade the storm clouds. He contemplated creating a small hole along the window through which to escape, and then return to seal it with metal. There was no alternative left. At this moment, the two pilots stirred awake, beginning to grasp the gravity of their situation, their faces pale as they gazed at the storm clouds before them. The flight path could no longer be altered. Just as Jiaqing Yan had surmised. I will address the storm. You maintain the stability of the aircraft, he quickly declared before exiting the captain's cabin. The crew calmed the passengers, instructing them to return to their seats, fasten their seatbelts, and don oxygen masks. They then isolated the main cabin from the others, returning to their seats, donning masks, their expressions a mix of terror and hope as they watched Jiaqing Yan. Meanwhile, he had already raised his blade, plunging it into the window. The glass was swiftly severed, and a powerful suction emanated from the breach. Items throughout the cabin began to be drawn towards the opening. Jiaqing Yan steadied himself and, amidst a chorus of gasps, leapt out of the aircraft. The chaotic winds buffeted him fiercely. He quickly regained his balance, gazing at the massive plane beside him and the storm ahead, thinking to himself, "Damn it. I will never fly again." Motorcycle. With a snap, the motorcycle was summoned, and Jiaqing Yan sped towards the storm clouds. Underneath the vast tempest, he appeared as diminutive as an ant. The onlookers aboard the plane inhaled sharply as they watched him dart towards the storm. Heavy rain. With a snap, he invoked the power of the torrential rains to dispel the tempest before him. Yet, it was futile. The compatibility of the fire sparrow armor with the heavy rain was dreadfully low. A thunderous roar erupted as a bolt of lightning struck Jiaqing Yan, coursing through his body and sending him and the motorcycle spiraling downwards. Battling through the numbing sensation, he steadied the motorcycle. Since the fire sparrow was ineffective, he invoked the light armor. With a flash of golden light, Jiaqing Yan's armor began to transform. Flames were swiftly replaced by radiant golden brilliance, coalescing into the form of the light armor. The fire sparrow motorcycle transformed into a glimmering light motorcycle. Feeling the power of the light armor, he steadied himself and drew upon the heavy rain once more. Heavy rain. With a snap, compatibility reached 50%. The armor upgraded. As the heavy rain was invoked, its power enveloped his armor, silver blue patterns appearing on the light armor. 2 blue shoulder plates emerged on either side, spreading across his arms and chest. A surge of electricity coursed through the center of his chest, adding a silver lightning accessory. 2 blue plates also formed around his waist, cascading down to cover his thighs. The platinum hand armor bore 2 lightning engravings. Light armor, a heavy rain form. Feeling the potency of the heavy rain form, Jiaqing Yan swiftly activated the foundational breathing technique. Blue and golden light shone simultaneously as he charged into the storm. Thunder rumbled as it struck his body, while torrential rain poured down upon him. He wielded the power of the heavy rain to resist the tempestuous storm clouds, carving out a safe zone behind him. The passengers aboard the aircraft quickly reacted, with the captain taking control of the aircraft to adjust its course, following closely behind Jiaqing Yan. Thus, they pierced through the storm clouds, moving in tandem like a swift arrow. However, the forces of the heavy rain and the light armor were not perfectly synchronized. Their compatibility stood at merely 50%, leading to significant physical strain. Jiaqing Yan began to feel the effects of lightning stimulating his body, even exacerbating previously healed injuries. Fortunately, his training in the gentle rain technique, albeit at the second tier, had afforded his body some enhancements, granting him a degree of adaptation to the volatile power of the heavy rain. Though burdened, he remained within acceptable limits, enduring the tempest's might. Behind him, the captain, crew, and all the passengers held their breath, some anxiously watching Jiaqing Yan's figure, others silently praying. They had entered the heart of the storm, surrounded by darkness, with only sporadic flashes of lightning illuminating the gloom. Chapter 74. Arrival at Haizhou City. Yet another crisis approaches ahead. Are we about to emerge? Had they finally traversed the storm zone? A glimmer of light pierced through the darkness shrouded in thunder and clouds, igniting excitement among everyone on board. The joy of having survived filled their hearts. Exhausted, Jiaqing Yan summoned his last reserves of strength, leading the aircraft through the final stretch of the storm clouds. Boom! Bolts of lightning struck Jiaqing Yan, and the sunlight grew increasingly brilliant. Following closely behind him, the massive aircraft gradually broke through the storm's final barrier. Jiaqing Yan hovered on his motorcycle in midair, the foundational breathing technique ceasing, and fatigue began to rise within him. The heavy rain form of the light armor dissipated, with the blue attachments transforming into specks of light and retracting back into the summoning device at his waist, reverting to heavy rain. Next, there was one final task to accomplish: to erase the memories of everyone aboard the aircraft, particularly for some of the passengers. Seeing their own faces might very well provide the monstrous entity with clues to locate them. Jiaqing Yan gazed at the approaching passenger plane, drawing forth a potion for equipment enhancement. Click. The potion was upgraded. The forgetting potion. 2 summoning inserts and a syringe materialized in Jiaqing Yian's grasp. Subsequently, holding the syringe, he switched back to the Fire Sparrow armor and re-entered the plane through the breach he had created. Upon re-entering, some exuberant passengers were already contemplating whether to take a photograph with the legendary Fire Sparrow. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity indeed, to encounter a monster while flying and be rescued by the Fire Sparrow. This was a tale that could be recounted for a year. Jiaqing Yian, however, paid little heed to their excitement. He removed a steel plate and aimed it at the previously cut opening. Then, employing the power of flames, he melted the surrounding edges of the steel plate, welding it to the breach. The pressure differential inside and outside the aircraft quickly restored to equilibrium. Although such a crude welding method could not maintain stability for long, it should suffice until the plane landed. Forget my face and everything related to me. Jiaqing Yian then directed the forgetting potion at the remaining passengers, shattering it with a decisive motion. Green smoke erupted, swiftly permeating the cabin, with everyone inhaling the potion equally. Following this, Jiaqing Yian removed his armor and returned to his seat, as if nothing had transpired. In truth, beneath the bandages on his body, some wounds that had begun to heal reopened slightly, oozing blood. What had occurred? The Fire Sparrow armor had manifested, resolving the issues with the monster and the thunderstorm. But where had the armored warrior gone in the blink of an eye? How infuriating to have forgotten the photograph. This was a story to boast about for a lifetime. I had shared a plane with the Fire Sparrow armor. Quick, take a picture of the battleground where I fought alongside the Fire Sparrow warrior. Silence, passengers. Please maintain calm and refrain from causing a commotion. The aircraft cabin seemed to grow even more chaotic than before. A slight smirk appeared on Jiaqing Yian's lips, and even the pain from his old injury seemed less pronounced. The turmoil left him with no opportunity to continue operating the Mianyuju, forcing him to lean against the wall and await the plane's descent. Eventually, the aircraft landed at Haizhou City Airport with reasonable punctuality. Relevant personnel and crew swiftly took control of the plane, isolating and managing the passengers aboard. Meanwhile, Jiaqing Yian's travel records, information, and even monitoring data along the route were thoroughly erased or modified remotely by Baiyu. After the plane's landing, Jiaqing Yian discreetly departed the airport as swiftly as possible. All of this was to conceal his identity. Nevertheless, even so, the creature's demise and the witnesses aboard the aircraft would undoubtedly communicate a message to the monsters here. Turning his back to the airport, accompanied by the roaring sound of the plane taking off, Jiaqing Yian adjusted the brim of his hat. The armored warrior had indeed arrived in Haizhou City, and the purpose of the armored warrior was that volcano where the celestial phenomena had occurred. Regardless of whether Mu Minda Pi was present or not, the monsters here would devise traps to eliminate him based on this information, weaving a network to ensnare him. Gazing at the towering buildings flanking him, Jiaqing Yian hailed a taxi on the roadside, instructing the driver to take him to the Blue Melody Hotel. Very well, sir. The Blue Melody Hotel is an upscale establishment located along the coastal area of Haizhou City. From this hotel, one can gaze directly upon the breathtaking seascape of Haizhou City through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiaqing Yian had a ticket for the ferry to Wanzhou Island, scheduled for 4 in the morning. The hotel was conveniently situated for this purpose. Although he was pressed for time, Jiaqing Yian was not entirely oblivious to the need for rest. After the battle on the plane, his physical strength was severely depleted, and the recovery of his injuries was showing signs of deterioration. It was unwise to continue stubbornly on his journey. One must understand that haste makes waste. The driver, eager to engage in conversation, inquired whether Jiaqing Yian was visiting Haizhou for tourism or business, remarking on the many beautiful sights the city had to offer. However, Jiaqing Yian, feeling fatigued, did not wish to speak, pulling down the brim of his hat and closing his eyes. He began to operate the Mianyuju to mend his bodily injuries. Noticing Jiaqing Yian's disinterest in conversation, the driver switched on the radio, enthusiastically listening and occasionally humming along. The proficiency of the Mianyuju seemed to be increasing significantly. As he operated the Mianyuju, Jiaqing Yian unexpectedly discovered that with its practice, his proficiency was soaring rapidly. As if some energy within him was being swiftly refined alongside the Mianyuju, the atmosphere suddenly took on a mystical quality. Could it be due to the incessant lightning strikes and the torrential rain? Connecting the Mianyuju with the downpour, Jiaqing Yian easily recalled the thunderstorm. Did the lightning strikes and downpour accelerate the cultivation of the Mianyuju? Thus, until he arrived at the hotel, Jiaqing Yian exited the taxi. Using the information he had pre-booked, he obtained his room key and entered the designated room. It was only then that he removed his clothing, replacing the blood-soaked bandages. He quickly cleaned the wounds and donned fresh bandages. The old bandages were incinerated with the flames of the fire sparrow and flushed down the toilet. As a summoner, both his blood and bodily tissues needed to be disposed of carefully. If obtained by a monster, they could potentially be subjected to research and targeting. After completing the disposal, Jiaqing Ian gripped the notion of the downpour and continued to operate the Mianyu Ju. Should the Mianyu Ju reach its third level, his combat prowess would experience another enhancement. Meanwhile, as Jiaqing Ian focused on restoring his condition, the ferry transporting passengers and goods from Wanzhou Island to Haizhou City had successfully arrived at the port. Two tall and robust men disembarked from the ferry. One had brown hair, his eyes wide open, constantly grinding his teeth. The other had black hair, wore a mask, and had hands that hung down on either side, immensely oversized, nearly double the size of an ordinary person, with fingers that were exceptionally thick. Upon seeing these two men, those nearby instinctively stepped aside, creating a passage for them. However, an oblivious yellow-haired thug, sporting lip piercings, turned his back to them, animatedly discussing with his companion. He collided directly into the two men. "Hey, watch where you're going," the thug exclaimed angrily, turning around to raise his hand. But as he lifted his head and caught sight of the imposing figures before him, his voice dwindled to a whisper. The two men slightly bent their bodies, scrutinizing the thug before them. Their noses drew near, sniffing the air around the yellow-haired thug's head. The thug held his breath, and in that instant, an instinctual fear gripped him, making his legs tremble as if he were about to be devoured. Fortunately for him, the towering men merely took a whiff and then moved on, seemingly uninterested in him. Chapter 75. The darkness hidden beneath the gang. The disappearance of Wang Yishuan had sent the Yishuan Hall into disarray. The day after Wang Yishuan vanished, Lin Qi made a decisive choice amidst the chaos among the gang members and the turmoil of their operations to flee. Lin Qi was not her real name, though she hadn't been called by her true name in quite some time. Nevertheless, she still remembered that she was called Li Qi. That name was too ordinary, too kitsch. Hence, to make herself more appealing to customers, she was given a nickname, Ling Yao. She had originally been a university student, having come from a remote rural area to attend a city university. During her studies, she relied on hard work, scholarships, and part-time jobs to cover her tuition and living expenses. A young girl, having journeyed from the countryside to the bustling metropolis, found herself unacquainted with the complexities of urban life. Perhaps her naivety contributed to her downfall, leading her to be deceived. Her teacher had introduced her to a work-study opportunity, and in her gratitude, she believed she had encountered a benevolent figure in this vast city, someone who would care for her and not discriminate against her. Her simplistic worldview fostered a deep trust in her teacher, oblivious to the truth that while professions may vary in merit, human nature is rife with both virtue and vice. Thus began her harrowing ordeal. She was trafficked, beaten, imprisoned, starved, and violated. There was no gallant knight to rescue her, nor righteous hero to punish her tormentors. Instead, she was treated like an object, her will and dignity systematically extinguished until she no longer recognized the possibility of resistance, surrendering her sense of self and becoming a slave. Once she had been molded into a compliant commodity, she was dispatched to the underground operations of Yixuantang, catering to various clientele. The rationale behind her selection was painfully simple. As a girl from the countryside, she was deemed naive and her values were rudimentary. Essentially, she was easily controlled. With no family connections and parents who toiled as farmers, she was perceived as weak and submissive. Moreover, her physical appearance, despite her modest attire and unrefined glasses, rendered her an appealing choice. Li Qi had always been obedient. At first, she resisted, but after enduring unimaginable humiliation and violence, she ceased to oppose her captors. She had contemplated suicide but ultimately suppressed her revulsion, striving instead to comply. Now, however, an opportunity had arisen. With Wang Yishuan missing and the gang in disarray, her long-standing obedience afforded her a degree of freedom from scrutiny. Concealing a sharpened iron cone, she struck down her guard without hesitation, dragging the body into her room and donning the man as clothes, despite their oversized fit. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The list of those she yearned to exact vengeance upon was extensive. Her despicable teacher, the entire gang of Yixuantang, those who had abducted, harmed, and reduced her to her current plight. She wished not only to kill them, but to dismember them, to consume their hearts and gnaw on their bones. Reporting to the authorities was not an option. She had long outgrown the innocence she once possessed upon her arrival in the city. The once docile and compliant visage now twisted into a mask of fury. Relying solely on herself, she recognized the frailty of her own strength as a woman. The successful retribution against her captor was merely a stroke of luck, stemming from his carelessness. Even if she concealed his body, it would not be long before his absence was noted, and the discovery of his corpse would inevitably lead to her exposure as a murderer. Lin Qi contemplated setting the place ablaze, but hesitated, recalling the innocent souls who, like her, had endured unspeakable cruelty within those walls. Time was of the essence. She needed to escape. The current disarray within Yixuantang facilitated her flight. Upon emerging into the long-lost outside world, she felt a rush of freedom. Even as she understood its illusory nature, her heart swelling with emotion. Suppressing her tears, she returned stealthily to her school, lingering near the parking area. Perhaps fate had taken pity on her, for she soon spotted the car belonging to her teacher. With patience, she awaited the moment to strike. Her sharpened iron cone transformed into the knife tucked in the waistband of her captor. As she waited, her thoughts crystallized. She meticulously devised her escape plan. Having committed murder, continuing her life in Liduang City was no longer feasible. Her only recourse was to flee as far as possible before the body was discovered. At last, the figure she would never forget materialized before her, elegant, amiable, and seemingly courteous. It was this very Fade that had once deceived her, ensnaring her with his gentle, sympathetic tone. Concealed in the shadows, she awaited the unlocking of the vehicle. Once the door opened, she slipped into the passenger seat. In the outside world, a murder would cause blood to spill everywhere. Without hesitation, Lin Qi gripped the knife and swiftly slashed his throat. He clutched at his neck in terror, attempting to staunch the flow of blood, but the gushing wound offered him no reprieve. As his eyes widened in disbelief, he finally recognized her face, filled with shock. He had always believed that a girl of her background, sold into servitude, would never have the chance to reclaim her life. Even if she escaped, he was convinced she would eventually be recaptured. His experience had taught him that Yixuantang was no ordinary gang. Yet, he could never have imagined that the simple girl he had chosen would not seek help or report the crime after escaping. She would come straight for him. She did not grant him a moment for explanation. He was confident that with a little time, he could calm her and that Yixuantang would soon come looking for him, alleviating his concerns. He had even rehearsed a narrative of ignorance, claiming he knew nothing of her plight, that he would have reported her absence immediately had he felt any guilt. But why, oh why, did this wretched girl act like a madwoman, plunging a knife into him without a word of explanation or inquiry? His consciousness began to fade as Lin Qi seized his hair and forced his head against the steering wheel, allowing his blood to pool beneath the seat, minimizing the mess. From a distance, it appeared as though he were merely resting against the wheel. Once she was certain he was still, she retrieved his phone from his pocket and unlocked it with his fingerprint. His identification had long been confiscated, rendering her unable to purchase a ticket. She called for a long-distance bus to the school gate. At this moment, the two bodies had yet to be discovered, and she was already aboard the bus to Haizhou City. Her plan was to travel to Haizhou City and then take a boat to Wanzhou Island, seeking a way to smuggle herself abroad. Though she maintained her composure, deep down, she felt that this plan was fraught with difficulty. The likely outcome would be that she would be found and subjected to torment before dying, or perhaps she would face legal consequences, culminating in a death sentence, an ending that would be both absurd and torturous, shattering her spirit. But she resolved to flee as far as she could. After an entire night's journey, Lin Qi finally arrived at her destination, Haizhou City, just before noon the following day. After a quick lunch, she felt utterly drained. Yet rest was a luxury she could not afford. She needed to devise a means to board the ferry to Wanzhou Island. The only option that came to mind was to hide among the cargo, secretly entering the hold of the ferry. However, this was merely a thought. When she sought to put it into practice, she discovered its utter impossibility. She wandered the port in search of opportunities, lingering there until the late hours of the night. Her heart grew colder with each passing moment, as the realization dawned upon her that escaping was simply unattainable. Her fate had already been sealed. At which juncture had she gone awry? It was not a matter of missteps on her part. Rather, the moment she stepped into the gaze of those ominous figures, her doom was already inscribed. In the early hours of the morning, law enforcement officers began to search the vicinity of the port. Simultaneously, members of a notorious gang clad in black suits commenced their own search in the area. At that moment, her desire to flee evaporated, leaving her with no opportunity for escape. She frantically paced the port, evading their scrutiny. Yet, she was ultimately discovered. There she is. A man in a black suit. Tie less and with an unkempt shirt, shouted loudly. Instantly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted as more and more individuals congregated in the area. Li Kuling sprinted away, desperate to evade the throng. With her head bowed, she ran with all her might, but she was no match for the men. One of them seized her arm and yanked her back, delivering a brutal slap to her face. You wretched woman, how dare you touch a brother of Yixuantang? The force of the blow left one side of Li Kuling's face swollen in an instant. She drew a dagger, but a powerful hand clutched her wrist, rendering her immobile. At that moment, shadows multiplied around her. Is this the woman? Yes, it is her. Don't let her small stature fool you. She's ruthless enough to kill 2 brothers and escape here. Did she truly think she could evade justice? The man yanked Li Kuling by her hair and struck her again. You're finished. When you return, you won't even be able to choose how you die. You must regret not ending your life sooner. At that moment, the police drew closer. Let us not make this too ugly. We need to provide an explanation later. Don't worry, we understand, the man replied, dragging Li Kuling toward a car parked at the roadside. It was 3 a.m., and the street was nearly devoid of vehicles and pedestrians. Only a solitary figure, cloaked in the shadows of a street lamp, approached the ferry at the port. The man was tall and robust, wearing a knitted beret that obscured his face from view. He took note of the unfolding scene, his gaze directed towards them. Kid, stay out of this if you're not blind, one of the gang members warned. Taking a couple of steps forward, lighting a cigarette, and casually waving his hand. The others continued to drag Li Kuling away. However, the newcomer ignored them and advanced closer. The man lighting his cigarette narrowed his eyes, spat on the ground, and signaled 2 accomplices to approach him. Kid, can't you understand human language? Or a heavy punch landed, distorting the face of the speaking thug, sending his teeth and the cigarette flying. His body followed suit, crashing to the ground. You bastard! Since you know I can't comprehend your words, can't you show a little tolerance towards those with hearing disabilities? Clutching his bloodied fist, the newcomer stepped forward with an air of defiance. You son of a... Seeing this, the 2 remaining gang members drew daggers and lunged at him. The newcomer quickly assessed the situation, seized one wrist, and executed a shoulder throw, sending one thug crashing into the other. With a single encounter, all 3 gang members lay incapacitated on the ground. A bunch of scoundrels, the filth of society. I've long been displeased with you all. The newcomer clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming fiercely in the darkness. The street lamp illuminated him as he advanced toward the remaining gang members. Brothers, he is alone. Let us take him together. The gang members recognized the precariousness of their situation and surged forward, attempting to overwhelm him. A dozen towering gang members brandished their daggers, charging at him. Yet, the newcomer was unarmed. Had this been the former self of Jiaqio Yin, he would have likely fled, waiting for an opportunity to strike a lone adversary. But now, he raised his fists, activating his foundational breathing technique, his perception expanding. In an instant, the approaching mob slowed in their movements. His muscles began to warm under the influence of the technique. Strength, speed, and reaction times transcended their limits in that moment. Like a wolf amidst a flock of sheep, he swiftly dispatched the gang members, leaving them disoriented. The sharp daggers could barely approach him. He dodged with agility while delivering powerful punches, each strike sufficient to fell an adversary without needing a second. At that moment, Li Kuling sat helplessly at the roadside, gazing at Jiaqio Yin amidst the chaos. Scenes like this had replayed in her dreams countless times in the preceding days. Now, it seemed to have materialized into reality, leaving her in disbelief. As Jiaqio Yin ceased his assault, a circle of defeated gang members lay around him, clutching their faces and wailing in pain. Their gazes towards him were as if they were not looking at a human. Bending down, he grasped the collar of one thug, and under the latter's fearful eyes, Jiaqio Yin wiped the blood from his fists onto the thug's shirt. Then, as though discarding a rag, he flung him aside. Come with me. He beckoned to Li Kuling. Realizing this might be her only chance at salvation, she sprang to her feet. Wait. One of the fallen gang members struggled to rise, hastily exclaiming, You might be mistaken. We don't intend to abduct her. She is a murderer. We're assisting the police. Initially, the gang members had intended to brawl with Jiaqio Yin. But upon realizing they were outmatched, they resorted to reasoning. Since when do the police need assistance from gangsters? I will determine who is right and who is wrong myself. Jiaqio Yin's words sent Li Kuling's heart into turmoil. She no longer held any hope for the world, even contemplating that death would be a release. Yet, the thought of dying would betray her parents, who had toiled in the fields to support her education. She could not bear to deceive the man before her. Filled with resentment, it was solely directed at those who had led her life into chaos. I indeed killed, she confessed to Jiaqioyan. Perhaps revealing the truth would lead to her abandonment or disdain. Yet, if she continued to deceive, she might earn his trust, escape, and survive. However, gazing at Jiaqioyan, she refused to lie to her savior. To deceive and exploit a man filled with righteousness, what difference would that make between herself and those scoundrels? She might be forsaken or handed over to the police, facing further torment and humiliation. But that would be preferable to deceiving the man standing before her. Hearing her confession, Jiaqioyan glanced back. It must have been your scoundrel companions who pressured you, he said angrily, stepping forward to deliver a kick. These bastards have committed countless wrongs. I can't possibly err in punishing them. Chapter 77. Is a fight about to break out? Jiaqioyan's follow-up kick was driven by more than mere anger. Upon realizing that this woman had taken a life, he understood that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared. To be on the safe side, it was best to knock them all unconscious, preventing any further information from spreading. As for the fact that this woman had killed, Jiaqioyan had fought his share of battles and had associated with thugs over black coffee. He did not believe he was in the wrong. I find myself too hospitable. It is essential to discern the reasons behind another's misdeeds before passing judgment on their character. Her ability to admit to herself that she has taken a life without self-deception and to seek my assistance in her escape indicates that her nature is not inherently malevolent. Surely, there must be underlying reasons for her actions. Come with me. Let us clarify the circumstances. The time before the ferry departs is dwindling. Assuming the identity of Jiaqioyan, acquiring an additional ticket and masquerading under a new guise is hardly a challenge. Thus, I led Li Qi onto the vessel. Shortly after their departure, two imposing men arrived at the scene of the altercation. Gazing upon the sprawled thugs, they crawled on the ground, sniffing the bodies like beasts. The scent of flames, the call of the fire sparrow, was delectable. As they exchanged glances, saliva dripped from their mouths. Then, astonishingly, they lowered their heads and began to feast upon the unconscious thugs. Eventually, one man paused to look at the other, who had removed his mask, revealing a horrific and grotesque maw. The ship is about to depart. We must stop, he urged. Understood. The man bit off the entire face of a gang member before rising to leave. At that moment, every thug on the ground had been stripped of their faces, seemingly oblivious to their pain or demise, remaining in a state of unconsciousness, as if unaware that their faces had been devoured. The ferry was vast, after ticket inspection. We boarded a bus to the dock. We then ascended a ladder to enter the ferry's interior. Though it was my first time aboard, the luxury suite allowed me to enjoy top-tier service. Guided seamlessly to our compartment, I found it to be a rather uncomplicated experience. Through the suite's window, the sea glimmered brightly. Once the door was closed, I turned to Li Qi, who was also surveying her surroundings. Please, recount the events, I urged. For the first time in so long, she had found someone to confide in. As she spoke, her body trembled, and tears flowed freely. That's enough. You need not continue, I reassured her. You bear no blame. Those individuals brought about their own fate. You are not at fault. It is they who deserve condemnation. Release this burden. Consider it a nightmare that never transpired. You are safe now. No one will take you back. I stood, gently patting her head. In that moment, Li Qi seemed to unleash the anguish she had harbored, embracing me tightly while weeping profusely. Once she regained her composure, I inquired, what are your plans moving forward? Do not dwell on this event. You must learn to look ahead. Do not seek vengeance. Leave that to me. I don't know, she replied, shaking her head in confusion. Her earlier calmness had triggered her body's instinctive defense mechanisms. After her release of emotion, she returned to a state of normalcy. Yet she remained uncertain of her future. She had taken a life, and the weight of that experience rendered her incapable of resuming a normal existence. Her parents' expectations would now witness their daughter transformed into a wanted criminal. I will find a way to alleviate the repercussions of this incident, to restore your identity, and to help you return to your former life. I reiterated the words of Baiyu from my earpiece. After all, Baiyu was far more reliable in these matters than she. What I could do was to wait until the volcanic expedition concluded and then dismantle the Yixuantang organization. Thank you. Li Qi expressed her gratitude, yet the words fell short, transforming into a mere 3 syllables. She felt her appreciation lacked substance and sincerity. As she struggled to articulate her gratitude, reverting to the reticent rural girl she once was. There is no need for thanks, I replied, though I felt a pang of guilt and unease within. I had long been aware of the existence of Yixuantang, yet I had chosen to remain uninvolved, focusing solely on combating monsters and honing my skills. The power of the armor was meant to protect all humanity. Had I recognized this sooner, perhaps these events could have been averted. Time constraints were merely excuses. I could have sacrificed sleep to address these issues. A few days of adjustment would allow my current physique to endure. I gazed out at the sea, letting out a sigh, while the cooling seemed utterly exhausted. Collapsing onto the bed and drifting into slumber, I sat cross-legged, extracting the storm blade, and continued to practice the Mianyu technique, resolute in making the most of every moment. I did not perceive this life as burdensome. Rather, the moment the legacy of power was bequeathed to me and the light armor was bestowed upon me, I felt I was not alone in my efforts. Bearing the hopes of the previous generation, I had to strive harder, to exert myself with greater fervor. Every moment must be dedicated to honing my combat skills and cultivating martial techniques. The sun had fully risen, casting a shimmering glow over the sea. Suddenly, the ship lurched violently. I opened my eyes, swiftly leaping from the bed, my right hand reaching into my clothing to grip the summoning device. Although I was engaged in my practice, I remained vigilant of my surroundings. The events aboard the aircraft had been exposed. Those on the other side of the wooden door were now acutely aware that the Fire Sparrow and its summoner had arrived in Haizhou City, en route to Wanzhou Island. I was certain that this ferry was rife with hidden monsters. I needed to be prepared for battle at any moment. Stay here and do not wander, I instructed Li Qi, awakening her before pushing the door open and hastily making my way to the deck. As I traversed the corridor, two towering men approached. Their stature and build rivaled my own, prompting me to glance at them again. The men, in turn, fixed their gaze upon me. Just as we were about to pass each other, one of the men suddenly twitched his nose and halted. Stop. The corridor, not particularly spacious, became a standoff as the three of us stood still, each maintaining some distance, our backs turned to one another. Silence enveloped the air. The doors on either side of the corridor swung open, but upon witnessing the confrontation of the three burly men, the occupants wisely retreated. A sheen of sweat broke upon my brow. The two monsters exchanged glances, their backs still turned to me. I remained in my human form, physically vulnerable. The monsters, too, were not invincible. The scent of flames, how hungry I was. Finally, the masked man made the first move, turning and ripping off his mask. Beneath it lay a spiral of jagged teeth, reminiscent of a lamprey's maw. The central orifice was lined with barbed tongues that writhed and twisted, lunging toward me. I activated the basic breathing technique, my body surging past its limits as I retreated toward the deck. Chapter 78. Oceanic Series Monsters Bang. Three figures darted from the corridor onto the deck. Just as the maw man was about to bite me, I leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to his face. He quickly raised his arm to block my strike, absorbing the full force of my blow. At that moment, the other man opened his mouth wide, his bulging eyes threatening to pop from their sockets as he prepared to unleash a powerful suction. What? Caught off guard, Jia Guiyin found himself uncontrollably soaring through the air towards his adversary. At that moment, the maw monster lunged at him, its menacing jaws poised to bite into his neck. Not a chance. Mind's eye activate. Jia Guiyin steadied himself in midair, clenched his fist, and struck the maw monster squarely in the face. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful kick aimed at the big-eyed monster's head. The sudden counterattack took both the maw monster and the big-eyed monster by surprise. They had not anticipated Jia Guiyin's swift response while airborne. This was not at all in line with the intelligence reports that described him as a mere untransformed armored warrior, supposedly no stronger than an average person. Yet, even in his untransformed state, his combat prowess proved formidable, rivaling that of their human forms. The two men quickly raised their arms to defend themselves, interrupting Jia Guiyin's assault as they retreated. They swiftly waved their arms, unleashing torrents of dark energy. Their human forms contorted rapidly, transforming into monstrous shapes. The maw monster morphed into a grotesque, humanoid sea creature, adorned with writhing tentacles and enormous hands bristling with sharp bone spurs, its body cloaked in thick, slimy scales. The big-eyed monster transformed into a beast clad in robust armor, its arms resembling massive trumpets, reminiscent of a turtle. Monsters! Monsters have appeared. Run for your lives. The crowd on the deck erupted into chaos, fleeing in all directions at the sight of the creatures. Jia Guiyin had already retrieved his summoning device, pressed it against his waist, and summoned the Fire Sparrow. Fire Sparrow, activate! With a resounding click, flames surged through his body, coalescing into a tangible suit of armor. The brilliant crimson armor shimmered with a radiant light, as if fiery flames coursed through it. With his transformation complete, Jiagu Yin casually waved his hand. Let us do this together. The two monsters, enraged by his nonchalance, charged at him from both sides. Jiagu Yin tightened his fists, feeling the power of his armor, and unleashed a flurry of punches. The three forces collided, showering sparks in every direction. Arrogant little brat. The armored creature extended its trumpet-like hands toward Jiagu Yin. In an instant, a powerful suction erupted, pulling Jiagu Yin uncontrollably towards the armored beast. Seizing the opportunity, the tentacled monster lunged at him, its appendages flailing. Seeing this, Jiagu Yin swiftly activated his basic breathing technique. Burning form. As he entered this state, immense power surged once more, causing his entire armor to ignite like flames. He then clenched his fist and struck the incoming tentacle with tremendous force. The intense fire enveloped his fist, and the air exploded under the heat. However, the tentacled monster showed no signs of retreating, skillfully maneuvering its appendages to ensnare Jiagu Yin's arm. At that moment, the suction from the armored monster ceased. In its place, two jets of blue water erupted, drenching Jiagu Yin. The searing flames were instantly extinguished, and the tentacles tightened their grip on his arm. Their suction cups clinging to the armor, they began to siphon his strength. Jiagu Yin felt his energy rapidly depleting, even as the burning form of his armor began to dim. Fire Sparrow armor, your fiery avian is indeed formidable. Even Lord Mumin has taken heed, but against our water. Your so-called fiery bird is merely a drenched chick. The armored monster intensified the water flow, exerting control over Jiagu Yin, while the tentacled creature continued to drain his vitality. Struggling against the entangling tentacles, Jiagu Yin reached for his storage device and withdrew a card. Though he wielded light less adeptly than the Fire Sparrow, he had no choice but to utilize it. Light armor. Activate. With a click, as the card slotted in, the flames receded, giving way to an intense burst of light. The platinum light armor enveloped Jiagu Yin once more. Clearly, the two monsters were unaware of Jiagu Yin's ability to transform into the light armor. As they watched him switch armors, bewilderment washed over them. Seizing the moment of their confusion, Jiagu Yin surged forward, activating his basic breathing technique. He instantly entered the shining form. Gripping the tentacle tightly, he exerted force and yanked it with a fierce shout. Ha! With a powerful pull, the tentacled monster was hurled through the air, crashing through a shipping container and landing heavily on the deck. Damn it! The armored monster ramped up the water flow, but it proved ineffective against Jiagu Yin at this moment. He extended his arm to shield himself from the oncoming torrent. With his other hand, he retrieved the light shadow sword and upgraded it. Click, click. The light shadow gun. Radiance flowed through his palm, transforming into a platinum-hued, broad-bladed spear, which he wielded to pierce through the rushing water, targeting the armored monster's chest. Seeing this, the armored monster halted its hands, bracing its hardened chest. A sharp clang echoed as the spear's tip struck, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. Blocked. The armored monster stepped forward, thrusting its chest out once more. The immense force of Jiagu Yin's attack rebounded completely, bending the spear's shaft and sending Jiagu Yin soaring into the air. The armored monster gazed up at Jiagu Yin, extending its trumpet-like hands once more. A powerful suction erupted again. The tentacled monster, now enraged, lunged at Jiagu Yin, its tentacles twisting like a multitude of serpents. Faced with such overwhelming force, Jiagu Yin swiftly drew forth the light shadow stab. Click! Inserting it into the summoning device, his spear trembled, generating countless golden spear shadows. As Jiagu Yin thrust the spear, a myriad of golden streaks surged toward the monsters on the deck. Let me show you what true defense looks like. The armored monster stepped forward, positioning itself in front of the tentacled beast. Its entire body shone with radiant light in an instant. Countless spear shadows rained down upon its hardened shell, shattering upon impact, scattering into a storm of golden fragments. Jiagu Yin's pupils narrowed as he fixated on the groundbound armored monster. The power of light could not penetrate this creature's defenses. Yet, with the Fire Sparrow's weakness to water, he needed to resolve this swiftly, using its speed before the enemy could unleash their aqueous powers. However, the immense suction rendered the Fire Sparrow's speed ineffective, while the tentacled monster continued to siphon his energy. Were these two monsters specifically prepared by Mumin de Pet to counter the Fire Sparrow? Jiagu Yin reached for his storage device. Withdrawing. Fire Sparrow. Activate. With a click, as the Fire Sparrow card was inserted, roaring flames engulfed his body anew. The platinum armor was once again replaced by the vibrant crimson armor. Still wish to utilize the Fire Sparrow? Indeed, while you can summon light, it is the fire sparrow that is most suited for this battle. The armored creature raised its hands, undeterred by either the fire sparrow or the light. Together, we are invincible. The powerful suction surged once more, and in that moment, Jiagu Yin's figure in the air transformed into an afterimage. The fire sparrow's unique speed propelled him forward. The techniques you possess have long been thoroughly discerned and studied by Lord Mumin. The armored beast swiftly approached the tentacled monster, its trumpet-shaped hands ever vigilant. By denying any fleeting openings, it aimed to control the opponent at the moment of their appearance using suction. Then, it would employ its tentacles to weaken the water flow. No matter how swift or powerful the fire sparrow may be, it poses no real threat. At this moment, Jiagu Yin darted behind a cargo box and opened the marketplace within the summoning device. 100 points of explosive energy were spent on a purchase. How vexing it is to shop while in battle. It feels rather undignified. Jiagu Yin, please remove this segment of combat shopping. Thank you. There it was. The tentacled monster quickly opened its mouth, while the armored beast swiftly adjusted its hands, aiming at the emerging Jiagu Yin. Suck. Under the powerful suction, Jiagu Yin, who had just appeared, once again transformed into an afterimage and dissipated. Are they attempting to exhaust us? Do they think they can outlast us? The armored beast taunted the spot where Jiagu Yin had vanished. Indeed, the monster's endurance far surpasses that of the armor. Jiagu Yin had cultivated the Mian Yu Ju, greatly enhancing his combat endurance. Yet, even so, he remained inferior when compared to true monsters. However, Jiagu Yin's objective was not to exhaust himself. Concealed behind the cargo box, he summoned forth the fire sparrow. With a crack, as it was inserted into the summoning device, a bird's cry echoed. The fire sparrow, akin to a soul breaking free, soared from Jiagu Yin's chest, transforming into a crimson afterimage that darted away. The armored beast was quickly drawn to the distraction, aiming its hands at the racing afterimage. Meanwhile, the fire sparrow ascended into the air, flapping its wings. Fire sparrow feathers. A flurry of feathers, ignited by the flames of its wings, shot down towards the two monsters below. At last, the monsters beheld the true form of the fire sparrow. It was not merely the fire sparrow armor. At this moment, Jiagu Yin leaped from another angle, swiftly drawing forth the fire sparrow blade, upgraded. The fire blade. Flames rapidly coalesced into a blade in Jiagu Yin's hand. With one hand wielding the blade, he continued his motions with the other, hastily drawing a black base card. The black base represented the nature element. On the front was a pitch-black monkey, adorned with letters in the upper right corner. What is that? Another piece of information beyond our knowledge. Is this truly the terrifying growth rate of the armor summoner that Lord Mumin spoke of? Crack. As the monkey was inserted into the summoning device, a powerful surge of energy coursed through Jiagu Yin's body, adapting at 60. Armor enhancement. In an instant, dark patterns spread from his waist. Under the illumination of the red flames, they resembled molten lava. The fiery red eyes of the fire sparrow armor seemed to ignite. The obsidian, lava-like armor enveloped his arms, while the fire sparrow at his chest shook its feathers, transforming into a molten hue. The right shoulder armor morphed into an entire fire sparrow head, mouth agape, while the left transformed into a monkey head of lava-like appearance. Between the two shoulder armors and the neck, black and red tufts of fur swayed. Behind, a solid piece of black armor covered his back, and the gauntlets became sturdier, adorned with rivets resembling molten rock. The fire sparrow armor had taken on the form of a lava monkey. Feeling the immense power of the armor, Jiagu Yin charged towards the armored beast at breakneck speed. Flames surged throughout his body, and the formidable power, akin to fire, continuously surged within, flowing into his arms. Jiagu Yin felt an inexhaustible strength in his limbs. What sorcery is this? An upgraded form of armor through the nature element, and unexpectedly, the fire sparrow possesses it too. The armored beast, evidently well-versed, recognized the upgrade form of the fire sparrow armor at a glance. Boom. The fiery figure roared as Jiagu Yin tightened his grip on the fire blade and swung it with force. The tentacled monster involuntarily took a step back. After all, its defense was not its strong suit. I'll handle this. The armored beast understood the flaws of both sides and swiftly advanced, extending its hands. A column of water surged towards the speeding Jiagu Yin. Flames filled Jiagu Yin's eyes, and two fiery bursts ignited at the opening of his mask, seemingly as if he inhaled flames deeply. This was the hallmark of the fire sparrow's breathing technique, reaching its zenith in an instant. In that moment, searing flames erupted from Jiagu Yin's legs, melting the deck beneath him. How is it possible? I cannot perceive his speed. This upgraded form not only enhances strength but also agility and speed. The armored beast's pupils contracted by the time it captured Jiagu Yin again. Jiagu Yin had already charged right before it, swinging the blade. Swish. Boom. In an instant, flames poured forth, crashing against its armor, followed by an explosive burst. Its body was violently propelled into the air. It endured. It withstood the attack. It could withstand the assault of this form. The armored beast felt a surge of joy. Swiftly twisting its body midair, hands outstretched towards Jiagu Yin. So what if it's an upgraded form? It still cannot breach my defenses. I merely need to control the opponent's form with suction and then suppress them with the tentacles and water flow. However, Jiagu Yin, still grounded, tightened his grip on the blade, locking his gaze on the airborne foe, and drew forth. Explosive flame. Crack. Chapter 80. A summoner beyond information. Once again, something outside of the intelligence parameters. The armored beast felt a tingling sensation at its scalp. This battle was entirely beyond the scope of their information. The opponent's combat system had completely surpassed the range of intelligence detection. What should have been a certain victory had turned into this due to a lack of information. How infuriating. At this moment, Jiagu Yin paid no heed to the monster's thoughts, as the explosive flame was inserted into the summoning device. A powerful surge of fiery energy engulfed the entire suit of armor. The searing lava armor on his arms ignited violently, turning a deep crimson. Explosive flame, first stage. Swish. Flames erupted from his body, melting the deck and surging in all directions. Jiagu Yin's body shot forth, soaring into the air, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. The fire blade he wielded was enveloped in scorching flames, the fiercely burning fire occasionally splattering molten rock. The armored beast's pupils contracted, fixated on the incoming blade. The sound of explosive flames reached his ears clearly. Swish. Just as the blade came into view, all that remained was the howling of the blade slicing through the air. Each explosive sound resonated with clarity. Until the blade blossomed into a radiant lotus in the air, it struck heavily against its chest. The searing flames exploded upon impact. Surging forth, its body once again shot out like a cannonball. It withstood the blow. Moreover, the distance had widened. As the armored beast felt itself being propelled away, it reveled in the moment. But before it could bask in its joy, Jiagu Yin unleashed a second strike in midair. Flames rippled like a rhythm from the summoning device at his waist, spreading throughout his body. Explosive flame, second stage. Swish. With even greater speed and power. In the blink of an eye, he surged towards the airborne armored beast, offering it no chance to react. Bang. Once more, its body was struck. This time, the once invulnerable armor finally succumbed, cracking open under the onslaught of the blade. Feeling the shattered armor, an indescribable fear surged within the hard-shelled monster. Impossible. It cannot be. My armor has broken. It has shattered. The hard-shelled monster gazed at the figure of Jiagu Yin, who once again raised his blade amidst the dazzling flames. Only fear remained in its heart. It yearned to flee, but at this moment, there was no opportunity left. The swift third strike would grant it no respite, poised to crush it entirely. The explosive strike was divided into 5 segments, each carrying exponentially greater power, accompanied by a corresponding burden on the body. The first segment imposed a burden of 1, the second segment 2, the third surged to 4, the fourth to 8, and the fifth reached a terrifying 16. At this moment, Jiagu Yin was already grappling with the fourfold burden of the third strike. He felt intense physical discomfort, his breathing technique reaching its limit. As if his lungs were about to explode. His muscles swelled like balloons. The third explosive strike. As the blade was swung, the accumulated might burst forth like a punctured balloon. Jiagu Yin gripped the blade with all his might, nearly losing his hold. This strike had reached the limits of his control. It was the strongest blow he could deliver. With great effort, he opened his mind's eye, barely managing to steer the trajectory of the blade as it descended upon the hard-shelled monster. There was no doubt. The tough shell shattered under the force of the strike, instantly reduced to fragments. The blade did not stop there, tearing through the shell and slicing into the soft flesh beneath. With a burst of crimson radiance, the hard-shelled monster was cleaved in two, its eyes wide open, exploding into a cloud of black smoke. A kill-level monster, energy points 100. The other tentacled monster, witnessing the scene, no longer harbored any will to fight. It only desired to leap into the sea and escape this place. Then, it would relay the latest intelligence about the Fire Sparrow armor to Lord Mumin. This armor had grown beyond expectations, becoming something no ordinary monster could contend with. Should the opponent reach the highest adaptability, the volcano's nature would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. I am not fleeing. I merely wish to convey the latest intelligence. The tentacled monster dashed toward the edge of the deck railing, intent on leaping into the water. Meanwhile, the fire sparrow in the air had long been poised to strike. As Jiagu Ian hurled the card, the fire sparrow swiftly opened its beak and seized it. Fire sparrow slash. Flames erupted from the fire sparrow's beak, enveloping the card and unleashing its power. In an instant, the fire sparrow's feathers blazed fiercely, engulfed in scorching flames, unfurling its wings like a blade slicing through the air. No, don't. Seeing the fire sparrow swooping in, the tentacled monster desperately attempted to defend itself. Tentacles reached out to ensnare the approaching fire sparrow, seeking to bind it and consume its power. Yet, the fire sparrow merely severed the numerous tentacles, swiftly creating distance and gazing down upon the monster. The fire sparrow could engage in combat and harness certain powers. However, the exertion of combat and usage of said powers would drain Jiagu Ian's stamina. Having confirmed the manifestation of the fire sparrow's strength, Jiagu Ian no longer hesitated. He gripped the sparrow flame blade, aiming it at the monster. The fundamental breathing technique activated. Flames surged from his hands, coiling around the blade in a spiral. With the blade thrusting forth, Jiagu Ian transformed into a fiery apparition, darting toward the tentacled monster. The tentacled monster retreated incessantly, but under the fire sparrow's rapid thrusts, it was utterly ineffective. In an instant, Jiagu Ian pierced through its back, exploding it into a cloud of smoke. A kill-level monster, energy points 50. Subsequently, Jiagu Ian drew 2 red blank cards from his storage device and tossed them into the air. The monster crystals of the 2 beasts were swiftly absorbed, transforming into 2 monster cards. One card depicted one monster, and the other card depicted another. After glancing at the 2 cards, his anticipation for what they might evolve into following battle surfaced, but Jiagu Ian then returned the cards to his storage device. Turning his attention to the cabin, he found that the battle had concluded. Confirming that the monsters had been eradicated, the passengers collectively exhaled in relief and erupted into cheers. With the monsters dealt with, they had just witnessed a magnificent display of monster armor warriors. Naturally, the passengers became exceedingly excited, gazing at Jiagu Ian with fervent admiration, as if they were starstruck. Fire Sparrow Warrior, look here, look at the camera. Fire Sparrow Armor, can you perform that again? Just that one. Can we take a photo together? I would do anything for a photo. Observing the enthusiastic crowd nearly surging toward him, Jiagu Ian sighed. Alas, today's potion was wasted. He withdrew his potion for equipment upgrades. Chapter 81. Arrival at Bay State Island. The ferry approached the harbor of Bay State Island gradually. After disembarking, Jiagu Ian instructed Li Cooling, follow my earlier advice, and no one will pursue you further. After finishing, Bai deleted all of his boarding information. He stealthily circumvented inspections and successfully reached Bay State Island. Bay State Island is a large island situated in the southeastern part of Haizhou City. Comparable in size to an ordinary island nation, akin to a small province on land. Surrounded by the sea, its fishing and international trade thrive. While strolling through the coastal cities on the island, one frequently encounters foreign tourists and traders. Behind this prosperity lies a thriving dark industry, with pirates disguised as fishing vessels and black ships used for human smuggling. From here, one could hire boats to the volcanic island, as long as the payment was sufficient. Since the ferry departed in the early hours, arriving at Bay State Island coincided with nearly noon. Gurgle. Lunchtime, what should I eat? Jiagu Ian patted his rumbling stomach, standing on the sidewalk and surveying the surrounding eateries. Ever since becoming the summoner of the Fire Sparrow and gaining immense power, Jiagu Ian's appetite has multiplied several times. Coupled with his role as a combat member of the Monster Countermeasure team, he regularly undergoes intense training, which naturally demands a considerable amount of food. Now, his appetite had reached nearly 8 times that of an average person, far surpassing human limits. Of course, he could eat less, but that would slow the growth of his physical strength. Hence, he refrained from deliberately controlling his intake, maintaining a healthy habit of 3 meals a day. Welcome. What would you like to eat? Jiagu Ian hesitated not, entering a nearby diner and picking up a menu. This one, and this one. After sitting by the window and placing his order, he turned his head to observe the bustling pedestrians outside. Following the battle on the ferry, Mumin's side had confirmed his arrival at Bay State Island. Surely, monsters had begun to lie in wait for him on the island. Furthermore, the situation would become even more challenging. The 2 monsters on the ferry had been eliminated by him, exposing too much intelligence. Firstly, these two monsters were specifically selected to counter the Fire Sparrow's power. The fact that he had defeated this duo exceeded their expectations. They would reassess his strength and adjust the forces lying in wait. It was even possible that they had already ambushed numerous monsters on Bay State Island, preparing to unleash a righteous assault against him. However, Jiaguiyin drew a pair of chopsticks from the nearby holder and poured himself a cup of tea from the teapot. The number of monsters may not be as plentiful as imagined. Under the dominion of Mumin Depay, there exist wise beasts, potentially rarer than one might imagine. Mumin Depay, without a doubt, embodies the essence of a true, purebred monster, a genuine member of the monstrous lineage. The creatures I have dispatched thus far are merely the transformed minions of Mumin Depay. Were Mumin Depay able to freely convert humans into his followers, humanity would have long been entirely transformed into beasts. Jiajiayin speculates that the number of humans qualified for transformation into monsters is inherently scarce, and those who possess both wisdom and monstrous form are even more limited. Furthermore, the number of minions under Mumin Depay is finite. Thus, it is not that he is unwilling to command all his minions to besiege me. Rather, it is due to the limited number of followers he can manage, who are scattered across various locations, each overseeing different affairs for him. He may even harbor certain reservations about gathering too many followers together. A sudden realization struck Jiajiayin, causing the teacup in his hand to tremble. Could it be that Mumin Depay fears his own minions? Those endowed with wisdom may also possess ambition. If too many minions were summoned in proximity, Mumin Depay might fear they would conspire against him, seeking to usurp his power. The larger the vessel, the more difficult it is to turn. The more minions he controls, the weaker Mumin Depay becomes. An increase in minion numbers correlates with a greater potential to break free from his dominion. Jiajiayin entertained this possibility. Yet he knew that Mumin Depay was not the only purebred monster in existence. There were others, potentially stronger. As a member of this elite class, Mumin Depay should not be overly concerned about rebellion from his subordinates. After all, defying him could invoke the wrath of even more purebred monsters. However, if there are no bonds of camaraderie among purebred monsters, or if they remain indifferent to the consumption of their precious companions by minions, the scenario would be quite different. One cannot apply human emotional perspectives to gauge the sentiments of these enigmatic beasts. Passers-by meandered along the street, some in small groups, others in clusters, or wandering alone. They strolled leisurely, occasionally purchasing a plate of snacks or a cup of milk tea. It was a scene of tranquility, albeit a fade of peace. Jiajiayin returned his gaze just as a server approached, bringing dishes to his table. "Hello, esteemed guest. Here are the dishes you ordered," the waitress said graciously. Perhaps the exceptional service of this establishment stemmed from his refined demeanor, which inspired genuine admiration. Consequently, regardless of gender, most patrons treated him with utmost courtesy. Jiajiayin was untroubled by the thought of being poisoned. If his identity were to be truly exposed, poisoning would be the least of his concerns. He would likely find himself surrounded by various monsters in the next moment. A heartbeat later, Mumin Depay would be seated across from him, pouring tea. How vexing. The path ahead was fraught with peril. He devoured plate after plate of food at a remarkable pace, consuming rice and dishes with great fervor. With the sun at its zenith, bathing him in warmth, Jiajiayin felt a sense of comfort. The fiery essence of the phoenix invigorated his appreciation for the heat and ambience. Having finished his meal, he could no longer afford to delay. He needed to hire a boat immediately and set sail for the volcanic island. Before him lay two diverging paths. One was shaded by trees, while the other ran along the shoreline, basking in direct sunlight. Without hesitation, he chose the sunlit route. Both paths would lead to his destination. Hailing a taxi, Jiajiayin settled into the back seat, lowered his hat's brim, and instructed the driver to Nanwan Port. Nanwan. The security there is rather dubious, but given your stature, you should have little to fear, the driver replied, glancing at Jiajiayin's physique. But you see, I may not look like much, yet I am strong, rest assured. I will get you there safely. The driver, seemingly eager to avoid rejection, quickly set off toward Nanwan Port. As Jiajiayin gazed at the sun-drenched waves, he relished the warm sunlight and picturesque scenery. Initially, he had contemplated taking the other route. However, it seemed fortuitous that he had chosen this path. Let me tell you, there have been sightings of mermaids in these waters, the driver exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. You may not believe it, but people have seen them since ancient times. My grandfather fished in these waters and claimed to have witnessed them as a child. They were called Jiao Rin in ancient times. Chapter 82. Nin 1. The cradle of crime. What are the odds of encountering another loquacious driver on consecutive taxi rides? Under ordinary circumstances, Jia Yin would relish engaging in discussions about ideals and politics with such a talkative person. However, at present, he yearned to practice the Mianyu Ju to recover from his injuries. Recent battles had been too frequent, and his time for rest had been woefully insufficient. As he activated the Mianyu Ju, every slight healing of his wounds was accompanied by another confrontation, exacerbating his condition. Consequently, his injuries remained far from fully healed. The driver continued regaling tales of mermaids, weaving stories from ancient lore to over a century ago when foreigners stationed here sought out the mythical creatures with military vessels. His narration was compelling enough to pique Jia Yin's interest. It seemed he had made the right choice by taking this route. Gazing at the boundless sea, shimmering under the sun, even the pain from his old injuries felt less pronounced. Here we are, my friend. Do take care. This place is no laughing matter. You appear to be from Haizhou. If you encounter any insurmountable danger, remember to bring your ID to the local police station. They should provide you with protection. The driver cautioned as they arrived. Jia Yin settled the fare and waved goodbye, but the driver wasted no time and swiftly turned to leave, seemingly eager to distance himself from the area. With the vast straits separating the mainland from Wanzhou Island, it was challenging for authorities to maintain control over affairs on the island, coupled with the influx of various smugglers and criminals from around the world. Certain areas of Wanzhou Island had become havens for crime and darkness, much like the Nan'an port. As he entered the Nan'an area, the buildings here were markedly inferior to those near the port. Only a few high-rises stood tall, while the majority were dilapidated structures reminiscent of the last century. The walls alongside the sidewalks and utility poles were plastered with a myriad of advertisements. Jia Yin glanced around, noting the various ads promoting dubious remedies and services that seemed straight out of a vintage film set in Wanzhou. He observed the dimly lit neon signs overhead, reflecting on the stark contrast between the present and the past. Attempting to decipher the conversations of those around him proved futile, as the pedestrians exchanged words in the local dialect, rendering them incomprehensible to him. Pulling his hat further down, he continued deeper into Nan'an, intent on reaching the port on the other side to secure a vessel. The entire Nan'an region resembled a narrow strip of a city hugging the coastline, appearing much like a worm stretching from east to west when viewed from above. Jia Yin had arrived from the north, now journeying southward. Traversing the entirety of South Bay was not a lengthy journey. However, events did not unfold smoothly. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding individuals incessantly cast glances toward Jia Yin. A tail began to form behind him, yet perhaps due to Jia Yin's imposing stature, those following did not dare to act rashly. Instead, they lingered behind him, drawing in more onlookers. Jia Yin soon realized that the crowd had thinned considerably, replaced by numerous men leaning against the wall, arms wrapped around their knees. Their gazes fixated on him. Was it his ostentatious attire that attracted such attention? Jia Yin tugged at his clothing, muttering to himself. Just then, a man approached, head bowed, seemingly on a collision course with Jia Yin. He sidestepped just in time, causing the man to stumble and nearly fall. Enraged, the man turned to glare at him. Hey, kid, don't you watch where you're going? Apologies, I didn't notice you, Jia Yin replied, casting a sidelong glance at his surroundings. As expected, the gathering ruffians ceased their actions and conversations as if receiving a signal, their gazes locking onto Jia Yin from all directions. Kid, if apologies meant anything, I would see you have spent over a decade locked up. The ruffian stepped closer, recounting his dubious exploits as a means of intimidation. Now, you can bow your head, admit your fault, and compensate for my losses. If you do, I might just let you leave South Bay in one piece. As he spoke, the ruffian brandished a dagger, aiming it at Jia Yin's face while advancing. This was South Bay Harbor. With a sigh, Jia Yin reached into his pocket. The imposing figure seemed to be a coward at heart, though the ruffian initially felt a twinge of apprehension due to Jia Yin's formidable physique. Seeing him now bolstered his confidence, and he stepped closer. Kid, I've changed my mind. Hand over everything you have, and take off that designer outfit, the ruffian said, lifting his chin to face Jia Yin, the dagger still advancing. Wait a moment, what I'm about to show you might make you reconsider wanting anything else, Jia Yin said, slowly retrieving something from his pocket. The ruffian swallowed hard. Indeed, he was a prized target. However, no matter how precious the item was, He would pass up the chance to take everything. Who would ever say no to more money? Gazing at the ruffian, whose eyes gleamed with greed. Jiagu Yin's hand slowly emerged from his clothing, tightly clenched. The ruffian fixated on Jiagu Yin's hand, imagining what treasures it might hold, perhaps a rare gem or an enormous diamond, or even some precious metal. Jiagu Yin, with his fist raised, swung heavily at the ruffian, whose nose erupted with blood. The entire structure shattered and caved in. His body flew back like a broken kite. How dare you come so close? It was the first time someone approached his fist at such proximity. What a gratifying punch. You. The ruffian clutched his bleeding nose, swaying unsteadily against the wall, his legs trembling. What do you mean, you? Are you asking for another punch, you wretched dog? I'll kill you. Though he could barely stand, the ruffian's bravado remained intact, and he shouted in anger. The surrounding ruffians drew their daggers, encroaching upon Jiagu Yin with murderous intent evident in their eyes. Though they were unlikely to kill him, their expressions betrayed a desire to torment him, to deliver a harsh lesson. Truly, a band of scoundrels. Chapter 83. Identity Exposed. Jiagu Yin never showed mercy to scoundrels. While he would not kill them, he would ensure they lost the ability to continue their nefarious ways. Kid, you're finished. No one on Bay State Island can save you. You'll spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair, burdened by regret. The ruffians drew closer, effectively blocking the street. Some wielded knives, while others brandished baseball bats. Alone, Jiagu Yin faced the encroaching thugs, removing his hat and clenching his fists, stepping forward. This is your own doing. If you plead for mercy now, I might let you off the hook. Ha. Do you see how many of us there are? More than 20. One ruffian scoffed. Looks like you're a little out of your mind. A heavy fist came crashing down upon the foremost thug's face, distorting it instantly. Half of his cheekbone shattered. His body flew against an advertisement on the wall. In that moment, the remaining thugs had yet to comprehend Jiagu Yin's swiftness. With blood dripping from his fist, Jiagu Yin advanced, his gaze devoid of mercy. Under his fierce glare, the leading thugs instinctively took a step back, only to feel shame afterward, which ignited their anger. Let us get him. Clenching his fists, Jiagu Yin unleashed a flurry of strikes, each blow sending another thug crashing down, toppling 2 more in the process. He quickly sidestepped a knife and delivered a powerful kick, the sound of breaking bones echoing as yet another thug was sent flying. A bunch of brainless mutts. Do you think you gain respect by exploiting the weak? Being a pawn for others? Thinking you're loyal? Calling them scoundrels was an understatement. If you truly believed in your strength, you'd protect the innocent instead of bullying them. If you truly believed in your strength, you'd confront those who have committed heinous acts. Jiagu Yin scolded as he fought, each insult accompanied by a strike. Before he could finish his tirade, half of the thugs lay defeated. The remaining ruffians, witnessing Jiagu Yin's prowess, hesitated, and with one uncertain step back, they triggered a chain reaction, fleeing in all directions. Jiagu Yin, uninterested in pursuit, seized the very first troublemaker. Please spare me. I'm just trying to make a living. Show some mercy and let me go. The ruffian pleaded desperately, and Jiagu Yin slowly released him. Just as the ruffian thought he was in the clear, Jiagu Yin yanked him back. If you had stood your ground, I might have truly let you go. But your cowardice is intolerable. Holding the terrified ruffian aloft, Jiagu Yin had no intention of killing an ordinary person, but could certainly make it so he could no longer act as a thug. A smile crept across Jiagu Yin's face at the thought. The ruffian, witnessing that smile, widened his eyes in terror, as if envisioning his own demise. What do you plan to do? No. Jiagu Yin clapped his hands and departed, leaving behind a stripped, upside-down man bound to a post, gagged, with 50 a pop written on his backside. The naked man struggled incessantly, tears of humiliation streaming from the corners of his eyes as he gazed at the gathering crowd. Continuing onward, he traversed the South Bay, and Jiaqian Yin caught sight of various vessels docked at the aging port, alongside the vast expanse of the South China Sea. Now, he only needed to procure a boat, marking the final leg of his journey. However, this last endeavor proved to be far from straightforward. Evasive of the shadows, Jiaqian Yin walked beneath the sun and tore down a boat rental notice from a nearby bulletin board by the seaside. Upon scrutinizing the information, he identified a fishing boat moored at the port. After confirming it aligned with his objectives, he followed the address listed on the notice, arriving at a quaint 3-story house nestled within a residential area. Could this be the place? As he approached the small villa, he realized the gate was unlocked, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Pushing the gate open swiftly, he discovered the source of the odor, the remains of a guard dog torn to shreds. with fur and fragments of flesh scattered across the ground. Its head lay severed, akin to a deflated ball, beside its doghouse, its eyes wide open. Seemingly still fixated on Jia Qianyan. Drawing his weapon, Fire Sparrow, he advanced toward the entrance of the house. How could this be? How could such a thing happen? He had merely chosen a boat rental at random. His identity should have remained concealed. Had he unwittingly stumbled upon a massacre? Impossible. Even in the South Bay of Bay State, such heinous acts were virtually unheard of. Perhaps someone, or a thug, had taken advantage of the owner's absence to torture the guard dog? At that moment, the worst possibility flashed through his mind. His identity had been exposed. A formidable creature lurking within the house might be capable of masking his perception and that of his summoning device. Yet, retreat was not an option. He had to enter. Whether it was a murderer or a monster, if there remained a chance for the family inside to be alive, he must endeavor to save them. Gently pushing the door ajar, he was met with a more acrid scent of blood. The living room television continued to broadcast a yoga program, while before it, a family of 4, a man, a woman, a boy, and an elderly man, was grotesquely pierced through their mouths by steel rods, their bodies contorted into an unnatural pose, arms raised, legs spread, as if frozen in a yoga stance. Their faces were contorted in agony, devoid of any other visible injuries. They had been gruesomely impaled, arranged in such a perverse manner. Even Jia Qianyan, in that moment, was taken aback by the sheer brutality of it all. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself to maintain composure for 30 seconds before proceeding to the next set of actions. The television continued to play on. This was undoubtedly a provocation, the most malicious kind. Innocent lives had been ensnared in his turmoil, leading to their tragic demise. The fury within Jia Qianyan threatened to erupt, compelling him to steady his breathing and think rationally. First, he pondered whether his identity had been compromised. The situation was bizarre. He had randomly selected a family for the boat rental. Even if his identity had been revealed, they could not have anticipated his arrival to murder them beforehand. What was truly happening? Was it the creature's ability? When did this transpire? Chapter 84, Psychological Suggestion? He struggled to maintain focus amidst the chaos. The scent of blood surrounding him, and the haunting imagery of the family's demise, ignited a desire within him to extract the creature lurking behind him and exact vengeance 100-fold. He had no intention of involving innocence. He had not wished for this. I found you. A sudden voice echoed. Who? Jia Qianyan scanned his surroundings, yet felt no presence of the creature nor discerned any hidden figures. His perception had always surpassed human limitations, and the summoning device enhanced his awareness further. Under such heightened sensitivity, it was impossible for him not to detect a concealed figure or monster, unless the entity's power was unimaginable. However, in that case, he should have met his demise upon entering the room. Fire Sparrow Summoner, how do you like my gift? These people perish because of you. Had it not been for you, they would not have died. Their cries in their final moments were quite pitiful, weren't they? The voice resonated again, more distinctly this time. Jia Qianyan realized the sound did not emanate from any surrounding location but echoed within his own mind. Had the creature invaded his body? Could it have been that meal? Impossible. His identity had truly been exposed? No, his current form, coupled with the summoning device's perceptive capabilities, had not signaled any alerts. The monster could not have parasitized him without his knowledge or that of the device. Thus, it must be a telepathic ability, speaking directly to his mind. But could it read thoughts? It ought not to. Otherwise, his identity would have been revealed long ago. The absence of a monster assaulting him indicated he had not yet been compromised. Jia Qianyan speculated on the creature's abilities, contemplating how to confront it. He refrained from revealing his thoughts, for the creature could communicate within his mind. He had to remain vigilant. You bastard, I will kill you. I swear I will tear you apart. He shouted in fury, while feigning panic as he searched for the entity's whereabouts. His anger was genuine, yet beneath it lay a profound vigilance. He was acutely aware and serious. A creature capable of speaking directly within his mind was unprecedented in his experience, plunging him into a heightened state of alert. Can't find me? You're speaking in my mind, aren't you? Have you entered my body? Are you parasitizing me? He recalled that meal at noon, realizing he could not appear overly distressed. He needed to project a sense of contemplation, embodying the essence of Fire Sparrow's summoner. The rage within him continued to swell, yet his mind remained unnaturally calm. All he desired was to locate this creature and annihilate it. Do you realize? So what? The gift I have prepared for you is far from over. The voice echoed once more in his mind, startling him. He had already donned the summoning device. Inserting it would allow him to transform at any moment. In the next instant, the shrill wail of police sirens enveloped the house, sealing it off completely. Listen. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately, or we will take coercive measures. A police officer commanded through a loudspeaker, while armed officers aimed their weapons at the house. How does it feel to be surrounded by the very heroes of justice you claim to protect? The taunting voice returned, dripping with mockery. Fuming, Jiaqian Ian cursed under his breath, snatching a helmet from a nearby cabinet and donning it. He then ascended to the second floor, readying himself for action. Motorcycle gear upgrade. With a resounding click, a motorcycle adorned with fierce flame patterns materialized before him. Jiagu Ian mounted his motorcycle, twisting the throttle, and burst forth from the second floor. In an instant, the motorcycle reached its maximum speed, carrying Jiagu Ian over the courtyard wall and past police cars, landing on the road. With a buzzing sound, the motorcycle sped away, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. The sound of gunfire echoed behind him, and Jiagu Ian deftly maneuvered the motorcycle, dodging the bullets. Kid, where do you think you can run to? Out of Bay State Island? You have completely exposed yourself. The voice of the monster reverberated in his ears once more. Despite the urgency of his flight, Jiagu Ian did not abandon his thoughts. What was this creature's ability? How could he resolve this predicament? How did it manage to maintain a telepathic connection with him, speaking directly into his mind? Logically, the opponent should not be very far away to utilize such an ability. To communicate with him in this manner from a distance must require some form of prerequisite or medium. Where are you hiding in my body? Jiagu Ian growled fiercely. Though he was certain that the creature could not be within him, he still played along. It's impossible for you to excavate me from your body. I am currently in your mind. The monster threatened menacingly. I will cling to you until your death. You will never rid yourself of me. Jiagu Ian found this increasingly hard to believe. How could something that had penetrated his mind still allow him to live? When had he fallen prey to a psychic ability? It was clear that the creature's true form must be nearby. Both the dog and the family's bodies were still fresh. The monster had not killed them long ago. How had it managed to guide him precisely to that family? Could it be a form of psychological suggestion? As Jiagu Ian pondered this, he realized that ever since he disembarked from the ship, something had felt amiss. He had not followed the path he had previously chosen, but had instead taken a different route, convinced that his new choice was far superior. He even found the driver's stories amusing, despite their absurdity. The other path lay in the shadows, less conspicuous. And he would not have spoken to the driver to attract attention. Upon reaching Nanwan, he had also chosen a direction that led him to a notice board bathed in sunlight and selected a particular announcement. Everything seemed to be his own decision. Yet he had been subtly influenced without his awareness. This was the creature's ability. How had it found him, and how had it precisely exerted its influence? Before he arrived at the murder scene, the creature had consistently imposed psychological suggestions upon him. Only after arriving at the scene could it communicate with him mentally. When had the psychological suggestion been implemented? The answer was aboard the ship. It could not ascertain his true identity, yet it could determine where he had disembarked. It had applied a group psychological suggestion to all the crew and passengers. The strength of this psychological suggestion was extremely weak. Among all the crew members, only he, the summoner, would follow the suggestion's guidance to the murder scene. The creature did not know who the summoner of the Fire Sparrow was, so it designed the suggestion to draw the summoner to the murder scene it had orchestrated. Then, it concentrated its power on that individual, applying a strong psychic ability to facilitate communication. The motorcycle roared down the street, and Jiagu Ian glanced into the rearview mirror, hearing the monster's voice echo in his ears once more. I told you, you will never escape me. Suppressing his anger, Jiagu Ian replied. Do you think hiding in my mind will keep you safe? The fact that you Haven T attacked me indicates that while you can conceal yourself in my mind, you lack the ability to strike. A simple operation will allow me to extract you. Upon hearing this, the monster could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha, you are not mistaken. As the summoner of the Fire Sparrow, although I reside in your mind, I indeed cannot attack you. If you manage to survive, you could certainly remove me through surgery. But I doubt you will live to see that day. The monster's tone dripped with sarcasm as Jiagu Ian continued to contemplate. If his deductions were correct, then the creature must also be a member of the ship's crew. The absence of an attack alongside the ocean duo implied it possessed no combat capabilities. The fact that it had not employed its psychic powers against him indicated that such abilities required prior preparation. His sudden conflict with the ocean duo had left no opportunity for the creature to exert its influence. The creature must have had access to all crew members to impose psychic abilities upon them. The individual capable of interacting with all passengers would be the ticket inspector. After disembarking, The creature swiftly implemented the psychological suggestion and murdered that family, leading him there. Its intention had not been to direct him to Nanwan, as the suggestion could only reach a certain extent. Since he was originally headed for Nanwan, it could not use the suggestion to redirect him back to Laiguang City. It could only apply continuous influence along the way, amplifying the results of the suggestion until he arrived at the murder scene, confirming his identity. What did the ticket inspector look like? Jia Guiyin racked his brain but could not recall. He could not remember the appearance of everyone he had encountered even once. He would need Baiyu to investigate. By hacking into the ferry company's data, he could uncover the ticket inspector's identity and address. But how could he subtly suggest this to Baiyu? After all, if he spoke out loud, the creature would hear him and become alerted. While Jia Guiyin made threats, he pondered how to communicate with Baiyu. Meanwhile, the monster's countermeasure team listened in on Jia Guiyin's conversation. Baiyu wondered aloud, is he talking to someone else? She soon overheard Jia Guiyin angrily asking who had dismembered a corpse. Yet she did not hear any response from the other side. It seemed as though Jia Guiyin was merely speaking to himself. As she listened, she took notes, waiting to confirm the situation before speaking, ensuring she would not draw the creature's attention. Is the creature a psychic ability user? If so, you need not answer. If not, just offer a curse. But there was no response from Jia Guiyin. The psychic ability user, the murder scene, had been an accidental encounter. Had it been the influence of psychic powers that led him there? Why? To ascertain Jia Guiyin's identity. When had the suggestion been imposed? Only aboard the ship had there been an opportunity to apply a group psychological suggestion, prompting the summoner to reveal himself. This also explained why Jia Guiyin had precisely entered the murder scene devised by the creature despite his random choices. What kind of identity would allow such access to all crew members and passengers? The ticket inspector, listening through her headset. Baiyu quickly synthesized the information from Jia Guiyin's one-sided remarks, reaching the same conclusion he had. Meanwhile, at a bungalow in the Nanwan port, a young man sat in a chair, speaking to himself. The fire sparrow does possess some intelligence, but it is nothing extraordinary. To guess that I reside within your body shows some insight, but unfortunately, it is misguided. Now, are you fleeing toward Port City? Is it a quest for self-discovery at the place of lunch? Ha ha ha. Did you think I would be consumed during the meal? Jia Guiyin felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart, which manifested as a more furious curse directed at the monster. The ticket inspector is within South Bay, approximately 5 kilometers to your east, at number 642, Nanwan Fishfire Street. Next, I will plan the nearest route for you. You should adjust according to the situation, without letting the other party realize. The voice of Baiyu echoed in Jia Guiyin's ears, seemingly cautious of the monster's awareness, lowering her tone. This woman truly proves reliable at critical moments. Jia Guiyin felt a surge of confidence, simultaneously maneuvering his motorcycle into a narrow alley, heading eastward. Bastard. Do you really think I would fall for this? Since you have already arranged for the police to label me as a murderer, you must have set up an ambush on the way to Port City, right? You would never allow me to easily reach Port City to find you. Jia Guiyin gripped the motorcycle handle tightly, speeding along while gritting his teeth and shouting. Therefore, I must not head to Port City now. Jia Guiyin rationalized his route change to avoid alerting the monster, while also steering towards the true location of the monster's essence. Foolish creature, no matter where you go, your ultimate fate is already sealed. After encountering me, bang bang bang, accompanied by the sounds of the monster in his mind, gunshots rang out incessantly. Jia Guiyin quickly turned his gaze towards the direction of the gunfire. This time it was not the police, but a group of armed thugs. Chapter 86, The Monster's Mockery. Bullets flew towards Jia Guiyin. He swiftly bent down, evading the incoming shots. How dare you? In this South Bay, the power I command exceeds your imagination. Jia Guiyin did not respond, swiftly turning the handle and veering into a right alley. As the motorcycle raced through the narrow passage, trash cans and water buckets were sent flying. Damn it! Jia Guiyin deviated from his planned route, while Baiyu quickly recalibrated the nearest path according to the map. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to resist? As long as you wield the power of your armor, these ordinary individuals cannot possibly rival you. Noble Fire Sparrow Summoner. The voice in his mind continued to entice Jia Guiyin. However, these individuals are merely innocent victims, manipulated by my abilities. Should you not cast aside your ridiculous sense of justice? Swish swish. Jia Guiyin continued to scrape against the walls, his clothes smeared with crumbling plaster. Shut your mouth. Don't be too arrogant. You want to be able to prance around in my body for long. Jia Guiyin accelerated sharply, the motorcycle leaping as it burst out of the alley's end. It was indeed a terrifying sight. However, the expressions of the slain family were even more horrific. The monster seemed to revel in Jiagu Yin's intense hatred, feeling triumphant over his inability to retaliate. Its own power was not formidable. Thus it relished the sensation of subduing others through its unique abilities. This brought it profound satisfaction. This fire sparrow, which had slaughtered many monsters, now displayed anger, even fear. Under its influence, only then could it experience genuine exhilaration. Little sparrow, that entire family perished because of you. The first to die was the matriarch. Amid her terrified wails, I gradually drove a steel rod through her throat. The remaining 3 trembled in horror, especially the child, shaking and weeping incessantly, truly adorable. Then, before his father's eyes, I slowly pierced through his son. That little one was remarkably resilient. Even after I penetrated his body, he continued to twitch on the steel rod. His tearful eyes fixed on me, so endearing. Thus, I could not resist gouging out his eyes and feeding them to his grandmother and father. They consumed them with delight, tears of joy streaming down their faces. The monster grew increasingly animated as it recounted its gruesome tale, its voice trembling with excitement. Of course, I selected my targets with care. They were genuinely good people, often aiding impoverished students in South Bay and providing for beggars. It was precisely this that thrilled me. Watching such fortunate individuals crumble in agony and fear is what truly excites one, is it not? This is what we call the contrast. Listening to the monster's ramblings, Jiagu Yin became unusually calm. He reiterated his words with unassailable conviction. I will undoubtedly slay you. Ha ha ha, you frighten me. The monster laughed mockingly. Little sparrow, if you are unwilling to kill these ordinary people, then refrain from boasting such grandiose claims. Both you and the summoner of the light armor are foolish beyond measure. Not only foolish, but also weak and blissfully unaware of your own shortcomings. The summoners of the past met their demise precisely because of their ignorance and weakness. You dare to emulate them. How laughable. Both of you are utterly foolish, overestimating yourselves, blind to your own limitations. The monster leisurely commented, openly deriding Qing Yang and Jiagu Yin. Before becoming a slave monster, were you not once human? Do you not possess a shred of moral conscience as a human being? Ha ha ha. You feeble humans believe yourselves worthy to compare with a noble monster like me? You will never comprehend the grandeur of monsters, nor the extent of their power. The mind monster boasted with pride. I have long since shed my human identity, becoming a noble monster. You, a mere human, are unworthy to pass judgment upon me. We are not even on the same level. I have embraced evolution, becoming a more exalted being. The mind monster seemed ashamed to associate with humans and did not believe that human rights could ever be compared to those of their noble kind. The chasm between monsters and humans is akin to that between humans and apes. Can humans grant rights to apes, considering them as kin? I have no more words for you. I will slay you. Ha ha ha. Feel free to try. What a laughable clown. The mind monster did not perceive Jiagu Yin as a threat, nor did it believe he had any chance of inflicting harm upon it. It appeared highly amused by Jiagu Yin's anger. The more furious Jiagu Yin became, the more delighted it felt. Its tone was suffused with enjoyment, reveling in the emotional value derived from Jiagu Yin's rage. I assure you, I will employ every means to torment you. This is one of my pleasures. Since becoming a monster, I have broken 3 sets of torture devices. As for how many people I have tormented to death, I cannot recall. All these individuals were carefully selected good people. Under my torment, 90% ultimately chose to kill or torment others. You cannot fathom how fascinating that moment was. Humanity is such a despicable race. The so-called noble character is merely a fade crafted by humans. Fundamentally, humans are far more base than monsters. My accomplishments serve as proof. The monster continued to speak, elaborating on its so-called research findings. Countless carefully selected good people, under its torment, inflicted harm upon others. It detailed its torturous process, and with every word it uttered, Jiagu Yin's fury intensified. Angry are you? Ha ha ha. How amusing. The monster laughed heartily. Continue to rage. Your grim visage is truly comical. Why have you fallen silent? Continue to threaten me as before. I must slay you. Say it again. I wish to hear it. I must slay you, ha ha ha. The mocking beast failed to notice that Jiagu Yin was drawing ever closer to his position. Or perhaps he did notice but chose to disregard it. At that moment, from a distant high-rise, a sniper set up his rifle, locking onto the speeding Jiagu Yin on his motorcycle, loading a bullet. Chapter 87. Bang. 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 The powerful perception bestowed upon Jiagu Yin sent chills down his spine, a sharp pain piercing his brow. In the realm of his mind's eye, which abstractly rendered reality in stark black and white, a vivid red line connected his forehead to the distant building. This line did not exist in the physical world, but in his mind's eye, it was strikingly clear. He had been targeted by the sniper. In an instant, Jiagu Yin grasped this perilous truth. Just as he sensed the impending danger, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet hurtled toward his head. The speeding bullet, viewed through the lens of his mind's eye, almost transformed into a golden afterimage. It grazed Jiagu Yin's cheek, although it did not make direct contact. The rapid airflow generated by the bullet tore a gash into Jiagu Yin's skin, despite his body having surpassed human limits under the onslaught of gunfire. His flesh remained no different from that of any ordinary human. No, this is impossible. From the building afar, the sniper watched, wide-eyed, as Jiagu Yin narrowly evaded his bullet. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. He had actually dodged the sniper's shot. Such a feat was utterly inconceivable. The sniper quickly chambered another round, raising his rifle once more to aim. With a soft whoosh, the bullet sliced through the air, barely making a sound as it sped towards Jiagu Yin. This time, he aimed at the larger target of Jiagu Yin's chest, increasing his chances of a hit. Should the bullet strike the cavity of his chest, the resulting cavity effect would surely obliterate him. Jiagu Yin swerved his motorcycle, leaping into the air, the front of the bike dove colliding with the bullet. The shattered bullet erupted into a brilliant golden spark upon impact with the motorcycle's front. Countless fragments of the bullet scattered in all directions. Ignoring the sniper, who was now reeling from the shock, Jiagu Yin landed on the ground with a resounding thud. Gripping the handlebars tightly, he steadied the bike and sped onward. How graceful. Little sparrow. Without transforming, you so leisurely dodged 2 sniper bullets, the beast in his mind marveled. Jiagu Yin paid no heed, calmly following the route mapped out by Bayu. The roar of the motorcycle echoed through the alleys and streets. As he drew closer to the beast's location, the surrounding defenses intensified. Though the beast was unaware that Jiagu Yin had discerned its hiding place, it remained exceedingly cautious, having designed numerous defenses around its core. Most of these were firepower cover, along with physical barriers and protective nets. These posed no significant hindrance to Jiagu Yin's motorcycle. The distance to the beast had now dwindled to 1. The beast spoke less, growing increasingly cautious, though it was certain that Jiagu Yin's approach was merely coincidental. The physical proximity instilled a sense of gravity in the frail beast. No, it was not yet time. Jiagu Yin continued to close the gap. The distance of 1 was sufficient for him to launch his final assault. However, Jiagu Yin chose to be more prudent. He would not afford the beast even the slightest chance of escape. 1, 900, 800. The distance continued to shrink. Sparrow, what purpose does this delay serve? Your fate is already sealed, the beast muttered incessantly within its mind. At that moment, Jiagu Yin revealed no sign of concealment. Abruptly turning the motorcycle and charging directly towards the beast's location, the bike ignited in a dazzling flame, transforming into a comet that streaked through the air. In an instant, it soared past numerous buildings, racing towards the beast. A coincidence. It was undoubtedly a coincidence. At that moment, seated within a modest dwelling, leisurely sipping coffee, the beast was startled upright by Jiagu Yin's furious yet helpless advance, scalding coffee splattering onto itself. Yet there was no time to care about the burn. This was impossible. He could not possibly discover my hiding place. My plan was flawless. How could he have discerned my location? He even speculated that I was inside him. How could he suddenly and inexplicably pinpoint my position? This defied all logic. He desperately convinced himself. However, as Jiagu Yin barreled toward him, the distance diminishing, the last flicker of hope within the beast's mind extinguished. Flee, I must flee. Remembering the taunts he had hurled at Jiagu Yin, he began to sweat profusely, even his legs trembling with fear. An escape route. He was prepared. Everything was meticulously planned. He was merely momentarily deceived by this cunning sparrow. Yes, indeed. He swiftly lifted the carpet from the floor, unveiling the escape passage, scrambling inside. This passage connected to an underground current he had detected. If he could reach it, he would escape along the subterranean flow. He could even hide for a month. Without a doubt, that sparrow would perish before those adults. This flaming sparrow could not possibly survive. His journey to the volcanic island was a suicide mission. Yes, that was it. As he crawled ever closer to the end of the underground tunnel, the rushing sound of water rekindled his pride and contempt. Nothing had exceeded his expectations. He had been prepared for all of this. He had merely fallen prey to the despicable and cunning tricks of humanity. This could hardly be counted as his failure. The sound of water grew nearer. His body was caked in dirt. Finally, having traversed the entire tunnel, he thrust his head out, hastily stepping toward the underground river, only to find a figure already waiting by the water's edge. It was Jiagu Yin. Thud, thud, thud. What is that sound? What is that sound? Someone tell me what that sound is. It is your heartbeat. The beast's breathing quickened, nearly in a state of panic. You have been completely figured out. Jiagu Yin extended a finger, pointing at the beast, his voice resonating clearly above the sound of rushing water. The man and the beast stood approximately 5 meters apart. The atmosphere and air seemed to freeze until the beast, whose forehead was slick with sweat and on the verge of collapse, spoke first. Stop. In an instant, the fire sparrow plunged into the summoning device, magnificent flames ascending to form armor. Flames coiled around its fists. The distance of 5 meters closed in an instant, as countless fists broke through the tempest, raining down upon the beast. Bang, 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 boom, 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 boom. Ah! Chapter 88. The design of the water armor that embraces all rivers? The wailing beast was violently hurled away by an immense force, crashing against the rocky wall. At this moment, its bones lay shattered, and not a single piece of flesh remained intact on its body. Blood gushed forth from horrific wounds, staining its form a deep crimson. Jiaqing Yin clenched his fists, flames still swirling around his armored arms, as he advanced step by step toward the fallen creature. At this point, the beast had not even had the chance to transform into its monstrous form, having been forcefully reverted to its human state by Jiaqing Yin's assault. Lying on the ground in human form, it gazed at Jiaqing Yin with terror in its eyes. Its shattered arms struggled to support its body as it attempted to crawl backward. Wait a moment, it pleaded, blood seeping from the corners of its split mouth as it spoke. Jiaqing Yin took a deep breath, gathering flames that coalesced into 2 swirling spheres of fire before his visor. Then, with a series of rapid strikes, he unleashed a barrage of punches, each one delivering a resounding impact upon the beast's body. The air crackled as the flames ignited, filling the atmosphere with explosive sounds that were accompanied by the beast's anguished cries. Each of Jiaqing Yin's punches was delivered with tremendous force, yet he refrained from delivering a fatal blow, carefully controlling his strength to avoid directly threatening its life. As the second round of strikes came to an end, the beast had completely lost its human form, resembling nothing more than a puddle of shattered flesh upon the ground. No, please, don't continue. I beg you, stop, it cried in desperation. The grotesque mass of human remains writhed as it attempted to kneel in supplication. However, the more it begged, the more Jiaqing Yin felt compelled to torment it further. Clenching his fists tightly, the flames danced and flickered as he compressed and stored their energy. Go plead for mercy in hell, he declared, swinging his fist down with unrestrained might. This punch lacked any restraint, unleashing the full force of the flames in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the beast's head. No, it screamed as the fiery cacophony consumed it, the flames spreading from its head to its limbs, reducing it to ashes. All that remained was a diamond-shaped monster crystal floating in the air. With a swift motion, the void engulfed the crystal, absorbing it within. Defeated a monster, energy points gained. 50, Jiaqing Yin noted, as he pinched the crystal between his fingers and inserted it into his storage device. Let it burn to nothing, he murmured, brushing his fingers over the surface of the storage device, which shimmered with fiery patterns. The unsettling echoes in his mind finally faded away. The loathsome beast had been captured, destined to become nourishment for summoning. Meanwhile, the remaining controlled thugs and police outside returned to normalcy, oblivious to the manipulation they had undergone. The psychological influence of the mind beast could even affect Jiaqing Yin without his awareness. How could these ordinary individuals possibly detect the traces of such influence? Yet, while they were able to recover, some would be forever unable to return to their former selves. Damn it, merely slaying you does not satisfy my rage. Jiaqing Yin's inner fury remained unabated. The residual anger and animosity would be left for the monsters of Volcanic Island to bear. By the time Jiaqing Yin returned to the surface, he had reverted from his transformation and donned a different outfit, having worn a helmet since fleeing the murder scene. No one had seen his true visage. As the police conducted their search, one officer glanced at Jiaqing Yin's face, which was partially obscured by the brim of his hat. Jiaqing Yin turned to face him, revealing his features. What are you looking at, you filthy officer? Have you never seen someone as handsome as me? He exclaimed, stepping forward and raising his fist. The two officers exchanged glances, dismissing this audacious figure and walking away. Bai had already prepared a wanted poster. Hacking into the Southern Bay police system. The notice was fabricated, featuring a physique similar to Jiaqing Yan's, yet with a completely different appearance to confuse the authorities and facilitate Jiaqing Yan's movements. Surprisingly, his true identity remained concealed, defying their expectations. Logically, since the Mind Beast had orchestrated such a scheme to lure Jiaqing Yi into the murder scene, they should have installed surveillance cameras to monitor him remotely, thereby transmitting his true appearance immediately. However, that was not the case. Although there were indeed cameras at the scene, they had failed to capture Jiaqing Yi's true likeness. This was, of course, the work of Lin Qi, who had maintained surveillance within a 1-kilometer radius of Jiaqing Yi. Within this range, all of Jiaqing Yi's actions would not be recorded. Thus, if any beast attempted to glean the true appearance of the Fire Sparrow Summoner through the surveillance, it would be utterly impossible. What a bountiful harvest. Lin Qi had recently acquired numerous monsters: the high-altitude thunderstorm beast, the oceanic armored beast, the oceanic tentacle beast, and the Mind Beast, collecting 4 monster cards in succession. At this rate, he might soon be able to evolve once more. It had been a long time since Lin Qi had undergone evolution, and the required 1,000 energy points felt immensely daunting. Currently, he had amassed 702 energy points. Lin Qi had always maintained a passive attitude toward evolution, allowing it to happen naturally rather than actively pursuing it. Had he chosen to focus half of his study time on absorbing the energy in the atmosphere, he might have already evolved. However, without his studies, he would not have been able to create so many items, nor would his knowledge base be so extensive. Half of the products in the shop would not have been available. The Golden Light and Crimson Flames, the two forces mastered by Jiaqing Yi, were continuously refining the 4 monster cards. Lin Qi intended to fuse the high-altitude Thunderstorm Beast and the Mind Beast, while he planned to use the 2 oceanic monsters to refine water crystal stones, serving as the core power for a new armor. According to the design, the water armor's strength would not be limited to water alone. It would draw its power from the ocean's vastness, embodying the essence of inclusivity. Chapter 89. The Precious Treasures of the Ocean. Compared to light and fire, the combat focus of water would be remarkably flexible. Water is neither as unique as light nor as explosive as fire. Rather, it is gentle and serves as an ideal vessel for carrying power. The phrase "the ocean accommodates all rivers" encapsulates this notion. It would be a set of armor with a distinctive style, potentially far stronger than light and fire. Yet it could also be weaker. It is too early to determine its strength, as the water crystal stone, the core component, has yet to be created. At present, the most pressing matter lies with the 2 new monster cards. Enveloped in golden light and crimson flames, 2 of the 4 cards began to radiate brilliance. Intricate patterns shimmered under the illumination of the flames and light, gleaming like precious metals as they were etched onto the cards. Refining monsters was also a process through which Lin Qi analyzed their powers and delved into the abstract knowledge within his database. Each time a skill emerged during the refining process, Lin Qi would gain that skill as well. Slowly, the flames and light receded from the 2 cards, revealing their true forms. Both cards displayed a vibrant red background. After all, the monsters crafted by the summoner of the Phoenix, Jiaguoyan, naturally belong to the Phoenix deck. Thus they are characterized by a crimson hue. 2 cards floated in the air. The first card depicted a silver lightning bolt, with the letters Thunder Flash in the upper right corner. The second card illustrated a bronze lock, at the center of which lay a red pattern resembling a heart, labeled Mind Lock. One was a skill card, the other an item card. Once Lin now completed the forging of these 2 cards, he immersed himself in the refinement of the water crystal. According to his design, the water crystal, serving as the driving force behind the new armor, demanded exceptionally high standards in both power and purity. The fire crystal of the Phoenix was merely the product of Lin now refining a crystal from a monster of a certain caliber. This, however, did not imply that the Phoenix's power was weak, as light and fire are inherently interconnected. Thus, the creation of the Phoenix's fire crystal was considerably easier for Lin now, allowing him to more directly exploit his advantages as a being of light. One could not ascertain the strength of the armor solely based on the purity of the crystal. Furthermore, armor is capable of growth. The Phoenix, now at its current adaptability, possesses power far beyond that of its initial form. The relationship between the armor summoner and the armor itself is one of mutual enhancement. The higher the summoner's adaptability, the greater the power of the armor they can wield. In fact, the summoner's body may also be influenced by the armor's power, gaining a portion of extraordinary strength. Jiagu Yin had already acquired and comprehended some of the extraordinary abilities of flames. Of course, the purity and strength of the crystals were not without merit. At the very least, during the design and manufacturing of the armor, Lin now could afford to take some shortcuts, allowing him to create armor imbued with even more unique powers. Moreover, should he encounter a suitable summoner, the initial adaptability might be somewhat elevated. Refinement. The dual forces of light and flame intertwined around the two monsters, dissecting and refining the oceanic power contained within. Brother, although this vessel is a repurposed fishing boat, I assure you, it has been at sea for no more than 3 years. In terms of speed and resistance to waves, it is incomparable to any other boat. Whatever your requirements may be, I guarantee the Janus will not let you down. At the port of Nanwan, a burly man was enthusiastically promoting the vessel docked nearby to Jiagu Yin. The sailors and captain aboard were seasoned veterans with decades of experience at sea. Their familiarity with these waters was likely more profound than their knowledge of their own wives. There was no need for concern. The man, sensing Jiagu Yin's apparent wealth, intensified his sales pitch. The more he promoted, the more satisfied Jiagu Yin appeared. However, when Jiagu Yin mentioned their intended destination, the man's expression shifted abruptly. No, that place is quite peculiar. My friend, if you wish to see the ocean, I can suggest 10 different spots, each unique. But that volcano, it is truly uncanny. Standing at the bow of the ship, Jiagu Yin observed as the sailors, under the captain's command, maneuvered the vessel closer to the volcanic island. Though referred to as sailors and captains, they were essentially fishermen who had merely adopted more sophisticated titles. Why the sudden departure? Jiagu Yin questioned. Hadn't it already been established that he was affluent? Yet, the initial crew and captain had been replaced. This new crew consisted primarily of those who rarely found opportunities to set sail, most of them advanced in age. The old captain, in particular, was a man in his 60s or 70s, possessing only one arm. Jiagu Yin did not require particularly robust sailors. He merely needed someone capable of navigating the ship to the volcanic island. Master, do not stand too close to the edge. While you may appear strong, the sea is far more perilous than land, the old captain cautioned. He felt a sense of gratitude towards Jiagu Yin, who had given him a sum that was beyond what he would have ever imagined for such a voyage. It had greatly aided his family. Although Jiagu Yin was heading to a unique location, the old captain bore no resentment. The other crew members, similarly, were grateful, as they too had been reluctant to find work and were living in dire circumstances. Jiagu Yin's willingness to employ them at a generous rate and treat them with respect earned him their appreciation and care. "Ah, I see now. Thank you for the warning," Jiagu Yin replied, retreating to the vicinity of the cabin. Nearby, an elderly sailor, grinning to reveal a set of blackened teeth, presented Jiagu Yin with the freshest catch of the day, slicing off some prime fish fillets with a clean blade. "Master, try this. Just pulled from the sea. It's still lively. You won't find anything like it on land. This is a delicacy even the big shots in the port city cannot savor." Jiagu Yin accepted the old man's kindness, picking up a piece of fish and placing it in his mouth. It felt as if it were still wriggling, truly fresh. "Haha. I told you so. Master, you need not worry about the seafood. Just tell us what you desire, and we'll fetch it for you right here." As Jiagu Yin accepted the fish, it appeared to earn him the approval of the crew. The seasoned sailors, each holding their prized catches, offered them to Jiagu Yin. For them, monetary compensation was one aspect, but it was not solely the money that fueled their enthusiasm. Jiagu Yin's respect and recognition of their lifelong skills were invaluable treasures for these men living at the bottom of society in Nanwan. Thus, they were willing to share their finest offerings from the ocean with Jiagu Yin. Chapter 90. Torrential rain and tsunami. What an immense downpour. Such colossal waves. Hold tight. Pull tight. By nightfall, the vessel departing from Nanwan had ventured into the deep sea. What had once been a placid expanse of water now descended into a torrential storm, whipping up monstrous waves. Even the seasoned sailors, who had spent the greater part of their lives navigating these waters, had seldom encountered such violent storms. The wind and waves, laden with seawater, battered the ship relentlessly. The heavy raindrops fell like bullets, striking the hull and the sailors with ferocity. The crew, stripped to the waist, struggled to stabilize the vessel amidst the surging waves. Below deck, Jiagu Yin, who had been diligently practicing the gentle rain technique, found his meditation disrupted by the tumultuous noise. Struggling to maintain his balance, he rolled off his bed. It was not that he was unwilling to sit, but the entire cabin began to sway violently. sending unanchored furniture careening across the room. The sound of shattering glass and pottery echoed continuously. Is it a monster? Jiagu Ian climbed to his feet, grasping a nearby rope to steady himself as he navigated the swaying cabin toward the door. Rainwater had accumulated on the deck, creating a slick, wet surface that even seeped into the cabin. When Jiagu Ian flung open the door, the fierce wind nearly tore his clothes apart. His garments were instantly soaked, and his hair was blown back against his head. Master, stay inside the cabin. Do not come out. You might fall overboard. The old captain, standing at the bow, despite having only one arm, braced himself against the driving rain and waves, seemingly nailed to the deck. Upon seeing Jiagu Ian open the cabin door, he shouted through the storm, "I am fine." Jiagu Ian replied, however, the old captain clearly did not believe it. Only those who have lived their entire lives on the sea can truly comprehend its terrifying nature. At this moment, Jiagu Ian was merely adding to their troubles and could not return to the cabin. The sudden downpour and turbulent waves were clearly suspicious. Jiagu Ian feared that it might be the work of a monster. If it were merely ordinary rain and waves, he would naturally have faith in the elder's abilities. Yet, if it were indeed a monster, failing to respond promptly would put these individuals in grave danger. With rain pelting down, Jiagu Ian stood resolutely on the deck, gazing at the surging sea around him. It was a magnificent sight. Whether in films or documentaries, such descriptions are always filtered through a screen. Only by witnessing it firsthand can one truly appreciate the overwhelming force of nature. It was as if everything around the ship had lost its gravitational binding, with seawater flowing skyward as if in weightlessness, enveloping him in briny spray. The ship felt as if it were submerged beneath the sea, caught in a tumultuous embrace. Astonishment and shock were fleeting thoughts for Jiagu Ian, yet he did not lose sight of his objective. He quickly drew forth the power of the downpour from his storage device, stabilizing himself amidst the rain and waves while simultaneously calming the chaotic weather around him. With eyes as sharp as a hawk's, he scanned the vicinity for any signs of the creature. No trace of the monster? How could that be? If the waves and storm were indeed conjured by a monster, it would be impossible for him not to sense its presence. The aura of the creature would be more conspicuous than the moon in the night sky, and it must be in close proximity. In wielding such immense power, it would be unfathomable for him not to detect even a hint of its essence. The torrential rain. At this moment, he could afford no distractions. The situation was dire. Gripping the downpour tightly, he pressed it forcefully against the drenched deck, amplifying its power throughout the entire ship. Centered on the Janus, a wave of blue energy radiated outward, rushing through the air and across the sea surface. For a brief moment, the rain and seawater stabilized. All crew members and sailors held their breath, their chests heaving as if inflated by a bellows. But in the next instant, the old captain's weathered face froze in horror. His eyes, obscured by deep creases, widened as he pointed with a gnarled hand toward the side of the ship. There, a towering underwater mountain, dozens of meters high, loomed ominously as it crashed toward the Janus. Indeed, it was not merely a wave, but a colossal underwater mountain, a cerulean sea mountain. The old captain was transported back to his youth, recalling the time he had sailed with an elderly captain and encountered such waves that had shattered their vessel like fragile blocks, leaving him clinging to a piece of driftwood for 2 days and nights before returning to shore. It was a nightmare he had long wished to forget, yet today, that dream had become a terrifying reality. "Hold on tight. Hold on to anything you can," he shouted hoarsely. Jiagu Ian's eyes widened as he gazed at the monstrous wave. Through his keen sight, he discerned a small shadow atop the wave, resembling a humanoid figure. It appeared diminutive, yet its tail was strikingly prominent, long and thick. No, it was not merely a leg. It was a fish's tail, a mermaid, or perhaps a merman. Jiagu Ian recalled the fantastical tales he had heard from a cab driver. Could they be true, or was it merely another monster? At this moment, he could not afford to ponder the nature of mermaids or monsters. He could not allow the ship to be shattered by the waves. Otherwise, everyone aboard would surely face peril. Jiagu Ian activated the rainfall technique, not the basic breathing method, but the advanced technique suited for human activity. In an instant, he felt his lungs fill with water with each breath, an intense discomfort surging from his chest. But he could not dwell on that now. Harnessing the power of the rainfall technique, he pinched the downpour between his fingers. With a swift motion, he released a surge of azure light, sending it spiraling into the air toward the wave. The torrential rain and thunder erupted once more. The mountainous wave, however, was diminished significantly by the rain's power. Even so, the remaining force crashed violently against the Janus, causing the vessel to groan as wood splintered and steel buckled under the strain. All crew members clung desperately to anything they could grasp. The old captain's calloused right hand gripped a rough rope tightly, his teeth clenched against the onslaught of seawater. The ship tilted perilously, nearly at a 90-degree angle towards the sea, the deck almost vertical. Ah! The sailors cried out, suspended precariously in the turbulent waters. Chapter 91. The Mysterious Shadow of the Mermaid? The sound of snapping ropes echoed. The frayed lines lashed through the air like whips, cracking ominously. It seemed that the first break triggered a chain reaction. The ship began to right itself, but the ropes continued to snap one after another. Get down. Before the old captain could finish, the seasoned crew members had already taken cover. They understood better than anyone the immense force behind those snapping ropes. One old sailor, near the edge of the deck, watched in horror as a rope broke, leaving him no time to react. He stumbled backward, and the snapping line was perilously close to his face. Leaning against the rail, he managed a relieved grin, having narrowly escaped disaster. The old captain sighed in relief. But the very next moment, the rapidly righting ship tilted dangerously to the opposite side. The old sailor, who had been leaning against the railing, should have known better than to make such a critical error. However, the adrenaline from his close call dulled his senses, and in a moment of distraction, he lost his balance, tumbling overboard into the churning sea below. In such violent waves, the chances of rescue were virtually non-existent, and survival was all but impossible. Jiagu Ian recognized the old sailor. Just earlier that day, he had offered him freshly sliced fish. As the sailor fell, his expression shifted from relief to despair. The old captain's face hardened as he watched the sailor's descent. Jiagu Ian, suppressing the discomfort in his lungs, dashed forward, seizing a length of broken rope from the deck. He quickly wrapped the rough cord around his hand and hurled it toward the railing, securing it before leaping overboard. Quick! The old captain was stunned, able only to utter a single word, while the remaining crew members stood in shock. Jiagu Ian plunged into the water, grasping the falling sailor tightly, the coarse rope painfully digging into his palm. You. The old sailor could hardly articulate his thoughts, staring at Jiagu Ian in disbelief. He wanted to express his gratitude, yet the tumult of emotions left him speechless. How could someone risk their life to save an old man like him? How could such a courageous and noble individual exist in this world? Don't speak. Hold still. Jiagu Ian tightened his grip around the sailor's waist, anchoring them both against the relentless waves in torrential rain. Do not let go. Whatever you do, do not let go. The sailor on deck shouted hoarsely towards the hull of the ship, his voice intermittently lost amidst the relentless downpour and crashing waves. Yet, his words were still discernible. Soon, it appeared that a group of people was pulling Jia Ian up onto the deck bit by bit. However, under the immense force and friction, blood began to seep from his palms where he was bound, staining the rough ropes crimson. By the time Jia Ian and the old sailor were finally dragged back onto the deck, the torrential rain and tumultuous waves had not ceased, though their intensity had diminished. Amidst the lashing rain, the old captain and several seasoned sailors stood before Jia Ian. I have nothing to say to you, old man. But you, young man, have earned my respect. I have never respected anyone as much as I do you in my lifetime. Jia Ian untied the ropes from his hands, revealing palms that had been abraded and bloodied. Yet, the pain was merely a fleeting discomfort, having no impact on his muscle movement or combat capabilities. His gaze drifted towards the now calm sea surface. That figure had vanished, along with the storm he had just unleashed. He had just thrown the storm to stabilize the waves. But in his haste to save the old sailor, he had failed to retrieve it in time. Now, it was completely gone. The storm was a manifestation of darkness, not something conjured by a summoner. Jia Ian merely possessed it, unlike the Fire Sparrow series, which was created by a summoner. Even if lost, it would not need to be recalled. This authority rested with the summoner, who could summon it back at any moment. Was that figure a mermaid? What exactly was that being? Now that events had unfolded, there was no need to dwell on it any further. Out with the old, in with the new. Although the natural element was rare, he need not expend his mental energy on it endlessly. The old captain organized the crew and sailors to inspect and repair the ship. Surviving such tumultuous waves was a stroke of luck. It was unrealistic to expect the vessel to remain unscathed. After assessing the damages, some of the wooden planks from the cabin were removed to patch the damaged areas of the ship. Spare materials stored in the cabin were also retrieved one by one for repairs. Captain, have you ever seen a mermaid? The next morning, perhaps in a twist of fate, the sun shone exceptionally bright. Jia Ian sat on the deck, conversing leisurely with the captain. Occasionally, sailors would casually pass by, stopping to listen to the two. Having experienced the events of yesterday, they had come to regard Jia Yin as one of their own, holding him in high esteem. Unlike their previous politeness, which had masked a sense of otherness, there was now a genuine admiration and recognition of him as a respected comrade. A mermaid? I have never heard of such a creature. Are you implying you wish to eat one? Jia Yin explained helplessly, prompting laughter from the old captain and the sailors around them. After all, Jia Yin was earnestly discussing a mythical being that had only existed in legends. What had they? Who had spent most of their lives at sea not seen? How could they possibly believe it? Haha, perhaps mermaids do exist. The ocean is vast. But there should be none in these waters. If there were, it would merely be some trickery. Trickery. Jia Yin recalled the figure he had seen riding atop the mountainous waves. That was not an act of deception. How infuriating. They were mocking him. Jia Yin refused to believe he had been mistaken. Could it be that he truly had misjudged? Captain. Captain. A sailor approached in panic. Mermaid. There I say mermaid. Which mermaid are you referring to? That kind. Just come and see for yourselves. The crowd followed the sailor to the railing on one side of the deck, peering down. There, they beheld a mermaid with blue hair, her upper body adorned with a peculiar blue garment, and her chest embellished with shells, floating gracefully on the water. Her lower half, unmistakably, bore a fishtail. I was not mistaken. Jia Yin felt vindicated. The old captain and the other sailors, however, were expressions of disbelief. A mermaid truly existed. Had the storm brought them to another world? How absurd. Excuse me, miss, what is it you seek? The old captain ventured cautiously. The mermaid brushed her silky blue hair back and looked up at the group on deck. I'm looking for that tall human. He has something of mine. The mermaid, appearing quite honest, raised a hand, revealing her smooth arm and rosy armpit, holding aloft an object wrapped in seaweed, roughly the size of a playing card. Jia Yin could feel a familiar power emanating from it. Yes, it was indeed his storm. Miss Mermaid, may we speak first? The old captain found himself at a loss for words, but suddenly remembered something. Is this still our homeland? No, this is not Earth. This is the planet Alabuba. In the kingdom of Alabuba, ruled by King Alabuba the 62nd. My name is the most adorable mermaid in the universe, Alabuba. Ah, I have crossed to another planet. That storm was truly extraordinary. Aside from the old captain who buried his face in his hands, the remaining crew covered their faces, aghast. Esteemed Miss Alabuba, given your surname, are you of royal descent here? That is not right. Usually, surnames come last. Then I shall be known as the most adorable mermaid, Alabuba. Didn't you just say this is the kingdom of Alabuba on the planet Alabuba? You misunderstood. It is the kingdom of Alabuba on the planet Alabuba. The mermaid replied with a sweet smile, perhaps believing that if she smiled cutely enough, she could charm her way through. Our Alabuba royal family cannot be questioned by commoners like you. The change in address seemed peculiar, as if it were a linguistic quirk unique to the royalty of this planet. No, this mermaid is simply a deceiver, having been repeatedly misled. The crew began to think that perhaps the existence of mermaids was not so hard to accept after all. After all, the legends of mermaids were ancient, and here was a living mermaid playfully deceiving them. Compared to the notion of a group traversing to another world, the presence of a living mermaid was far more believable. Hey, tall one, do you want to come down to get it? Or should I come up to deliver it to you? This must be quite important to you, right? I swam for quite a while to catch up with you to return it. The mermaid waved the object in her hand. From the moment the mermaid appeared, Jia Yin had been trying to discern whether she was a monster. Yet, no matter how he probed, he could not sense even a hint of monstrous energy emanating from her. She truly embodied the essence of a mermaid, beautiful, yet he dared not let his guard down. Would it be convenient for you to come up? If a fight were to break out, the water would severely hinder my fire sparrow. Convenient? I've been wanting to come up for ages. Without a hint of hesitation, the mermaid splashed her tail against the water, eagerly extending her delicate arms, pale with a hint of pink. Hurry and pull me up, human. A sailor glanced hesitantly at the old captain, who nodded, prompting him to toss a life ring. The mermaid skillfully slipped it onto her body, and the sailors began to pull, hoisting both her and the life ring onto the deck. In midair, the mermaid twirled her tail with exuberance, glancing around excitedly until she was finally brought onto the deck. Her hair was damp as she looked towards Jia Yin, who also gazed back at her. Then, she broke into a radiant smile, extending a handful of seaweed towards him. He accepted it, unwrapping the aquatic plant to reveal the torrential rain he had lost. What was the story behind this mermaid? What connection did she have with the earlier wave? And why had she returned this powerful artifact to him? It was utterly incomprehensible. Thank you. This is indeed very important to me, Jiagu Yin said as he tucked it away, turning his attention back to the mermaid. She seemed to notice his gaze, returning his smile with a dazzling one of her own, playfully flicking her tail. A living mermaid, how astonishing. A mythical creature from legend, right before his eyes, possibly possessing extraordinary powers. Yet, shouldn't you leave the ship now, mermaid? Among mermaids, it is said that returning any human belongings that have fallen into the sea allows one to board a human vessel, such as the legend among merfolk. Is that not true? Jiagu Yin and the old captain exchanged glances. Isn't it inconvenient for you on the ship? Breathing and such. Want to your skin dry out. At that moment, the old captain's worldview shattered, and he thought that after this voyage, he might never set sail again. He simply wanted the enigmatic mermaid to disembark, wishing to pretend nothing had happened. After all, humanity harbors a certain fear of the unknown. Jiagu Yin, however, found the mermaid's origins too peculiar. He was unclear about her intentions and true identity. Yet, he did not wish to harm the innocent, with so many people aboard. As the summoner, he felt responsible for everyone. Thus, he sought to eliminate this uncertain factor. But she had indeed helped him retrieve something of great significance. Eventually, the old captain spoke first, agreeing to the mermaid's presence, perhaps believing that since this was his last voyage, he should avoid unnecessary entanglements with such a wondrous being, lest he encounter ill fortune in his later years. Splendid, the mermaid exclaimed, enthusiastically flicking her tail. Do you need to be in water, Miss Mermaid? We can prepare a large bucket for you. No. Mermaids are not so inconvenient. She shook her head and reached toward her grand tail, finding a zipper. With a swift motion, she unzipped and removed her tail, standing to stretch her long legs. Clang, clang, clang. This is all it takes to transform into legs. The crowd gasped. Chapter 93. Is this a human or a mermaid? Captain, is this a mermaid or a human? I don't know. It should be a human, right? After all, the notion of a mermaid is rather absurd. Such marvelous mythical creatures, which only exist in legends, encountering one in reality is inherently abnormal. If she were merely a human in disguise, that would be more acceptable. However, in such vast seas, there were no signs of her vessel. How had she possibly disguised herself to swim here? If that were the case, it would be even harder to accept than if she were truly a mermaid. Now that would be superhuman. Perhaps she was hiding in a submarine, which would be even more fantastical. The mermaid now lay on a deck chair, seemingly unfazed by the gazes of the surrounding sailors, treating her tail like a backpack. Cradling it close. As she rummaged through it, she produced a sealed gaming console. So, her tail could also serve as a backpack? How multifunctional. Based on these observations, it appeared that this creature lived among humans, undeniably a female human. You are indeed a human, right? Jiagu Yin approached the mermaid, inquiring. What are you talking about? I am a mermaid. Haven't you all believed that? The mermaid seemed quite polite. When speaking with Jiagu Yin, she paused her game, looking directly into his eyes, as conversing while distracted by a game would be quite rude. She abhorred impolite behavior and did not wish to be seen as such, despised by others. After some conversation, the mermaid displayed remarkable politeness, providing emotional value. Jiagu Yin found her to be a good woman, aside from her penchant for deception and insistence on being a mermaid. When Jiagu Yin departed, the other sailors gathered around to converse with the mermaid, seemingly seeking discrepancies in her words to prove she was not a mermaid, perhaps questioning her knowledge of the surrounding waters. Yet, she answered their inquiries with clarity, leaving the seasoned sailors without grounds for doubt, even in areas they found unclear. She offered insights, confirming their suspicions. This creature was indeed a mermaid. The sailors and captain reached a consensus, but Jiagu Yin felt it was not so straightforward. Upon reflection, he sensed numerous inconsistencies. In the research on creatures like the mermaid, scant records existed. Only in ancient texts recounting old legends could one find fleeting mentions. It was evident that this was a creature of myth, evolving through generations of storytelling. Unless an entity with complete knowledge of the world as history could ascertain her true nature, the existence of mermaids remained uncertain. Coincidentally, an indescribable presence, housing the entirety of the planet's knowledge, was indeed among them. His name, while not entirely Lovecraftian, was Lin Qi. Mermaid? Lin Qi observed everything outside. Did they truly exist? It appeared that this unfathomable being had seen through all. Whether a disguise or the truth, he had discerned it all. Truly, he was a formidable entity, possessing a vast reservoir of knowledge. Thus, the mermaid. Pitter-patter. Ah, The melting of the water crystal is at a crucial moment. I must not lose focus. Lin Na once again concentrated his thoughts on the process. Meanwhile, Jiagu Yin occasionally stole glances at the mermaid from a corner, attempting to discern any flaws in her every movement and expression, seeking a definitive answer to her authenticity. The sun grew hotter, causing discomfort to his skin. The mermaid, reclining on her deck chair, turned off her gaming device, shielding her eyes from the sun with her hand. Then she languidly rose from her chair. At that moment, perhaps due to the sun's rays and prolonged dryness, scales began to appear on her smooth arms and thighs. She seemed unaware of the fish-like patterns now apparent on her skin, displaying them without a care. Was she truly a mermaid? The fish scales have been exposed, and they shouldn't have been displayed for so long. I inadvertently became engrossed in the game. The mermaid gazed at the scales adorning her body and swiftly retreated into the shadows beneath the cabin. Both Jigu Yin and the other crew members cautiously observed the scales on the mermaid, realizing that she was indeed a genuine mermaid. The old captain widened his eyes, covering his chin with his remaining hand, revealing a look of astonishment. Until noon, the scales on the mermaid showed no sign of fading. At this moment, the ship had anchored in these tranquil waters, and the sailors began to fish for sustenance. Miss Mermaid, Jigu Yin remarked, observing the mermaid seated across from him, resting her smooth chin and leisurely gazing at the sea. What is it, Mr. Jigu? The mermaid replied with a smile. You claim to be a mermaid. Then let us settle this with a competition. Suddenly, an exclamation erupted. What had transpired? The fiery Jigu Yin had uncovered the mermaid's true identity. She truly was a creature of legend. Would a battle ensue in these waters? Very well, the mermaid graciously accepted Jigu's challenge. Indeed, a fierce clash seemed inevitable. Rising, Jigu Yin shed his shirt, revealing his robust physique. He had always been confident in his ability to hold his breath while diving. Let us compete in this domain and see who can remain submerged the longest. If you win, I shall believe you are indeed a true mermaid. Upon hearing Jigu Yin's words, the mermaid pondered for a moment. If you do not believe me, so be it. Why should I compete with you? The charming mermaid appeared indifferent to the notion of victory or defeat, as if to her this contest resembled a challenge to humans on who could hold their breath longer on land, utterly devoid of significance. Are you afraid? Afraid of losing to a mere human in your area of expertise? Such an obvious provocation. Would anyone truly fall for such a blatant taunt? You dare question me, a mermaid? Very well, let us settle this. Indeed, someone had taken the bait. The old captain and crew gathered by the railing on the deck, while a small boat was lowered from the ship, placing Jigu Yin and the mermaid upon the surface of the sea.